My girlfriend deliberately ensured that I lost to her aloof best friend during our gaming session. Yet, her friend claimed to have hardly played any games at all. Lu Ruoyan merely wished to temporarily part ways with me in order to embark on a passionate romance with someone else. However, upon learning about Chu Ziqing, I felt no anger. Since the moment I became acquainted with Lu Ruoyan, I realized her profound passion for gaming. She also delights in hearing the boys in the game call her baby. Every time I feel anger rise within me, whenever I find myself in a state of anger, she always assures me that it will be the final occurrence. Having grown accustomed to this, I had long anticipated the outcome we face today. Before me, Gunyanin suddenly burst into laughter. Although there is no particular connection between her and me, there certainly exists one between you and me. Do you remember? Upon hearing this, I nodded with a sense of resignation. Of course I remember. In truth, I have long been acquainted with Gunyanin. We were classmates in high school. This fact is unknown even to Lu Ruoyan. Furthermore, during my senior year of high school, Gunyanin expressed her feelings for me. However, I, in my youthful naivety, chose to reject her. However, Gunyanin did not give up. She applied to the same university as I did, and even chose the same major as I did. Even a major I chose was in tandem with my selection of 7. I once believed that after being together with Lu Ruoyan, she would choose to relinquish her pursuits. I never anticipated that 6 months ago she would come to me and create an obstruction. I am certain that within a year, I will part ways with Lu Ruoyan. If I emerge victorious, she shall completely relinquish her hopes and choose to silently bless our union. If I were to lose, then I must. Very well. According to our agreement, are you not meant to be with me now? Gunyanin smiled as she spoke, interrupting my train of thought. As I observed her hand entwined around my arm, a shiver coursed through my entire being. No, wait a moment. Might this be a tad too hasty? Upon hearing my thoughts, Gunyanin pouted her lips. Upon hearing this, Gunyanin pouted her lips and cast a reproachful glance at me. Are you trying to be unreasonable? I've been pursuing you for years. What if the students from Haida hear about this? If the students of the Ocean University were to hear the lofty flower of their hearts speak in such a manner, they might well be tempted to leap into the river in despair. I am indifferent. I am willing to accept defeat. You have been sold to me by Lu Ruoyan. Though she claims it is only for 1 month, I shall simply deny it when the time comes. I gazed at her in utter disbelief. At this moment, I am particularly eager to know, what is it about me that you find appealing, as I feel like a mere insect? Without a moment's hesitation, Gunyanin replied without a moment's hesitation. Because you are a pastoral song. I find myself drawn to you, and that is reason enough. Upon hearing those words, I was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, I exhaled deeply. Indeed, I have been utterly defeated by you. Hehe. Gunyanin's face was filled with delight. I nodded my head at 7 o'clock. I gave a slight nod. What else could I say? After all, it was I who lost. However, I cannot guarantee how long we can be together. Yet, I will strive to cherish you as much as I can. These somewhat clumsy words fell upon Gunyanin's ears. These seemingly trivial words fell upon Gunyanin's ears, not causing her sorrow, but instead eliciting a smile. I appreciate your candor, however. I am determined to make you fall for me. I will surely succeed. All right. I understand. I hesitantly remarked, there is one more thing. Shouldn't we perhaps refrain from making it public for the time being? Gunyanin was momentarily taken aback. Are you concerned about what others might say? They claim you have seamlessly connected with someone, yet it is clearly Lu Ruoyan who has made that seamless transition. I am aware of that. However, based on my understanding of Lu Ruoyan, if we were to make this public, she would undoubtedly create a ruckus, insisting on her claims. In such a case, the repercussions would not be favorable for you. Gunyanin's lips curled slightly upwards. Are you concerned about me? I nodded in agreement. Indeed, this matter should never have involved you. Upon hearing those words, Gunyanin felt a wave of contentment wash over her. So what do you wish to do? She inquired. After a moment of contemplation, I pondered my response. I pondered for a moment. Did she not surrender me to you for a month? During this period, regardless of our actions, she has no grounds to claim otherwise. After a month, I shall confront her, and there would be no issue regarding the timing. I will heed your words. Gunyanin obediently nodded, then tightly embraced my arm. The soft, delicate timbre of her voice caused a shiver to run through my body once more. Shouldn't we? Isn't it better for us to gradually develop our relationship? Gun Yinan obediently released my arm. Gun Yinan obediently released my arm. All right, all right. Do you need some time to collect yourself? I quickly nodded. I nodded promptly. I must take my time to reflect. All right, I shall await your message. When you're feeling better, please do send me a message, if you would be so kind. Gun Yinan gazed at me with an expression full of anticipation. I took a moment to steady my heart. I took a moment to calm my restless heart, and I nodded earnestly at her. After we parted ways, after the two parted ways, I returned to my dormitory, intending to rest thoroughly and allow my mind to unwind. Just as I stepped through the door, a figure suddenly darted towards me. Brother, how is Chu Ziqing doing? I saw Xia Jianren's eyes aflame with intensity. Seeing the fiery gaze of Xia Jianren startled me, and a sense of dread washed over me. I must not let that incident resurface. Like the 300,000 boys in the school, Xia Jianren is also one of the many who secretly harbors feelings for Gun Yinan. This morning, I witnessed him collecting a 50 yuan refund and then hastily leaving. This morning, I received a reimbursement of 50 yuan from him as I went to deliver a letter to Gun Yinan. Little did I anticipate that so much would unfold thereafter. Upon this realization, I awkwardly retrieved the journal from my pocket and, with a hint of insecurity, uttered, She returned it. In an instant, Xia Jianren appeared as if turned to stone, standing motionless in place. Oh no, my profound affection has been returned. I clear my throat gently. May I take a look at the content? I felt quite curious. Having said that, I opened the book. Xia Jianren did not object. Xia Jianren did not oppose it either. He took a seat beside me, which was quite timely. Do you notice any issues with my content? I read line by line. Initially, I found it quite normal, simply praising how beautiful Gun Yinan is and how graceful she appears. Then came the self-introduction, followed by, therefore, I wish to inquire about the radiant magnificence. Upon reaching the final line, I found myself in a state of bewilderment. He turned to look at Xia Jianren. Xia Jianren smiled awkwardly. I feel that for a girl like her, who exudes an air of aloofness, conventional confessions are unlikely to be effective. Therefore, I intend to approach it in a more abstract manner. You understand, don't you? I chuckled softly, finding it rather abstract. Fortunately, she did not witness it. She didn't even spare a glance. It seems I must alter my strategy. I cast a fleeting glance at him. You should cease wasting time on her. Xia Jianren furrowed his brow. Xia Jianren furrowed his brow. Why not give it a try? How will one ever know? I turned around, placing the book on table 7, and slowly spoke, for she had already found someone she cherished. Upon hearing those words, Xia Jianren stood frozen in place, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Oh no! Who is it? Which mistress is it? Do I know her? I hastily lowered my head, concealing the smile that danced at the corners of my mouth. Silently, I chose not to speak. Very well, perhaps it is best if I, as the other woman, refrain from engaging in conversation. At that moment, a message suddenly arrived on my phone, which I had placed on the table. Xia Jianren's hand effortlessly reached for the phone. As the screen illuminated, his gaze shifted in unison. A sudden jolt of surprise surged within me. A sudden jolt surged through me. I swiftly lowered my phone, fearing that if he were to glimpse the message from Gun Yinan, it would spell disaster. Xia Jianren was taken aback for a moment, then mocked. What are you doing? I am not Lu Ruyan, nor am I checking your phone. What are you so afraid of? Upon the mention of his girlfriend, Xia Jianren suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of hesitation, remarked, Have you parted ways with Lu Ruyan? Whose news is so well informed? I gazed at him in bewilderment. Today, I was informed of the suspension of my understanding regarding the breakup. How does he know? Today in class, someone mentioned that they saw Lu Ruyan joyfully engaging in a video call with another man. Initially, I dismissed it as mere gossip. However, judging by your reaction, could it be true? I let out a resigned sigh. This Lu Ruyan remains utterly unrestrained, engaging in such acts without a hint of discretion. Seeing that I did not deny it, Xia Jianren's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. Are we really breaking up? Goodness. What is the reason behind this? It's nothing significant. It simply isn't suitable. If it's unsuitable, then part ways. I wear an expression of indifference, while Xia Jianren listens in the same manner. Xia Jianren exchanged a glance with Chu Ziqing, who was also engrossed in gossip. It's not difficult for you to lose weight, is it? I responded mildly with 7 words. It is not difficult to lose weight. In the realm of emotions, one must act with benevolence and righteousness. When parting ways, one naturally finds solace in the understanding of it. This sentence abruptly silenced their lips, withholding the words of solace they yearned for. I casually picked up my phone to take a glance, but upon seeing the message, I couldn't help but freeze for a moment. How could they still have the audacity to send me a message? I let out a cold laugh, only to discover that this message was actually from Lu Ruyan. Check-in. What are you doing? You and Yen haven't done anything to wrong me, have you? Upon encountering such absurd and contradictory news, I found myself both infuriated and amused. I gazed at the screen for what felt like an eternity, pondering over a single word. None. On the other side, Gunyanin also returned to Dormitory 7. Throughout her journey, her heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of joy, as if the flowers and the vibrant sounds along the way had begun to sing in harmony. It was in this moment, at that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door, and without hesitation, the person named Xing pushed the door open and entered. Guan Yin did not need to look up to know who it was. Ruyan, why are you here? Lu Ruyan strode directly towards Gun Yin. Pray, elucidate the matter concerning Mu Ge. As she spoke, she extended her phone towards her. Gun Yin cast her gaze down at the screen, observing the conversation between herself and Mu Ge. The striking absence of text, marked only by Lu Ruyan's solitary question mark, lingered ominously. Since that moment, there had been no further responses. What does meaningless signify? He can no longer communicate properly. Is he wearing a tie outfit? Lu Ruyan appears to be infuriated, her face and ears flushed. With a sense of satisfaction, Gunyin glanced at her surrounding roommates and led Lu Ruyan out of the dormitory. Upon arriving at the stairwell, Lu Ruyan spoke with a furrowed brow. Did you not seek out Mu Ge? His reaction seems rather unusual. Gunyin, fully aware of the situation, feigned ignorance. What seems to be amiss? He doesn't initiate conversations with me, as if he has truly distanced himself from this matter, which is uncharacteristic of him. Have I inadvertently revealed something? It is perplexing. If I were to expose him, he should confront me, should be furious. How could he, in this moment, appear so distracted, gazing absent-mindedly into the distance? I am uncertain as well. She is currently torn within herself, grappling with the uncertainty of whether her actions are indeed justified. However, she soon came to a realization. She truly cherished the pastoral melodies. Had Lu Ruyan not chosen betrayal, she would have genuinely bestowed her blessings. But now it is different. Since you do not cherish it, allow me to love instead. Even if in the future I am subjected to gossip, it matters not. Upon contemplating this, she turned her gaze earnestly towards Lu Ruyan and said, I believe you and that man should cherish your time together and refrain from harboring any intentions toward Mu Ge. That is not acceptable. Regardless of the circumstances, the pastoral song is quite delightful. Why should one dismiss it? I shall delve into it further once this month has passed. It would be ideal to engage in a simultaneous relationship with both of them, with Mu Ge continuing to treat me well while allowing the other gentleman to shower me with affection. Chapter 10. Despite my insistence that he should not pursue this, he remains undeterred. Chu Ziqing gazed out at the sky, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. She contemplated whether her actions were appropriate. Indeed, she had betrayed Qingying, yet had not disclosed the truth to her. Moreover, given the circumstances, her relationship with Wen Che could be deemed seamlessly intertwined, couldn't it? No. In mere seconds, Chu Ziqing solidified her resolve. She no longer cared about the propriety of her actions, nor did she ponder right from wrong. After all, it was Qingying who had first betrayed Wen Che. Throughout their time together, Chu Ziqing had never acted maliciously nor engaged in excessive conversation with Wen Che, maintaining a respectful distance. Her thoughts and convictions were unwavering. She stood resolutely by Wen Che's side, regardless of the events that may unfold or the actions she might take. Even if her choices were misguided or deemed inappropriate, and she faced gossip or scorn, it mattered not as long as Wen Che felt otherwise. Having reached clarity, Chu Ziqing turned her gaze back to Qingying and said, I believe you should focus on your relationship with that man and cease your pursuits towards Wen Che. That is out of the question. Wen Che is quite splendid. Why would I let him go? Qingying retorted. Perhaps in a month's time, I shall assess the situation. Ideally, I could juggle both relationships. Wen Che treats me well, and I could have that man lavish me with gifts. Perfect. Chu Ziqing chuckled, clapping her hands as though envisioning a bright future ahead. Yet, one cannot conceal the truth indefinitely. It will inevitably be revealed. Surely you cannot think it will remain hidden. Not at all. I shall be cautious. If he remains silent, and I do as well, he will remain oblivious. Just then, Chu Ziqing's eyes fell upon a small hickey on Chu Ying's neck, near her shoulder. The fabric concealed half of it, but when she moved, it became visible. So, you have met with him? Chu Ziqing inquired, her brow furrowing as she pointed to the mark. Chu Ying touched it lightly and replied, "Ah, we had lunch together. He works at a restaurant just outside our school, that burger joint. I told him I wasn't interested, yet he insisted. It's fine. I'll just cover it up with foundation when I get home." Chu Ziqing fell silent, quietly observing Chu Ying, her heart swelling with indignation. She could hardly believe that Chu Ying had descended to such depths so swiftly. It rendered her past affection for Wen Che seem utterly inconsequential. Had she not revealed the truth to Wen Che, he would remain blissfully unaware of the betrayal looming over him. At that moment, Chu Ying received a phone call from a friend inviting her to go shopping. She inquired if Chu Ziqing wished to join, but Chu Ziqing declined, and soon after, Chu Ying departed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chu Ziqing found Song Qiuyi had just finished her phone call. Noticing Chu Ziqing's entrance, Song Qiuyi instinctively wished to utter something, yearning to engage in conversation since they were roommates. Fostering a good rapport seemed quite essential. However, upon glimpsing Chu Ziqing's countenance, she hesitated, feeling as though her roommate was an elusive presence, difficult to approach. Seated in a chair, Chu Ziqing held her phone, where she found the chat window between herself and Wen Che. She contemplated sending him a message, but ultimately restrained herself, having promised to grant him some time to gather his thoughts. Chu Ying believed there could be no communication between her and Wen Che, yet deep down, she yearned for such interaction. She longed to converse with him, to know what he was doing, how he felt, and what thoughts occupied his mind. After a span of several minutes, Chu Ziqing glanced at the time, then rose to prepare her belongings for class. Turning to Song Qiuyi, she inquired, "Shall we attend class together?" "Huh? Me?" Song Qiuyi exclaimed in disbelief, pointing to herself, astonished that Chu Ziqing had extended an invitation to accompany her to class. Today was indeed extraordinary. "Yes, let's go together," Chu Ziqing affirmed. "All right," Song Qiuyi readily agreed, not pausing to contemplate, swiftly gathering her belongings to venture out with Chu Ziqing. Having shared the dorm for a month or two, she never anticipated that today they would actually attend class together. Did this imply they could potentially become friends? As they departed the dormitory, Song Qiuyi frequently stole glances at Chu Ziqing, eager to speak yet daunted by her presence, settling instead for silence at her side. The pathway to class was bustling with students, some recognizing Chu Ziqing and casting their gazes upon her, which made Song Qiuyi particularly uneasy. For the first time, she felt the weight of so many eyes upon her, rendering her acutely uncomfortable, and she inwardly pondered whether someone like her should even stand beside Chu Ziqing. Stealing another glance at Chu Ziqing, she observed her unwavering gaze fixed ahead, her expression resolute and composed, impervious to the multitude of stares. This evoked a profound envy within Song Qiuyi, who secretly mused about when she might attain such confidence that radiated brilliance. Perhaps she would never achieve that, feeling inadequate in beauty, physique, and demeanor, which rendered her self-conscious in Chu Ziqing's presence, unable to speak with assurance. Noticing Song Qiuyi's discomfort, Chu Ziqing gently broke the silence, asking, "How do you get along with the other two girls in our dorm?" It's fine, I suppose," Song Qiuyi replied hesitantly. Song Qiuyi pondered for a moment before responding to the inquiry, as she too found it difficult to articulate whether the situation was indeed favorable. In the dormitory, communication flowed naturally, and they could converse comfortably. Occasionally, they even attended lectures together, sharing the same space in class. However, it was evident that the bond between her companion and another individual was considerably stronger, as they often ventured out together, leaving her to linger alone in the dorm. This sparked a sense of envy within her for Chu Ziqing, who, despite spending most of her time in solitude, appeared utterly unconcerned. In contrast, Song Xioi was unable to achieve such indifference, often plagued by feelings of anxiety and restlessness. As the two entered the academic building, preparing to ascend in the elevator, they paused to wait. It was then that a voice echoed from around the corner. How rich is the taste of black coffee. Yu Jiashu hummed a tune, striding boldly into view. At that very instant, he locked eyes with Chu Ziqing, who was waiting for the elevator. His body froze momentarily before he quickly turned and retreated. What are you doing? Wen Che and Qi Shitao exchanged puzzled glances, having witnessed his abrupt change in demeanor from confident strides to a flustered retreat. Zomiona. She's over there. It's her. Our friend, little Neza. Qi Shitao tilted his head, regarding Yu Jiashu with curiosity. Ugh. Yu Jiashu waved his hand dismissively, urging Qi Shitao to cease his antics, while his expression turned anxious as he glanced towards Wen Che. Wen Che, slightly perplexed, took a few steps forward, rounding the corner to peer ahead. Ah. Chapter 11. He is my boyfriend. When Wen Che and Chu Ziqing's eyes met, their expressions and gazes instantly transformed. Chu Ziqing's brows arched slightly in that fleeting moment, and a wave of joy erupted within her. Wen Che, somewhat taken aback, had not anticipated encountering her here. Shall we take the stairs, brother? Yu Jianshu tugged at Wen Che's sleeve and whispered in his ear. Qi Shitao, slightly bewildered, glanced at Chu Ziqing and remarked, I thought it was Cheng. I thought it was someone else. What's wrong? Are you afraid of an awkward encounter? I'm Fina. It's just that my love letter was rejected, mainly because of my Wen Ge. Isn't she a close friend of Cheng? Cough, cough. Isn't she someone else's good friend? Isn't this meeting rather awkward? Yu Jianshu cast a glance at Wen Che, eager to gauge his reaction. However, Wen Che appeared unperturbed, beckoning the two. Come on, let us take the elevator. What is there to fear? There were other students around. It wasn't just Chu Ziqing present. Besides, even if it were only her, he had no reason to shy away. On the contrary, shouldn't he take the initiative to approach her? Wen Che led them over, and Song Xioi, noticing that she did not recognize them, quickly averted her gaze. Wen Che positioned himself beside Chu Ziqing, though not in close proximity. Yet, Chu Ziqing remained delighted, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Yu Jianshu and Qi Shitao lingered behind, whispering, Why isn't Chu Ziqing with Chungying today? I thought I saw Chungying earlier. I don't know. She asked with a different friend today. The two exchanged hushed remarks, perplexed by how Wen Che could face his ex-girlfriend's close friend with such composure. Logically, wouldn't this be a particularly awkward moment following a breakup? Surely, a good friend of his ex would side with her. Would she not chastise Wen Che upon seeing him? Yu Jianshu was already contemplating whom to support if a quarrel ensued between Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. If he chose to side with Chu Ziqing, would she even notice him? Damn it! How could he betray Wen Che like that? He would definitely stand by Wen Che. In the realm of renowned masterpieces, I must capture this moment. Qi Shitao discreetly took out his phone and snapped a candid shot of Wen Che and Chu Ziqing standing side by side. Yu Jialu leaned closer to Qi Shitao and whispered, It seems she is unaware that I penned the love letter. She doesn't know me. How could she possibly recognize you? She likely receives countless love letters daily. It's improbable for her to remember each individual. Moments later, the elevator doors opened, revealing a multitude of students emerging. Once everyone had disembarked, they began to board the elevator. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing entered first, thus finding themselves nestled at the back. The elevator was somewhat cramped, accommodating 6 or 7 individuals, which brought Wen Che and Chu Ziqing uncomfortably close together. Wen Che stood still, feeling a subtle movement in his throat, acutely aware of Chu Ziqing's arm brushing against him. He began to ponder whether he should send her a message after returning home. Was it truly inappropriate to be so distant with her? It felt as if he was unable to move on from Chungying, when in truth, his desire for a pause was merely to gather his thoughts, allowing himself to swiftly regain his composure, not an endeavor to forget Chungying. In his heart, she had long ceased to hold significance. At that moment, Wen Che sensed something amiss. It felt as though someone had brushed against his hand, yet only Chu Ziqing was beside him. He observed as, cautiously, Chu Ziqing extended her finger and gently tickled his palm. A glance at her revealed that she was biting her lip, suppressing laughter, her eyes sparkling like a mischievous little girl. Wen Che shifted his hand back slightly, and her finger followed suit. He found himself unable to endure the tickling any longer, and suddenly clasped her finger within his grasp. Chu Ziqing's body trembled slightly, as if a faint current coursed through her. She misinterpreted his action as an invitation to hold hands, and in her excitement, she immediately took his hand. A sharp gasp escaped Wen Che, startled by her boldness. Yu Jialu, standing in front of him, turned to inquire, "What's wrong?" They both hastily released each other's hands. Wen Che shook his head, responding, "Nothing. It's fine." Soon, the elevator reached the designated floor, and they exited. Just before departing, Wen Che cast a glance back at Chu Ziqing, who winked at him, as if exchanging a secret signal. Meanwhile, Song Qiuyi, standing behind, gaped in disbelief, her eyes wide open, unable to comprehend what she had just witnessed. She had seen it all. Chu Ziqing had initiated contact with that boy, and their hands had intertwined. At that moment, she even doubted whether she had consumed mushrooms at lunch, leading to hallucinations, unable to believe that what she had witnessed was indeed real. When they arrived at their designated floor, Song Qiuyi and Chu Ziqing stepped out of the elevator together. Song Qiuyi trailed behind Chu Ziqing, her mind replaying the scene she had just observed, filled with bewilderment. Who on earth was that young man? Why was Chu Ziqing holding his hand? Outside the elevator, there was no indication that they were acquainted. Not a single word had been exchanged. Yet, once inside, they were holding hands. Moreover, when the young man departed, he had not engaged in any conversation with Chu Ziqing. How could two individuals, who appeared to be mere strangers, behave like a couple within the confines of the elevator? What was going on? She simply could not comprehend. It felt as though she had just awakened from a dream. Unable to contain her curiosity, Song Qiuyi hastened to Chu Ziqing's side and inquired, that boy in the elevator, do you know him? Chu Ziqing turned to her, momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Which one?" "The one standing next to you. Just now I saw. You too." Song Qiuyi candidly expressed her curiosity about their relationship. "Oh." Chu Ziqing nodded, then, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "He is my boyfriend." Chapter 12. There were still some intimate gestures. Upon hearing this, Song Qiuyi was momentarily frozen in place, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a fist. Surely she had not misheard? Her boyfriend? Chu Ziqing had a boyfriend? This world was utterly insane. She would sooner believe that she could have a boyfriend than accept the notion that Chu Ziqing could have one. Given her demeanor, it was evident that she was not the type to be close to others. Any male who dared to approach her would be swiftly dispatched, leaving no trace behind, not even a means of contact, let alone any pursuit. How could it be possible for her to have a boyfriend? At this very moment, Song Qiuyi felt an overwhelming curiosity about the young man from the elevator. She was intensely eager to discover what kind of boy could possibly be Chu Ziqing's partner. Was he even human? He seemed to be a distant figure, perhaps not entirely divine, yet certainly far removed from the ordinary. Song Qiuyi quickly followed, her astonishment palpable, yet she had no reason to doubt Chu Ziqing's words. It was merely unfathomable to her. Suddenly, Chu Ziqing turned her head and cast a glance at her, saying, "Please do not share this with anyone else." She felt that, until Wen Che publicly acknowledged it, she could not divulge this information to others. "Oh, understood." Song Qiuyi promptly acquiesced, though she was unaware of the reasons behind it. She complied readily, feeling a sense of joy that Chu Ziqing would confide in her, which surely indicated a measure of trust. Wen Che and his companions arrived at the classroom, preparing for the lesson. Just as Wen Che settled into his seat, a note suddenly flew in from nowhere, landing squarely on his desk. Wen Che blinked in surprise, lifting his gaze to survey the room, only to find that one individual was fixated on him. It was a boy whose countenance was decidedly menacing. Glaring fiercely at Wen Che, Qi Shidao curiously inquired, "Hey, what did that fool throw your way this time?" Yu Jiashu leaned closer, speculating, "I bet it's another threatening letter." Wen Che cast an exasperated glance at the two of them, retrieving the note as he remarked, "If you can decipher that fool's thoughts, it means you're not far from being a fool yourself." Upon unfolding the note, he discovered it contained only a few words. Break up with Chang Ying. It was all too predictable. The two beside him nodded knowingly. Wen Che felt a sense of resignation. It was astonishing that someone like Chang Ying had such a devoted admirer. This fool Chu Ziqing had targeted him since the very first day he had begun seeing Chang Ying, constantly engaging in trivial antics. Initially, he had tried to reason with him, but upon realizing that the other was a fool, he had given up on any meaningful discourse. However, given the current circumstances, with his relationship with Chang Ying in such disarray, it seemed rather unreasonable for him to continue being harassed by this fool. Wen Che took out a pen and wrote a single word in response on the note. Fine. He then folded it neatly and tossed it back. As Chu Ziqing witnessed Wen Che throw the note back at him, he mistakenly believed it to be a provocation. In response, he crumpled the note into a ball without so much as a glance. This fool, Wen Che, feeling helpless, shielded his eyes with his hand and lowered his head, choosing not to look at him any longer. This fellow never confronted him directly. He never claimed he wanted a duel or anything of the sort, instead opting to engage in petty antics from behind the scenes, which was exceedingly vexing. Once the class concluded, Wen Che hastily departed the classroom, eager to escape the stifling atmosphere. He felt as though he was perpetually under scrutiny, convinced that others were discussing his affairs. Hadn't he news of his breakup with Chang Ying already circulated throughout the class? Wouldn't it be better to let that fool hear it? Perhaps then he would leave him alone. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wen Che found that Chi Shirtao and Yu Jiashu had gone out to purchase some items and thus had not yet returned. Their dormitory housed 4 individuals, and aside from the 2 of them, there was another roommate who had not attended school for 2 days due to family matters and had taken leave. No one knew when he would return. Alone in the dorm, Wen Che felt a twinge of boredom and thought of Chu Ziqing. He realized he ought to take the initiative to reach out to her. Since he had decided to be with her, it was essential to honor that sentiment. If he continued to refrain from contacting her, what meaning would their relationship hold? Thus, Wen Che retrieved his phone and sent her a message. What are you doing? To his surprise, he received a reply in less than 10 seconds, startling him with its swiftness. Thinking of you. Wen Che stared at the message on his screen, at a loss for how to respond. How should he continue the conversation? Shall we go for a walk? Sure. I'll head out immediately and wait for you by the boys' dorm. Oh no, don't stand there. Wait for me by the lake instead. At that spot from yesterday. All right. Wen Che arranged to meet Chu Ziqing for a stroll, yet he was reluctant to let her wait directly outside the boys' dormitory. It would be a bustling scene, with people coming and going, and if they saw Chu Ziqing waiting there, a throng would surely gather, eager to uncover the identity of the person she awaited. By the time he returned to the dorm that night, it would likely be teeming with curious onlookers, all clamoring for details. After finalizing their plans, Wen Che tidied himself up, washed his hair, and splashed some water on his face before stepping out. Upon arriving at the lakeside, he spotted Chu Ziqing already waiting there for him, prompting him to hurry over. He began contemplating what he should say. After all, even a casual walk warranted some conversation, didn't it? Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just arrived, she replied with a smile, her eyes curving beautifully as she gazed at him. Deep down, Wen Che knew that Chu Ziqing had likely been there for quite some time, eagerly anticipating his arrival. It felt as though their roles had reversed. Typically, it was the boys who waited for the girls to finish their preparations. He used to wait for Chang Ying for about half an hour, but now, surprisingly, he made Chu Ziqing wait for him. The two began to stroll by the lakeside. Although they did not walk closely together nor hold hands, Chu Ziqing felt a profound sense of joy. For it was Wen Che who had taken the initiative to invite her out, and that alone was enough to satisfy her. After a while, Wen Che inquired, Has Chang Ying said anything to you? Well, she came to see me at noon to ask about you. I didn't disclose anything, but it seems she has met that boy, and there were some rather intimate gestures. After Chu Ziqing finished speaking, she turned to observe Wen Che's reaction, but he merely nodded and replied with indifference. Oh, I see. Chapter 13. Oh, they are both being unfaithful. You have truly moved on. Chu Ziqing Juka. Feeling a sense of relief within, she pondered that if Wen Che could not forget Chang Ying, she would be at a loss for what to do. She did not wish to relinquish the hard-won Wen Che, yet she also did not want to see him unhappy. Perhaps it would come to a love that necessitates letting go otherwise. How could I have agreed to be with you? If I had not already moved on, I would not embark on a new romance, for that would be unfair to you. You are the best. Chu Ziqing couldn't help but link her arm with Wen Che's, leaning against him. This time, however, Wen Che did not react much, allowing her to do so without protest. He felt that he should learn to accept this. Since he had agreed to be with Chu Ziqing, he ought to try to like her. If after some time, he genuinely grew fond of her, they could be happy together. Conversely, if he found it impossible to develop feelings for her, the best course of action would be to part ways, which would be for the good of them both. To say the best is too much. I am rather mediocre, with no distinguishing traits, just ordinary. Chu Ziqing shook her head and softly replied, I like you just as you are, so in my heart, you are the best. Ah, thank you. For your affection? Wen Che awkwardly chuckled, finding it difficult to respond. You are truly adorable. Please don't say that. He lowered his head, feeling a warmth flush across his face. It was quite embarrassing for a grown man to be flustered by a woman's teasing. Nevertheless, he could understand how proactive a girl might become when she harbors feelings for someone. During his time with Cheng Ying, he had sensed that she did not truly like him. He had never experienced such affection in the 7 or 8 months they were together. While they strolled leisurely, a head popped out from behind a large tree, bearing a fierce expression and furrowed brows as it fixated on the two before it. That person was Chu Ziqing. Wen Che, I've caught you in the act of infidelity. As long as I capture this on camera, I can show it to Cheng Ying and see if she will break up with you. It will be perfect to slap you too. While Cheng Ying is heartbroken, I can comfort her, and everything will fall into place. A mischievous grin spread across Chu Ziqing's face as he pulled out his phone and snapped several pictures of the affectionate duo. Off to find Cheng Ying. Off to find Cheng Ying. After taking the photos, Chu Ziqing carefully tucked his phone back into his pocket and hurriedly left the scene. His immediate goal was to find Cheng Ying and inform her of this development. Oh yeah. Chu Ziqing felt this was his most brilliant moment. He was about to sabotage the relationship between Wen Che and Cheng Ying, which ought not to exist. Based on his surveillance of Cheng Ying, he surmised that she was likely strolling along the commercial street outside the school at this hour. Thus, Chu Ziqing ventured outside, determined to trace Cheng Ying's whereabouts. Fortune favored him, and after searching for a mere 10 minutes, he finally spotted her on the street. He observed Cheng Ying emerging from CAF. Just as he was about to rush over and call her, he noticed she was not alone. Hurry up! Cheng Ying shouted toward the CAF. And soon a man's voice responded, Coming. A man stepped out, grasping Cheng Ying's hand. She smiled gently at him, and together they strolled forward, hand in hand. Chu Ziqing stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Cheng Ying was with another man, their intimacy suggesting a romantic bond. Who was this man? Certainly not Wen Che. How could he possibly inform Cheng Ying about Wen Che's infidelity? What could this mean, with both of them seemingly entwined with others, portraying themselves as a couple? There could only be one explanation. Oh, they were both being unfaithful. Utilizing his astute intellect, Chu Ziqing swiftly devised a brilliant alternative to his original plan. First, he opened his phone and captured a photograph of Cheng Ying and the man strolling together. Subsequently, he departed from the scene. He deemed it unnecessary to inform Cheng Ying and Wen Che about each other's betrayals. Instead, he would leverage the evidence in his possession to threaten them. He would confront Wen Che, displaying the photo of him with that woman, coercing him to break up with Cheng Ying, or else he would reveal the picture to her, tarnishing Wen Che's reputation. No, that would be too lenient. It would be far better to make him serve as her footman, treating him to meals and laundering his socks and underwear. Then he would find Cheng Ying. Miss Cheng Ying, surely you wouldn't want your boyfriend to learn of your infidelity, would you? Splendid. My plan is flawless. I am the most cunning of villains. Chu Ziqing skipped back with glee, envisioning the moment his treacherous scheme would come to fruition. Anticipating the sight of Cheng Ying kneeling beside him in submission. That evening, Wen Che had returned to the dormitory, as Chu Ziqing had evening classes. They had spent just over an hour outside, both seemingly adept at managing their time perfectly. At that moment, Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao also returned to the dorm. Bro, You were absolutely right. From now on, if you want to buy anything, just take Chi shirt out with you. You're sure to find it. That item has been out of stock for ages, but today there was just one left. The previous order was canceled. How fortunate. After settling in, Yu Jiashu sat beside Wen Che, patting his shoulder. Chi Shirtao emerged from the bathroom, asking, "Did you go out this afternoon?" I did go out for a walk." Wen Che replied. Wen Che was engrossed in his phone when he heard a question directed at him. He responded briefly, prompting Yu Jialin and Chi Shirtao to exchange glances. Yu Jialin then earnestly proposed, "Brother, you should come out with us in the future. Otherwise, you'll be alone and without a girlfriend now. It will be far more enjoyable to hang out with us." Wen Che lifted his gaze to Yu Jialin, initially inclined to retort that he indeed was not without a girlfriend. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided it best to remain silent. Given Yu Jialin's reaction upon seeing Chu Ziqing earlier, he couldn't fathom how you would react if he revealed that he was now in a relationship with her. Would he bind him up and tickle him to death? Well, that could be amusing. Wen Che nodded in agreement, thinking he had deftly evaded the topic. Suddenly, in a lowered voice, Yu Jialin inquired, "By the way, you mentioned last time that Chu Ziqing has someone she likes. Who is it exactly?" Chapter 14. Do not contemplate romance in solitude? Well, I'm not entirely sure. I heard it from Chang'ying. Wen Che fabricated a lie as effortlessly as one would sip water, intending to deceive. Yu Jiasu seemed not to question Wen Che's words too deeply, and with a sudden realization, he nodded and remarked, "No wonder she rejected my love letter. It turns out she has someone in her heart. TSK, I truly wish to meet that person. What do you intend to do?" To see who is capable of winning Chu Ziqing's affections, whether they possess extraordinary abilities or are adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers. Perhaps he should start a class. I would gladly pay for a membership and attend every lecture. Really? Wen Che gazed at Yu Jiasu with genuine interest, as if he were truly intrigued. Yu Jiasu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "But upon reflection, it is clear that anyone who could capture Chu Ziqing's heart must be extraordinary. How shall I put it? Firstly, they must undoubtedly excel in appearance. How could an average-looking person possibly catch her eye? They must be of the caliber of yin. And secondly, they must possess superior conditions. If not a fortune, at least a monthly allowance in the tens of thousands." Wen Che shook his head, countering, "That's too exaggerated. It's impossible. She is just an ordinary person, not some celestial being. No, in my eyes, she is a fairy, so noble and ethereal. She must have descended from the Moon Palace. She is Chang'e," Yu Jiasu said with utmost seriousness, while Chi Shirtao could not suppress a chuckle from the side, exclaiming, "So, by that logic, you must be the second disciple. No, let us not pursue this any further. Let us divide our belongings. You return to your Gao Laozhuang, and I shall return to my Lia Shaijia." Yu Jiasu shot him a disdainful glance, exclaiming, "Pa, don't speak nonsense." He then turned to Wen Che and said, "Brother Monkey." "No, Brother One, if you find out whom Chu Ziqing favors, you must inform me." "It's me." Wen Che's utterance plunged the dormitory into silence. Yu Jiasu opened his mouth, his gaze frozen, unable to utter a single word for a long while. Meanwhile, Wen Che maintained a calm expression, as if stating an obvious fact. After a moment, Yu Jiasu chuckled and slapped Wen Che on the shoulder, saying, "Stop joking. I'm serious. If you hear any news, do let me know." Wen Che shrugged, realizing that he was not believed even when speaking the truth. All right, but I must ask you, what exactly do you like about Chu Ziqing?" Wen Che was curious about what captivated Yu Jiasu, hoping to perhaps uncover his own preferences. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Yu Jiasu blurted out, "She is beautiful. Brother, to be frank, with looks like hers, even if she were a man, I would accept it. I truly shouldn't have asked you." Wen Che shook his head, then turned to Chi Shirtao and inquired, "And you? What do you like about your girlfriend? What brought you two together?" Chi Shirtao furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before murmuring, "Which aspect? To be honest, I had not considered that." "Not considered? What does that signify?" "It simply means that every aspect is quite commendable. There isn't a particular trait I favor. I believe that once we are together, everything about her appears admirable." "Oh." Wen Che nodded, seemingly inspired by Chi Shirtao's words. As for the reason they became a couple, well, there wasn't any particular reason. It just happened naturally. They found themselves together without any deliberate intention. Indeed, it was during a time when there was no desire for romance that they organically came together, and I find it rather pleasant. I believe one should not seek love in moments of solitude, akin to wandering through a grocery store when not hungry. One may end up acquiring unnecessary items. He makes a valid point. Yu Jiashu, upon hearing this, concurred with Qi Shitao's sentiment and gave a thumbs up. Wen Che understood, gently nodding as he articulated, I see. Initially, at the beginning of the semester, everyone was searching for partners to date, and I found it rather pointless. Yet, I too desired a relationship. So I began sifting through many options, ultimately selecting Chang'ying. However, upon reflection, had I not chosen Chang'ying, I would realize that her presence was not particularly essential. During our time together, joyful memories were scarce, overshadowed by a predominance of painful recollections. At this juncture, Wen Che contemplated his own relationship with Chu Ziqing. This surely could not be considered as having happened naturally. Could it? May I ask, is it not a case of a haphazard and inexplicable union rather than a natural one? Qi Shitao shrugged and replied, I cannot say. That must be fraught with uncertainties. Unclear. Oh, and there's another question. How does one come to like another person? Initially, I did not possess feelings akin to viewing her as a girlfriend. How can I cultivate those affections? I know. Yu Jiashu suddenly raised his hand, eagerly interjecting. As both turned to him, he smiled mysteriously and whispered, Time will foster affection. Wen Che rose abruptly, pulling Yu Jiashu to the door, and with a swift kick, he sent him sprawling outside. Go on, get out, he exclaimed. Hey, I was just joking. Qi Shitao inhaled deeply, entering a contemplative state. After a few moments of silence, he finally responded, I believe that a long-lasting relationship requires sufficient honesty. As long as both parties are genuinely sincere, you will uncover an increasing number of admirable qualities in each other. In my opinion, as long as one remains authentic in a relationship, there is little to fear. He added, I can speak to this matter with authority. Yu Jiashu dusted himself off and returned, adopting a serious demeanor. The girlfriend I had in high school was not honest enough. We constantly quarreled, arguing over trivial matters or resorting to silence. How could the relationship flourish? It wasn't too long before we parted ways. Oh, Wen Che nodded in sudden understanding, realizing that conversing with these two was indeed quite enlightening for his own dilemmas. By the way, why are you so inquisitive? Do you have someone you fancy? Qi Shitao inquired, casting a light-hearted glance at Wen Che. It's rather peculiar how you pose such questions, as if you're currently entangled with someone of that nature. Come on, confess. Yu Jiashu chimed in, stepping in front of Wen Che and pointing at him with a feigned sternness. Didn't I already tell you? It's Chu Ziqing. You're merely brushing me off with that remark. Just then, the dormitory door was abruptly kicked open, drawing the trio's attention. A boy swaggered in, his gait exuding arrogance, and upon seeing him, their expressions soured, revealing unmistakable distaste. The newcomer was none other than Kushwai, who, upon entering, fixed his gaze on Wen Che and declared loudly, I need to talk to you. Chapter 15. Are you afraid she'll discover how disturbing your selfies are? The trio inhaled through their nostrils and were suddenly hit by a foul stench. Looking down, they noticed Kashu, barefoot and clad in slippers, making his entrance. Away with you. Go wash your feet. Those stinky feet have no place in our dorm. Yu Jiashu exclaimed, rising to his feet and mimicking Wen's earlier actions by giving Kashu a swift kick out. To their surprise, Kashu complied and went to wash his feet, returning with them still damp. Ahem, Wenja, I need to speak with you. Come out, Kashu called, beckoning Wenja to step outside for a conversation. Wenja, however, had no time for his antics and shook his head, replying, if you have something to say, do it here. If not, then leave. Hey, fine. You'll regret this. As long as you aren't embarrassed. Kashu retorted, crossing his arms and looking down from his elevated stance. Hurry up and break up with Chang'ying. Then wash my socks and underwear for a month. If you can manage it, toss in an extra 200 yuan. At this proclamation, the dormitory fell into a profound silence, with no one uttering a word. When Zhe and the other two exchanged glances, their mouths agape in bewilderment. Am I indebted to you? When Zhe frowned, his tone irritable. All right, refusing are we? Don't say I didn't warn you. You'll come to regret this. Kushu warned, pulling out his phone and opening the gallery, handing it to Wen Che. What do you think this is? Wen Che, taken aback, accepted the phone and inspected it for several seconds. The other two leaned in to see, their brows furrowing in unison as they beheld the images. Kushu, assuming Wen Che was rendered speechless, remarked, imagine if Chang Ying were to see these photos. How do you think she would react? Then go ahead and show them to her. Wen Che returned the phone nonchalantly. Kushu tilted his head in confusion. Huh? What's going on? You aren't afraid she'll find out? Afraid of what? Afraid she'll discover how repulsive your selfies are? My selfies? Kushu exclaimed, glancing at his own phone and his eyes widening in shock. The images featured his chin prominently, his tongue licking his lips. No, what is this? Kushu swiped through his phone, realizing that all the images were selfies of himself, different locations and angles, yet capturing nothing but his unflattering visage. I completely forgot to switch the camera. He cursed, his face flushing crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Wen Che waved his own phone, declaring, you forgot to flip the camera, but I certainly did not. Everything you just said is recorded. What is this? Campus bullying? Extortion? Should I send it to the instructor for a look? Upon hearing those words, Kushui deflated like a punctured balloon, his legs suddenly weak, and a sheepish smile spread across his face. Bro and Go, I was wrong. I was just joking around. I merely wanted to show you my selfies. Hee. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now. With that, Kushui bolted away. However, due to the dampness of his feet in flip-flops, he slipped and his foot abruptly shot out from the front of the sandal, which instantly clung to his ankle. Yet, undeterred, he continued his frantic escape, without a moment to spare for the troublesome footwear, running off in a flurry. Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao erupted into laughter, gasping for breath as they pounded the table in mirth. Did you really record that? Send it to me. I want to see. Wen Che sing. Why would I waste memory on that? Just fooling around. Qi Shitao, tears of laughter streaming from his eyes, remarked, honestly, I thought he'd show us something worthwhile. But it was all just selfies, haha. Yu Jiashu, doubled over with laughter, added, those photos would definitely earn tags for being bizarre and grotesque on the dark web. While the two continued to chuckle, Wen Che found himself deep in thought. He realized that Kushui's intention in showing him those selfies was unlikely. What had he truly captured? Given that he hadn't done anything wrong, the only possibility for a potential threat would be the time spent with Chu Ziqing. Thus, if he hadn't made a mistake, he must have taken a photo of Wen Che and Chu Ziqing strolling together. Certainly, he intended to show it to Chang Ying. Even if it posed a threat to himself, he would never keep that secret, absolutely sharing it with Chang Ying. But so what if he did? In Wen Che's heart, he had already completely severed ties with Chang Ying, and it posed no threat to him. In fact, he was genuinely curious to see the candid shots that Kushui had taken, hoping they were well captured. If so, he would want them sent to him for keepsake. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He took out his phone and sent a message to Chu Ziqing. Do you know who that guy with Chang Ying is and where he is? He merely wished to scout the situation. Encountering Chang Ying with that man would be even better. Since Chang Ying had repulsed him, he felt compelled to reciprocate. After a while, Chu Ziqing replied, I don't know who he is or his name, but I do know he works at a burger joint off campus. Chang Ying told me. All right, Wen Che responded, putting down his phone and turning to the other two, asking, shall I treat you both to burgers tomorrow afternoon? Yu Jiashu, taken aback, exclaimed, what? You're treating? What is going on? Are you not attending class tomorrow? What a peculiar statement. It seems I am merely requesting your company. Wen Che never anticipated that his impression on them would be such. Has he truly become so miserly? He is merely saving money. Indeed, he exhibits a certain frugality compared to other university students, yet he hardly considers himself stingy. Don't worry about it, my friend. We can go Dutch. Yu Jiashu signaled an okay with his hand. Qi Shitao winked and remarked, I know that place, but it appears to be quite crowded. At times, there are no seats available. Moreover, tomorrow is Friday, and many will be leaving campus in the afternoon, so it will surely be busier. Should we take it a go? Wen Che glanced at Qi Shitao, shrugged, and replied, it's all right. Taking you along will surely ensure we find a seat. Yu Jiashu nodded in agreement, saying indeed, as long as we bring you along, there will undoubtedly be a spot available. This truly is your lucky superpower. I used to be skeptical, but now I wholeheartedly believe it. Is this how it works? Chapter 16. If you like it, I will prepare it for you every day. That evening, Wen Che lay in bed, scrolling through his phone when he suddenly received a message from Chu Ziqing. What are you doing? Playing on my phone, and you? Wen Che replied, feeling as though their relationship resembled anything but that of a couple. Yet, it was true. They had inexplicably come together, and he needed time to come to terms with this affection. I was thinking of you. I knew you would say that. Wow, you guessed correctly. Here, essay kiss, as a reward, moi. With a soft chuckle, Wen Che found himself unable to fathom the expression on Chu Ziqing's face as she conversed with him from the other side of the screen. When she typically wore her stoic demeanor while engaging with others, it was hard to imagine she exhibited an entirely different countenance when it came to him. I have a question. Back in high school, you seemed to smile a lot. What changed? In his memories, Chu Ziqing had indeed been quite cheerful and had many friends. However, he had later heard some unpleasant rumors about her, and by the time they reached university, she had transformed into her current self. During this interval, he couldn't quite grasp what had transpired, sensing that something significant had occurred. I remain the same with you. That is sufficient. All right then. Wen Che found comfort in this notion, as it at least deterred other boys from approaching her, granting him a sense of security. Do you have any plans for the weekend? He recalled that tomorrow was Friday, and he could return home in the afternoon. After dining at that hamburger place, he would head home. I want to go home. Then I shall return home as well. If you don't go home, I will stay here to keep you company. I go home every week, although it's not far. Sound good? All right. I'm off to bed now. I have an early class at 8 tomorrow. Fuck. Good night. Make sure to dream of me, huh? Wen Che smiled, typing a few words. I'll do my best. Good night. After turning off his phone, he realized, rather perplexed, how he had inexplicably started smiling. Was this a hint of flirtation? Was it the sensation of falling in love? Would he gradually come to cherish Chu Ziqing with such feelings? Regardless, he decided to sleep. Closing his eyes, he soon drifted into slumber. Indeed, he dreamt, envisioning his high school days. In the dream, he saw Chu Ziqing as she had been back then, the English class representative, possessing a pleasant disposition and a multitude of friends. It's all right. Chu Ziqing is clearly a kind-hearted person, always smiling, never angry. Wen Che suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that dawn had broken. What kind of dream had he just experienced? Who had uttered those words? Upon awakening, Wen Che found himself shrouded in forgetfulness. He sat up in bed, ruminating for a moment, yet his mind remained a blank slate. Deciding to forego further contemplation, he rose and proceeded to freshen up. Once he had completed his morning routine, he noticed that the two companions had yet to stir. Thus, he called out to them, "Hey, time to rise." Chi Sherdao responded readily, getting up with little persuasion, while Yu Jiashu rolled over several times before stretching out, letting out a loud yawn before finally rising. "Brother, guess who I dreamed about?" Yu Jiashu, still rubbing his eyes and sporting a disheveled hairstyle, turned to Wen Che with curiosity. "Who? Chu Ziqing?" "No, I dream of Cheng. Wen Che shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, "Well, that's impressive. Sounds like a nightmare. In my dream, we went to a bar and ran into her. She was with some guy, and they were all over each other. How shameless. Wen Che could. Oh. If only you could recall that guy's name, or what he looked like, perhaps we could pay him a visit. That would be quite a challenge, but brother, it definitely wasn't you. Thank goodness for that. Let us hope it's not me." After the trio had tidied up, they prepared to head out together. Just before leaving, Wen Che received a message from Chu Ziqing, initially expecting a simple morning greeting. "I'm waiting for you by the flower bed, huh?" Surprised, he pondered the meaning behind her words. Was she planning to accompany him? "I have something to attend to. You two go ahead." Wen Che called back to Chi Shirtao and Yu Jiashu before departing the dormitory alone. The two exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered as to what could possibly be so urgent on such a morning. Upon leaving the dorm, Wen Che made his way to the designated meeting spot with Chu Ziqing. In the distance, he spotted her waiting, as lovely as ever. She appeared to be holding something in her hand. Approaching her, he greeted her casually, "Good morning." "Yes, good morning," Chu Ziqing replied with a smile, nodding. She then handed him the item in her grasp. It became clear that the bag contained food. Wen Che accepted it and, upon inspection, asked in confusion, "A sandwich?" "Yes. I made it myself." "You made it yourself?" Wen Che's eyes widened in surprise. His own sandwich resembled something purchased from a supermarket, astonished that Chu Ziqing had prepared it herself. "Indeed, I know you often skip breakfast, which simply one tea do. I skip it because I don't want to eat, not because I'm too lazy." Wen Che does not forego breakfast due to his inability to rise early. Rather, it is his general disinclination towards food that leads him to eat very little. He typically skips breakfast, consumes a modest meal at noon, and has a slight dinner, which suffices for him. "I suspect you may not enjoy the offerings at school. Hence I have taken it upon myself to prepare a meal for you. Do give it a taste. If you find it to your liking, I shall endeavor to cook for you every day." Chu Ziqing gazed at Wen Che with eager anticipation, eager to witness him savoring her creation. Wen Che found himself unable to decline her offer and unwrapped the packaging, muttering, "Oh no. Cooking for me every day is rather excessive and burdensome, truly unnecessary." He could not fathom Chu Ziqing's intentions. Why would she impose such a chore upon herself? Shouldn't these responsibilities fall to him? Is this what romance entails? He had never before experienced such sentiments. Chu Ziqing smiled gently, declaring, "It's not a bother at all. I am genuinely delighted." Chapter 17. Will you return to the dormitory tonight? Will you stay out? I am quite pleased, yet your kindness leaves me at a loss on how to reciprocate. Chu Ziqing shook her head and replied, "I do not seek repayment. I merely wish for you to remain by my side." Wen Che gazed at the sandwich before him, its bread sculpted into a heart shape. It was his first experience savoring something crafted by his girlfriend. The sensation was quite extraordinary. Had it been prepared by someone else or purchased for him, he would have surely expressed gratitude, accepted it, and soon forgotten about it, discarding it once it's spoiled. His sentiment was not towards individuals, but rather a universal indifference towards all food. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of the sandwich prepared by Chu Ziqing ignited a genuine desire to indulge. Under Chu Ziqing's watchful gaze, Wen Che took a small bite. It's still warm. At that moment, as the flavors danced upon his palate, he found it to be surprisingly delightful, with no faults to be found. It was indeed delicious. "Oh, this is tasty. What kind of sauce did you use?" Wen Che raised his eyebrows, glancing at Chu Ziqing with an air of pleasant surprise. Seeing Wen Che's satisfied expression, Chu Ziqing's heart soared. "I made it myself. Knowing you do not enjoy sweet flavors, I refrained from using mayonnaise and instead concocted a savory sauce. I lightly toasted the bread. It should be all right, yes?" "Impressive. You even toasted it? How did you manage that?" "I have a small electric pot. It works wonders. If you like it, I can prepare something for you every day." "In the dormitory? Wouldn't the smell of oil be a bit overwhelming?" "Well, I prepared it in the dormitory manager's office this morning. I see." Wen Che couldn't help but admire Chu Ziqing. She had risen early to do this for him. In the past, he would never have dared to dream of such a scene. Yet, here it was, a reality brought to life by Chu Ziqing. He understood that the best response at that moment was to finish the sandwich. "I will eat it all, though I tend to eat slowly." "Take your time, savor it, as long as you enjoy it. Would you like me to make your lunch and dinner in the future?" "Oh, no. That truly isn't necessary. That would be far too troublesome. I would feel guilty enjoying such generosity." Wen Che quickly waved his hands in refusal, believing that experiencing such treatment once or twice was sufficient, and there was no need to demand more, especially since he had not done anything for Chu Ziqing in return. He pondered whether he should do something in return. "Next time, I shall cook for you." Wen Che's eyes curved slightly, as if smiling, and he looked at Chu Ziqing and said, "Really? You can cook?" Although Chu Ziqing had made considerable efforts to understand Wen Che, she was not an obsessive stalker and still had many unanswered questions about him. For instance, she had never realized that Wen Che could cook. It's acceptable." Wen Che replied softly, nodding gently. Chu Ziqing couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she said, "Isn't it rather tragic that someone who dislikes eating can cook?" Wen Che responded briefly, then glanced at the time, realizing he was on the verge of being late. He bid farewell to Chu Ziqing and hurriedly left the scene. Observing his retreating figure, A smile crept onto Chu Ziqing's lips, her eyes sparkling with joy. She felt that all her efforts were worthwhile. Upon arriving at the classroom, Yu Jiashu and Qi Shidao had already saved a spot for him. After Wen Che sat down, the two stared at him for a moment, their expressions filled with confusion. "What's up? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" "Yes, you have something at the corner of your mouth," Qi Shidao gestured, mimicking a wiping motion directed at Wen Che's lips. Taken aback, Wen Che quickly took out a tissue to dab at his mouth. Yu Jiashu tilted his head, puzzled, and asked, "Bro, when you said you had something to do this morning, did you mean you're just too hungry and ran off to eat?" Wen Che, feeling somewhat helpless, lowered his head and refrained from responding. After attending classes all morning, they were released for lunch. Those going home for the weekend began to pack their belongings. The three of them decided not to eat lunch as they had plans to visit the hamburger shop outside the school. After resting in their dormitory for a while, they set off. "Bro, are you heading home this afternoon? Have you bought your ticket?" Yu Jiashu inquired, looking at Wen Che. "There are plenty of bus tickets available. We could buy one at the bus station when the time comes. It only takes 2 hours to get home," Wen Che replied, recalling that it seemed neither of his companions would be returning home for the weekend. "You two aren't going home, are you?" "That's right. Our homes are quite far away, so we might as well stay in the dormitory and go out to surf the internet all night," Qi Shidao chimed in. "I'm off to see my girlfriend." "Hey, look at this guy. I'm done for." Yu Jiashu suddenly donned a pained expression, pointing at Qi Shidao, almost as if he wanted to grind his teeth in frustration. "Oh, your girlfriend's school isn't too far from here, right?" "Indeed, it's just 4 subway stops away." Seeing Yu Jiashu's grimace, Qi Shidao couldn't help but laugh. Yu Jiashu seized Qi Shidao's shirt, his eyes wide with urgency as he interrogated. "Are you coming back to the dorm tonight? Will you be staying out?" It depends on the situation." Qi Shidao chuckled mischievously, nearly provoking Yu Jiashu to explode. Subsequently, Yu Jiashu quickly turned to Wen Che, grasping his arm and imploring, "Brother Wen, can I come to your house? It's so dull being alone in the dormitory. I need to help my family with chores over the weekend, so I want to be able to have any fun." "Why do you want to go?" "That sounds good. At least I will have something to do. I can help out. Just provide me with food and shelter. Is that agreeable?" "Really? Truly? I implore you. Otherwise, I will feel like a solitary old man. And Dule won't be returning anytime soon." Yu Jialu earnestly beseeched Wen Che, as he found his solitary stay in the dormitory utterly dreary. Among the 4 of them, one had gone home for the weekend, another was out seeking companionship, and one had yet to return, leaving him all alone. It was a torment he could no longer endure. "All right, then, pack your things and come with me shortly." Wen Che nodded in agreement, having no objections. Since Yu Jialu had expressed it so earnestly, he might as well let him join. "Okay, thank you, Brother Wen. Chapter 18, promise me. Only for restroom breaks afterward, shall we?" The 3 of them ventured outside the school, arriving at the bustling commercial street, a vibrant locale adorned with numerous restaurants, internet cafes, game rooms, billiard halls, and every establishment suitable for university students. Consequently, the foot traffic here was exceedingly high. On weekends, even the internet cafes were fully occupied. "Is it that one?" "The Burger Terminator," Qi Shidao remarked, pointing at the hamburger shop ahead. It was the sole hamburger establishment on the entire street, making it easy to locate. Wen Che nodded and replied affirmatively, then walked alongside them toward the entrance. As they stepped inside, a table had just finished their meal and was preparing to leave. "See, I told you. Bringing Qi Shidao here has its perks. There is bound to be a spot." Yu Jiashu chuckled, patting Qi Shidao on the back. Qi Shidao shook his head in resignation, never anticipating that he would one day be utilized in such a manner. Expending his luck. Upon entering, Wen Che commenced his search for the individual he sought. Having previously perused the boy's work, he recognized him instantly. Soon enough, he spotted a male server clad in uniform and apron, diligently tidying the table they were about to occupy. Despite wearing a mask, Wen Che recognized him at once. "Let us go. We can scan to order," Wen Che urged, tugging at his companions before leading the way. The boy continued to wipe down the table, and when Che took a seat, casting a glance at him, the young man returned the gaze but displayed little reaction, stating, "Just a moment. I'll have it ready shortly." "Thank you," Wen Che replied, stealing a few more glances at him. yet the boy appeared oblivious to his presence. In that instant, Wen Che realized he did not recognize him at all. This meant that the posts about him shared by Chu Ziqing were either set to private or hidden from him. Thus, he remained unaware of Wen Che's appearance. Wen Che couldn't suppress a cold chuckle. He should have anticipated this. How could Chu Ziqing possibly be so forthcoming about himself? While the other two scanned to place their orders, Wen Che focused on the boy. As the server replenished their table with napkins, Wen Che smiled slightly and inquired, "Hey there, you're quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" At this, Yu Jiashu and Qi Shidao suddenly looked up, astonished by his words. The boy was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly smiled, responding, "Yes, I do." "How long have you been together?" About a year or so." "A year?" Wen Che froze. His expression faltering. This was not what he had anticipated. Was this boy lying? He had only been dating Chu Ziqing for 7 or 8 months. Yet this guy claimed over a year? Was he, perhaps, the third party in this equation? Not quite, not quite. Wen Che took a moment to regain his composure before continuing, "It's nothing. You just look familiar, resembling the boyfriend of a friend of mine. I saw our photos before, and you bear a striking resemblance to him." The young man paused momentarily, then shook his head, replying, "Oh, that can't be me. My girlfriend and I are in a long-distance relationship. She lives quite far from here." "Oh." Wen Che's mouth formed a Na shape, his eyebrows raised in surprise, and he hastily added, "I must have mistaken you, my apologies." "No problem." After the young man departed, Wen Che covered his mouth, first letting out a small squeak before he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. He had merely intended to see what the situation was, but unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a delightful revelation. This man had a girlfriend in a long-distance relationship for over a year. Chu Ziqing was the other woman. With a snort, Wen Che could no longer suppress his laughter and even began to slap his thigh. This scene left Yu Jianshu and Qi Shidao across from him utterly bewildered. What was happening with Wen Che? Why was he suddenly chatting with that male server, complimenting his looks and inquiring about his relationship status? Upon learning that the girlfriend was long distance, he erupted into laughter. What was going on? Yu Jianshu's hands trembled slightly as he asked, "Buddy, breaking up is indeed quite painful, but there's no need to be so dramatically affected, right? Promise me that you'll only use the restroom from now on?" Wen Che's laughter abruptly ceased as he looked at Yu Jianshu, his brow furrowed. And then he displayed a half-smile, stating, "Do you know, large trucks are actually quite timid. You can hide by the roadside at night, and when they approach, you can jump out and scare them. It's incredibly amusing." Yu Jianshu rolled his eyes, glancing at Qi Shidao and asking, "Is that fun?" Qi Shidao nodded in agreement, saying, "It's amusing unless it shifts gears and jumps over you. Otherwise, you could embody a speed bump, a once-in-a-lifetime experience not to be missed." "Fine." Yu Jianshu shot them both a glare before returning to his meal order, ignoring their antics. This establishment enjoyed a bustling flow of patrons. As soon as one table vacated, a new one arrived, creating a seamless transition. Before long, the male server approached their table, leaning in to whisper, "Hello, your table is for 6. Could we possibly combine tables? There's a customer over there." Combining tables. Wen Che followed the direction of his finger and noticed a girl standing at the entrance. Familiar? Yu Jianshu and Qi Shidao exchanged glances of surprise, as if they recognized her from somewhere. Wen Che took a glance and suddenly recalled that this girl was the one he had seen in the elevator yesterday, standing beside Chu Ziqing. She seemed to be her roommate. "Ah, sure." Wen Che nodded in agreement, and then turned to the two individuals across from him, remarking, "This girl appears to be Chu Ziqing's roommate. I saw her yesterday." "Roommate? Really? She must have Chu Ziqing's contact information. Quickly, please bring her over." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiashu immediately became exhilarated, eagerly glancing at the girl, urging her to come forth. The boy approached her, exchanged a few words, and then guided her over. When Song Qiui arrived beside Wen Che, she was momentarily taken aback by his visage. "Isn't this Chu Ziqing's boyfriend? Please have a seat. You are Chu Ziqing's roommate, aren't you?" "My roommate knows Chu Ziqing." Yu Jiashu gestured towards Wen Che as he spoke to Song Qiui. Song Qiui managed a shy smile and awkwardly took a seat, pondering to herself that this roommate must have a deeper connection with Chu Ziqing than mere acquaintanceship. She never anticipated encountering Chu Ziqing's boyfriend in this setting. It occurred to her that she might possess Chu Ziqing's contact details, yet they had never exchanged words. Perhaps she could inform Chu Ziqing that she had met her boyfriend here, thus opening a channel for conversation. Subsequently, Song Qiui retrieved her phone, located Chu Ziqing in her contacts, and sent her a message along with her location. I have encountered your boyfriend here. Chapter 19, how about adding each other as friends to communicate? On her way home, Chu Ziqing received a message. She took out her phone and saw it was from Song Qiui. After reading the message, Chu Ziqing paused for a moment, recalling that Wen Che had inquired about that boy last night, and it was surprising to see him today. Subsequently, Chu Ziqing replied to Song Qiui, "All right, if you see him in a conflict with others, please lend him a hand, and I will repay you." "Thank you." "Huh?" Song Qiui was taken aback as she read the message on her phone, thinking she must have misread it. In a conflict with others? Why? Isn't he just going out for a hamburger? How could he possibly get into a fight? Can one really get that worked up over a hamburger? After ordering their meals, they began to chat. Song Qiui sat aside, engrossed in her phone. Soon, their orders arrived. Chi Shirtao and Yu Jiashu had ordered a substantial meal, complete with hamburgers, fries, cola, and fried chicken, while Wen Che had only a single hamburger, as he couldn't eat more. However, what surprised the trio was that Song Qiui had also ordered only one hamburger. Yu Jiashu had thought she would eat more since she didn't seem particularly slender and would likely indulge a bit. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "Is that all you're having?" Song Qiui nodded politely and smiled, responding softly, "Yes. I'm on a diet. Their hamburgers are homemade, and as a treat once a week, it's quite satisfactory, mainly because it's convenient." "Oh, impressive." Yu Jiashu suddenly pulled out his phone and placed it in front of Song Qiui, saying, "I have some expertise in dieting. How about we add each other as friends to discuss?" "Huh?" Song Qiui was genuinely stunned. It was her first time someone was asking for her contact information. "You have a diet research?" Chi Shirtao tilted his head, looking at Yu Jiashu in confusion. "Seriously, I'm not lying. I weighed 190 pounds in the third year of middle school, and my face looked like a loaf of bread. Now I'm 160. What's wrong with that?" "So, you've lost weight. What are you still dieting for?" "I've meticulously studied dietary plans, and I've been diligently eating low-fat meals. I've also exercised." Yu Jiashu insisted. Wen Che remained silent, unsure of Yu Jiashu's intentions, whether he genuinely wished to discuss dieting or was merely seeking Chu Ziqing's contact information. Song Qiui did not refuse. Hesitantly, she took out her phone and softly said, "All right." After all, it was her first time being asked for contact details, and she had no intention of declining. After a while, Song Qiui finished her meal first, tidied her belongings, and stood up to say, "I'll be leaving now. Bye-bye." "Yes, bye-bye." The three bid her farewell as she departed. After her exit, Wen Che remarked to Yu Jiashu, "You're not trying to get Chu Ziqing's contact information by adding her, are you? That would invite trouble." Yu Jiashu pursed his lips and remarked, "I don't want to. Really, I find her personality quite pleasant. It's merely a matter of making a friend." "I hope that is indeed your true sentiment." After the trio finished their meal, they departed from the establishment. Wen Che was preparing to return to his dormitory to gather his belongings. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had yet to inform Chu Ziqing. Had he returned home, Wen Che sent a message and promptly received a reply. Yes. I'm almost home." "All right. I'm preparing to head home as well." "Okay, are you all right?" Noticing Chu Ziqing's inquiry, Wen Che surmised that the girl must have informed her about their recent visit to the hamburger joint. "I'm fine. Just want to have a look. Guess what? That guy has a girlfriend, and it's a long-distance relationship. Cheng Ying is a 2-1. "What? That's quite explosive. It seems like there will inevitably be quite a spectacle." Wen Che continued chatting with Chu Ziqing. After tidying up his belongings in the dormitory, he prepared to leave, and Yu Jiashu, having gathered his own things, decided to accompany him. After all, remaining alone in the dormitory was rather dull. Once they exited the school, they headed to the bus station, where they purchased tickets. After a brief wait of several minutes, they successfully boarded the coach. "Bro, what tasks will you assist your family with upon returning home?" Yu Jiashu suddenly remembered to ask this question. He had assumed Wen Che would be returning to help with farm work, perhaps feeding chickens or ducks, or even tending to crops. Wen Che, while engrossed in his phone, replied, My family runs a restaurant, so I'll be helping out there. Oh, your family owns a restaurant? Is that for real? Yes, it's been over a decade. Then, if your family has such a restaurant with an abundance of delicious food, why are you still so disinclined to eat? And why are you so thin? Wen Che lifted his gaze to glance at him, but chose not to respond further. After a 2-hour bus journey, Wen Che and Yu Jiashu disembarked, followed by a few stops on the bus before alighting. By now, it was well past 5 in the afternoon. Yu Jiashu trailed behind Wen Che for 5 minutes until Wen Che pointed ahead and declared, "That is my family's restaurant." Yu Jiashu looked ahead and discovered a large restaurant. Its sign significantly larger than that of the neighboring establishment, adorned with the name Yunxiang Restaurant. Wow, it's quite grand. Well, it is an established place, after all. As they approached, it became evident that the restaurant was bustling with patrons, completely filled to capacity. A young waitress stood at the entrance, attending to guests. Yu Jiashu's eyes brightened, and he inquired, "Hey, that waitress is quite attractive. How old is she? I don't know her. She must have been hired recently." Wen Che shook his head and walked straight inside. Upon seeing Wen Che and Yu Jiashu enter, the young woman smiled and said, "Hello, welcome. How many in your party? I'm not a customer." Wen Che waved his hand and stepped inside. Not a guest. The girl stood still, blinking, then watched as Wen Che approached their boss. The boss, a man in his 40s, exuded an air of authority, standing beside the bar, smoking a cigarette, while observing the cashier fidgeting with something. "Father, I have returned," Wen Che called out as he walked over. The man lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Wen Che, furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Why are you back so late? Quickly, take your things upstairs, then hurry to the kitchen. It's almost mealtime, and several tables are inquiring if you've returned. If you haven't, they won't place their orders." "Oh." Wen Che nodded, then pulled Yu Jialu beside him, saying, "Dad, my roommate has returned with me." Yu Jialu, sensing the stern demeanor of Wen Che's father, greeted him timidly, "Hello, uncle. Chapter 20 from Monday to Friday. Our second chef must attend school." Wen Che's father, Wen Jianhua, glanced at Yu Jiashu and then smiled. "Ah, hello." This took Yu Jiashu by surprise. He did not expect a smile in return, assuming a mere nod was the best he could hope for. "All right, follow me." After the brief greeting, Wen Che led Yu Jiashu away, ascending the stairs. The second floor housed small compartments, separated by curtains, while the third floor featured private rooms, seemingly occupied by guests. The topmost fourth floor resembled a residence, complete with a living room, furniture, and a bedroom. Wen Che opened the door to the bedroom, revealing a bed, a table, and chairs. "You live here?" Yu Jiashu inquired as he stepped inside, surprised to discover that Wen Che resided in this place. Wen Che nodded, responding, "Yes, I prefer not to stay at home, so my father had this place renovated for me. I live here when I'm not at home, and at night I can help lock up and turn off the lights." Yu Jiashu was prepared, having changed into a sports outfit that he didn't mind getting dirty. "Okay, what do you need me to do? Order food or serve it? You don't need to help in the front. Just assist me in the kitchen. I will direct you," Wen Che said while organizing his belongings. "Oh, you work in the kitchen? What do you do?" Wen Che suddenly picked up a white garment, shook it out, and donned it. The back of the white outfit bore the character for chef. He then tied an apron around his waist and gathered his long hair into a bun. "I'm a second chef." "Huh." Yu Jiashu's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. You cook?" "Yes, my father taught me to cook from a young age. Whenever I have the time, I help out in the kitchen." "But, can you even lift a pot?" Yu Jiashu looked at Wen Che's slender frame, finding it hard to believe, as he had always pictured chefs as being rather portly. Lifting a pot is manageable. Wen Che flashed a mischievous smile and playfully pinched Yu Jiashu's arm. "Ouch! What the?" "Your grip is quite strong. I didn't see that coming." Yu Jiashu flinched, surprised by the pinch's intensity, rubbing his arm in response. "Then, you can cook for yourself, but don't enjoy eating?" Wen Che fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he replied, "I spent a lot of time in the kitchen as a child. The smoke and grease made me lose my appetite, and gradually, I just stopped enjoying food." "Oh, I see. That explains it." At that moment, a loud shout echoed from downstairs. "Wen Che, hurry up. The guests are waiting." "I'm coming." Wen Che replied with a sound, then descended the stairs with Yu Jiasu. Upon reaching the private room on the third floor, a guest emerged just as they arrived. Spotting Wen Che, the guest immediately approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Hey, Wen Che, you're back. I've been waiting for you. They wanted to order, but I held off, saying we should wait for the second chef to return from school. His cooking is delightful." "Ah, thank you. We can order now. I'll start cooking right away." "All right. As usual, the ribs should be tender and fall off the bone." "Understood." Yu Jiasu, observing this interaction, clicked his tongue in admiration, remarking, "You seem quite popular. Is your cooking truly that exceptional? Will I get a chance to taste it later?" "Absolutely. Helping out in the kitchen guarantees a share of the food." Soon after, Wen Che and Yu Jiasu made their way to the bustling kitchen downstairs. Upon entering, Yu Jiasu was immediately enveloped by a wave of heat. The kitchen felt akin to a sauna. The clattering of pots and the hum of the exhaust fan created a cacophony, while Chef busily stirred a pot. His clothes soaked with sweat, his bald head glistening. Others were equally occupied, scurrying about in their respective tasks. Wen Che rolled up his sleeves and approached an empty stove. The head chef, catching sight of Wen Che, shouted, "Wow, Wen Che, you're finally back. I'm exhausted. We've had so many guests this Friday coming for you." "Ah, I had some matters to attend to this afternoon, which delayed my return. Just pass me the new orders. I'll take care of it." Wen Che's voice was equally loud, necessary to be heard over the din. He then began to cook, while Yu Jiasu watched intently, pulling out his phone to record a video to send to Chi Shirtao. He never anticipated that Wen Che would indeed be a competent chef. With deft movements, Wen Che ignited the flame, added oil, introduced the ingredients, and seasoned the dish. Utilizing the stove as his pivot, he skillfully flipped and tossed the ingredients, producing a plate of food in under 3 minutes. As he turned with the pan, he called out to Yu Jiasu, "Grab a plate. Get a round one from below." "Oh, okay." Yu Jiasu hurriedly stowed his phone and fetched the plate, placing it on the countertop. Wen Che plated the dish and continued, "Take it to the front for service. Then come back and bring me 3 eggs. Use that small iron bowl over there." "Oh, all right." "Wait, which bowl?" "Get lost. The small bowl is over there." Wen Che, exasperated, nearly struck him with the spatula, prompting Yu Jiasu to swiftly retreat with the dish. In this manner, Yu Jiasu witnessed the extraordinary prowess of Wen Che in the kitchen. Since he had never worked in such an environment, he required Wen Che's guidance for everything. Wen Che, already busy and sweating profusely in the stifling heat, exhibited a bit of irritation, raising his voice during their exchanges. However, the most hectic phase lasted merely a little over an hour. Gradually, the number of orders diminished, and the peak of busyness had passed. Wen Che was able to take a brief respite. He retrieved 2 bottles of cold beverages from the front cooler and handed one to Yu Jialu, who was drenched in sweat from the laborious tasks he had been undertaking. He was engaged in various chores, scurrying about, while being mindful not to make any blunders. If he were to drop a dish, Wen Che would undoubtedly reprimand him. Meanwhile, the newly hired waitress was tidying a table when a customer at a nearby table suddenly inquired, "Excuse me, waiter, why does your restaurant seem to taste even better on weekends?" This question caught her off guard, as it was only her 3rd day on the job, and she had no idea of the reason. Fortunately, Wen Jianhua was nearby and, upon hearing the question, chuckled and responded, "Haha, our second chef has to attend school from Monday to Friday." Chapter 21. I'm truly taking a bath. Would you like to see? As evening approached, around 8 o'clock, the staff meal commenced at the establishment. The evening repast was once again prepared by Wen Che. The kitchen staff indulged in their meal in the back, while the front-of-house servers congregated together. Yu Jiasu, carrying a bowl, ventured to the front, drawn by the presence of youthful colleagues, as the kitchen was predominantly occupied by older gentlemen and ladies. After serving himself, Yu Jiasu noticed Wen Che squatting at the entrance, engrossed in his phone. He called out, "Brother Wen, aren't you joining for dinner?" Wen Che waved his hand dismissively, indicating his disinterest in dining. Yu Jiasu gazed at Wen Che's retreating figure for a moment, before approaching and squatting beside him, whispering, "How about we grab some food and perhaps a drink later? Just the 2 of us?" Wen Che turned to cast a glance at Yu Jiasu and replied, "What's the matter? Do you still think I'm wallowing in the sorrow of our breakup?" Not at all. I simply wish to enjoy a drink with you. Is that so wrong? With a smirk, Wen Che nodded in acquiescence. Sure, that sounds splendid. No need to buy anything. We have plenty of alcohol here. Once they finish their shifts, I can whip up some dishes. Just make sure to eat lightly. I wouldn't want you to be too full later. Not a problem. I'll just have a little less rice. Yu Jiashu chuckled before returning to his meal. Wen Che retrieved his phone and opened his messaging app, realizing he hadn't communicated with Chu Ziqing for several hours. Messages from her filled the screen. I'm home. And are you busy? I miss you. He had been preoccupied in the kitchen upon his return, neglecting his phone, but now he finally had a moment to respond. Sorry for the late reply. I was busy working at home. What are you up to? Have you had dinner? Wen Che sent the message, and after about 5 minutes, he received a reply from Chu Ziqing. All good. I've already eaten. I'm taking a bath. Wen Che's eyes widened in surprise as he responded. How can you reply while bathing? Of course I can. I'm truly in the bath. Would you like to see? With a mischievous smile, Wen Che opened his mouth in a daze, his mind racing as a fleeting image surfaced. The alluring, curvaceous figure of Chu Ziqing, partially veiled in the mist of the bathroom, emerged in his thoughts. No, I don't need that. Wen Che lifted his gaze towards the moon, lost in contemplation, as if pondering a profound question. His refusal stemmed from the feeling that things were progressing too quickly, although he and Chu Ziqing were a couple. He yearned for a gradual intimacy, a desire to savor their moments together without haste. All right, I shall show you next time. Chu Ziqing appeared undeterred, her words betraying a sense of joy. Wen Che continued to gaze at the moon for a considerable while before finally murmuring, I must remain true to myself. He recalled Chu Ziqing's encouragement to embrace his authentic self, which endeared him to her. Yet, he found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion. Was this the emptiness born from exhaustion? Around 9:30 in the evening, as the workday concluded and patrons began to disperse, Wen Che approached the bar where his father, Wen Jianhua, sat, engrossed in accounting while smoking. Leaning his arm on the counter, Wen Che awaited silently. Soon his father glanced up, extracting 3 bills from a stack and handing them to him. Here, this should cover your day's wage. Content, Wen Che accepted the 300 yuan, responding otherwise. Why would I go through the trouble of coming back each week? I could be enjoying myself at school. All right. If it weren't for the throngs of customers coming for you, little money grubber, just like your old man, I'd be leaving now. Don't forget to turn off everything that needs to be turned off. With that, Wen Jianhua stood and exited the restaurant, leaving only Wen Che and Yu Jiashu behind. Yu Jiashu, having witnessed the exchange, asked in astonishment, You actually get paid for working? Of course, otherwise, why endure all this effort? Wen Che replied, handing Yu Jiashu a 50 yuan note. Yu Jiashu, taken aback, couldn't believe he was included. Isn't this just like working a part-time job on the weekend? And I only worked for about 4 hours. Wasn't that tiring? 50 yuan is decent enough. Afterward, Wen Che removed his work attire and proceeded to wash it. While doing so, he informed Yu Jiashu, let's head to the bathhouse next door for a shower before returning for drinks. Sounds good. Yu Jiashu nodded, aware that their accommodations did not permit bathing, thus necessitating a trip to the neighboring bathhouse in the evening. Once Wen Che finished washing his clothes and hung them to dry, he and Yu Jiashu set out together for their bath. The adjacent bathhouse remains quite pleasant, and at this hour is not overly crowded. The two of them collected their hand cards and entered the male bathing area. So, you will be working like this for the next 2 days, will you? It must be exhausting, but I suppose you can earn a decent amount, right? As Yu Jiashu disrobed, he engaged in conversation with Wen Che. He noticed that after several hours of cooking, Wen Che had earned 300 yuan. Over the entire weekend, he could likely make a substantial sum, especially considering the steady stream of customers at the establishment. During peak times, there were even 2 or 3 tables waiting for seats, and many patrons specifically inquired if Wen Che had returned. Moreover, as this is a family-owned business, Wen Che should be able to pocket quite a bit, perhaps over 1,000 yuan, depending on the situation. More profit would yield a higher payout, and less would mean a smaller one. Wow, so you can earn over 1,000 in a week? That means you could make over 4,000 in a month. Balancing university while earning such an impressive income is remarkable. I'm definitely going to stick with you. Wen Che cast him a sidelong glance and replied, What are you thinking? My fixed monthly allowance is only 2,000 yuan. I do not spend a penny more and save the rest. At this point, Yu Jiashu could not help but inquire further. I've always wanted to ask. I've sensed that you seem quite affluent, yet it is not apparent. You appear to have a penchant for wealth, but I cannot discern where all the money goes. What do you intend to do with all that savings? Wen Che shrugged lightly and responded nonchalantly to realize my dreams. Dreams? Chapter 22, do not let your slender frame deceive you. You are indeed quite the man. What aspirations do you harbor? To become a boss, perhaps a president? Wen Che shook his head and replied, no. My ambition is to save 2 million and then live a life of leisure. What? His words left Yu Jiashu momentarily incredulous as he stood there, taken aback. Your dream is rather down to earth, he remarked. I expected you to have grander aspirations. Wen Che cast him a sidelong glance, saying, no, this is my dream. To save 2 million, live off the interest, and comfortably spend my days in a small county. Why? When did you develop this plan? Yu Jiashu inquired with growing interest. Today, he learned that Wen Che's desire for wealth stemmed from a yearning for early retirement. This, indeed, was a commendable dream. Not everyone harbored lofty ambitions of nation-building or exploring new frontiers. Many simply wished for a stable life, free from financial worries. Wen Che began to reminisce and spoke slowly. When I was young, my parents divorced and no one cared for me. I had little desire to attend school, so I sought out my father and asked him to teach me how to cook. I expressed my wish to discontinue my education. He agreed, as it would save him a considerable sum of money. I was in the second year of middle school and took a year off to learn cooking in a restaurant. Initially, I was an apprentice, tasked with every menial chore. It wasn't until a year later that I was allowed to cook. I had thought that leaving school would bring me happiness, but that year disabused me of the notion that I could live my life as a chef. The relentless workload left no room for genuine rest. Breaks were squeezed in whenever possible, and the monotonous routine was exhausting. Every night, after a long day, not a single article of clothing on me was dry. I was drenched in sweat, my arms too fatigued to lift. The constant scent of cooking oil made me lose my appetite. Even the fragrance of food became nauseating. I lost over 20 pounds. I also had to cater to difficult customers. Once, a patron found a hair in his dish and stormed into the kitchen to confront us. When he discovered I was the culprit, a mere child, he became furious, shouting for a refund and threatening to report us for employing child labor. In a fit of anger, I flung the dish back at him. My father ended up compensating him and insisted I return to school. In truth, I had no desire to continue working. At that moment, I resolved never to work again, to avoid the drudgery of employment, and to live life free from the judgment of others. I vowed to save enough money to retire early. Yu Jiashu listened quietly, and upon hearing Wen Che's story, he understood the motivations behind his mindset. He admired Wen Che's resilience, recognizing that not everyone could endure such trials. The effort invested now was a means to achieve a future of rest, and there was nothing inherently wrong with that. So, how much have you saved so far? Approximately 50 to 60,000. After I became an adult, I occasionally worked in restaurants during my free time, managing to save a bit. Yu Jiashu gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, that's impressive. Balancing school and earning money, I admire you, Wench. You will be my idol from now on. Wen Che glanced at him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, if one day I truly realize my dreams, I shall never allow my feet to stand upon that greasy floor again. All right, let's drink a bit more later, and I'll share some stories from my past. As Yu Jiashu spoke, he noticed Wen Che had shed his final garment. He was momentarily stunned, his expression turning a shade of pale gray, eyes wide with disbelief. Oh my! Wen Che turned his head, regarding him with curiosity. What's wrong? And nothing, brother. Despite your slender frame, you truly are quite manly. What nonsense are you spouting now? I mean serious nonsense. The two quickly washed up and returned to the restaurant, where Wen Che prepared a couple of simple dishes and retrieved a few bottles of wine from the freezer. With a small light glowing on the first floor, they settled beneath its warm glow, engaging in conversation while sipping their drinks. As time ticked away, after more than an hour, Wen Che noticed Yu Jiashu occasionally picking up his phone to chat with someone else. Who are you chatting with? Ah, just a girl I added today. Her name is Song Chioi. Wen Che recalled meeting that girl earlier, the roommate of Chu Ziqing. What are you two discussing? Are you really talking about weight loss? Just some casual conversation, asking what she's up to, just chatting for fun. Yu Jiashu's face had turned a shade of red. His tolerance for alcohol was not great, and he consumed as much as Wen Che. Wen Che recognized that Yu Jiashu was slightly tipsy, likely allowing his thoughts to drift toward women, hence the conversation with Song Xiui. Wen Che also took out his phone, wanting to check in on what Chu Ziqing was doing. What are you up to? Are you asleep? Not yet. I'm thinking of you. Aren't you drinking? Be sure to drink less. No worries. I'll go straight to bed after finishing. Wen Che felt an unusual sensation while chatting with Chu Ziqing after drinking. He realized he truly missed her. In fact, he was somewhat eager for Monday to arrive, just to see her again. Moreover, he found himself longing for the food she prepared. That sandwich he had eaten in the morning was indeed delicious. It had been years since he had tasted something he could genuinely call delicious. What was the reason for this? After all, it was merely an ordinary sandwich. By the way, do you like eating fruits? If oui, they're fine. Why do you ask? What do you like to eat? Probably apples. Sometimes I even have apples for meals. Just one is enough to fill me up. After Wen Che finished his reply, there was suddenly no news from Chu Ziqing. Wen Che assumed she had fallen asleep and paid it no mind, continuing his conversation with Yu Jiashu. Approximately 10 minutes later, his phone chimed, signaling the arrival of a message. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to discover a picture sent by Chu Ziqing. At that moment, his heart quivered uncontrollably, and his eyes widened in astonishment, his brows arching in surprise. The photograph seemed to feature Chu Ziqing, though her face was obscured. Instead, it showcased her flawless figure. She donned a snow-white camisole, its delicate fabric appearing to meld seamlessly with her skin, subtly accentuating her slender waist and alluring curves. The straps of the camisole rested lightly on her rounded shoulders, exuding an effortless sensuality. Below, her porcelain-like legs resembled exquisite sculptures, bent gracefully as she knelt on the soft bed. The lines of her legs were elongated and elegant, the skin smooth as silk, devoid of any blemish, akin to the lustrous quality of white jade. However, the focal point was above her captivating assets, where she playfully balanced a freshly washed apple, glistening with droplets of water. Chapter 23. Where's the restaurant? Can I go eat? Hiss. Wen Che glanced at the message and felt a sudden rush of warmth throughout his body, his blood pulsing with excitement. This. After Wen Che replied, Chu Ziqing promptly retracted the photo and sent a blushing, shy emoji in response. At that moment, Wen Che was still trying to compose himself. Had he just been enticed? Yet, he had to admit, this temptation was quite effective. It nearly made his soul escape his body. What are you staring at so intently? Yu Jiashu leaned in to sneak a peek, prompting Wen Che to quickly cover his phone. TSK, could you at least show some respect for others' privacy? What are you afraid of? As if there could be anyone else's nude photos in there? Get lost. Wen Che continued chatting with Chu Ziqing, never anticipating that her inquiry about his favorite fruit held such a meaning. You really have apples? Of course, my family runs a fruit shop, so we have everything you like. Then what vegetables do you enjoy? Wen Che pondered, thinking he ought to do something nice for Chu Ziqing. His specialty was cooking, after all. He made a mental note of her preferences, so that when the opportunity arose, he could impress her with his culinary skills. You, because you're my type, haha. Stop joking. Sweat, I'm fine, really. I don't have any particular favorite dishes. Oh, right, I dislike carrots. I see. Wen Che secretly noted this down. Although he was unaware of her culinary preferences, at least he now knew what she did not like, helping him avoid any culinary faux pas. When you go to sleep? Wen Che inquired, noting that it was already midnight. Chu Ziqing's response tightened his heart once more. I'll sleep when you do. I'm waiting for you to say goodnight. I'll be quick. Wen Che closed his phone and began urging Yu Jiashu to drink faster, hastening their pace. Yu Jiashu was of the same mind, and soon, they finished the bottle they had been drinking. They then proceeded to tidy up, taking the plates to the kitchen to be washed, placing the empty bottles neatly, and wiping the table clean before preparing to head upstairs to sleep. Wen Che's bed could only accommodate one person, so Yu Jiashu settled on the living room sofa. Wen Che fetched him a blanket, and with no extra pillow available, he folded another blanket to serve as a makeshift pillow. Is this all right? If not, you can take the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa. Wen Che observed Yu Jiashu lying down contentedly and asked. Yu Jiashu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, no need. I'm perfectly fine here. It's not cold at all." All right then. After Wen Che settled Yu Jianshu, he entered the room and lay down on the bed, intending to bid farewell to Chu Ziqing before drifting off to sleep. However, at that moment, a message unexpectedly popped up. "What are you doing?" To his astonishment, the message was from Cheng Ying. It was nearly 1 in the morning, and she chose this hour to reach out to him. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Che decided to ignore it. Surely, it was nothing of any significance. Yet, 5 minutes later, Cheng Ying sent another message. "I miss you." A chuckle escaped Wen Che as he read her words. He could hardly contain his amusement. A message like this on a Friday night, close to the witching hour. What could it possibly indicate? Perhaps a sense of guilt had blossomed within her after their recent encounter. It was rather comical. Still, he refrained from responding and instead engaged in a conversation with Chu Ziqing. After bidding goodnight, he silenced his phone, preparing for slumber. He had no desire to reply to Cheng Ying. He perceived her as akin to a piece of chewed gum, unpleasantly clingy. And if one were to inadvertently come into contact with her, it would be disgustingly bothersome. Wen Che understood that if he responded, it would lead to an interminable exchange. She would express remorse, shower him with flattering words, yearning to reclaim his affections. Yet in truth, it was merely a test, a measure of whether he could still be manipulated by her whims. Should he fail to meet her expectations, she would transform, unleashing a torrent of accusations upon him. In her perspective, there was nothing commendable about him, while his faults would be magnified. It was exceedingly difficult to coax someone like her into submission, to have her utter kind words or concede any semblance of dignity. Wen Che had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Before long, he succumbed to sleep. The next morning, upon checking his phone, he discovered several unread messages, predominantly from Cheng Ying, along with missed voice calls. After he had chosen to disregard her, she had attempted to reach him multiple times. Thankfully, he had silenced his phone the previous night. Heaving a sigh of relief, Wen Che rose from bed and stepped out of his room, finding Yu Jianshu still asleep. He chose not to disturb him. After all, it was the weekend, and he was merely visiting. Let him awaken naturally, he thought, while he himself could not linger in slumber any longer. He needed to head downstairs and commence his work, all in pursuit of earning that much-needed income. Once Wen Che descended the stairs, Yu Jiashu discreetly opened his eyes. In truth, he had been awake all along, merely pretending to be asleep, for he genuinely wished to enjoy a moment of respite, reluctant to commence work so early. Had he known that his time at Wen Che's place would entail such arduous labor, he would have preferred to remain in his dormitory. He now held Wen Che in high esteem, truly remarkable, incomparable to the typical university student. After a week of classes, he had finally anticipated a restful weekend, only to be met with even more exhausting tasks. Yet, remarkably, Wen Che expressed no grievances whatsoever. If he were to endure such a regimen for a month, he would undoubtedly be grumbling incessantly, his countenance devoid of any radiance. As Wen Che opened the restaurant's grand entrance and prepared for his duties, he donned his work attire. At that moment, he received a message from Chu Ziqing. "Good morning, my most favorite person." Wen Che chuckled softly and replied, "Morning, why are you up so early? Aren't you indulging a lion?" "Not at all. You woke up quite early too. Why didn't you sleep a bit longer?" Wen Che sent her a picture of himself in his work uniform, stating, "I rose early to assist my family. We run a restaurant, I assure you. I can indeed cook." "Wow, that's impressive. Where's the restaurant? Can I come dine there?" Chapter 24. I always seem to encounter her. This must be fate. Wen Che was momentarily perplexed. Should he reveal the address of his family's restaurant to Chu Ziqing? If he did, what if she actually came? He would be busy and unable to attend to her. Moreover, if his father happened to see her, who knows what might transpire? Yet, if he chose not to inform her, it might come across as petty, especially if her intentions were merely to show support. After contemplation, Wen Che resolved to share the information. "My family's restaurant is in Anqing City. I shall send you the location." After a few minutes, he received a message from Chu Ziqing. "Wow, it's only a little over 20 kilometers away from me. Quite close indeed." Indeed. We attended high school together, so our homes likely aren't far apart. Then, would it be convenient for me to dine there today? Wen Che pondered for a moment while gazing at his phone. Surely, there shouldn't be any inconvenience? Although Yu Jiashu was also present, it was uncertain whether that fellow would even rise from bed today. And even if he did see her, what of it? Dining together was quite normal, after all. Sure, I'll treat you. Ha! No need to go that far. I'll be going with my family. Otherwise, it would feel rather odd to go alone. That's fine. I can just add a few dishes when the time comes. At that moment, employees began arriving for their shifts, and customers also started to trickle in as the restaurant served noodles in the morning, attracting many patrons. Wen Che began to busy himself, preparing ingredients for the evening's fare. Wen Che, Wen Jianhua called out from the serving area. Upon hearing, Wen Che walked over. Wen Jianhua handed him a piece of paper. This is the menu for a large private room reserved at 6 o'clock. It must be perfect. It's for the leaders of our local industrial and commercial bureau. Understood? Wait, if it's that crucial, why not have Brother Wang handle it? Why assign it to me, a second chef? This is an opportunity for you. You must execute it well. If the dishes turn out splendidly, I'll reward you with 1,000 yuan. Without further ado, Wen Che accepted the menu, glanced at it, nodded, and returned to his tasks. On this particular day, Wen Che was preoccupied in the kitchen, barely managing to eat a morsel during mealtime. Yu Jiasu, feeling hungry, descended from upstairs, had a quick meal, and then approached the kitchen to offer his assistance. However, Wen Che declined, suggesting that he either remain upstairs or venture out for some leisure. Unable to stay idle, Yu Jiasu decided to step outside for a stroll or perhaps to indulge in some gaming at an internet CAF. He noticed Wen Che engrossed in preparing something sophisticated, feeling rather ineffectual in offering help. Wen Che had dedicated an entire day to the meticulous preparation of dishes from the menu, including freshly simmered chicken soup and beef that had been slow-cooked for several hours. Despite the exhaustive day without a moment's respite, the thought of a potential reward of 1,000 yuan invigorated him. As evening approached, around 5 o'clock, the dinner rush began, with several tables of guests arriving simultaneously, leading to a pile-up of orders in the kitchen. Wen Che was inundated with the task of cooking, leaving him quite flustered, to the extent that he hadn't even glanced at his phone the entire day. At the entrance, 2 young ladies appeared, one of whom was Chu Ziqing. She wore a light blue dress that fluttered gently with the breeze, complemented by a pair of white sandals adorned with delicate ankle straps, exuding elegance. The other young woman, who bore a resemblance to Chu Ziqing, appeared slightly older. "Good evening. How may I assist you?" the server inquired. "We are just the 2 of us," they replied. "Very well, please follow me." The server led them inside, her gaze occasionally lingering on Chu Ziqing, silently marveling at her beauty. They settled at a small table on the first floor, conveniently near the entrance. Once seated, Chu Ziqing began to scan the room, seemingly searching for someone. "Qingqing, this place is quite far. You brought me here thinking it was some trendy restaurant, yet it doesn't seem like one," her sister remarked. "Trust me, this place is definitely delicious," Chu Ziqing assured her, nodding earnestly. "All right, shall we order?" her sister inquired, glancing at the menu. However, Chu Ziqing's thoughts were entirely consumed with finding Wen Che. If she had come to the wrong place, dining here would be utterly meaningless. Before long, she caught sight of a familiar figure bustling about in the kitchen through the service window, diligently cooking. Wow! Chu Ziqing's eyes sparkled. Though she could only watch Wen Che from a distance, she felt a profound sense of contentment. For reasons unknown, every time Wen Che turned to reveal his profile, she would think to herself, how handsome he is. "Qingqing, it's time to order." As the 2 were perusing the menu, Yu Jiashu entered the establishment, fully aware that this was the peak of the busy hours and that he ought to lend a helping hand. It was unreasonable to allow Wen Che to bear the burden alone. Upon entering, he glanced at Chu Ziqing and her party as he passed by, initially failing to register the sight before his eyes widened in disbelief upon a second glance. Yu Jiashu stood frozen beside Chu Ziqing, his gaze fixed upon her, his expression one of sheer astonishment. In response, Chu Ziqing and her sister raised their heads in confusion, noticing Yu Jiashu standing nearby. In an instant, he sprang into action, darting toward the kitchen with remarkable speed. "Ah, Brother Wen, she has appeared again." Incredible. I can't believe I keep running into her. This must be fate. There is simply no other explanation. How remarkable. Yu Jiashu reached Wen Che's side, exclaiming with uncontainable excitement, practically bouncing as if under the influence of some exhilarating substance. Wen Che cast a quick glance his way and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, so Chu Ziqing is here? I see. Which table is she at? Please inform me." Yu Jiashu's exuberance abruptly halted, his eyes blinking in bewilderment as he regarded Wen Che. He could not comprehend why Wen Che's reaction was so subdued. It seemed as though he was already aware of Chu Ziqing's arrival. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Wen Che added, "I don't have time to indulge you right now. I am quite busy. I invited her, so once she has placed her order, let me know which table she occupies. I need to add more dishes." Chapter 25. Is this the work of your little boyfriend? You. Did you call her here? Do you have her contact information? She actually came? Yu Jianshu was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had thought that encountering Chu Ziqing here was a twist of fate, but to his astonishment, she had been summoned by Wen Che. What could be the purpose of her visit? Was it to discuss matters concerning Chongying? Yu Jianshu could only speculate, for otherwise, he could not fathom the situation. Noticing that Wen Che was indeed preoccupied, too busy to pay him any heed, he refrained from further inquiries and opted to assist in the kitchen instead. From time to time, he stole glances at Chu Ziqing outside through the service window. Soon enough, their table had finished ordering, and the order list emerged from the kitchen. Yu Jianshu took the menus and placed them before Wen Che. "These are their dishes." "All right, I understand. Go fetch them 2 bottles of drinks." "Sure thing." Yu Jianshu exited the kitchen, retrieved 2 bottles of beverages from the refrigerator, and approached Chu Ziqing's table, placing them down in front of them. "We didn't order these, did we?" Chu Ziqing's sister looked up at Yu Jianshu, puzzled. They're complimentary. From Wen Che, Yu Jianshu whispered to Chu Ziqing. In an instant, Chu Ziqing lowered her head, seemingly too shy to meet anyone else's gaze. Her sister immediately sensed something amiss, a smirk forming on her lips as she exclaimed, "Oh, now I understand why you brought me to such a distant place. It turns out you have a friend here." Yu Jianshu chuckled softly and retreated to the kitchen. Her sister hastily leaned closer to Chu Ziqing, her curiosity piqued. "What kind of friend is he? A boyfriend?" "Oh no. Sis, please don't ask. Let me guess it right. Oh my, our Qingqing is actually in love." "Sister, keep your voice down. I beg you, don't let the family know just yet." "All right, I understand. It was indeed wise of you to bring me here today." Her sister shrugged, speaking softly. Before long, their dishes arrived. In addition to what they had ordered, there were also 2 or 3 exquisite dishes that had not been requested, resembling desserts and clearly set apart from the other offerings, evidently added by Wen Che with great care. Chu Ziqing's sister gazed at the dishes in front of her and remarked, "Wow, these are truly exquisite. Did your little boyfriend make them?" "Ah, yes." Chu Ziqing observed the dessert-like dishes before her, her pupils slightly shifting as she recognized the effort Wen Che had put into creating them. At that moment, several men clad in formal jackets, shirts, and ties entered. Upon their arrival, Wen Jianhua promptly welcomed them. "Ah, Chief Niu, you've arrived. Please, the private room upstairs. Are we starting to cook now, or shall we wait a bit?" "Ah, let us begin cooking now." The lead officer, a middle-aged man in his 40s, donned spectacles that lent him an air of authority. As he entered, he surveyed the surroundings, casting glances to the left and right, much like an inspector on a tour. In a short while, his gaze landed upon Chu Ziqing, who was seated nearby. However, he merely glanced at her twice before ascending the stairs with the waiter. The busiest period of the meal soon passed, and Wen Che completed the final dish, delivering it to the private room. The complexity of the 10 or so dishes in this room exceeded that of the numerous tables he had prepared for, yet he felt it was worthwhile, especially considering the generous payment of 1,000 yuan. Oh, how could he forget? Once he had a moment to himself, he recalled that Chu Ziqing was dining here as well. He glanced through the serving window and caught sight of her looking back at him. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she smiled and waved. A subtle smile graced Wen Che's lips as he took out his phone, discovering a plethora of messages from her. "Delicious. Absolutely fantastic. Unbeatable. How do you make such exquisite dishes? I truly admire you. Will you teach me some time?" I initially thought to capture your heart by winning your stomach, but it seems my stomach has been captured by you instead. Reading each message, Wen Che's brow lifted in amusement, and he chuckled softly. In that instant, he felt invigorated. All his efforts were undeniably worthwhile. He refrained from approaching her, as Chu Ziqing was accompanied by her sister, and their communication would have to remain confined to their phones. Yu Jiashu approached Wen Che, inquiring, "Brother, why don't you go find Chu Ziqing? Didn't you invite her? What was the purpose of your invitation?" "To discuss." "Chengying?" Wen Che glanced at her and replied, "No, I simply invited her for a meal." Yu Jiashu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Just for a meal? But aren't you two quite close?" "Guess," Wen Che teased. "Come on, don't make me guess. I've been pondering this for ages. What is really going on? Take your time guessing. If you get it right, I'll tell you." Meanwhile, Chu Ziqing and her sister had been seated for an unusually long duration compared to other patrons, spanning over 2 hours. Chu Ziqing's sister did not urge her to return home, and Chu Ziqing herself made no mention of leaving, instead engaging in a lively conversation with Wen Che via text. Before long, the sound of raucous laughter and noisy chatter echoed from upstairs. The lead officer and his companions descended unsteadily, appearing rather inebriated, their faces flushed and their steps wavering, requiring support from the handrails to navigate the stairs. Wen Jianhua hurried over to assist the lead officer, asking, "Officer Niu, have you all enjoyed your drinks? Were the dishes satisfactory?" Officer Niu gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Yes. Truly delicious. Ha, that works. Come again when you have time, Director Niu." Wen Jianhua supported him to the door, but as they passed by the table of Chu Ziqing and her companions, he suddenly halted, standing still, his gaze fixated on Chu Ziqing and her friends, his glasses nearly slipping off his face. Director Niu abruptly approached, playfully tapping Chu Ziqing's arm, his expression beaming with a smile. "Little sister, how old are you?" Chu Ziqing lifted her head, slightly furrowing her brows, while her sister hastily rose to her feet, positioning herself beside Chu Ziqing to shield her, and glared at Director Niu with discontent. "Sir, have you had too much to drink?" "I haven't had too much." "Who says I have? Why don't you two accompany me for another drink?" Director Niu exclaimed loudly, shaking off Wen Jianhua's hand, swaying unsteadily in place. A bystander stepped forward, addressing Chu Ziqing and her companion with a loud voice. "This is Director Niu from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce." Chu Ziqing's sister tightened her brows and sternly replied, "I don't care if you're Director Niu or Director Ma. If you continue to harass us, I will call the police." Chapter 26. You did it. This is my promise. Come on, go ahead and report us. We haven't done anything wrong, right? Chief Niu displayed no fear of the threat, wearing a sinister smile that suggested ill intentions. Observing Chief Niu's brazen demeanor, Chu Ziqing's sister frowned, biting her lip and glaring fiercely at them. "Oh, there's no need to be so frightened. We're not villains or thugs. We hold respectable positions and couldn't possibly harm you, could we?" At that moment, several tables of guests on the first floor turned to watch, their previously boisterous chatter fading into an eerie silence. Just then, a figure suddenly burst forth from the kitchen. Yu Jiashu, who was peering into the kitchen, was jostled by the unexpected arrival. To his astonishment, it was Wen Che, striding forward without hesitation, loosening his apron as he walked. "Hey, Wen Che!" Upon seeing Wen Che leave, Yu Jiashu decided not to linger any longer and hurriedly followed suit. Chu Ziqing, initially wearing a grim expression with her brows furrowed, suddenly felt a spark of hope flicker in her eyes as she caught sight of Wen Che. He flashed a smile, positioning himself protectively in front of Chu Ziqing and her sister. "Sir, how do you find the dishes today? Are they to your liking? Who are you?" "Oh, I am a chef who prepared that meal for you." Chief Niu gently shoved Wen Che aside, impatiently saying, it's fine. Step aside. I'm busy right now. Why are young people so oblivious?" "Oh, sir, in front of so many people, isn't this detrimental to your image? May I have a word with you privately?" As Wen Che spoke, he pulled Chief Niu outside. The latter, appearing exasperated, was too inebriated to resist and allowed himself to be led away by Wen Che. They conversed outside for about 5 minutes, during which Chu Ziqing's sister kept watching. Eventually, she leaned in and whispered to Chu Ziqing, "Is that your boyfriend?" Chu Ziqing, feeling a bit shy, lowered her head and softly replied, "Yes. Not bad. He knows how to stand up for you. And he's quite handsome, though a bit on the slender side." Sister. Subsequently, when Che bid farewell to them and returned to the restaurant alone, his expression one of resignation. Yu Jiashu rushed up to him, inquiring, "What did you say?" "What else could I say? Flatter them, offer them a discount, and finally managed to send them off." When Che sighed, holding several hundred yuan in his hand, he had given them a discount, saving them quite a bit, and if he issued a receipt, he might even earn a little profit. As when Che approached Chu Ziqing and her sister suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment. What is your name?" "Ah." Wen Che, instinctively glancing at Chu Ziqing before slowly responding, "Wen Che, you are quite impressive. I am Chu Wen, Qingqing's older sister." "Ah, hello, sister." Wen Che slightly inclined his body and nodded in greeting. Chu Ziqing, seated behind Chu Wen, felt a faint blush rise on her cheeks. If she had known her sister would converse with Wen Che, she would have preferred to come herself. What if Wen Che did not appreciate such an interaction? Yu Jianshu patted Wen Che on the shoulder, whispering excitedly in his ear, "Hey, brother, it seems you have earned her sister's approval. Does this not suggest you have a chance with Chu Ziqing?" Wen Che remained silent. He was already in a relationship with Chu Ziqing, and it was evident that Chu Wen was aware of this. Approaching the bar, he found Wen Jianhua seated there, smoking with a serious expression. He had certainly witnessed the earlier exchange, but chose to remain quietly seated, saying nothing. Wen Che placed the collected money before Wen Jianhua and said calmly, "Deduct the rest from my salary. I do not need that 1,000 yuan." Wen Jianhua took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly, and holding the few hundred yuan in his hand, he inquired, "Do you know those two girls?" "Yes, they're my girlfriend and her sister," Wen Che admitted candidly, feeling no need to conceal the truth from his father. Wen Jianhua glanced over at Chu Ziqing, who happened to be looking their way as well. Upon their brief exchange of glances, Chu Ziqing immediately averted her gaze, blushing. "Quite beautiful. You have some skill, just like your father," Wen Jianhua remarked, handing the few hundred yuan to Wen Che. "Your salary." And he then retrieved 1,000 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into Wen Che's hands once more. Wen Che stared at the money in disbelief, puzzled as to why his father was giving him money. Wen Jianhua squinted through the smoke, saying, "I am no fool. Protecting your girlfriend has nothing to do with your salary. As for this 1,000 yuan, I promised you that if you cooked well, I would reward you. You have delivered, and this is my commitment." Wen Che's eyes widened slightly, his mouth agape as he regarded his father in astonishment. He had not anticipated receiving such a sum, nor had he expected his father to be so reasonable. Was it because he was aware of Wen Che's relationship? Then, "Shall I accept it?" Wen Jianhua waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Go ahead and take it. Now, go rest for a while." Wen Che arrived at the back door, exited the restaurant, and squatted on the steps to rest. The mere thought of facing such a leader upon entering the workforce only solidified his resolve. He was determined to avoid the corporate world at all costs. Yet, as long as he aspired to save money, he would have to toil each day. If it took over 20 years to realize his dreams, it would essentially mirror the routine of others engaged in conventional employment. How then could he swiftly amass the necessary funds? While pondering this, he sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to find Chu Ziqing standing there. How did you get here?" he stammered. "I came to see you. I've missed you," she replied, her eyes slightly lifting at the corners as she approached and squatted beside him. It was then that when Che noticed she held something in her hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a fresh-keeping box containing sliced apples. Chu Ziqing opened the box, skillfully spearing a piece with a small fork and holding it to Wen Che's lips, her smile radiating sweetness. Chapter 27, therefore. You need not concern yourself with my opinions. I shall always support you. As when Che witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but reminisce about the photograph that Chu Ziqing had sent him the previous night. To his surprise, she had indeed brought him an apple. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Che relented, opening his mouth to accept the piece of apple. Chu Ziqing laughed joyfully, then continued to feed Wen Che slices of apple, causing him to feel a tad embarrassed, even contemplating taking the apple for himself. He recalled Yu Jiashu's words. Someone like Chu Ziqing, if she were to date, Wouldn't her boyfriend need to be fabulously wealthy, with monthly allowances amounting to thousands? Moreover, he should possess looks akin to those of a star. How'd he fit into that picture? You see, I'm merely a chef. Isn't that rather lowly? It feels like we are worlds apart, Wen Che murmured. For the more kindness Chu Ziqing showed him, the less confident he felt about deserving her. A woman of such caliber, could he truly win her heart? It seemed almost surreal. Even if he did, would he be able to keep her? Retaining her affection was the real skill. Did he possess such prowess? Chu Ziqing did not cease her actions, but instead smiled gently, her lips curving upwards. What is the matter? Are you feeling lost lately? How? How did you know? Because this is not like you at all. You have always been steadfast in being yourself, unconcerned with others' perceptions or opinions. Why have you started to care about mine? The warmth in Chu Ziqing's gentle gaze deepened, leaving Wen Che momentarily taken aback. Indeed, had he not always been indifferent to others' judgments? He had prided himself on not caring about appearances, evaluations, or the thoughts of others, focusing solely on being true to himself. Yet recently, why had he begun to consider Chu Ziqing's views? Setting down the container, Chu Ziqing exhaled softly, gazing into the distance. If you think that I would alter my opinions about you based on these matters, you greatly underestimate my affection for you. Wen Che turned his head to observe the profile of Chu Ziqing, remaining silent. No matter how you appear, as long as you are being yourself, that is undeniably admirable. Even your chef's attire, you are exceptionally handsome. Therefore, you need not worry about my opinions. I shall always support you, in whatever you do and however you choose to be. Chu Ziqing's words plunged Wen Che into contemplation. After a pause, he gently shook his head and replied, Look at what you just said. How could I not care about your thoughts? You are my girlfriend after all, so of course I must care. At this, a smile blossomed on Chu Ziqing's lips, and she leaned closer to Wen Che, resting her head on his shoulder, joyfully exclaiming, Wow, you acknowledge that I am your girlfriend. When have I ever denied it? Have I not always regarded you as my boyfriend? Oh, I mean, just a verbal acknowledgement feels different. All right then. Wen Che lifted his gaze towards the sky, admiring the crescent moon. At that moment, he felt that life was indeed quite splendid. Perhaps being with Chu Ziqing was a truly delightful affair. The two remained quietly together until, after a while, Chu Wen called Chu Ziqing, urging her to return home as it was quite late, and her family had also reached out. Reluctantly, Chu Ziqing and Wen Che bid farewell before departing. Chu Wen approached the bar to settle the bill, inquiring, Boss, may I have the bill, please? Wen Jianhua glanced up, waved his hand, and said, No need, it's on me. Huh? Chu Wen was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had misheard. Just then, Chu Ziqing happened to walk over, and Wen Jianhua lifted his chin, gesturing towards her, stating, Isn't she my son's girlfriend? No need to settle. You two may leave. Ah. Chu Wen turned to glance at Chu Ziqing, who suddenly felt a surge of warmth rise to her cheeks, the blush spreading from her cheeks to the corners of her eyes. Chu Wen turned back, smiled, and said, Then we absolutely cannot leave without paying. It would be rather impolite to have a complimentary meal on our first visit, especially after you added so many dishes for us. The two exchanged pleasantries, and ultimately, Chu Wen left behind 200 yuan. Their table's total was just over 200 yuan, and this was their way of reaching a compromise. Wen Che returned to the kitchen to tidy up, as there were few customers left, preparing to close for the night. Don't move. Suddenly, Wen Che felt something poking at his waist. Behind him, he heard Yu Jiashu's deep voice. Wen Che widened his eyes, set down what he was holding, and slowly raised his hands. Hey, what's poking me? Is it something serious? What are you thinking? Chopsticks. What do you intend to do? Wen Che turned around to face Yu Jiashu, asking in exasperation. Yu Jiashu tilted his head, a peculiar smile on his face, and in a strange tone, asked, I want to know, when did you get together with Chu Ziqing? Wen Che immediately turned away, resuming his cleaning as if he hadn't heard. Hurry up. Be honest. Otherwise, next time it won't just be chopsticks. Hey, wait. Wen Che instinctively covered his backside and quickly turned to create distance from Yu Jiashu. I already told you before. You didn't believe me. You insisted on seeing it with your own eyes to be convinced. Damn. How was I to know you were telling the truth? Alas, why am I engaging in such boastful banter with you? Subsequently, Wen Che disclosed the truth to Yu Jiashu, revealing everything without reservation. Upon hearing about Cheng Ying's scheme, Yu Jiashu's brow furrowed in disbelief. What? Cheng Ying resorted to such tactics? Merely to treat you as a backup while playing with others? Wen Che shrugged his shoulders, expressing a sense of helplessness, and remarked, as it stands, this appears to be the case. However, she hasn't executed this well at all. She likely never anticipated that Chu Ziqing had this connection with you. How intriguing. Will she not be utterly shocked by this revelation? By the way, when do you plan to expose her scheme? May I witness the unfolding drama? Yu Jiashu gazed at Wen Che with palpable excitement, envisioning Cheng Ying's reaction upon discovering the truth, which he found utterly captivating. Wen Che smirked and replied, what a morbid sense of humor you possess. So, you have no intention of exposing her? You want to take the opportunity to unsettle her? What do you mean by unsettling her? This is merely a matter of convenience. Chapter 28. I wish to converse with her in such a manner, even during quarrels. I find myself chiding my own self. I still find it somewhat hard to believe. You truly managed to engage in such a discussion. Astonishing. You have left me utterly envious. Would you harbor any resentment towards me? After all, you still hold affection for Chu Ziqing, having penned love letters to her. Yu Jiashu shook his head and replied, why would I be angry? I am genuinely happy for you. As I mentioned before, my admiration was merely based on her beauty. There are no deeper feelings involved, so you need not worry about that. That is acceptable. At that moment, Yu Jiashu suddenly leaned closer to Wen Che, whispering in her ear, what stage have you both reached? Have you been intimate yet? No, what are you thinking? I am not that kind of person. It has only been a few days. How could I possibly engage in such relations? We haven't even kissed. What? You haven't even kissed? What are you waiting for? Such a splendid opportunity should not go to waste. If it were me, I would be kissing her incessantly. Wen Che shot him a glare and said, that is precisely why I am not you. As I have told you before, I am still attempting to gradually develop feelings for Chu Ziqing. Goodness, my friend, this is the most surreal revelation I have encountered today. I cannot believe you do not have feelings for Chu Ziqing. Is there something amiss with your taste? This has nothing to do with taste. Shouldn't one consider numerous factors before entering a relationship with someone? If you only care about their appearance and physique, what will you do if it turns out you are incompatible after getting together? There is no such incompatibility. I wish to engage with her in a manner that even in disputes, I would chastise myself. Then you have one. Wen Che understood that he could not elucidate such matters to Yu Jiashu, so he chose to remain silent. Soon, Wen Che finished tidying up, and as the restaurant closed for the night, they proceeded to the nearby bathhouse to wash up, just as they had done the previous day, before returning to prepare for sleep. Later that night, lying in bed, Wen Che engaged in conversation with Chu Ziqing. He pondered deeply, ultimately sharing his dreams with her. If there was a possibility of them being together in the future, it was essential to communicate his aspirations. What if her dreams conflicted with his? What if Chu Ziqing did not wish to spend her life in some small county town, but rather aspired to venture into a bustling city? Such considerations would inevitably become significant. Upon hearing Wen Che's dreams, Chu Ziqing responded, that sounds wonderful. I wholeheartedly support you. I will help you realize your dreams. Working together, we can achieve them more swiftly, right? Huh? You support me? You need not assist me. After all, this is my dream. What about your dreams? My dream is you, thus your dreams are mine as well. I intend to help you fulfill your aspirations. Wen Che gazed at the screen of his phone, and before he realized it, a subtle smile graced his lips. After a moment, he typed a few words and sent them. I actually have another dream. What is it? Can you share it with me? I'll help you achieve it. At present, I cannot divulge the details. However, when the moment is right, I shall share them with you. Very well. After exchanging a few more words, they bid each other good night and retired to their slumber. The following morning, Wen Che rose early as usual and descended to commence his tasks. However, it marked the final day of the weekend, and he and Yu Jialu would depart for school after the bustling dinner service that evening. In the past, Wen Che often felt that weekends flew by swiftly, wishing for an extension of his holiday, enabling him to work an additional day at the restaurant and earn more money. Yet today, an unexpected yearning to return to school earlier began to stir within him. He recognized that this sentiment was influenced by Chu Ziqing. While laboring downstairs, Wen Che received a message. He hastily pulled out his phone, not bothering to dry his damp hands, and his heart fluttered upon seeing it was from Chu Ziqing. Good morning. Baby, the sight of this message quickened Wen Che's heartbeat. He had not anticipated that a mere term of endearment could evoke such a profound reaction within him. What enchantment does this title possess? Previously, he deemed it trivial, but now he realized its significant impact. Good morning, Wen Che replied succinctly, lacking the courage to append any affectionate title. Nevertheless, Chu Ziqing appeared unconcerned and continued to message. Has my diligent baby already begun working? I must rise quickly as well. I want to help my family and earn some money. All right. Wen Che was taken aback that Chu Ziqing genuinely took yesterday as conversation to heart, seemingly intent on aiding him in realizing his dreams. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. She understood the importance he placed on promises, and if she had no intention of following through, she would not have made such remarks. The days swiftly passed, and Wen Che and Chu Ziqing had scant moments to converse, each engrossed in their own affairs. By evening, Yu Jialu joined in to assist, and they navigated through the busiest hours together. Afterwards, Wen Che removed his work attire, preparing to wash it and let it dry, tidying up his belongings for his return to school. Bro, I somewhat regret coming home with you this week. I had anticipated some enjoyable moments, yet I ended up laboring throughout the weekend. Oh, please, how much work did you actually do? Besides, I did not compel you to join me. You insisted upon coming and even begged me. Furthermore, I have compensated you, haven't I? Yu Jialu exhaled deeply, shaking his head. However, this week has significantly altered my perception of you. You have surpassed many of your peers. Oh, is that so? Indeed, not everyone has the opportunity to date Chu Ziqing. Ah, that is what you meant. The two boarded the bus headed back to school, embarking on their journey home. In the vehicle, Yu Jianshu remarked that upon returning to the dormitory, he must share this incident with Qi Shitao. However, Wen Che did not mind. After all, Qi Shitao harbored no feelings for Chu Ziqing and was unlikely to react as intensely as he would. After more than 2 hours on the road, the pair finally arrived back at campus, where the time had already surpassed 8 o'clock and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Upon their return to the dormitory, Yu Jianshu promptly pushed the door open and exclaimed, Qi Shitao, hurry, I have something to tell you. However, to his dismay, he discovered that Qi Shitao was absent, and his bed lay empty. Oh dear, why shout as soon as we get back? At that moment, a voice emerged from a nearby bed. They turned their gaze to see a boy emerging from beneath the covers, appearing drowsy, as if just awakened. Dule, you're back. Chapter 29. My grandmother's bound feet. A boy named Dule sat up in bed, yawning. His appearance bore a slightly fierce expression, accentuated by his buzz cut, which added to his intimidating demeanor. When he spoke just moments ago, his voice carried a hoarse quality, further enhancing the impression that he was not to be trifled with. Dule swung his legs off the bed and settled into a chair, crossing his legs and absent-mindedly digging at his ears. Wen Che placed his belongings down and inquired, Why'd you take a week off? What were you up to? I went home to pay respects to my ancestors. Wasn't there a festival last week? Yu Jiashu raised an eyebrow, asking, You dedicated an entire week to honoring your ancestors? Do you have that many forebears? The process is quite tedious. 3 days of fasting, bathing, and changing clothes, just a chaotic array of rituals. It was maddening. Yu Jiashu gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Impressive. My family just burned some paper at the crossroads. I recall your family has a particular reverence for tradition, right? Dule waved his hand dismissively, saying, Reverence? More like outdated feudalism. What era are we living in? You wouldn't believe it, but during that week at home, I felt as if ants were crawling all over me. I was utterly uncomfortable. Intrigued, Wen Che moved closer to Dule, asking, What kind of feudal practices? There are so many arranged marriages, women and children not allowed at the dining table. And my grandmother's bound feet. Wen Che pressed his lips together, glancing away as if regretting the inquiry. Dule took a sip of water, exasperated, and continued, and guess what? Upon my return, they told me I needn't study anymore. They want me to marry my 16th aunt. What? An arranged marriage with a close relative? Wait, how many aunts do you have? My 16th aunt is 14 years old. Wen Che sprang up from his seat, unable to contain a curse, while Yu Jiashu sat there, stunned, as if his mind had short-circuited. Is it even legal? They even suggested I marry multiple women, that I could tolerate. But marrying a minor relative is absolutely intolerable. I bought a ticket and snuck back home. Du Lei retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his drawer, placed one between his lips, lit it, and took a deep drag. He was the only smoker in their dormitory, yet the others tolerated the smell, so no one had ever complained. He didn't smoke frequently in the dorm, mindful of the health risks of secondhand smoke, but every now and then, he indulged out of habit. Wen Che and Yu Jialu could not help but exclaim, "Your family is so traditional, yet you yourself are the most open-minded one." They were all aware of Du Lei's true nature, which starkly contrasted with his seemingly conservative upbringing. In the dormitory, he was the most playful among them. Perhaps his cropped hairstyle was a result of familial restrictions against longer hair. Du Lei exhaled a puff of smoke and replied nonchalantly, "It's all due to family pressure. I have no choice." At that moment, the door swung open and Chi Shirtao entered, holding a bag of items, evidently just returned from shopping. Upon seeing Chi, Yu Jialu immediately sprang to his feet, rushing over with excitement. "Hey, Tao, you won't believe this. He's with Chu Ziqing now." Yu Jialu pointed at Wen Che, as if feeling aggrieved. Chi Shirtao blinked in surprise, gazing at Wen Che with astonishment. "Is that true?" Wen Che nodded, affirming the reality. "What's going on? Didn't he break up before?" Du Lei extinguished his cigarette, looking at Wen Che with a smile. "Uh-huh." Subsequently, Wen Che recounted the entire incident, detailing how Cheng Ying had betrayed him. Upon hearing this, both Chi Shirtao and Du Lei were left speechless, their expressions shifting, brows furrowed tightly. Chi Shirtao questioned, "Doesn't she have any upbringing? Didn't her mother teach her how to behave?" Du Lei slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Damn it, this BTCH is just asking for it. Call her out now, and I'll show her what's what." All right, with you two around, I feel reassured." Wen Che hurriedly waved his hands, urging them to calm down. He himself was not that angry, so why were they more incensed than he was? "You're talking about Cheng Ying's infidelity, right? That male server from the hamburger place we visited last time? What does he want? I thought she was just trying to latch onto a wealthy man." Chi Shirtao sat down, shaking his head in confusion. He couldn't understand Cheng Ying's motives. He had seen that server and thought him rather unremarkable, especially compared to Wen Che. Du Lei lit another cigarette, took a drag, and slowly exhaled, saying, "Perhaps that guy excels in certain aspects?" Yu Jialu shook his head in rebuttal. "What kind of talk is that? Are you suggesting that Wen Gu is inferior in that regard? Quite the opposite. Wen Gu is most confident in that area." This statement plunged the dormitory into silence, as the others looked at Yu Jialu in shock. Chi Shirtao placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice trembling as he asked, "Have you tried it? Get out of here." Both Wen Che and Yu Jialu simultaneously kicked Chi Shirtao in the rear, unable to suppress their exclamations, while Du Lei roared with laughter, nearly doubling over, proclaiming, "Well, that works. After all, we are a monogamous society. One husband and one wife, perfectly aligned. Ha ha ha. You two be quiet. This is truly tedious. Come on, let us go out and have some fun." Du Lei glanced at the time and addressed the other three. Chi Shirtao looked at the clock and remarked, "What are we going to do? It's already past 9. Isn't that the perfect time? Let's head to the bar." "No way," the other three replied in unison, leaving Du Lei momentarily speechless. "Oh, come on. What are we waiting for? We haven't gathered in ages. Let us go. I'll treat." Du Lei was reluctant to give up, standing up and persuading the others. "You'll treat? In that case, I'm in." Yu Jiashu was the first to agree. Du Lei then turned to Wen Che and Chi Shirtao. Chi Shirtao, while climbing onto his bed, said, "I'm not going. My partner Wen Che allow it." Wen Che nodded in agreement, adding, "A Wen Che go either. My partner Wen Che permitted either." Chapter 30, if you're not interested, just change partners. Don't waste time. Come on, you too. Don't be such a downer. What is the big deal? We're not here to find a girl. We simply want to enjoy a drink. What's wrong with that? Chi Shirtao had already climbed onto his bed, pulling out his phone, and remarked, "If you want a drink, we could buy some liquor to enjoy in our dormitory." "Why must we go out?" "For the ambience. What can we drink in the dormitory? For grown men, just looking at each other can hardly make it work. We must go to a place with a lively atmosphere. Oh, stop dawdling. Let us go. I brought back quite a bit of money this time. Let me treat you well. Go, go, go. Dulé swiftly scrambled on a Chi Shirtao's bed, shaking him with both hands, exclaiming, let us go, let us go. Let us go. You absolutely must come. Otherwise, we'll surely be unlucky. You're our good luck charm. I've told you, I don't serve that purpose all right. Here's the deal. I'll ask my girlfriend. If she says I can go, then I'll join, all right? Hurry up and call her. I have a few words to say, too. Dulé positioned himself beside Chi Shirtao, urging him to promptly call his girlfriend. With no other option, Chi Shirtao dialed his girlfriend. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello? Baby, what is up? Chi Shirtao hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to begin. Suddenly, Dulé interjected, Hey, Chi Shirtao's baby, can you let him come with us to the bar? There are 4 of us guys, not a single girl. And once we get there, have him record a video for you, all right? Oh, Chi Shirtao quickly moved the phone aside, nudging Dulé with his arm. While on the other end, a silence fell. Chi Shirtao awkwardly cleared his throat for a few seconds before finally speaking softly. I'm just asking. If you don't want me to go, I'll just stay in the dorm. After a few seconds of silence on the line, a voice responded. It's not about whether I want you to go. It's about whether you want to go. I really want to. It's been a while since we all gathered to drink together. So, I thought a small get-together would be nice. Well then, go ahead. Remember, if you want to go, you must express it. I'll let you go. If you don't want to go, you must refuse, understood? Okay, I understand. Thank you. Baby. And remember, no hanging out with girls. If I find out, you're in big trouble. Understood. Don't worry. After hanging up, Chi Shirtao with haste jumped off the bed and dashed towards Wen Che. Wen Che sat there, head bowed, busying himself with his things, feigning a look of urgency. Dulé pressed his head close, his eyes wide, intently staring at Wen Che's face, speaking in a low, serious tone. Xiao Che, Xiao Kike. We're just waiting for you now. 3 against 1. You and T want to be labeled as the odd one out, would you? No, you do not understand my predicament. How can I explain this to my girlfriend? We have only been together for less than a week. Why not just refrain from mentioning it? You could simply say you're going to sleep. Couldn't you? That is not an option. I cannot bring myself to do such a thing. Wen Che resolutely shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. He simply could not act in such a manner, especially in front of Chu Ziqing, who treated him with such sincerity. How could he repay her in such a way? Then hurry up and ask. If it comes to it, I can help you inquire. Oh, fine, I'll ask. Is that not enough? Wen Che retrieved his phone and opened the chat with Chu Ziqing, sending a message. Are you there? Yes. What is up? Chu Ziqing replied in an instant, leaving no room for delay. Wen Che felt a twinge of trepidation. He was unsure how she would respond to his message. Well, my roommate invited me to the bar, and all 4 of us in the dormitory are going. Just the 4 of us guys. Can I go? After about 10 seconds, a reply came. Are you reporting to me? Surprise, surprise. Yes, I suppose I need your consent to go, right? How could I possibly stop you? But I'm so happy that you're keeping me in the loop. So you approve then? Of course. Just be sure to stay safe. All right, there, I've asked, we can go now. Wen Che turned off his phone and looked at the others, saying, Let's go. Off we go. Do you all need to tidy yourselves up? Dulé instantly donned his jacket and inquired of the other 3. Is it necessary? It's just a drink. What is there to tidy up? Chi Shirtao glanced at himself and deemed he had no need for preparation, not appearing disheveled at all. You 2 with partners can skip it, but to Shu, aren't you going to spruce yourself up a bit? Looking sharp might increase your chances of being noticed by the ladies, you know? Dulé playfully patted Yu Jiashu's chest, grinning at him. Yu Jiashu pouted and replied, Then I'll go wash my hair and my face. At that moment, Yu Jiashu offered his utmost courtesy, washing his hair and face, and instantly felt several times more handsome. Subsequently, the 4 of them exited the dormitory, while most others were returning to their rooms, preparing for morning classes. However, these were going against the tide, preparing to go out and have fun. So where will we stay tonight? Please don't tell me we're planning to party all night. My girlfriend would kill me. Chi Shirtao inquired, realizing that once they ventured out, returning would be impossible, making the matter of lodging for the night a pressing concern. Moreover, they couldn't stay up too late, or they would struggle to rise for morning classes. Let us just book a room and sleep it off. It's nothing new for me. I can handle it. This is an exceedingly familiar routine for me. In Yu Jiashu's mind, it seemed as though a vivid image had formed, causing him to furrow his brow as he spoke. Surely we shall not be crammed into one room tonight? Must it be this way? I truly cannot bear it, especially with 4 grown men, intoxicated, sharing the same quarters. Du Lei chuckled softly and replied, if you possess the charm, perhaps you can engage a young lady and take her to your lodgings instead. As you mentioned, I must have that ability, Yu Jiashu retorted. No witties. When you spot someone appealing, just let me know, and I shall assist you. Du Lei placed a hand on Yu Jiashu's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. Really? What must I do? Simply do not act foolishly. Be more proactive. If she shows interest, pursue her earnestly. If not, swiftly move on. Do not squander your time. Behind them, Wen Che and Qi Shitao murmured, I believe we should just have a drink and then find a place to sleep. I concur. Chapter 31. What if we return to find Wen Che for a couple of days? The 4 of them departed from school and arrived at a bar located 2 kilometers away, reputed to be the finest in the vicinity. Without a reservation, it was nearly impossible to secure a spot on Friday or Saturday evenings before the weekend. However, since it was a Sunday night, the crowd was relatively sparse, avoiding the overwhelming bustle. Upon reaching the entrance, they noticed several individuals gathered outside, engaged in smoking and conversation. Du Lei promptly approached them and called out, Oi! What you all up to? Instantly drawn by Du Lei's voice, the group turned to face him, their faces breaking into smiles as they welcomed him. Ah, Xiaolei has come. How long has it been since your last visit? I thought you had kicked the bucket. Shut up. Even if you were to die. I wouldn't. Du Lei retorted as he walked over, handing a cigarette to each of them. He quickly integrated himself into their camaraderie, while the other 3 stood back, uncertain of the unfolding situation. Nevertheless, considering Du Lei's familiarity with this environment, it seemed quite natural. Is there still space available? We are a party of 4. These are my roommates. Du Lei called out to the others. Just then, a table vacated, otherwise a group had been waiting for over half an hour. Upon hearing this, Du Lei immediately turned to Qi Shitao and whispered, See? I told you so, you had to come. Without you, we would have nowhere to sit. Qi Shitao clutched his chest and replied, Don't talk to me right now. I feel like I just lost some energy and I'm feeling a bit unwell. Don't worry, it's just a minor inconvenience. Let us head inside. What minor inconvenience? The 4 entered the bar, and as they stepped inside, the raucous music enveloped them. They settled at the available table and scanned the QR code to place their orders. Du Lei removed his jacket, nudged Yu Jiashu, and loudly proclaimed in his ear, Big Tree. Which girl has caught your eye? I can help you get her contact information, or I could simply suggest sharing a table with her. Let me see. Yu Jiashu entered a search mode, akin to a lion surveying its territory, his head darting left and right, missing no girl in the vicinity. How shameless. Even kissing in public, why can't I have that luck? He grumbled, his gaze suddenly landing on a couple engrossed in a passionate kiss. Abruptly, a sense of déjà vu washed over him. This scene seemed eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it in a dream. My goodness, is that Chang'ing? Yu Jiashu's eyes widened, his mouth twitching and eyebrows dancing in disbelief. He was not mistaken. The figure kissing a man across the room was indeed Chang'ing, just as he had envisioned in his dream. Oh my goodness. Yu Jiashu quickly extended his hand, vigorously shaking Wen Che's body. Wen Che, who had been engrossed in chatting with Chu Ziqing on his phone, found himself disrupted, struggling to type coherently. What are you doing? Brother. Chang'ing is over there indulging in snacks. Yu Jiashu shouted loudly in Wen Che's ear, fearing he might not hear. Upon hearing this, Wen Che slightly furrowed his brow and turned to look in the direction Yu Jiashu was pointing. About 5 or 6 meters away, there was a table against the wall where a man and a woman sat on the same side, engrossed in a passionate kiss, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Wen Che recognized the couple well. The man was the waiter he had seen at the burger joint, and the woman was none other than Chang'ing. Bravo, Yu Jiashu, our little scout. Wen Che grinned, patting Yu Jiashu on the shoulder. He then took out his phone, opened the camera, and zoomed in several times until he could clearly capture the 2 individuals. Wen Che took several pictures, anxious to ensure clarity, even recording a video. It was worth coming here, absolutely worth it. After finishing, Wen Che happily tucked his phone away, as if he had just won a prize. Yu Jiashu, glancing aside, couldn't help but smirk. He understood the situation well enough that he thought to himself how curious it was that Wen Che was so pleased to see his ex-girlfriend kissing another man. Did this mean he had evidence to expose her? That must be quite exhilarating. Indeed, let us drink well today. Tomorrow I shall not call it exposing. Rather, I will critique her with a just stance. Dule opened a bottle of wine, raising it in a toast. Come on, Daju, Taozi, Li Tolke. Let us drink. Wen Che, equally delighted, opened a bottle of wine to clink glasses with Dule. The other two joined in as well, and the four of them toasted before downing the entire bottle. Yu Jiashu leaned closer to Wen Che and whispered, "Aren't you going to say something to those two?" He referred to Chi Shirtao and Du lay across the table, but Wen Che shook his head and replied, "No need to mention it. I'm afraid these two might cause a ruckus after a few drinks. Chi Shirtao might not, but Du Lei definitely would." True enough. Let us leave it be. For now, only the two of them had noticed, as the individuals across the table were unaware, facing away from them. At that moment, Cheng Ying and the young man kissed for quite some time before parting. The young man stood up and said to her, "I'm heading to the restroom." Cheng Ying sat there, her face marred by the remnants of makeup, revealing a patchy and caked appearance. Nevertheless, under the dim lights of the bar, the effect was not overly pronounced. Her neck bore the evidence of passionate kisses, some deep and some shallow. She retrieved her phone to take a quick snapshot, frowning as she muttered, "How thick must the foundation be to conceal this?" TSK. At that moment, thoughts of Wen Che surfaced in her mind. The messages she had sent him that night, along with the calls made, had gone unanswered. She had intended to engage in a heartfelt conversation with him, hoping to soothe his troubled spirit, yet he had chosen to ignore her. Frustrated, she had blocked him for an entire day, only now deciding to unblock him. Thinking to herself, if you won't respond to my messages, then don't expect to send me any either. Propping her chin on her hand, she contemplated. The fiery emotions she shared with this boy had begun to feel somewhat overwhelming. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself reminiscing about the time spent with Wen Che. Although their relationship lacked fervor, it possessed a unique charm. His occasional clumsiness was rather endearing, and he was always attentive to her wishes, allowing her to truly appreciate his kindness. Yet now, this new boy seemed excessively driven, almost solely focused on her physicality. Perhaps she should consider returning to Wen Che for a couple of days? Chapter 32. I fear you may miss me, so I have been waiting for you. Cheng Ying contemplated within herself, feeling a desire to spend a few more days with Wen Che. Perhaps it was time to distance herself from this boy for a few days, employing a strategy of allure and retreat to make him cherish her more and spend lavishly on her. Then she could return to Wen Che for a few days. After indulging in rich cuisine, it was only fitting to savor something lighter. This way, she could also maintain her relationship with Wen Che, achieving two goals at once. It was settled. Cheng Ying resolved to seek out Wen Che tomorrow, to speak sweetly and draw him back into her orbit for a few days. It was crucial to keep the balance. Having ignored Wen Che for so long, it was indeed time to grant him a taste of sweetness. Cheng Ying couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that she had expertly maneuvered both young men. "I'm back." At that moment, the boy returned and settled beside Cheng Ying, suggesting, "Shall we go out? Perhaps indulge in some hehehehehehe?" Cheng Ying feigned contemplation, yet in truth, she had no intention of going. What would follow a meal at hehehehehehe? He would propose staying over, or perhaps even booking a room. There was no way she would allow him to claim her body so soon. How could she maintain her upper hand then? I think not. I have an early class tomorrow, and I must return. If I stay out too late, I want to make it back to my dorm. Oh, come on, don't go back. I'll be so bored without you. Stay and keep me company? The boy persisted, unwilling to let Cheng Ying leave. If she returned now, all the groundwork they had laid would be for naught. Cheng Ying, however, was resolute in denying him any opportunity. "Zhu Gong, I'm going back. If you don't let me leave, I want to come out with you again." Zhou Tsong displayed a speechless expression, nodded in defeat, and muttered, Fine. I'll escort you back." With that, they gathered their belongings and departed. Wen Che, seated not far away, watched them leave, uncertain of their destination, but recognizing that it mattered little to him. Come on, keep playing. I refuse to concede. Du Lei slapped Wen Che's arm, urging him to continue their game. Wen Che chose to abandon his thoughts and enjoy the moment. And so the four friends spent their time in the bar, drinking heartily and reveling in the merriment. Yu Jianshu sought to find a girl, glancing around to spot attractive ones, but he was painfully aware of his inadequacy. The less appealing ones did not capture his interest, and those of a similar caliber were accompanied by other boys, leaving him with no chance. Ultimately, he decided to focus on his drink instead. After all, his purpose for being there was not to seek fleeting encounters with girls. At that moment, Yu Jianshu's phone, resting on the table, lit up. He glanced at it and was surprised to see a message from Song Chioi. Drink less and stay safe. Yu Jianshu stared at the message, momentarily taken aback for several seconds. Just before stepping out, he had casually mentioned to her that he was going out for drinks. Was this an expression of concern for him? Over the past few days, their conversations had been infrequent and rather superficial. After a brief silence, Yu Jianshu replied with a simple message. Okay. The gathering of the four proceeded swiftly. Before long, Du Lei had indulged a bit too much and began seeking out a target. He approached a table occupied solely by two girls and settled himself among them, engaging in conversation before sharing drinks. Great. It seemed he intended to abandon the three of us. Chi Shirtao observed Du Lei's actions with a sense of anticipation. However, the three of them now needed to find a place to stay. Wen Che had also had a bit too much to drink, having allowed himself to indulge due to the joyous atmosphere of the evening. At this moment, his face felt warm, and he rested his cheek on his arm atop the table. After a while, he stood up and said to the other two, I'm going outside for some fresh air. He then picked up his phone and stepped out, ready to enjoy the cool breeze. Once outside, it was already the dead of night, and the streets were nearly deserted. He squatted by the entrance, feeling the refreshing night air ruffle his hair. At that moment, for reasons unknown, he found himself yearning for someone, Chu Ziqing. Perhaps it was due to their recent interactions that he had begun to grow accustomed to her presence in his life. Wen Che took out his phone, uncertain if Chu Ziqing was asleep, though he presumed she might still be awake. If she were sleeping, surely she would have informed him. Are you asleep? He sent as a message, then looked up at the starry sky. Within half a minute, he received a reply from Chu Ziqing. Not yet. What's up? I miss you. Wen Che bravely typed, this being the first time he had so candidly expressed such feelings. He no longer wished to conceal anything. He needed to confront his own heart. He truly missed Chu Ziqing and even longed to see her. Look up, came her next message. Wen Che was momentarily stunned upon reading it, but then slowly raised his head, gazing ahead. Not far in front of him stood the very figure he yearned to see most at that moment, Chu Ziqing, with her hands clasped behind her back, looking at him with a gentle smile. Wen Che quickly rose and walked toward her, astonished. How are you here? I was afraid you would miss me, so I waited for you. Chu Ziqing softly replied, a sweet smile gracing her delicate features. Wen Che found it hard to believe that she had been waiting for him all along. Then why didn't you come to find me? Outside. How cold it is. I didn't want to disturb you while you were drinking. I'm not cold at all. I've been waiting at the convenience store nearby. Then, does that mean? Wen Che suddenly realized an important question. Since Chu Ziqing had come out as well, it implied that she too could not return to the dormitory, right? So where will you stay tonight? Wen Che inquired, considering that it was already too late to return to the dormitory. She would need to find a place to stay for the night. Well, I could book a room to sleep in. You, alone? Chu Ziqing noted that, a gentle smile appearing on her face, imbued with a hint of allure and mischief. Indeed, would you care to accompany me? Chapter 33. I want to hold you while sleeping. This might not be appropriate. Wen Che hesitated slightly. After all, they had only been together for a few days. Was it too soon to spend the night together? Chu Ziqing lowered her head slightly and spoke softly. Actually, I have never stayed outside before. I am a bit scared. This was her first time venturing out at such a late hour. Yet she had acted without hesitation. She hadn't considered the implications of her decision. Aside from her home and the dormitory, she had never stayed anywhere else, which left her feeling somewhat anxious. When she suggested that Wen Che accompany her, she was not jesting. Oh, is that so? Then I will accompany you. Wen Che thought to himself, reassuring that he would not take advantage of the situation. Such matters should wait for the right moment. At least, they should not happen so soon. He believed that if intimacy occurred too early, the relationship might not endure. Though this thought resided solely in his mind, primarily, it was his sense of responsibility that prevailed. Until he could offer Chu Ziqing a promise of a lifetime commitment, he would refrain from any advances. Upon hearing that Wen Che would accompany her, Chu Ziqing's face lit up with joy as she nodded. Yes. Let us leave now, We are done here. Wen Che pulled out his phone to notify others that he would be leaving early. Yu Jiashu responded with a large question mark, and Wen Che, feeling cornered, sent a fabricated message. I'm tired, heading to bed now, bye. Let's go. After sending the message, he and Chu Ziqing prepared to depart. Noticing that Wen Che appeared rather warm, she inquired, shall we take a walk? Sure. Wen Che nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chu Ziqing remembered she had brought something for Wen Che. Oh, right. She retrieved a bottle of water from her bag and offered it to him. Wen Che accepted it, glancing at the unlabeled bottle, and asked, what is this? Honey grapefruit water. I made it myself. It helps with hangovers. I was worried you might feel unwell after drinking. Wow. Wen Che was genuinely surprised by Chu Ziqing's thoughtfulness. He could hardly find any faults in her. At least for now, she was excessively kind to him. Yet, he had yet to even give her a public acknowledgement of their relationship and was still entangled with Chang'ying. However, he resolved that tonight would be the last night. Come tomorrow, he would confront Chang'ying no matter what. Thank you. Wen Che opened the bottle and took a sip, the sweet and tart liquid soothing his throat and alleviating the lingering effects of alcohol. He had indeed felt a bit dazed earlier, having drunk more than he should have, and the cold wind outside had intensified the effects of the alcohol. As Chu Ziqing walked, she lowered her head and softly murmured, could you possibly call me? It seemed she wished to express something, yet shyness held her back. Her voice was barely audible, but the surrounding stillness allowed Wen Che to hear her clearly. He discerned that Chu Ziqing likely desired a form of address similar to the way she referred to herself. Thank you, darling, Wen Che whispered, then reached out to take her hand. Chu Ziqing's body quivered slightly, and she grasped his hand tightly. Though her head remained bowed, she could not conceal the blush creeping across her ears and the upward curve of her lips. The two walked in silence for a while until they found a reasonably nice chain hotel, where they booked a room. They opted for a twin bedroom and ascended to their floor with a room key in hand. As they traversed the corridor, Wen Che felt a twinge of anxiety. What would others think if they discovered he had taken Chu Ziqing to a hotel for the night? Would they believe him if he claimed nothing untoward had occurred? Upon entering the room, they stepped inside. Wen Che detected the lingering scent of alcohol on himself and worried it might overwhelm Chu Ziqing. I think I'll take a shower. Otherwise, I might smell of liquor. All right, Chu Ziqing replied softly, nodding as she settled on the bed. Wen Che entered the bathroom, closed the door, and began his shower. Afterward, he felt much more alert, the haze of intoxication lifting. Dressed, he exited the bathroom to find Chu Ziqing still seated by the bedside, unmoved. He approached the other bed, sat at its edge, and hesitantly said, shall we sleep? It was already past 1 in the morning, and they could only manage 5 or 6 hours of sleep before needing to rise for classes. Chu Ziqing not that happy, my see, slowly removed her shoes and climbed into bed. She lifted the covers and nestled under them, leaning against the headboard. Turning her head, she blinked at Wen Che. He too lay down, covered himself with the blanket, and reached for the light switch. Shall I turn off the light? Yes, she replied. Wen Che extinguished the light, plunging the room into darkness. Lying on his back, he stared at the ceiling, unable to close his eyes. After all, he was sharing a room with Chu Ziqing, and he felt a touch of insomnia. Everything seemed surreal, reminiscent of a dream. Just days prior, he could not have envisioned such events unfolding, growing closer to Chu Ziqing, gradually understanding her and appreciating her kindness towards him. Now, an unbidden thought arose within him. He did not wish to part from her. After lying there for 5 minutes without sleep, he turned over to face Chu Ziqing, who coincidentally had also turned. Wen Che softly inquired, are you still awake? In the stillness of the night, rest eluded her. What is the matter? Is it because of me? Are you not accustomed to this? She pondered aloud. No, It's just that I don't wish to fall asleep just yet. Her words left Wen Che perplexed, prompting him to inquire, how do you wish to sleep then? I wish to hold you as I drift into slumber, caught off guard. Wen Che fell into a contemplative silence, the weight of her request lingering in the air. He mused to himself, considering the uncharted territory of their relationship. They had yet to share any intimate moments, and the thought of holding her so closely seemed rather premature. Yet, what significance did that hold? After all, Chu Ziqing had ventured out to seek him. Without his presence, she might have enjoyed a peaceful night's rest in her dormitory. Thus, he felt a sense of obligation. Perhaps she was feeling a tad frightened? Then why not hold each other as we sleep? Chapter 34. You're teasing me. May I kiss you? Chu Ziqing softly inquired upon hearing Wen Che's words. Wen Che, without any hesitation, nodded affirmatively, saying, yes, if you wish. May I come to your bed? She asked. Of course, he replied. Wen Che shifted slightly, creating a space beside him. Upon receiving this assurance, Chu Ziqing descended from her bed and approached Wen Che's side. She then sat down, cautiously lying down next to him. Wen Che could distinctly feel Chu Ziqing beside him. Given that it was a twin room, the bed was rather small, and she was nearly pressed against his arm. At that moment, he realized how audacious he had been, likely influenced by the alcohol. Had he been sober, he doubted he would have acted so boldly. It seemed as though Chu Ziqing had anticipated her own consent this evening. Otherwise, she would not have made such a request. In truth, Wen Che's thoughts were accurate. Chu Ziqing's heart raced, nearly audible to her own ears. Although she appeared to have casually made this request, she was, in fact, compelling herself to be brave, mustering the courage to utter those words. She had contemplated this for quite some time, from the moment she entered the room, sitting there, to lying down without sleeping, wrestling with the decision of whether to voice it. What if she expressed her feelings and Wen Che rejected her? Would he come to dislike her? Would he think of her as a frivolous girl? These thoughts swirled in her mind until, in the end, she could no longer suppress her desires and chose to be courageous. Now, they lay quietly together, wordless and hesitant to move, as if frozen in time. The next moment, Chu Ziqing turned towards Wen Che, extending her arms to embrace him. Wen Che could feel her soft body against his, almost sensing the rhythm of her heartbeat. Moreover, he found her scent delightful, a faint fragrance that enveloped him. I'm quite thin, right? Is it uncomfortable to hold me? He expressed his concern. He wasn't emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton, but rather slightly slimmer than average, primarily due to his height, which made his weight appear more slender. Chu Ziqing gently shook her head, responding, no. It feels very comfortable. What do you mean, comfortable? Wen Che murmured softly, doubting her sincerity, thinking she might be comforting him. After all, he lacked any significant flesh. How could he be comfortable? However, soon Chu Ziqing responded, it feels comfortable because I'm holding the person I like the most. Wen Che's heart fluttered unexpectedly, and he stammered, is that so? What does it feel like to embrace Chang'ing? Suddenly, Chu Ziqing uttered a remark that momentarily stunned Wen Che. He was perplexed as to why she would pose such a question, but upon reflection, it seemed he had no recollections of embracing Chang'ing. I have never embraced her, truly? Why not? A hint of surprise colored Chu Ziqing's tone, as if she had not anticipated this realization. Indeed, they had never shared an embrace, although Wen Che and Chang'ing had been together for 7 or 8 months. The initial months were predominantly spent conversing, occasionally venturing out to malls or dining together. Then came the holiday, during which they did not see each other. And upon returning to school, their emotional connection had waned significantly. As Wen Che reminisced about his relationship with Chang'ing, it appeared devoid of any extraordinary moments. Most of their time was consumed by texting. They conversed when topics arose, and in the absence of conversation, it was as though the relationship did not exist. Chang'ing preferred to socialize with her roommates rather than with him, resulting in their infrequent outings, which generally consisted of window shopping, sipping milk tea, or having a meal together, lacking any deeper engagement. During the holidays, he busily worked to earn money, while Chang'ing never expressed a desire to meet. After school resumed, she frequently played games with other boys, further distancing herself from him, leading to their current predicament. In hindsight, their relationship felt ephemeral, almost superfluous. Chu Ziqing, who had been quietly listening, could not help but smile faintly at Wen Che's words. After a moment, she spoke softly. I thought, you two have already been intimate. Why would you think that? Do I appear to have a great relationship with her? Well, not particularly. Chu Ziqing discerned the discord in Wen Che and Cheng Ying's relationship. She held on a hope regarding her own feelings for him, believing there was a chance for something more. If Wen Che were truly happy and deeply in love with Cheng Ying, she would not have harbored such thoughts. As it turned out, her intuition was correct. She had never interfered in anyone's relationship and ultimately ended up with Wen Che. Then, you two, have you not engaged in any intimate acts? Chu Ziqing pressed on, her curiosity piqued. Previously, she had been hesitant to inquire, fearing the knowledge might bring her pain. However, learning that nothing had transpired allowed her to feel at ease and seek further details. At most, it seems we have. Kissed on the cheek. Oh. Chu Ziqing murmured softly, falling into silence. Wen Che was baffled by her reaction, unsure of what to make of it. After a few moments, Chu Ziqing unexpectedly spoke in a hushed tone, murmuring, I want to, as well. What? Wen Che was unable to hear clearly and, in confusion, posed a question. Chu Ziqing lifted her head, bringing her face close to Wen Che's, and, with a gentle breath that warmed the air between them, whispered, I want to kiss your cheek too. This time, Wen Che understood her clearly. A subtle smile graced his lips, his heart racing. Gradually, he turned his body to face Chu Ziqing, bringing them face to face, mere inches apart, with only the width of 2 fists separating them. Then, I shall kiss now. Wen Che softly so Chu Ziqing se consent. She tilted her face slightly and nodded amachum. Subsequently, Wen Che leaned in slowly. Just as he was about to make contact with her cheek, she unexpectedly turned her face away. Instead of brushing against her cheek, Wen Che's lips met her soft, warm lips. Their lips touched for just a fleeting moment before he instinctively recoiled, his expression one of astonishment. A hint of mischief sparkled in Chu Ziqing's eyes as she revealed a sly smile. I tricked you. I wanted to kiss your lips. Chapter 35. On the day you like me so much, you will do these things too. You are quite mischievous. Wen Che murmured softly, surprised by Chu Ziqing's unexpected playfulness. It was late at night, and her antics had certainly awakened his senses. Chu Ziqing couldn't help but giggle and inquired, Do you dislike this? And no, I don't dislike it. Although Wen Che was taken aback, he found himself embracing this sensation. In fact, it was rather delightful. Despite being merely a fleeting kiss, it left an indelible impression on him, as it was their very first kiss. How come you seem so adept at this? It's as if you possess a wealth of experience. Have you had many romantic encounters before? Wen Che's curiosity babbled forth. As he savored the moments Chu Ziqing had shared with him, he couldn't help but wonder how she could so effortlessly stir feelings within him, causing his cheeks to flush in embarrassment at times. This led him to question whether Chu Ziqing had prior experiences that endowed her with such expertise. Chu Ziqing pauset momentia, then earnestly replied, You are my first love. Really? Is that true? Indeed, you may ask anyone who knows me. I have never been in a relationship, nor do I have any male friends. You are the first. But the way you behave towards me feels so seasoned, while I feel like a novice, as if you're a battle-hardened veteran. In truth, most of my actions are subconscious. Like just now, I did not plan it in advance. It was simply a spontaneous urge. I believe it is because I genuinely like you that I naturally express myself this way. Is that so? Upon hearing Chu Ziqing's response, Wen Che began to comprehend that love does not require instruction. He could sense the depth of Chu Ziqing's affection, which assured him that she certainly cared for him deeply. Perhaps, when you like me as much as I like you, you will also behave in similar ways. And then you will understand my feelings, Chu Ziqing softly expressed, eagerly anticipating that day. All right, Wen Che, still unaware of what that feeling might entail, speculated that it would indeed manifest in the manner Chu Ziqing described, when he eventually came to cherish her deeply. Let us go to sleep. It's quite late. Okay. They both closed their eyes, and Wen Che soon felt the weight of drowsiness enveloping him. Having consumed alcohol, and with the hour growing late, sleepiness overtook him swiftly. Within moments of shutting his eyes, he drifted into slumber. Chu Ziqing followed suit in a little over 10 minutes, curling up beside Wen Che as she succumbed to sleep. The two individuals slept soundly, drifting into slumber until dawn. Had it not been for the alarm clock rousing them, they would have remained blissfully unaware of the passage of time. As the alarm chimed, Wen Che and Chu Ziqing opened their eyes in unison. With the arrival of daylight, the interior of the room became visible, and they exchanged a glance that, at such close proximity, evoked a hint of shyness, especially considering the vivid memories of the previous night. Wen Che sat up in bed and softly murmured, "Good morning." "Morning, my dear," Chu Ziqing replied with a smile, reflecting on how wonderfully restful her slumber had been, though she wished it could have lasted longer. If given the choice, she would have relished the opportunity to remain in Wen Che's embrace indefinitely. "Let's head back," she suggested. "All right," he agreed. The two rose from their bed, preparing to return to their dormitory to tidy up before attending their classes. As they exited the hotel, they were greeted by the morning sun, which still held a slight chill in the air. They walked together back to campus, parting ways as they reached their respective dormitories. Chu Ziqing felt a pang of reluctance as they departed. If circumstances allowed, she would have preferred to remain with Wen Che a while longer. Upon returning to her dormitory, her smile vanished, replaced by a muted expression that emanated an air of aloofness. It was hard to reconcile this demeanor with the radiant farewell she had just exchanged with Wen Che, her eyes betraying a sense of reluctance. She pushed open the door to her room, where her three roommates were already awake, engaged in tidying and applying makeup. As Chu Ziqing entered, their gazes shifted towards her, momentarily frozen in surprise. Song Chioi quickly inquired, "Where did you go last night?" They had all remained in the dormitory, and Chu Ziqing had suddenly left without a word, not to return throughout the night. The three had stayed awake, speculating about her whereabouts. While the other two wondered if she had simply gone home, Song Chioi harbored a suspicion that perhaps she had gone to meet her boyfriend, as she was aware that he had been out drinking with friends that evening. Chu Ziqing began to gather her belongings, remaining unresponsive to Song Chioi's question as if she hadn't heard it. However, Song Chioi had grown accustomed to this behavior. When Chu Ziqing chose not to speak about something, she would fall silent. Over time, this had led her roommates to perceive her as difficult to approach, resulting in infrequent conversations. Yet, Song Chioi no longer held such assumptions, believing there was still a chance for a friendship with Chu Ziqing. In truth, Chu Ziqing's reticence had its advantages. Her possessions remained untouched, eliminating potential disputes. Chu Ziqing meticulously organized herself before preparing to attend class. She stepped out of her dormitory and joined her fellow students on the path to their lectures. While some frequently noticed her solitary demeanor, intrigued by her aloof appearance, only Chu Ziqing truly understood the thoughts swirling in her mind. She walked silently, her gaze fixed ahead, her expression impassive, contemplating, "When will I have the chance to spend another night with Wen Che? It seems unlikely in the near future. I yearn for kisses and embraces. Oh heavens, could you grant us the blessing of remaining together, never to part?" Just then, she heard a voice calling from behind, and she paused, turning to discover that it was Cheng Ying. Cheng Ying approached her with a bright smile, exclaiming, "What is the matter?" "I'm going back to Wen Che for a few days." Chu Ziqing's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily taken aback, her expression tightening. "What?" Chapter 36 Last night. Wen Che couldn't resist and ventured out for a brief moment. "I must ensure that I maintain a good rapport with him. I cannot allow him to slip away. Therefore, I have decided to spend a few days by Wen Che's side to nurture our relationship. The string has been let out too far. It is time to reel it back in." Cheng Ying believes her thoughts are impeccable, at least in her mind. She considers Wen Che to be quite obedient and easily manageable. She even feels fortunate for having been less than kind to him in the past, as now, a slight improvement in her treatment would surely enable her to gain control over him. "Are you not weary?" Chu Ziqing inquired, genuinely perplexed by Cheng Ying's mindset. Does one truly harbor affection for two individuals? In her eyes, it did not appear so. She perceived Cheng Ying as merely enamored with herself. Cheng Ying associates emotions with personal gain. As long as there is benefit to her, she would never let go. Were it not for Wen Che's decent treatment of her, she would not be so preoccupied with him. Yet is this not exhausting? To perform on both sides, to play a role, akin to an actor rushing between venues. Not at all. I revel in the kindness bestowed upon me. What could be burdensome about that? It is quite worthwhile. Oh, why not give a try yourself? With your beauty and figure, you could easily cultivate a vast pool of admirers. At times, Cheng Ying genuinely envied Chu Ziqing, who possessed the striking beauty, flawless physique, and unique charm that Cheng Ying yearned for. She often imagined that if she were endowed with such attributes, her life would be 100 times better than it is now. No need for that. All right then, have you spoken with Wen Che? Has he noticed anything? You can inquire of him yourself. Chu Ziqing said little more, turning to leave. She was already aware that Wen Che had entirely let go of Cheng Ying, so she harbored no concerns about Cheng Ying seeking him out. Furthermore, she did not wish to engage in further conversation with Cheng Ying, believing that any additional words would be a waste of time. As Cheng Ying watched Chu Ziqing gradually distance herself, a twitch formed at the corner of her mouth, her brow furrowing as she muttered, "Pretentious. No wonder you lack a man." Upon returning to the dormitory, Wen Che pushed the door open and discovered he was the first to arrive. The room was unexpectedly empty. It was only during his washing up that the others returned, with Yu Jiashu and Qi Shidao supporting Du Lei, who appeared as if still intoxicated, squinting and stumbling. The moment they entered the dormitory, Du Lei collapsed onto a chair. "Goodness, I'm utterly exhausted. This guy can really drink," Yu Jiashu exclaimed as he set Du Lei down and stretched his shoulders. Qi Shidao, spotting Wen Che in the washroom, called out, "Hey, Wen Che, you're back. Where did you go last night?" Wen Che, brushing his teeth, poked his head out of the washroom, mumbling, "I just went to a hotel to sleep. I was too tired to endure any longer." Yu Jiashu pointed at Du Lei, declaring loudly, "This guy drank until 4 in the morning." Qi Shidao sighed nearby. "Alas, Yu Jiashu and I were ready to retire for the night around 1 o'clock. But Du Lei insisted on keeping us company. We had to sit there with him until he drank until past 4, before finally heading to the hotel for a brief rest. Didn't he find 2 girls last night to drink with? What happened there?" Upon hearing Wen Che's inquiry, Yu Jiashu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Guess what? Those 2 girls were a couple." "Ha ha." Wen Che paused in surprise, taking a few seconds to process this before replying, "Well, I suppose that's unfortunate for him." He then pointed to Du Lei, asking, "Can he still make it to class like this? Just take him to the classroom. It doesn't matter where he sleeps." "No way. He reeks of alcohol, and everyone would smell him in class. He should sleep in the dormitory." "Forget about him then." After Wen Che and the others finished their grooming, they exited the dormitory, preparing to attend class. Du Lei, alone in the dormitory, had already slumped over the desk, fast asleep, having not even made it to his bed. As the 3 walked along, chatting, Yu Jiashu suddenly caught a whiff of something peculiar. He sniffed a couple of times and then leaned closer to Wen Che, inhaling deeply from his body. "What are you doing? You creep." Wen Che dodged him, frowning in reproach. Yu Jiashu squinted and gradually moved nearer, raising his hands to rest gently upon Wen Che's neck. "Speak quickly. What did you do last night? If you don't tell me, I swear I'll strangle you." "What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you? I just went back to the hotel to sleep." Wen Che was bewildered by Yu Jiashu's behavior, though a shiver of unease coursed through him. "You smell delightful. Undoubtedly the scent of a woman. Now spill it. What on earth happened?" Yu Jiashu exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Wen Che was taken aback, realizing he had a scent on him. Could it be that Chu Ziqing had held him while they slept, leaving behind her fragrance? Ew. Best not pry too much. Wen Che suddenly adopted a serious expression, pushing Yu Jiashu's hands away. Yu Jiashu was momentarily stunned, and in that instant, realization dawned upon him. He leaned closer to Wen Che's ear and whispered, "You little rascal. Did you go looking for someone last night? Where did you find them? A foot massage parlor or a bathhouse? Could you please keep quiet?" Wen Che replied, exasperated. He thought to himself how Yu Jiashu was even suspecting him of seeking out such women, without ever considering that it might have been Chu Ziqing who sought him out last night. Perhaps in Yu Jiashu's mind, Chu Ziqing could never engage in such behavior. "I understand, brother. After drinking, one does indeed feel inclined. I won't breathe a word of this to anyone, but you better take a shower after class. If Chu Ziqing catches a whiff, you're done for." Yu Jiashu nodded knowingly at Wen Che, clearly grasping the situation. What a mess. Chi Shirtao approached, curious about the hushed conversation between the two. Before Wen Che could utter a word, Yu Jiashu turned his head and exclaimed, "Oh, last night Wen Che couldn't hold back and went out to relieve himself." "What the hell?" Wen Che's expression darkened instantly, wishing he could eliminate Yu Jiashu on the spot. "Oh, it's nothing. Chi Shirtao is not an outsider. Just tell him it's fine." Chi Shirtao, visibly astonished, gazed at Wen Che and incredulously inquired, "What? You're already with Chu Ziqing and still not satisfied? You need to go out for some relief? Can you really believe what he said? Then your intellect is quite similar." "Ahem. I actually don't believe it. I was just joking." Chi Shirtao coughed to mask his embarrassment and quickly changed his tune. Suddenly, Yu Jiashu halted, slightly furrowing his brow, and softly remarked, "Brother, if my eyes do not deceive me, isn't that Chang'ing walking towards us?" Chapter 37. To sever ties with her, Wen Che stood still, gazing ahead, and soon recognized a familiar figure hastily approaching. It was Chang'ing. Clearly, she was making her way toward him, and coincidentally, he had been seeking her to address some pressing matters. "Wen Che." Chang'ing waved cheerfully from a distance, her face aglow with a smile as she jogged closer. Yu Jianshu and Chi Shirtao, perceptive as ever, decided to take their leave, knowing that remaining would likely earn them a reprimand from Chang'ing. "We're off now. Take care," they said, passing by Chang'ing and quickening their pace. Wen Che remained rooted in place, and, as Chang'ing reached him, asked, "Is there something you need? Why are you being so cold? Don't you miss me? I've been thinking about you a lot these past few days. I sent you messages, but you ignored me." Chang'ing launched into her grievances, shifting the blame squarely onto Wen Che before even touching on the crux of the matter. Wen Che couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He had once overlooked such behavior, but now it dawned on him that Chang'ing had been toying with him. With her lofty demeanor, she accused him and instilled a sense of guilt within him, expecting him to appease her and treat her better. Was this the attitude of someone who claimed to have missed him after such a long separation? He found it hard to believe that someone capable of such actions could genuinely express longing. She had been out enjoying herself, even sharing kisses with others at a bar the night before, only to proclaim today that she missed him. How ironic. If this continued unchecked, he feared she would soon profess her love with the same lips that had been so freely used elsewhere. "Please, just get to the point. I have class soon," Wen Che said, glancing at his watch. Only 5 minutes remained before the start of class, and any further delay would risk his punctuality. He might as well have taken a nap in the dorm like Dulé. Chang'ing, aware of the time constraints, promptly stated, "I just wanted to see you. Let us have lunch together after class." Wen Che raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, I thought the wager was for a month." Chang'ing softened her tone, adopting a seemingly pleasant demeanor. "Oh, let's not dwell on the wager. How could I bear to part with you for a whole month? It's too long. I can't stand it. So, will you join me for lunch?" "All right, I also have something to discuss with you, so we can talk then." "Great." With that, they parted ways, and without a second thought, Wen Che left, eager to avoid lingering any longer. Upon arriving in the classroom, the two friends who had departed earlier eagerly inquired, "What did Chang'ing want with you?" Yu Jianshu and Chi Shirtao were keen to know what had transpired between Wen Che and Chang'ing after they had left. For Wen Che, he preferred not to elaborate on such matters, for regardless of the process, the outcome remained unchanged. It would be more prudent to discuss it with others after the results were revealed. "It's nothing. I'll tell you more this evening," he remarked, shaking his head in response. Since Wen Che had expressed his stance, Yu Jianshu and Chi Shirtao refrained for further inquiries. Once class concluded, they departed the classroom, making their way back to the dormitory. Wen Che intended to return to his quarters to await Chang'ing and to inform Chu Ziqing about his plans to meet her. More accurately, he sought her consent. If Chu Ziqing disapproved of his meeting with Chang'ing, he would certainly abstain from going. He also needed to convey his true intentions clearly to Chu Ziqing, ensuring she did not harbor any misunderstandings. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wen Che sent a message to Chu Ziqing coincidentally. She had just dispatched a message to him as well, their communications arriving almost simultaneously. "Chang'ing wants to go out with me today. Chang'ing mentioned she wants to see you today." Realizing that Chang'ing had evidently spoken to Chu Ziqing, Wen Che pondered her possible stance. Well, what did you say? Didn't he say much? Her intention seems to be to maintain connections with both of us, as she doesn't want to lose you. The reason is likely that she desires your affection. I will clarify things with her today. As Chu Ziqing engaged in conversation with Wen Che in the dormitory, her eyes widened upon reading his message, her lips slightly parted, a flicker of surprise gracing her face. Clarifying means confronting her directly? Chu Ziqing's heart fluttered with anticipation. If her conjecture was correct, that was indeed Wen Che's intention. Thus, Cheng would inevitably learn of their relationship. She was eager to assert her claim over the man she cherished, to make it abundantly clear that Wen Che belonged to her, no longer to Cheng Ying. Before long, Chu Ziqing received Wen Che's reply. Yes. Make it clear to her that she should no longer involve herself with us. A thunderous shock reverberated through her as she stood abruptly from her seat, causing her chair to tumble to the ground. In the dormitory, Song Xiui was startled by the loud commotion, her body jolting as she nearly dropped her phone. She stared at Chu Ziqing, bewildered by her sudden reaction. Chu Ziqing, are you all right? Song Xiui approached cautiously, riding Chu Ziqing's chair while inquiring with concern. Chu Ziqing had her back turned to her, rendering it impossible for her to discern the expression or reaction of Chu Ziqing. After a few moments, Chu Ziqing slowly took a seat and softly replied, "It's nothing. I was just a bit too excited earlier." While others might have erupted into cheers or animated gestures at such a moment, her reaction was somewhat restrained, understandably startling Song Xiui. She sat there, composed herself, took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly. All right. At this juncture, she appeared exceptionally calm, devoid of her earlier playful demeanor. After Wen Che finished speaking with Chu Ziqing, he received a message from Cheng Ying. "You must be out of class now. Shall we go for a meal? I'll be waiting for you at the school gate." Glancing at it, Wen Che chose not to respond, closed his phone, and picked up his jacket before heading out. Yu Jiashu looked up and inquired, "Are you going to eat? Are you waiting for us?" "No, I have something to attend to this afternoon." Chapter 38. We should have broken up long ago. Is something the matter? Again? Before Jia Shu could utter another word, Wen Che had already stormed out of the door, waking up Du Lei, who had been peacefully slumbering. Rubbing his eyes, Du Lei sat up, stretching his back with audible cracks. "What is going on?" he mumbled, still dazed, glancing at Jia Shu and Qi Shi Tao, seeking clarification. "You're awake. You truly have a remarkable capacity for alcohol. We are all in awe. I shall henceforth refer to you as the strongest," Qi Shi Tao declared, clasping his hands in salute to Du Lei. He mused that had he drunk as much as Du Lei the previous night, he would undoubtedly be in a hospital bed. Du Lei tapped his head and grumbled, "Ugh. This fake liquor has left me with a pounding headache. I must clear my head tonight and perhaps indulge a bit more later on. Enough of that. We shall not drink again. That one night felt like it could last me a month. I doubt I shall touch alcohol again within that time." Qi Shi Tao quickly interjected, waving his hands. The thought of drinking again that evening was utterly unappealing to him. Not only was his body at stake, but his girlfriend would certainly not tolerate his indulgence after 2 consecutive nights of revelry. "You can wait for Wen Che to return and inquire with him. He might be up for a drink tonight," Jia Shu suggested, gesturing toward the door that had just been opened. Du Lei yawned and asked, "Where did he go?" "Off to handle some matters. Your brother, when is perpetually busy, besieged by affairs each day. If he finishes his tasks feeling down, he will surely need your company for a drink. Conversely, if he concludes on a high note, he may wish for your company as well." "Fine. I'll catch a few more Z's." Du Lei climbed back into bed, yearning for a brief respite, as he had been forcibly roused from his slumber and was still too groggy to keep his eyes open. Upon exiting the dormitory, Wen Che made his way directly to the school gate, a sense of foreboding settling over him. He felt as though something significant was destined to unfold that day, though he could not discern whether it would be auspicious or otherwise. From a distance, he spotted a figure standing at the entrance, Cheng Ying, absorbed in her phone as she typed away, seemingly engaged in a conversation. In the past, he would have overthought it, curious about whom she might be chatting with. However, now his heart was unperturbed, and a moment's reflection sufficed to deduce with whom she might be conversing. As Wen Che approached, Cheng Ying's gaze flicked towards him. Hastily, she shut her phone and stowed it away, looking up with a faint smile. You're here. Let us go. Shall we have a meal? What would you like to eat? Wen Che maintained a stoic expression, replying indifferently, anything is fine. Oh, so you're adopting a cool demeanor now? Very well. Let us find a place to eat, for I believe it matters more with whom one dines than the food itself. Ziqing turned her head, a subtle, ambiguous smile gracing her lips as she glanced at Wen Che. Yet, Wen Che remained unresponsive, aware that these expressions were mere performances. Ziqing possessed the remarkable ability to feign affection, creating the illusion that she held a deep fondness for him, while in reality, her thoughts might be quite the opposite. Perhaps she had chastised herself countless times in her mind. The two of them sought out a nearby restaurant. Although it was ostensibly a casual choice, Ziqing could not possibly select an establishment of poor quality. After all, her intention today was to foster a connection with Wen Che, necessitating some effort on her part. Even her makeup was meticulously crafted, as Wen Che had previously praised this particular look, prompting her to recreate it for today's encounter. Once seated, Wen Che contemplated speaking directly, but Ziqing preempted him by summoning the waiter to place their order. As Wen Che squinted, he noticed that Ziqing's neck was markedly a different shade than her face. Typically, one's face would be lighter than their neck, yet here she was, with a neck even fairer than her complexion. How much foundation had she applied? Nevertheless, the thick layer could not entirely conceal the marks present on her neck, deep enough to be discerned, though only subtly. Wen Che, what would you like to eat? It's on me. Ziqing handed him the menu, her smile embodying the image of a dutiful girlfriend. Wen Che cast a glance at the menu, pondering how he could possibly dine here with Ziqing. That would require an audacious heart. He pushed the menu aside and addressed Ziqing. Let us skip the meal and discuss the matter at hand. Matter? What? What matter are you referring to? Ziqing's voice trembled slightly, her gaze wavering. Unable to meet Wen Che's eyes. As her eyes darted about, suddenly she widened them in shock. She had spotted a familiar face in the restaurant. Chu Ziqing. What was he doing here? Ziqing's heart screamed in disbelief as she noticed a young man seated in a corner, her other romantic interest, Chu Ziqing, with whom she had shared kisses just the previous night at the bar. Chu Ziqing sat absorbed in his phone, seemingly awaiting someone, occupying a space meant for two. He remained oblivious to Ziqing's presence, while she recognized him all too well. At that moment, a wave of intense anger surged within her. Just moments ago, Chu Ziqing had texted her, claiming he was busy at work and had little time to check his phone. She had felt a sense of relief, believing that if he were preoccupied, she could pursue her own interests and cultivate her bond with Wen Che. She had informed Chu Ziqing that she was out with her roommate and might not be available to chat. But now, what was happening? How could they cross paths here? Although I did not venture out with my roommate, I found myself in the company of Wen Che. Yet, he too has been deceitful. He is not at work. Instead, he lounges in a corner of this restaurant, idly engrossed in his phone. Is this what it means to be too busy to check one's device? In that moment, Ziqing felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, but Wen Che was still present. If the two were to encounter one another, wouldn't that ignite a conflagration in her harem? At this juncture, Wen Che noticed that Ziqing was gazing elsewhere, entirely avoiding his gaze, even neglecting his attempts to engage her in conversation. He furrowed his brow, a look of impatience surfacing on his face. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, he said, "Hey, I'm speaking to you. After you hear me out, you may do as you wish." "Oh, all right, what did you say?" Ziqing, regaining her composure, turned her attention to Wen Che. Having been preoccupied with thoughts of Chu Ziqing and completely missing what he had just articulated, Wen Che wore an expression of exasperation and slowly began to speak. "What I mean to say is, let us lay everything bare, stop pretending as if we are still together. We should have parted ways long ago." What did you just say? Chapter 39. You prepared such a surprising gift for me? Ziqing heard clearly what Wen Che had said, yet she found it hard to believe, her mind momentarily failing to register the words. She replayed Wen Che's statement in her head, and in that instant, it felt as though her heart skipped a beat. "No. What are you saying? You must be joking. Where do we break up? Stop spouting nonsense." Ziqing hurriedly forced a smile, awkward and unnatural, her tone betraying her unease. Her heart raced as she pondered whether her actions had been discovered. She fervently hoped it was not the case. At that moment, Chung Ying silently prayed, her palms sweaty, a chill creeping down her back. Will you perceive me as in your eyes? Am I really so foolish and easily deceived? Do you think you can keep this from me and treat my feelings as if they were worthless? Wen Che sighed, finally able to voice these sentiments today. In the past, he could never have uttered such words. If he had, Chung Ying would have transformed, her complexion darkening, her emotions flaring up. Yet now, he found himself indifferent to her potential outburst. What do you mean by that? What did I ever think you were foolish and easily deceived? What have I ever lied to you about? How can you say such things about me? Is this how you truly see me? Wen Che, you have utterly disappointed me. Wen Che shut his eyes, unable to suppress a chuckle. A simple sentence from him had triggered her defensive reflexes. Chung Ying was overly sensitive. Wen Che slowly took out his phone, murmuring, "That person works at the hamburger joint off campus. I've seen your interactions online," and he opened his phone and placed a photo he had captured the previous night before Chung Ying. Each word he spoke pierced Chung Ying's heart, and when she finally laid eyes on the clear image of them kissing, it felt as if a dagger had plunged through her heart, rendering her momentarily breathless. Since you have a relationship with him, we should no longer be connected. After all, you deleted all evidence of our time together, and so did I. How is this any different from a breakup? If you refuse to acknowledge it, that is fine. I am formally telling you now. Chung Ying, we have broken up. Wen Che maintained a calm demeanor, a relaxed smile gracing his face, as though he had been anticipating this moment all along. Chung Ying lowered her head, her expression dark as storm clouds before a tempest, her gaze icy, and her lips quivering slightly. I do not agree. Who are you to make unilateral decisions? Her voice was frigid, and Wen Che was momentarily taken aback, surprised that even at this juncture, she would utter such futile words. What does your agreement matter? It changes nothing. I am informing you, not consulting you. Does being together require your consent? And does breaking up need it as well? Bang! Chung Ying slammed her hand on the table, lifted her head, and glared with wide eyes. She could no longer maintain her faade, revealing her true self, which was utterly different from the earlier pretense. From her perspective, she had generously given Wen Che a chance, yet he had the audacity to disregard her kindness. Wen Che, have you grown wings? I haven't kept an eye on you for just a few days, and you've become so arrogant. How can you utter such heartless words? We've been together for over 6 months, and you dare to suggest a breakup? Wen Che listened to Chung Ying's words without a hint of emotional disturbance. Most people would have been incensed by her accusations at this point, but Wen Che understood her character well. The more he expressed anger, the more entangled they would become in endless disputes. I may have spoken harshly, but your actions are indeed callous. I do not wish to argue over right and wrong, as that would merely squander our time. After our separation, I will refrain from speaking ill of you, so I ask you not to cling to me any longer. Cling? Me? Ha! Wen Che, you truly amuse me. You are so self-absorbed. Do you think I am unwanted? Just wait. Chung Ying's face flushed crimson, clearly agitated. She abruptly stood up and strode towards the back where Wen Che was seated. He turned in surprise and noticed a boy in the corner, suddenly understanding something. To his astonishment, the boy had also arrived. What was his purpose? Was he there to spy on them, or was this some sort of twisted game? After approaching, Chung Ying slammed her hand on the table in front of Zhou Kong. The sound startled Zhou Tsong, who looked up to see Chung Ying, his eyes widening in shock and terror. Chung Ying? No. You. What are you doing here? Zhou Tsong stammered, appearing nearly paralyzed with anxiety, his body trembling, as if every hair on his body stood on end. Chung Ying, mistaking his fear for guilt over being caught in a lie, paid no mind as she had more pressing matters at hand. Without hesitation, she seized Zhou Tsong's arm and yanked him from his seat. Come with me. Wait, Zhou Tsong had yet to comprehend the situation when Chung Ying dragged him directly before Wen Che. Wen Che sat there, looking up at the two of them with an expression of indifference, unaware of Chung Ying's intentions. Zhou Tsong stood frozen, like a statue, his mouth slightly agape in astonishment upon seeing Wen Che. Chung Ying met Wen Che's gaze and, lifting her chin defiantly, declared, You were right. I deceived you. The stakes were fabricated. I simply want to break up with you and be with him. So what? I've kissed him. I've touched him. Does that infuriate you? And look at this. As Chung Ying spoke with increasing fervor, she pulled out a makeup remover wipe from her bag and began to cleanse her neck. Once the foundation was removed, the obvious marks of a kiss were revealed, stark against her skin. These are all from him. How do you like that? He is 100 times better than you. I shall henceforth cherish my time with him, while individuals like you are destined to fail in retaining a girlfriend. Chung Ying's voice was far from subdued. Her words echoed loudly enough for the patrons at the adjacent table to overhear, drawing their attention and prompting some to record the spectacle with their phones. Chung Ying's intention was to humiliate Wen Che, to plunge him into despair, allowing her to exact her revenge and relish in her triumph. Yet, Wen Che remained unfazed, having anticipated such occurrences long ago. At that moment, he noticed a girl standing in front, wide-eyed and incredulous. His instincts informed him that this girl was extraordinary, prompting him to tilt his head and gaze in her direction. Chung Ying and Zhou Tsong, upon noticing Wen Che's diverted attention, turned to look as well. The instant Zhou Tsong laid eyes on the girl, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. The girl nodded, then shook her head, fixing her cold gaze upon Zhou Tsong, and remarked, "Oh, Zhou Tsong, I traveled thousands of kilometers to find you, and this is the delightful surprise you have prepared for me? Chapter 40, I promise. I shall love only you from now on. Do you believe me?" "What?" Chung Ying was momentarily stunned by the girl's words. She turned to Zhou Tsong, seeking an explanation, but Zhou Tsong completely ignored her, hastily shaking off her hand and rushing towards the girl. "Darling, it's not what you think. You've misunderstood. I don't know her at all. She approached me, insisting that I help her vent her frustrations with her boyfriend. I don't know her." Chung Ying's mouth fell open, her gaze frozen in disbelief, nearly fainting from shock. Her lips twitched and her brows furrowed, rendering her speechless. What does this mean? Zhou Tsong called her what? Darling? And what about her? What was she to him? And to say he didn't know her? What absurdity was this? If he didn't know her, where did those kiss marks on her neck come from? A rash? And who was this girl? Did Zhou Tsong have other women? Was she just another fish in his pond? Chung Ying's mind was in chaos, blank and devoid of thoughts, utterly bewildered by the current situation. The girl abruptly shoved Zhou Tsong aside, pointing at Chung Ying and declaring loudly, "She just said that you two have kissed. Touched. She even claimed those marks on her neck were your doing. Now you're telling me you don't know her? Who would believe that?" Chung Ying could no longer contain her anger. She was in the midst of orchestrating a dramatic revenge. And who was this girl to interfere? She stepped forward, glaring at the girl and demanding, "Who are you? What is your relationship with Zhou Tsong?" "I am his girlfriend. We've been together for over a year." "Oh no, wait. I'm his ex-girlfriend now." Zhou Tsong, hearing this, hurriedly interjected, "No, baby, that was all a misunderstanding. Nothing happened. You must believe me." At that moment, Wen Che suddenly raised his hand, holding up his phone, interrupting their conversation. "Hey, I have a photo of them kissing. Do you want to see it?" The three of them turned to Wen Che, their expressions a mixture of shock. The girl's face flushed even deeper with embarrassment and rage as she glared at Zhou Tsong, shouting, "Goodbye, you two despicable people." After expressing her indignation, she turned and resolutely walked away. "Hey, don't go. Let me explain. Baby. Zhou Tsong, seeing her leave, immediately chased after her, completely disregarding Chung Ying. Chung Ying seized Zhou Tsong's arm, demanding loudly, "Wait. Aren't you going to explain? What does this mean? Do you have a girlfriend?" Zhou Tsong glanced back at Chung Ying, then forcefully shook off her hand, revealing a look of disdain on his face. "Oh, come on." After being cast aside, he swiftly pursued her, leaving Chung Ying alone in her desolation. Her hand lingered in the air, seemingly frozen, as a numb expression enveloped her face. Today, she had endured an overwhelming barrage of emotional upheaval, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. Her heart raced violently, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the onlookers around her whispered furtive comments, speculating on her role as the mistress, recalling her earlier bravado. Indeed, it was astonishing how one could act with such audacity while entangled in infidelity. Wen Che, seated nearby, stifled laughter behind his hand, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle unfolding before him. He would gladly pay to witness such a riveting performance. It was evident that Zhou Tsong had arranged to meet his long-distance girlfriend today, only to be unexpectedly confronted by Cheng Ying, leading to his downfall. Cheng Ying, akin to the Titanic colliding with an iceberg, was sinking fast. Wen Che could only attribute her plight to her own choices. This unfortunate outcome was merely a reflection of her misfortune. This episode imparted a lesson to Wen Che. Apart from the necessity of parting ways gracefully, one should refrain from treating others as mere backups, for one might similarly find themselves relegated to the role of a spare. Cheng Ying slowly turned around, casting a fleeting glance at Wen Che before hastily lowering her head, as if she had lost all dignity and could no longer bear to face him. The palpable awkwardness radiated from her, with Wen Che noticing the telltale flush spreading across her ears and neck, as if she were a vegetable nearing its boiling point. In contrast, Wen Che appeared quite pleased, his lips curving into a smile that showed no signs of fading. He felt a sense of accomplishment, ready to exit with satisfaction. "Well, goodbye," he declared, rising to gather his belongings, preparing to depart. In the past month, today had been his most joyous, as if he had shed an immense burden. Feeling remarkably light, just as he was about to leave, passing by Cheng Ying, she suddenly reached out, grasping his arm with urgency. Wen Che halted, turning to face her, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What are you doing?" Cheng Ying lifted her gaze, revealing glistening tears tracing down her cheeks, her eyes filled with helplessness and panic. "Wen Che, please don't leave me." Her voice quivered, tinged with sorrow, as the scrutinizing stares of the crowd pierced her like needles. In that moment, she was gripped by fear, desperately clinging to her only source of support. Wen Che was momentarily taken aback, though his heart remained largely unperturbed. He knew Cheng Ying all too well. Her tears were merely crocodile tears. Her distress was not born from regret or fear of his departure, but rather from the dread of being left alone, exposed to the judgment of others. "Could you let go? We are no longer connected." The piercing gaze of Wen Che made Cheng Ying feel an involuntary fear. She had never witnessed such an expression from him before. Yet, she remained unwilling to let go, her throat tightening as she pleaded, "I beg you, grant me another chance. I truly acknowledge my mistakes, and I recognize that you are the best. Everyone makes errors. Please forgive me just this once. I assure you, I promise. From now on, I shall love only you. Do you trust me?" Wen Che could not help but scoff. He was acutely aware that Cheng Ying's promises were but fleeting. Once she achieved her desired outcome, her vows would be swiftly forgotten. He had experienced this numerous times, and for someone who placed great value on promises, such behavior was genuinely irksome. With a forceful shake, he flung Cheng Ying's arm aside and continued on his path. Cheng Ying hurriedly pursued him, reaching out in a desperate attempt to grasp Wen Che. "Wen Che, please listen to me." At that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the side, seizing her wrist tightly. Wen Che caught a glimpse of the figure beside him and immediately halted, while Cheng Ying stood frozen, her eyes wide in disbelief. Qingqing? She had not anticipated that Chu Ziqing would be here. Her expression remained as indifferent as ever, her grip on Cheng Ying's wrist firm. Wen Che has made himself clear. It is time to cease this entanglement. Chapter 41. I will not allow you to have it easy. If necessary, we shall perish together. Wen Che gazed at Chu Ziqing with a hint of astonishment, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ziqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stammered, I just happened to pass by." "Passed by?" Wen Che raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing surprise. Observing Chu Ziqing, he sensed that her presence was not merely coincidental. Rather, it seemed as though she had been waiting here for some time, especially given her inconspicuous attire. It only reinforced his belief that she had been lying in wait. Upon spotting Chu Ziqing, Cheng Ying's demeanor shifted as if she had found a lifeline, urgently exclaiming, "Qingqing, you must help me speak. I truly did not intend for things to unfold this way, did I? I have my reasons." Cheng Ying cast desperate glances at Chu Ziqing, blinking fervently, her hopes resting entirely upon her dear friend. If only Chu Ziqing would speak on her behalf. Even if it meant uttering some falsehood, Wen Che would likely trust her words. If she could stabilize Wen Che's emotions, she believed she could eventually wear him down. In her mind, Wen Che was exceedingly soft-hearted. If she persisted, he would surely forgive her. I will not speak on your behalf. I am fully aware of your actions, Chu Ziqing replied, shaking her head and releasing Cheng Ying's hand, her tone devoid of emotion. What? Cheng Ying's heart trembled uncontrollably, and a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes as she gazed at Chu Ziqing. A chill ran through her, and she sensed something was amiss. Why was Chu Ziqing so close to Wen Che? Their relationship seemed to carry an unusual undertone. Are you hiding something from me? Cheng Ying took a step back. Her tears from moments ago suddenly dried. She furrowed her brow, her reddened eyes fixated on the two before her. Wen Che stepped forward, maintaining a calm expression as he responded. What do you mean by hiding? Our matters are of no concern to you, are they? There is no need for us to report to you. With that, he abruptly grasped Chu Ziqing's hand, their fingers intertwining. Chu Ziqing's eyes widened in surprise, turning to glance at Wen Che. Upon meeting his steadfast gaze, a surge of joy filled her heart. She realized Wen Che was openly showcasing their relationship to Cheng Ying. This signified that their bond was no longer a secret, but rather a publicly acknowledged connection. You too. In that moment, Cheng Ying's mind seemed to short-circuit, unable to comprehend the scene before her, as disbelief washed over her. What was happening? How had Wen Che taken Chu Ziqing's hand? In Cheng Ying's mind, the disparity between Wen Che and Chu Ziqing was vast. She had always believed that someone of Wen Che's caliber could never be won over by Chu Ziqing. But now, what was unfolding before her? How could two individuals, so completely mismatched, find themselves holding hands? As Wen Che openly acknowledged their relationship, Chu Ziqing realized that she no longer needed to conceal the truth. She spoke softly, elucidating, I have known Wen Che for quite some time, long before I met you. I developed feelings from early on. However, during your time together, I refrained from any actions and maintained my distance. It was only after you made those choices that he resolved to part ways with you and subsequently began a relationship with me. Of course, your opinion of me is inconsequential. I'm indifferent to it. Chu Ziqing stated her position firmly, unfazed by Cheng Ying's potential misinterpretations or judgments. Cheng Ying's thoughts suddenly crystallized as she pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Ziqing, exclaiming loudly, It was you? You informed Wen Che? I confided in you, trusting you with these matters. How could you betray me like this? She had found it peculiar that Wen Che seemed to have been aware of these circumstances for quite some time. How had he uncovered the truth? If he had not discovered it himself, it was highly probable that someone had divulged the information to him. The only individuals privy to this matter were herself, Zhou Tsong, and Chu Ziqing. Given the current situation, it was evident that Chu Ziqing had betrayed her. Wen Che intended to defend Chu Ziqing, but before he could utter a word, Chu Ziqing responded without hesitation, Yes, I informed Wen Che. I have always been on his side, so naturally, I would tell him. You are correct in saying that I betrayed you, but even if given the chance to choose again, I would act the same. I believe I did the right thing. I cannot assist you in keeping such a secret. She regarded Cheng Ying's actions as fundamentally wrong. To aid her in concealing such a secret would render her equally culpable. Moreover, the person at risk was the one she cherished the most, and she could not simply turn a blind eye. You. Ah, Cheng Ying shouted, her face flushed with rage, unable to articulate her feelings as she erupted in the restaurant, her shrill voice compelling others to cover their ears and furrow their brows. Wen Che quickly reached out to shield Chu Ziqing's ears, his mouth agape in distress, perplexed by Cheng Ying's sudden transformation. One might think a kettle was boiling in the background. This was the first time Chu Ziqing had witnessed Cheng Ying in such a state, and she regarded her with disdain, finding her emotional volatility unsettling, even frightening, as if she were on the verge of an explosive outburst. Wen Che shared this sentiment and swiftly took Chu Ziqing's hand, leading her away from the scene. Their dignity had already been compromised, and remaining in Cheng Ying's presence would surely lead to further disgrace. Who could predict what Cheng Ying might do next? What if they rush over like rabid dogs and bite them? Before long, the restaurant's manager hurried over, his expression grim, for the disturbance caused by Cheng Ying had already driven away numerous disgruntled patrons. Hey, young lady, stop shouting. You need to leave right now. What are you making such a fuss about? If you don't go, I will call the police. Chu Ziqing was interrupted by the manager. She stood frozen, gasping for breath. Her face flushed crimson, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Clenching her jaw, her gaze was filled with resentment and fury, as if the pent-up hostility within her was on the verge of erupting. Chu Ziqing appeared to be struggling to contain herself, muttering fiercely, "Chu Ziqing, Wen Che, I must seek vengeance upon you. You have ruined me, and I shall ensure that you do not escape unscathed. If it comes to it, we shall perish together." Chapter 42. Upon finishing their meal, if I were not to indulge in this cigarette, I would surely perish. As Wen Che and Chu Ziqing departed from the dining hall, they returned to campus in silence. Yet it was evident that both harbored a plethora of thoughts they longed to share with one another. Their relationship, once shrouded due to Chu Ying's presence, now found itself liberated from that constraint. With Chu Ying no longer a factor, there was no longer a need for concealment. In a spontaneous gesture, they clasped each other's hands, strolling through the campus without fear of being seen. Indeed, many students caught sight of them. Those familiar with Chu Ziqing were left astounded, their mouths agape, their gazes unwaveringly fixed upon the couple. Their expressions resembled that of witnessing a surreal apparition, as if a significant transformation had transpired. Wen Che felt a strange mixture of abruptness and naturalness in the unfolding events. He had anticipated that Chu Ying would prove more troublesome than he had imagined, yet it seemed, perhaps, that the matter had been resolved. Indeed, it appeared so. Chu Ziqing softly echoed his sentiments, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream, albeit a delightful one. Her heart brimmed with joy, and had it not been for the need to maintain a semblance of composure in public, she would have expressed her elation freely. Wen Che recognized that there were numerous topics to discuss with Chu Ziqing, yet words eluded him. He was uncertain where to begin, recalling how he had felt similarly tongue-tied when he first started dating Chu Ying. Ideally, Chu Ziqing should have taken the initiative, but observing her silence, he surmised that her emotional state mirrored his own. "WOC? Wen Che." Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Du Lei approaching, who quickened his pace upon seeing Wen Che. Initially smoking a cigarette, he took a deep drag before discarding it at the sight of Wen Che. "What are you doing?" Wen Che halted, grasping Chu Ziqing's hand and turning to confront Du Lei. Du Lei glanced at the indifferent Chu Ziqing, wholly disregarding her cool demeanor, and directed his inquiry at Wen Che. "Have you just returned from your meal? Out for a stroll or a date?" "Oui." Wen Che turned to look at Chu Ziqing, suddenly remembering that amidst all the commotion, they had not yet partaken of lunch. While he could forego a meal, he realized that Chu Ziqing likely hadn't eaten either. "We haven't eaten yet," he replied. Du Lei clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Neither have I. Come on, let us go eat together. I just woke up, and my roommates have already finished their meals. I was just lamenting the absence of a dining companion." As Wen Che glanced at Chu Ziqing, he found himself in a quandary, for they were currently enjoying a leisurely stroll together. Had he been alone, he would have joined Du Lei without a second thought. Chu Ziqing, observing Wen Che's silence, understood that he was inquiring about her thoughts. His question implied a desire to go, for if he were disinterested, there would be no need to seek her opinion. Thus, she gently nodded in agreement. Upon receiving her response, Wen Che turned to Du Lei and asked, "What shall we eat?" "Let us try that home-style restaurant outside. Isn't it quite good?" Du Lei suggested. "Which one? The one at the corner?" Wen Che inquired. "Yes, that one. Shall we go?" Du Lei pressed. "Let South choose another place. I believe I want to be returning there for some time." Wen Che replied, a hint of embarrassment in his smile, for they had just exited that very establishment after causing quite a stir without ordering anything. The thought of returning there for a meal was unfathomable, as he would likely be politely ushered out upon entry. If that is the case, there is a fast food place that is also quite decent. Let us go there. I'll treat," Du Lei offered. Without questioning Wen Che's reasons, he swiftly suggested another restaurant. Wen Che waved his hand, saying, "You needn't treat us. We can pay for ourselves." "Oh, come on, don't be so polite. Let us go," Du Lei urged, leaving no room for further debate. Consequently, Wen Che, accompanied by Chu Ziqing, followed Du Lei as they exited the school grounds. The trio soon arrived at the fast food restaurant Du Lei had mentioned. By now it was afternoon, and the lunch crowd had dwindled. After finding a table, they began to place their orders. It dawned on Chu Ziqing that this was her first time dining out with Wen Che. They sat closely together, and despite the presence of others, she felt a flutter of excitement. Goodness, I'm starving. By the way, they mentioned you went out for errands at noon. What was it about? Did you finish? Du l'ai kid. Ah, I'm done. It wasn't anything major, just dealing with a few minor issues, Wen Che replied, exchanging a glance with Chu Ziqing and nodding subtly. How about a drink tonight? To unwind, Du Lei suggested. No thanks, I can't drink anymore. It would be too much for me. Wen Che quickly declined, waving his hand. He had already struggled to keep up with the drinking the previous night, and only when it fit in. Reflecting back, he was grateful he had attended, as it allowed him to capture that pivotal photograph and resolve his most pressing concern today. Since you're both abstaining, I suppose I'll just buy a couple of bottles to drink in the dorm. That way I can have a little before bed. Du l'ai guide. With no one willing to join him, his interest in drinking out dissipated, leaving him with the prospect of solitary drink in his dormitory. Wen Che admired Du Lei's enthusiasm for drinking. He knew he would not be able to endure it himself. Soon, the meals ordered by the trio arrived. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing ate sparingly, while Du Lei indulged heartily, devouring his food at a rapid pace. By the time Wen Che and Chu Ziqing were still savoring their dishes, Du Lei had already reached the finishing line, clearing the remnants from his plate. Burp! In just 5 minutes, Du Lei polished off his meal, let out a belch, and reached into his pocket, feeling for something. I've finished. Take your time with your meal. I'm off for a smoke. Just as he stood up, he discovered that his cigarette pack was, to his dismay, empty. Damn it. This is a disaster. No cigarettes left. This meal was in vain. Wen Che glanced at him and remarked, Is it really necessary to smoke right after a meal? Du Lei crumpled the empty cigarette pack in his hand, looked intently at Wen Che, and said earnestly, Buddy, if I can't enjoy a smoke after my meal, I might as well just drop dead right here. Chapter 43. What kind of man throws a tantrum at his girlfriend if he lacks the ability? Well, I'll take my leave now. I've settled the bill. You two enjoy your meal. After Du Lei finished speaking, he exited the restaurant, having already paid for their table. Wen Che watched as Du Lei walked out. Feeling somewhat awkward, he turned to Chu Ziqing and remarked, My roommate is a bit eccentric, but he is a decent person. Chu Ziqing had a slight understanding of Wen Che's roommate, as she was concerned about him being bullied in the dormitory. After learning a little, she realized that although everyone had their quirks, none of them harbored malicious intentions. With no one else around, Wen Che and Chu Ziqing felt less urgency to eat, allowing themselves to savor their meal and engage in conversation. Once Du Lei left the restaurant, he wandered into a nearby supermarket, purchased a pack of cigarettes, and took a deep drag, exclaiming, Phew, that was close, almost choked. While smoking, Du Lei's expression was notably relaxed, giving the impression that he might have indulged in something more illicit. As he strolled down the street aimlessly, he found himself discreetly admiring the passing women. Upon reaching an alleyway, he suddenly noticed a girl ahead who appeared to be in distress. It was a young woman, seemingly engulfed by her emotions, furiously pounding on the wall, stomping her feet, and muttering curses under her breath. Before he could discern her identity, a smile crept onto his lips. As he approached and recognized her, he was momentarily taken aback. Well, he couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out to be Wen Che's ex-girlfriend, Cheng Ying. He had seen her once before and had instinctively felt she was not a good person. While not overtly malicious, she certainly seemed incompatible with Wen Che. However, since Wen Che had been getting along well with her at the time, he refrained from commenting. After hearing about recent events from Wen Che, he realized that Cheng Ying was indeed not a commendable individual. After venting her frustrations, Cheng Ying stepped back and sat on the steps. Du Lei took a few strides and settled beside her. Cheng Ying glanced over and, upon recognizing him, frowned. After a few seconds of silence, she finally recalled who he was. Aren't you Wen Che's roommate? What are you doing here? Did Wen Che send you? Cheng Ying presumed that Wen Che had sent him, although she was uncertain of the purpose. However, Du Lei shook his head, offering a gentle smile, and softly inquired, No, I merely passed by and noticed you seemed quite upset. May I ask what happened? Initially, Cheng Ying thought that if he were sent by Wen Che, she would want him to leave immediately, as she had no desire to hear anything about Wen Che. To her surprise, he wasn't he, and seeing him maintain a respectful distance while speaking in a soothing tone made her wonder if he had come to offer her comfort. Chu Ziqing gazed ahead, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "Humph. What else could it be? That scoundrel Wen Che. That cad. He abandoned me without a second thought. And that vixen Chu Ziqing. She betrayed me. That mistress. She must have been in cahoots with Wen Che all along. Oh dear, so it is like this. What a dreadful situation indeed." Dulé retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, and lit it before offering another to Chu Ziqing, inquiring, "Care for a smoke?" "No." Chu Ziqing frowned and shook her head, realizing that Dulé was clearly here to comfort her. As to the reasons behind it, she pondered little. It was merely a man's instinct, she thought, to approach a beautiful woman weeping alone, seeking to console her and attract her attention. However, she refrained from exposing Dulé's intentions, as she genuinely needed someone to listen to her vent her frustrations and express her grievances. I have truly seen through them. A pair of despicable lovers. What good endings could they possibly have? Perhaps I am at fault too, but are they blameless? Ultimately, the greater responsibility lies with Wen Che. He possesses no abilities, so who can he blame? Dulé inhaled from his cigarette, nodding as he spoke. Actually, I have a friend whose experiences are rather similar to yours. Really? Chu Ziqing suddenly lifted her head, looking at Dulé with a look of astonishment. Indeed, she shared many insights with me the other day. She mentioned that women have the right to choose better partners and a more fulfilling life. If one is unhappy or unfulfilled, why engage in a romantic relationship at all? Yes, that makes sense. She is absolutely right. Chu Ziqing nodded in agreement, expressing her strong endorsement. Dulé continued. She also pointed out that society inherently views women as the weaker sex, and men ought to accommodate them. After all, why is there a women's federation but no men's federation? Given this, isn't it entirely reasonable for women to have more rights? Even having simultaneous relationships with two partners could be seen as normal. If one partner is abusive, the other can provide protection, which is quite beneficial. Exactly. How did I not think of that? She's so right. Chu Ziqing exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands. Hearing these words resonated deeply with her, leading her to believe that she had done nothing wrong. Is it a fault to pursue a better life? Is it wrong to strive for more rights for oneself? She had neither broken the law nor committed a crime. Thus, society tacitly accepted her actions. Why then should she feel guilty? Why should she be the one to weep while the other party rejoices? Women must rise up. Why should she endure tears while ensuring the other party's sorrow is deemed righteous? Dulé extinguished a cigarette and continued. Indeed, she dated 2 or 3 boyfriends. And guess what? Those boyfriends were not pleased. How petty. She offers the same love to each, which is entirely fair. Don't you think those men are insane and selfish? Absolutely. Those men are indeed troubled. If they want their girlfriend to love only them, then they ought to compete for her affection. What kind of man sulks when he lacks the capability? Trash. Chu Ziqing rose to her feet, her demeanor radiating indignation as she stamped her foot. Dulé glanced up at her, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and then stood as well, inquiring, "Her circumstances are quite akin to yours, are they not? Thus, she would certainly empathize with you." Chu Ziqing pursed her lips, a faint smile curving at the corners, and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she lifted her gaze to Dulé and asked, "But can you comprehend our plight?" "Me?" Dulé pointed to himself, his expression tinged with surprise. He quickly retreated a couple of steps, waving his hands dismissively while donning an innocent smile. "Oh no, 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 I certainly cannot understand. I am not one of them. Only those truly in that situation can fathom the experiences of their own kind. Right?" Chapter 44. During midday, a brief foray into Temple Run. What? Chu Ziqing thought she had misheard. Her mind buzzed, her eyes widened in disbelief, and her mouth fell slightly agape, completely stunned. "Ha ha!" Dulé burst into hearty laughter, his chest shaking with mirth, slapping his thigh and pointing at Chu Ziqing, exclaiming, You aren't afraid of being called a ragged of pants, are you? Ha ha! Damn it!" Chu Ying's face flushed crimson, her eyelids twitching, her lips quivering uncontrollably. and she felt as if steam were rising from her head. Unable to contain herself, she uttered a particularly foul curse. Yet, Dulé was entirely unfazed. He swiftly turned and fled, prompting Cheng-Ying to nearly grind her teeth in fury as she pursued him, filled with a desire to tear him apart. She had thought he came to console her, only to discover he was mocking her instead. "Stop, you bastard. I swear I'll kill you." "Ah." Cheng-Ying's voice was sharp, particularly jarring in the narrow alley as she ran and shouted, urging Dulé to quicken his pace. Just then, Dulé abruptly halted, turning to face Cheng-Ying, his playful expression replaced with earnest seriousness. "Wait, I have something important to say." Dulé raised his palm, signaling Cheng-Ying to pause. His solemn demeanor momentarily took her aback. She stood there, breathing heavily, glaring at him with intense anger, demanding, "What do you want to say?" Dulé clasped his hands together, slowing his speech and softening his tone, gradually beginning. "Well, it's a matter of sincerity. I truly want to offer you a suggestion. Stop this. It's simply not beneficial. After all, sometimes the drawbacks outweigh the advantages. Let me propose a plan." "What plan?" Cheng-Ying furrowed her brow, inquiring. "You see, I have some connections. I can introduce you to a commercial venture. You could purely engage in that kind of work, meeting various types of men and earning money in the process. What do you say? If you're on board, I could be your agent, helping you connect with clients. How about it? We could split the profits 80-20. I swear I'll kill you today." Cheng-Ying's face turned pale with rage as she picked up a brick from the ground and hurled it without hesitation. Dulé dodged deftly, laughing heartily. Missed it. Missed it. Haha, someone's getting anxious. When one door closes, another opens. Whatever you are, you are. Ha ha. Subsequently, a scene unfolded on the street. Cheng-Ying desperately chased after Dulé, occasionally picking up stones and bricks to throw with all her might. Her strikes aimed at the back of his head, where a hit would surely lead to disaster. Meanwhile, Dulé dared not slow his pace, running for his life while skillfully evading the deadly projectiles. One was screaming and cursing louder with each breath, while the other laughed uproariously, each peal of laughter louder than the last. Until Cheng-Ying was utterly fatigued, Dulé managed to shake her off. This incident, however, bestowed upon Cheng-Ying a new object of her animosity, one she wished to vanquish with even greater fervor than her disdain for Wen Che and his companions. In a mere span of 3 to 5 minutes, Dulé ascended to the pinnacle of her ire. When afternoon classes commenced, Wen Che and his friends were seated in the classroom. Shortly thereafter, Dulé entered through the door, plopping down beside them. "Phew, I'm exhausted," he exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, revealing his apparent fatigue, as if he had just concluded an intense workout. "What were you up to?" Yu Jiaxu inquired, perplexed, considering Dulé had stepped out for lunch. Why was he returning in such a breathless state? Wen Che shared his curiosity, recalling that they had dined together earlier. Had he dashed off to the neighboring city to procure cigarettes, only to return in a state of disarray? Dulé unscrewed the cap of his water bottle, took a sip, and shook his head. "I was just playing a bit. Temple Run." "What? Temple Run?" "Indeed. Haven't you played it? You run ahead while a monster chases you from behind." The memory of the afternoon's amusement made Dulé chuckle. It was quite entertaining, albeit somewhat exhausting, as failing to navigate properly could lead to an abrupt demise. Chi Sherdao turned to Wen Che and asked, "Wen Che, I see you've changed your couple's avatar again. Did you swap it with Chu Ziqing? Is that true? It's public now?" Yu Jiaxu quickly retrieved his phone to verify, and indeed, Wen Che's avatar had been altered to a couple's image. "Well, it's just a change of avatar, nothing more," Wen Che mused, recalling their conversation during lunch where he had broached the subject. Although there were many ways to announce such a relationship, like posting on social media, he felt these matters warranted a more gradual exploration. The lunch hour was too brief to rush into such declarations. "They had lunch with me earlier. When you mentioned handling some matters, I assumed it was about confronting Cheng-Ying," Dulé remarked, glancing at Wen Che. "How did you know?" "The monster told me." "What?" Wen Che was utterly bewildered by Dulé's cryptic remark, yet he had grown accustomed to his friend's penchant for obscure comments. During class, Wen Che occasionally found his mind wandering, memories of Chu Ziqing frequently surfacing unbidden. After the bell rang, he was the first to depart, having arranged to take a stroll with Chu Ziqing and perhaps enjoy dinner together. The remaining three could only watch as Wen Che exited, their expressions tinged with a hint of envy. Chi Shirtao clicked his tongue, muttering, "I truly envy Wen Che, but alas, my girlfriend is not at this school." Yu Jiashu shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "I envy the both of you, but unfortunately, I don't even have a girlfriend." Du Lei then wrapped his arms around their shoulders and suggested, "All right, he is off on a date with his girlfriend. Since you two have nothing pressing, why not join me for a game of billiards? As long as one refrains from alcohol." Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the girls' dormitory begins to bustle as residents return one after another. Those who come back earlier take their time to shower and prepare, a process that can be quite lengthy. Song Qiuyi, dragging her weary body, made her way back to the dormitory, clad in athletic wear, with a headband adorning her hair and headphones in place. She was drenched in sweat from her run. While others indulged in the leisurely moments of university life, she was diligently striving to transform herself. Upon pushing open the door to her dorm, she noticed her two roommates already inside, standing in silence, their gazes fixed on Chu Ziqing's bed, their expressions grim. "What is wrong?" Song Qiuyi inquired, puzzled as she stepped inside. The two slowly raised their hands, pointing towards Chu Ziqing's bed, as if afraid to utter a word. Turning her head to look, Song Qiuyi's eyes widened in shock, a chill running down her spine. There, on Chu Ziqing's bed, lay an array of refuse. Used tissues, sunflower seed shells, wrappers, and more. Who could have done this? Chapter 45. If there is anything you need me to do, feel free to speak up. Song Qiuyi was rendered breathless by the scene before her, her mind momentarily blank, a complete void. Who could possibly be responsible for such an act? She glanced at her two roommates beside her, who shook their heads vehemently, exclaiming, "This has nothing to do with us. We just returned and found this. Who would stoop to such despicable behavior? It's utterly outrageous." They, too, were taken aback upon their arrival, struggling to believe their eyes, their hearts filled with an unsettling fear. After all, this was Chu Ziqing's bed. What if she returned and suspected them of wrongdoing? They could scarcely envision the fury of Chu Ziqing. Her usual demeanor was already intimidating, and her anger would surely be even more frightening. Merely casting a glance in her direction might invite her ire. At this moment, Song Qiuyi was equally anxious. Recently, Chu Ziqing had been in good spirits, and their relationship had improved significantly. They had gone from exchanging no words to occasionally engaging in brief conversations. Yet, upon witnessing this disarray, wouldn't all her good humor be utterly shattered? With a sense of urgency, Song Qiuyi hastily climbed onto Chu Ziqing's bed to tidy up the mess. After a brief interval, she turned to her roommates and said, "Could you please bring me the trash bin?" Noticing their frozen expressions and awkward smiles, she followed their gaze to the doorway. Where a startled gasp escaped her lips, there stood Chu Ziqing, silently observing her. I," Song Qiuyi stammered, still atop the bed, holding a piece of garbage in her hand. Meanwhile, her two roommates hastily retreated to their own spaces, pretending to be engrossed in their tasks, as though they were entirely uninvolved. Song Qiuyi was at a loss for words. Would Chu Ziqing think she was responsible for this? I was just helping you clean up. I had no idea who did this. It wasn't me," she murmured, her expression as sincere as it was pitiful. After all, if Chu Ziqing misconstrued the situation, it would be a grave injustice. "I understand," Chu Ziqing replied coolly, before adding, "You can come down now. I will handle this myself." Without needing to think, she already knew who was behind this. Initially, she had expected Cheng Ying to act with more decorum, but she had resorted to such a crude and tedious tactic. With a sense of resignation, Song Qiuyi obediently descended from bed, allowing Chu Ziqing to commence her own cleaning. She swiftly gathered the soiled sheets, encasing the trash within them, and disposed of them. She then laid down fresh linens, meticulously inspecting her belongings to ensure nothing else had been tampered with. Nevertheless, she had to devise a way to prevent such incidents from recurring, for her supply of linens was not inexhaustible. Who could have possibly done this? Song Qiuyi whispered, her curiosity piqued about the identity of the perpetrator. Could it be that Chu Ziqing had offended someone outside, leading to such treatment? "Cheng Ying, don't bother with her," She's just a boring person. Chenging? Isn't she your close friend? Song Qiui questioned, bewilderment evident in her voice. Wasn't it just yesterday that Chu Ziqing and Cheng Ying shared a good rapport? Cheng Ying would often visit their dorm to see Chu Ziqing. What could have prompted her to act in such a manner now? My boyfriend is her ex-boyfriend. Due to certain circumstances, they had a falling out. Chu Ziqing succinctly explained, further complicating Song Qiui's understanding of their relationship. It appeared quite intricate. Cheng Ying's resentment towards Chu Ziqing was now becoming clearer. Certainly, Chu Ziqing must be suffering as well, facing hostility from someone she once considered a good friend. With this thought in mind, Song Qiui promptly spoke up, "It's all right. I will assist you. If there is anything you need, just let me know." "Thank you, but there's no need for you to do anything. Just be more observant in the dormitory," Chu Ziqing gently replied, turning her gaze towards Song Qiui. Her eyes sparkling with determination. Song Qiui nodded fervently. Of course. Rest assured, she made a silent promise to herself, vowing to spend more time in the dormitory to keep an eye on Chu Ziqing, ensuring that such incidents would not recur. After tidying up in the evening, Chu Ziqing lay on her bed, pulling out her phone to gaze at the couple's avatar she shared with Wen Che. A smile crept onto her face. Although it was merely a hastily chosen image, it symbolized their officially recognized relationship. Chu Ziqing contemplated posting on her social media. Despite her limited audience, she sent a message to Wen Che, thinking he should have time to chat now that she was done with her tasks. "Hello, darling," she typed. And just as she hit send, she received a reply from Wen Che. "What are you doing?" Their messages seemed to have crossed paths, and upon seeing his response, Chu Ziqing's heart fluttered with excitement as she quickly replied, "What a coincidence. Haha. What a stroke of luck," Wen Che thought, equally surprised by their simultaneous messages. The odds were truly remarkable. "You won't believe what I saw when I came back," Chu Ziqing wrote, her tone tinged with distress. This prompted Wen Che to respond immediately. What? What happened?" As she recounted the scene she had encountered, her sadness was palpable even through her words. Before her roommate, she maintained an air of calmness, seemingly indifferent. Yet in front of Wen Che, she appeared quite aggrieved. In truth, this was a subtle tactic of hers. The matter at hand was trivial, and she had previously stated that it mattered not what Cheng Ying did, for she was unconcerned. Her display of grievance was primarily an attempt to seek a little affection from Wen Che. "I understand. Do not worry. I shall find solution. As for the bedsheet, I will purchase a new one for you," he assured her. "Oh, it's nothing, really. I merely wanted to inform you." "It's all right," Chu Ziqing replied. Having achieved her objective of charming Wen Che, she felt content. However, Wen Che took the matter seriously. He had been lying quietly on his bed, but suddenly sat up, glancing at the other three beds, and inquired, "Brothers, I encounter a dilemma. Who can assist me in finding a solution?" Chapter 46. All right. I will resolve this for you tonight. The other three lay in bed, engrossed in their phones. Chi Shirtao was the first to speak, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Yu Jianshu turned to his side and whispered, "You can talk to Chu Ziqing. I don't wish to converse with you. Stop messing around. This is a serious issue." Wen Che descended from the bed, glancing at the others, and recounted what Chu Ziqing had just shared with him. Initially, the trio was preoccupied with their phones, but upon hearing about the trash being dumped on Chu Ziqing's bed, they set their devices aside and began to listen intently. Yu Jianshu frowned and exclaimed, "What the hell? That is utterly despicable. Who could have done such a thing? Who else but Cheng Ying?" "It's obvious," came the response. "You should have her speak to the dorm supervisor. If this behavior goes unchecked, it will undoubtedly escalate. Who knows what she might do next?" Chi Shirtao also felt that the situation was rather outrageous, sensing a provocation in the air. The key issue was that reporting to the dorm supervisor would yield little results, as there were no surveillance cameras or evidence to support their claims. Wen Che had indeed contemplated this. The crux of the matter was that it wouldn't fundamentally resolve the issue. Cheng Ying delighted in such antics, and even if one knew she was at fault, confronting her would be futile. She would feign innocence, and without evidence, she would continue to harass them. Just then, Du Lei, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "I have a plan, a tit-for-tat approach. Would you be interested?" A mysterious smile spread across Du Lei's face. leaving Wen Che perplexed as he cautiously asked, "You have a scheme?" "Indeed, my friend. I know a sister in the female dormitory whom everyone calls Sisterly. Whenever she intervenes, there's no problem she cannot resolve." "Sisterly? What does she do about it?" Wen Che questioned. "Just leave that to her. Sisterly possesses both strength and means. She typically operates for a fee. For a matter like yours, it would cost at least 500 yuan. Dule extended his palm earnestly. 500? You must be joking. I don't even know if she can resolve this. And you expect me to pay her 500 yuan? Am I a fool?" Wen Che retorted, visibly agitated as he waved his hand to reject Dule's suggestion. However, Dule persisted, articulating each word. "Rest assured, if she cannot resolve it, your money will be refunded. Everyone knows Sister Li's credibility. There's no trouble she can't handle. She could be considered the undisputed queen of the female dormitory. She engages in all sorts of business. You could even purchase original flavors from her." "Stop right there. I don't wish to know more. The primary issue is that 500 yuan is exorbitant. It's quite unreasonable to charge that much for a minor dispute." Ultimately, Wen Che felt the fee was unjustified, but if it could be lowered, he might reconsider. "How about this? You give me 200 and I'll figure out the rest. After all, I have a decent rapport with her, and there is a bit of tension between me and Changying." Dule rubbed his fingers together, raising an eyebrow at Wen Che with a mischievous grin. 200? Indeed, for just 200, it's all taken care of. Sisterly has some formidable skills. All taken care of? Absolutely. If it's not resolved, I would gladly reimburse you the 200. Wen Che stood still for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he retrieved his phone and said, "I'll transfer the money. When will it be resolved?" Dule, with phone in hand, chuckled as he accepted the payment, assuring, "Rest assured, Sister Li is known for her efficiency. As soon as the funds are received, she'll spring into action. I sincerely hope so. Please don't lead me astray." "Oh, come on. We've been roommates for almost a year now. While I do enjoy teasing girls, I would never trick you guys. You have my word on that." Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu, lying on their respective beds, exchanged glances, feeling somewhat incredulous. Is there truly someone so extraordinary in the girls' dorm? Suddenly, Qi Shitao recollected something and mumbled, "I think I've heard of her as well. Look, isn't it true? Although Sisterly operates in the shadows, she does have quite the reputation. You've heard of her?" Wen Che inquired, turning to Qi Shitao. Qi Shitao nodded. "I believe I overheard some girls in our class discussing her. They mentioned something about her mental state being a bit off." Dule interjected, gesturing for attention. "Hey, initially, I thought the same, but after learning more about her circumstances, my perspective shifted. She lost her mother at the tender age of 14, her father remarried, and she has 2 younger sisters to care for. Considering her situation, managing to attend university while raising her sisters is nothing short of miraculous. Just think about it. Under such circumstances, one must earn an income relentlessly. If you were in her shoes, you'd probably have even fewer scruples about making money. I don't have such a background, yet I still manage to be rather unscrupulous in my pursuits. I even charge $50 to deliver a love letter." Wen Che remarked, turning to Yu Jiashu with an innocuous smile. Yu Jiashu snorted. "Oh, really? Delivering a love letter and getting into a relationship directly. You want it all, don't you? You're trying to have your cake and eat it too. Didn't you get that $50 back? Honestly." Dule waved his hand dismissively. "What you're doing doesn't even qualify as being unscrupulous. Seriously, my friend, I know you have a bit of penchant for wealth and enjoy saving money. If you were to take a leaf out of Sister Li's book, you'd already have a pocket full of cash by now. Is it really that exaggerated?" "Exceedingly so. Just wait for the news tomorrow, all right? I shall wait." Wen Che nodded and returned to his bed, deciding to trust Dule this time, given his conviction. Meanwhile, Dule busied himself with his phone, seemingly chatting with someone else. After a while, he sent a voice message. It's about our roommate's girlfriend. The situation is rather complicated. Is there any way you could address it? Just have that woman stop harassing his girlfriend." After a brief pause, Dule turned to Wen Che and said, "All set. It will be resolved tonight." "Really? Such efficiency?" "Certainly. Sister Li is exceedingly busy, and this trivial matter will hardly consume much of her time. She could easily delegate it to someone else for resolution." Well then, Wen Che is quite curious about the circumstances surrounding this legendary figure. However, if Du Lei's assertions hold true, and Sisterly possesses such familial complexities, she is indeed quite formidable. After a brief conversation with Chu Ziqing, Wen Che bid her good night and retired for the evening. The following morning, as dawn's light pierced through the sky, it awakened the slumbering earth, heralding the arrival of a new day. At this moment, in the female dormitory, within one of the rooms, several young women rose from their beds, appearing somewhat unrest. They swiftly approached the bedside of another girl, who was none other than Chang'ing. "Chang'ing, are you all right?" They inquired with genuine concern, their voices laced with caution. Chang'ing sat on her bed, her arms wrapped around her legs, her mouth involuntarily twitching, and her eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear. Chapter 47. The woman declared herself a super lesbian. She appeared as though she had not slept a wink, her demeanor lacking vitality, with faint dark circles under her eyes. And her complexion was notably poor. Her roommates seemed to be aware of the unfolding situation, exchanging glances without knowing what comforting words to offer. During the night, they had heard some commotion, and upon opening their eyes, they were met with a shocking scene, leading them to remain silent in unison. Now, with morning light breaking, they finally dared to inquire about Chang'ing's condition. "Shall we help you take a day off? You should rest well." Chang'ing did not respond verbally. She merely nodded gently in agreement with their suggestion. The three of them tidied up and headed to class. Once outside the dormitory, they began discussing the events of the previous night, which had already left a psychological mark on them, let alone the extent of Chang'ing's own emotional turmoil. As Chu Ziqing and Song Chiui exited their dormitory, they coincidentally encountered the trio passing by. "Oh my goodness, that was terrifying. Who was that?" "I don't know, I couldn't see clearly. It was too frightening, I didn't dare to make sound." "Me too. I just pretended to be asleep." Upon overhearing their conversation, Chu Ziqing felt a twinge of curiosity. She recognized the three as Chang'ing's roommates and sensed that their discussion was related to her. At that moment, Wen Che and his companions also emerged from their dormitory. Du Lei was engrossed in a conversation on his phone, but after a while, he suddenly looked up and exclaimed to Wen Che, "Brother, it's all sorted. Sisterly assured me she won't dare to act again. If she does, she'll handle it for you at no extra charge." "Really? How did she manage that?" Wen Che was taken aback, surprised that everything had been resolved in a single night. He had merely slept, and yet Sisterly had managed to deal with someone as troublesome as Chang'ing. "I'm not sure. You might want to find out." Du Lei shook his head, not delving further into the matter, for the resolution was enough for him. It no longer concerned him. As they walked, Wen Che noticed the three girls ahead, recognizing Chang'ing's roommates from a previous encounter. Observing them whispering to one another, he felt a sense of unease. Turning to Du Lei, he asked, "Do you think those three know something about Chang'ing? Why not just ask them?" Du Lei replied, pulling Wen Che forward to catch up with the trio. Though Wen Che was unprepared, he was already being led along by Du Lei. "Hey, wait a moment," Du Lei called out from a distance, startling the three girls, who reacted as if struck by an aftershock, their bodies trembling slightly. They turned around hesitantly, and upon recognizing Wen Che, they paused in surprise. Wen Che. One of the individuals recognized Wen Che, and they were aware of the relationship between Wen Che and Chang'ing. However, since they had recently parted ways, the details were unclear, merely rumors they had heard. Du Lei approached and directly inquired, "What happened to Chang'ing last night? Was there some incident?" Upon hearing Du Lei's question, the three of them displayed expressions of discomfort. "What is going on?" Wen Che found their reaction somewhat peculiar. "You tell me," they urged, playfully pushing one of their own to explain the situation. The chosen one hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. We all went to bed after lights out last night, and then we heard some noise someone came and Du Lei whispered to Wen Che. "It must be someone sent by Sisterly." And then? Wen Che asked eagerly. Then that person quietly climbed on a Chang'ing's bed and lifted the blanket. Wen Che was instantly taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing her face. Then she the girl struggled to articulate the next part and ultimately faltered. Wen Che, perplexed, was uncertain about what had transpired, while Du Lei, sensing there was something unspeakable, leaned closer to the girl and said, "Come, just tell me quietly. After a brief hesitation, the girl leaned in and whispered the details into Du Lei's ear. He listened intently, nodding as she spoke. Once she finished, he returned to Wen Che, who was still in a fog, completely unaware of what the girl had disclosed to Du Lei and why it couldn't be said openly. Upon returning to Wen Che's side, Du Lei leaned in and said, that person climbed onto Cheng Ying's bed, lifted her blanket, and tasted her bitter tea when Che doubted her ears. What had she just heard? Was it in Chinese? Why could she comprehend each word, yet fail to grasp the meaning when they were strung together? What nonsense was this? Had he been drinking this early in the morning? Furrowing her brows, she looked at him, suspecting he was merely joking. Du Lei, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "It's literally what it means. Don't you understand? Are you serious?" "Absolutely, that is what she told me." "But what was she doing? What does that even mean? What kind of resolution is that?" Wen Che tilted her head, her expression darkening. What kind of perverse individual had Sisterly sent? Du Lei shrugged and remarked, "The issue has indeed been resolved. You should ask her what happened next." The woman asserted that she was a formidable lesbian, warning Cheng Ying to cease her mischief. Otherwise, she would sample all her lingerie. At that moment, we all remained silent, apprehensive. You see, did that not resolve the issue? Just observe how Cheng Ying behaves now. Should she dare to act mischievously again, Sisterly will ensure that she refrains from such antics in the future. Wen Che's lip twitched, and with an expression of disbelief, he turned to Du Lei and inquired, "Is there truly no more dignified solution to this predicament? This is rather excessive, isn't it?" Du Lei patted Wen Che on the chest and replied, "Brother, you only received 200 yuan. What more do you expect? If you had 500, they would certainly provide a more satisfactory resolution. And if you had 1,000, it would be guaranteed to be flawlessly handled. This is how transactions operate. The service you receive is commensurate with the amount you pay." Chapter 48. In the dormitory. I cannot act against you, but I shall not let this matter rest. These 200 yuan are exceedingly crude. How could she conceive of such a method? I have mentioned before, Sisterly is no ordinary person. She commands a diverse array of individuals. This is quite advantageous, resolving matters with remarkable efficiency, addressing difficulties within a single night. As for the process, do not dwell too much on it. After all, it is all about making money, is it not? But no, this is rather disconcerting. Wen Che could never have imagined such a solution. Indeed, some wealth is best earned by others. The girl across continued. Now Cheng Ying is still in the dormitory. Having taken leave from her morning classes, she must be left with psychological scars. Du Lei grasped Wen Che's arm, preparing to depart. Before leaving, he addressed the three girls. You should go back and comfort her. By the way, just remind her to be more discreet. It is precisely because she attracts too much attention that she has become a target. With that, the two of them departed. It was only then that the three girls realized the woman who had come last night. Might she be connected to Wen Che? Otherwise, how would they have known about the events of the previous evening? However, they refrained from speculating further, silently deciding to maintain a lower profile in the future. If they were to attract the attention of that formidable female counterpart, it would spell disaster. Upon returning, they must ensure that their intimate garments are securely locked away. The darkness of last night's dormitory had made it impossible for them to discern the identity of that person. An unknown presence is indeed the most terrifying. Wen Che and Du Lei arrived at their classroom, and at that moment, Wen Che still felt disoriented, as if he had just heard something profoundly unreal. Who is this Sisterly, and how do you know her? What sort of person is she, really? At this juncture, Wen Che found himself greatly intrigued by this individual, wondering how Du Lei had come to know such a remarkable character. Du Lei glanced at Wen Che, grinning mischievously, and whispered, "Are you aware that our school has a dark web? Is it truly what I imagine it to be? There is nothing salacious or violent. It primarily consists of talented individuals within our school who share information or assist one another, albeit for a fee. There exists a leaderboard on that dark web, and Sisterly is the top figure. As long as you pay, there is nothing she cannot accomplish." That sounds rather daunting. How did you come to know of this dark web? Of course, I was invited by their administrator. As I mentioned, it is filled with exceptional talents. Du Lei straightened his posture, adjusted his hairstyle, and wore a proud smile. Indeed, Individuals like you certainly belong in such a realm. Wen Che nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Du Lei was indeed one of the extraordinary individuals he spoke of, though he remained uncertain of Du Lei's specific capabilities for the time being. He believed that the matter should have been resolved. However, he pondered how to convey this to Chu Ziqing. Would she perceive herself as someone mentally unwell if he recounted the events? That morning, he had exchanged a simple greeting with her, uttering a casual good morning and engaging in light conversation. He had not broached the topic of the previous night's assistance. After class, Wen Che promptly approached Chu Ziqing, asking, "Class is over. Shall we have lunch together?" He extended the invitation, and though the duration was brief, he was gradually acclimating to the reality of being with her. "Sure." Chu Ziqing responded eagerly. Wen Che returned to his dormitory to rest for a while, intending to wait until she was ready before they headed to lunch. They planned to dine at the school cafeteria, weary of the monotony of outside food. As Wen Che arrived at the girls' dormitory, he awaited Chu Ziqing's descent. To pass the time, he scrolled through videos on his phone. Suddenly, he sensed someone standing before him. He looked up to find Chang Ying glaring coldly at him. Her demeanor was far from pleasant. Her complexion was pallid, and blood vessels were visible in her eyes. She fixed her gaze on Wen Che, her expression betraying a simmering rage. Upon seeing Chang Ying, Wen Che recalled the events of the previous night. If those incidents were true, her emotions must be tumultuous, and she likely suspected either him or Chu Ziqing of orchestrating all, just as they could easily deduce who had disposed of the trash. Chang Ying approached briskly, her movements suggesting she might strike him. Instinctively, Wen Che stepped back, unwilling to confront her directly. Just as Chang Ying was about to reach him, Chu Ziqing appeared, rushing in front of Wen Che, having just descended the stairs. She was concerned for his safety. Chang Ying halted, her gaze fixed on Chu Ziqing, who met her stare with equal defiance, her eyes cold and unyielding. Chang Ying felt a wave of discomfort wash over her and finally spoke. "You two really are something. Truly resourceful." She raised her thumb in a gesture of sarcastic admiration, her anger rendering her speechless. And the mere thought of the previous night made her tremble, her heart racing, while Chu Ziqing remained oblivious to the underlying tension. Wen Che understood the insinuation behind Chang Ying's words. His expression shifted to one of awkwardness, and he averted his gaze, unsure of how to respond. Had he known this was how matters would unfold, he would have taken 500 yuan, perhaps even more, to ensure the issue was resolved properly. Chang Ying pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Ziqing, her anger palpable as she nearly ground her teeth. "Fine, I cannot confront you in the dormitory, but I will not let this go unpunished." With that, Chang Ying stormed away, her heart heavy with resentment. Chu Ziqing remained perplexed, pondering what it meant that she could not be treated poorly in the dormitory. Had she done anything wrong? Turning to Wen Che, she noticed his expression was somewhat awkward, as if he were concealing a small secret. In that instant, she surmised that he must have intervened on her behalf. A surge of joy coursed through her. Could it be that Wen Che truly stood up for her? However, her curiosity was piqued in such a brief span. What could he have possibly done to dissuade Chang Ying from targeting her in the dormitory? "What did you do?" Chu Ziqing couldn't help but inquire, her curiosity genuine. Wen Che trembled at the question and swiftly grasped her hand, whispering, "Let us go have a meal, dear. Baby." Upon hearing this, Chu Ziqing paused for a moment, but then her face lit up with delight, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. She promptly dismissed her earlier question from her mind and exclaimed, "All right." Chapter 49. How is it possible to date that Chu Ziqing? Wen Che and Chu Ziqing held hands as they strolled into the school cafeteria, eager to indulge in a meal. In the past, Wen Che had shown little enthusiasm for dining, often indifferent to the act of eating, sometimes skipping meals if he was not in the mood. However, he had recently discovered that his mealtimes had become more regular since he began sharing them with Chu Ziqing. It was not the act of eating he cherished, but rather the pleasure of sharing those moments with her. During his time with Chang Ying, their dining experiences had been few and far between, creating an illusion that it was a rare privilege for couples to share meals together. As they entered the cafeteria, hand in hand, they drew the attention of many onlookers. "Is that Chu Ziqing from the English department?" one exclaimed. No way it truly is. I once asked her for her contact details, and she ignored me completely. Who's that guy with her? Her boyfriend? She has a boyfriend? How is that even possible? How can anyone date someone like Chu Ziqing? Incredible. I have to capture this moment and send it to my roommate. Within the cafeteria, those familiar with Chu Ziqing were taken aback to see her holding hands with a boy, speechless, even choking on their rice in disbelief. They knew who she was, an impenetrable figure, much like a glacier, seemingly beyond reach, making conversation impossible, let alone forming friendships. Yet suddenly, here was a boy, holding her hand and appearing like a couple. It was unfathomable. They could hardly dream of dating someone like Chu Ziqing, and now they were witnessing it unfold before their eyes. Wen Che could feel the weight of their gazes and overhear their hushed discussions, an experience that was both novel and overwhelming, as he had never been the center of such scrutiny before. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed by their attention, for he cared little about the opinions of others. A glance at Chu Ziqing revealed that she seemed entirely unaffected, as if she were oblivious to the external chatter. Wen Che speculated that she had perhaps grown accustomed to such attention. Wen Che, at that moment, he heard a voice calling out. Turning his head, he spotted Yu Jiashu and his companions seated at a table against the wall, waving at him. Among them were Yu Jiashu, Qi Shitao, and a girl. Is it your roommate? Wen Che asked, pointing in their direction. Chu Ziqing glanced over, locking eyes with the girl. Song Qiui. How come she is dining with your roommates? She queried, surprised to see Song Qiui sharing a meal with Wen Che's friends. As Song Qiui noticed Chu Ziqing, she slightly lowered her head, her expression tinged with shyness. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing approached them, inquiring, what brings you all together for a meal? Yu Jiashu cast a glance at Song Qiui and remarked, we ran into each other at the cafeteria and decided to sit together. He and Qi Shitao had also resolved to dine at the cafeteria today, and to their surprise, they encountered Song Qiui, with whom they were already acquainted, thus joining her at the table. Unexpectedly, they also spotted Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. The two of them had ordered their preferred dishes and joined Yu Jiashu and the others. Song Qiui was taken aback to see that Chu Ziqing and Wen Che were openly holding hands. She recalled that Chu Ziqing had previously asked her to keep it a secret, but it was evident now that it was no longer a matter of discretion. By the way, we just mentioned that this afternoon seems to be a public class. You two will definitely sit together, right? Yu Jiashu inquired while eating, gesturing toward Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. Both Wen Che and Chu Ziqing appeared momentarily stunned, clearly having forgotten about that particular arrangement. It seemed they could indeed attend class together this afternoon. Chu Ziqing reminisced about their previous public class when, despite being acquainted, they had not sat side by side, as Wen Che had been with Cheng Ying at that time. Now that they were together, they could sit next to each other in class. The thought filled Chu Ziqing with anticipation for the afternoon's lesson. Attending class with Wen Che would hardly feel like a lesson at all, but rather a date. Wen Che nodded in agreement, responding, of course. I definitely want to sit with good students. Sitting with you all would hinder my studies. The moment these words left his lips, Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao could not help but smirk, casting a disdainful glance at Wen Che. You say that, fine. We concede. Just this once, we'll give you some face since your girlfriend is present. They exchanged knowing looks, leaving Wen Che feeling somewhat embarrassed, while Song Qiui stifled a laugh, covering her mouth as if she were suppressing a fit of giggles, clearly struggling to remain silent. As Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao engaged in conversation, they noticed that Chu Ziqing's expression remained unchanged, as if she had not heard a word of their exchange. This left them feeling a bit uncomfortable, and they couldn't help but admire how Wen Che managed to interact with Chu Ziqing when they were together on a date. Was it possible that Wen Che did all the talking while Chu Ziqing remained silent, merely nodding or shaking her head? That seemed rather stifling. What about the intimate gestures between couples? Did they not share any? It seemed that they were merely holding hands. And it was utterly inconceivable to imagine any intimate behavior between Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. Such a scene was beyond their imagination. Yu Jiashu glanced at Song Qiui beside him, observing her dainty bites of food, and noted that she appeared to have undergone some changes since a few days prior. You seem to have lost weight, Yu Jiashu instinctively remarked. Upon hearing this, Song Qiui looked up, momentarily taken aback, her eyes meeting Yu Jiashu's with a glimmer of light. Since embarking on her weight loss journey, she had endured immense suffering, a pain she never wished to experience again in her lifetime. At that moment, the most melodious words she could hear were those spoken by Yu Jiashu. The sentiment evoked a near urge to weep. "Thank you," she responded softly, her voice quivering slightly, leaving Yu Jiashu momentarily stunned. There's no need to thank me. I wasn't complimenting you. I was merely speaking the truth." Yu Jiashu failed to comprehend why Song Xiao felt the need to express gratitude. He had simply stated a fact. "Then, I thank you all the same," she replied. Chapter 50. After being with you, I will gain quite a bit of weight. After a few friends had dined together, they departed from the cafeteria. Wen Che and his companions returned to their dormitory, awaiting their afternoon classes. "Hey, didn't you seek out that Li Jie last night? Was it resolved?" Yu Jiashu couldn't help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Wen Che's lips twitched. He truly wished to avoid discussing that Li Jie any further. "I have no idea. Perhaps you should ask on the dark web," he retorted. "What? The dark web?" Yu Jiashu exclaimed, his face a mask of shock, pondering what manner of person would resort to such measures. Wen Che sought to divert the conversation, patting him on the shoulder. "Aren't you quite close with that Song Xiao now? I noticed you two chatting a lot just now in the cafeteria." "Well, we're just friends. I think she's a really nice person. It's been a while since I've met a girl with such a well-rounded perspective and pleasant personality. She's great as a friend." Yu Jiashu reflected before responding. They had just been messaging each other on their phones, primarily discussing weight loss. Occasionally, Song Xiao would ask him about dieting, and if he had any insights, they would engage in discussion together. "Oh, I thought you might have feelings for her." "No, we're just ordinary friends," he clarified. "All right then." Wen Che successfully shifted the topic, relieved to have diverted the conversation from a subject he found difficult to articulate. He admired Du Lei's ability to speak so nonchalantly about such matters. Upon returning to her dormitory, Chu Ziqing first checked her belongings and her bed for any signs of tampering. Finding everything seemingly in order, she surmised that Chang Ying had not caused any further mischief. She was unaware of what Wen Che had actually done, but after their conversation the previous day, he had taken it upon himself to address the issue on her behalf, making her feel genuinely valued. Her heart brimmed with joy. However, she knew that Chang Ying would not relent easily, even if she refrained from direct confrontation in the dormitory. She was certain other tactics would be employed against them. Nonetheless, Chu Ziqing was never one to cower. No matter what tricks Chang Ying might resort to, she would not back down. Her primary concern was discovering a means to compel Chang Ying to cease her harassment entirely. After all, it was one thing to be unafraid, but she certainly could not allow her to continue disrupting their lives. As afternoon classes commenced, Wen Che and his friends arrived at the lecture hall, which was already populated with numerous students. Wen Che scanned the room and noticed Chu Ziqing seated in a corner. Their eyes met, filled with anticipation. Surrounding her were vacant seats, as few dared to sit beside her. Only Wen Che, upon spotting her, made his way over with a smile. His decision to sit next to Chu Ziqing instantly drew the attention of the others. The familiar din of discussion akin to that in a cafeteria suddenly resurfaced. However, this time, Wen Che had grown accustomed to it. Ultimately, these individuals would react this way once they learned the truth. It was merely a matter of their acclimatization. This time I've caught you. I shall not forget to turn the camera around." At that moment, a young man produced his phone and captured an image of Wen Che and Chu Ziqing, his face adorned with a smug expression. This young man was Shuai, the one who had previously troubled Wen Che. Yet, due to his failure to flip the camera, his phone was filled with selfies of himself. Now, he had finally obtained evidence of Wen Che's infidelity. Surely, this time he could not be mistaken. "Hey, don't waste your efforts," came a voice from behind. Chi Shi Tao patted him on the shoulder. Shuai turned, casting a glare at Chi Shi Tao, and inquired, "What do you mean?" "Wen Che has already broken up with Chang Ying. Stop fixating on him," Chi Shi Tao replied. "What? They broke up? When did this happen?" Shuai's lips twitched uncontrollably. Disbelief etched across his face. He had been reveling in the notion of having captured evidence of Wen Che's betrayal, only to be informed that Wen Che and Chang Ying had long since parted ways. Wasn't that utterly pointless? "I'm not certain exactly when they broke up, but it's been a while." Your information is rather outdated. You can pursue Chang'ing now. Just leave Wen Che alone. Chi Shi Tao waved his hand dismissively. Kiskiviko suai skokfed, stutterin, hoembo. As if I would care about him. Despite his words, he deleted the photo he had just taken, his heart secretly elated. He had long awaited Wen Che's breakup with Chang'ing. Finally, he had a chance. After taking his seat beside Chu Ziqing, Wen Che had yet to utter a word when he noticed Chu Ziqing suddenly retrieving a container from her bag. It was a lunchbox containing sliced apples. "This is for you," she said softly, offering the container to Wen Che. He accepted it, pressed his lips together, and replied, "Thank you. You're welcome." At that moment, Wen Che wished he could slap his forehead. Why had he not thought to bring something for Chu Ziqing, knowing they would sit together in class? He should have brought a little something. He lamented that he was not as considerate as Chu Ziqing. Wen Che opened the lunchbox and retrieved a small fork, spearing a piece of apple. Instead of placing it in his own mouth, he extended it towards Chu Ziqing's lips. In an instant, the classroom erupted in murmurs. Startling Wen Che, he had not anticipated so many eyes upon them. Chu Ziqing lowered her head slightly, then parted her crimson lips, consuming the piece of apple. "Wow, how bold!" In the classroom, Yu Jiashu, Chi Shi Tao, and Song Xiui were seated together, unable to suppress their astonishment at the scene before them. "Oh!" Song Xiui exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with surprise at witnessing such a side of Chu Ziqing, being fed by a boy in public. She regretted not capturing that moment on camera. Were she to post it on the school forum, it would likely be met with skepticism, as others might presume it to be a product of artificial intelligence. Soon after, the teacher arrived, restoring a semblance of calm to the classroom atmosphere. Though many continued to gaze at Wen Che and Chu Ziqing, as if vigilantly monitoring them to prevent any provocative antics. Wen Che had nearly finished the box of apples, but could consume no more. Having already eaten at lunch and indulged in these fruits, he had never before consumed such a quantity in a single day. Leaning closer to Chu Ziqing, he whispered, "I have a feeling that being with you will cause me to gain quite a bit of weight." Chapter 51. Will we always be together? Wen Che's inquiry was not without foundation. He had genuinely felt as though he had gained weight over the past few days. Whether it was the delectable morsels provided by Chu Ziqing or the meals they shared, his stomach felt uncharacteristically full, an occurrence he had seldom experienced before. In a soft voice, Chu Ziqing asked, "Do you dislike gaining weight?" Wen Che paused momentarily, realizing he had never contemplated this question, as he had never been overweight and thus had no inkling of what it felt like. His friends often remarked that at his height, even an additional 20 pounds would not be excessive, and in fact, he might appear more attractive. After all, it is not necessarily true that thinner is better. Rather, a harmonious proportion of height and weight is what enhances one's allure. "No, I don't dislike it. My friends say I would look better with a bit more weight." "Hee, that's wonderful. Leave it to me. I will help you gain a little weight." Chu Ziqing arched an eyebrow playfully, her face adorned with a confident smile. "Ha ha ha. Then I shall entrust this to you." Wen Che responded in jest, uncertain whether Chu Ziqing was serious or merely teasing. Nevertheless, he was aware that she might genuinely assist him in gaining a few pounds. He had not forgotten how delicious the sandwich she made was. During class, Wen Che was notably more attentive. Previously, he had not been this earnest. But in Chu Ziqing's presence, he desired to project a more serious demeanor. At that moment, he felt Chu Ziqing's hand brush lightly against his leg. Glancing down, he noticed her fingers gently grazing his thigh. He looked up to find Chu Ziqing still focused on the front, appearing utterly oblivious to the subtle exchange occurring beneath the table. Wen Che chuckled softly and reached out to touch her hand. Instantly, she grasped his hand as if she had detected a target. Thus, their hands intertwined beneath the table, their eyes fixated on the blackboard, yet their thoughts were entirely elsewhere. At that juncture, Chu Ziqing shifted her chair closer to Wen Che, closing the distance between them. He could sense that if he were to reach slightly, he could easily touch her leg. Suddenly, Chu Ziqing released his hand and began to trace her fingers along his thigh, as if inscribing some secret message. Wen Che felt a tingling sensation but remained still, allowing her to continue her playful scribbling. "Guess what I wrote?" She whispered softly in his ear. Wen Che was momentarily taken aback. How could he possibly discern what she had inscribed? He had only felt the tickling sensation and was oblivious to the actual letters. Could you write it again? All right. Chu Ziqing resumed her writing on his thigh, this time deliberately slowing her movements so that Wen Che could clearly perceive her actions. Wen Che immersed himself in the moment, and after a while, he sensed that what was being written seemed to convey, "I like you, perhaps." He turned to her and said, "I like you?" To which she replied without hesitation, "So do I." In an instant, a radiant smile blossomed on Chu Ziqing's face, responding to Wen Che's declaration. He was taken aback for a moment, and then a gentle smile of indulgence graced his lips as he realized he had once again fallen into Chu Ziqing's playful trap. After a while, Chu Ziqing scribbled something on a piece of paper and slid it in front of Wen Che. He lowered his gaze and read her words. "Will we always be together?" Upon seeing this, Wen Che picked up his pen and wrote a response. "We should." He pondered for a moment, hesitating over whether to include the word should, adding it might imply a lack of confidence, potentially disheartening Chu Ziqing. However, Wen Che remained cautious, recognizing that this was indeed a form of commitment. He felt unprepared to give a definitive promise, believing that when he could make such a commitment, he would do so with unwavering certainty. Chu Ziqing, upon reading Wen Che's reply, found nothing amiss. She considered it the best possible answer and felt elated. She tore off that small segment of paper and tucked it behind her phone case. Previously, during class, Wen Che had felt time dragging on, but now, in Chu Ziqing's company, the hours seemed to fly by, as if the lesson had ended in no time at all. Together, they exited the classroom and left the building. Strolling outside, they were in no rush to return to the dormitory. Wen Che, still somewhat concerned about Chang'ing, said to Chu Ziqing, "If Chang'ing continues to target you in the dorm, just let me know." "All right," she replied, her lips curving into a faint smile. The feeling of being protected by Wen Che brought her immense joy. As they ambled along at a leisurely pace, they engaged in simple conversation. Yet even the most mundane exchanges filled their hearts with satisfaction. "Shall we have dinner together tonight?" Chu Ziqing asked softly. Such a standard 3 meals a day." "That sounds good." In truth, Wen Che considered skipping dinner, feeling that he had already consumed enough for the day and could not eat another bite. "Or, would you like to eat what I make for you?" she proposed. Well, that might be a bit troublesome. Honestly, Wen Che was a little eager to taste Chu Ziqing's cooking. He had truly enjoyed her previous dishes and looked forward to her next culinary creation. Yet, he felt embarrassed to openly express his desire, as it felt shameless to ask for something without having contributed anything in return. "Not troublesome at all. Let's make it a plan. I'll cook for you when I get back, and then we can eat it together." Chu Ziqing was filled with joy as she discerned that Wen Che wished to indulge in a meal. As long as Wen Che desired it, she would gladly endure any inconvenience to make it happen. "Ah, well then, I shall prepare it next time," she exclaimed. Wen Che nodded in agreement, realizing he should take a page from Chu Ziqing's book and perhaps procure a small pot for their dormitory, allowing him to prepare some dishes for her. Subsequently, the two parted ways, returning to their respective dormitories, while Chu Ziqing set her mind to cooking for Wen Che. Upon returning to his dorm, Wen Che discovered it was utterly deserted, with only himself present. Where could everyone have gone? Chapter 52, I have placed it on your desk. Please partake. Sighing, Song Qiui was jogging along the lakeside track, inhaling deeply. After covering 2 kilometers, fatigue began to envelop her. Her pace slowed considerably, and beads of sweat streamed down her body. Gritting her teeth, she persevered until she reached the 3-kilometer mark, at which point she finally halted, opting to walk to regulate her disordered breath. After completing 2 laps of walking, she settled onto a nearby bench, preparing to rest for a moment. Each day concluded with a profound sense of fulfillment. She retrieved a towel, wiping away the perspiration and taming her disheveled hair. Just then, a bottle of water was unexpectedly extended towards her. Startled, Song Qiui looked up to find Yu Jiashu standing beside her. "What brings you here?" she inquired softly, momentarily taken aback. Yu Jiashu took a seat beside her, explaining, "I happened to pass by. With no one in the dormitory, I decided to take a stroll and coincidentally spotted you jogging here." He had observed her from the moment she began her first lap, but chose not to interrupt. silently watching until she completed her run before purchasing a bottle of water and approaching her. "Here, for you," he said, handing it to her. "Thank you." Song Chioi accepted it cautiously and took a sip. "You are truly remarkable for your perseverance. I believe anyone who can stick to a weight loss regimen is exceptionally admirable," Yu Jiashu remarked earnestly as he leaned back against the bench. While observing her, he had been struck by this thought. Several times he had witnessed Song Chioi nearing her limits, yet she pressed on with determination. Lowering her gaze to the bottle in her hands, Song Chioi murmured, "It's because I wish to see a better version of myself. I don't want to be looked down upon by others. Indeed, I understand your sentiments. I was once in your shoes, yet I cannot maintain the same level of commitment to fitness as you. That is why I admire you. It's truly impressive." A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Song Chioi's eyes as if a memory had surfaced. "I was much heavier in high school. They called me Fat Pig. Do not concern yourself with them. Being overweight is not a crime. Live for yourself and disregard others' opinions. Your thoughts and feelings are what truly matter." "Yes, I know." Song Chioi nodded gently, responding in a soft voice. After a moment, she rose, clutching the water Yu Jiashu had brought. She looked at him, her voice tentative as she asked, "I'm going for another walk. Would you like to join me?" Song Chioi summoned her courage to extend an invitation to Yu Jiashu. She felt it would be somewhat inconsiderate to leave him alone, so she asked him to join her. However, deep down, she understood that if Yu Jiashu declined, it would be entirely reasonable. Such occurrences were commonplace for her. In the past, few had shown a willingness to converse with her or accompany her. Nonetheless, a leisurely stroll seemed agreeable. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Jiashu rose and accepted Song Chioi's invitation. She was taken aback, never expecting him to agree. Thus, the two commenced their gentle walk along the lakeside as the sun began to set, the temperature dropping and a cool breeze starting to blow. Song Chioi, clad in a thin tracksuit, felt the chill acutely, especially after having just completed a run, leaving her damp with sweat. The gust of wind sent a shiver through her. Yu Jiashu, noticing her discomfort, promptly removed his jacket and offered it to her. "Put this on. It's getting cold, and you might catch cold." "Ah, this." Song Chioi stared incredulously at the jacket he extended, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. For someone who frequently watched idol dramas, this felt like a scene plucked from a script. Yet, such moments typically unfolded for the heroines, not for her. Was she truly not dreaming? "Hurry and wear it. Don't hesitate." Yu Jiashu, without overthinking, merely wished for her to don the jacket swiftly, concerned for her well-being. He harbored no peculiar thoughts. His only sentiment was empathy towards Song Chioi, wanting to extend a helping hand. "I won't. Be ungrateful." "Thank you." She hesitated before accepting the jacket, wrapping it around herself. The lingering warmth enveloped her, causing her heart to race. This was the first time she had worn a boy's jacket. Previously, any accidental brush with a male would have earned her disdainful glances. "I'll wash it and return it to you," she proposed. "No need, really. It's not a bother. I'll walk you to the girls' dormitory. Just give it back to me directly. No washing required," Yu Jiashu replied, shaking his head. He would never impose the task of laundry on a girl, especially one as diligent as her. It felt unfair to burden her further. They arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, ready to part ways. Song Chioi removed the jacket and returned it to Yu Jiashu, asking once more, "Are you truly sure I don't need to wash it?" Taking back his jacket, Yu Jiashu reassured her, "Really, it's fine. You should head back now and eat something to replenish your energy. Otherwise, you might experience low blood sugar." "All right, understood," she nodded, waving goodbye to Yu Jiashu as she entered the dormitory. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw Chu Ziqing approaching her, carrying a bag of items. "Are you heading out?" Song Chioi initiated a conversation, feeling that speaking to Chu Ziqing was no longer a daunting task. Chu Ziqing paused, nodded at her, and replied, "Yes. I made something, and I'm going out to eat with Wen Che. I left some in the dormitory on your desk. Do enjoy it." "What? For me?" Song Chioi pointed to herself, astonished, unable to fathom that she would be able to taste the delicacies personally prepared by Chu Ziqing. "Indeed, if you don't fancy it, just return it to my desk. I must take my leave now." With that, Chu Ziqing hurriedly exited. Song Chioi watched her retreating figure, patting her chest. feeling as though she was in a dream. The sudden wave of happiness overwhelmed her. It seemed as though countless unimaginable events had unfolded today. Could it be that her fortunes were about to change from this day forward? After leaving the dormitory, Chu Ziqing spotted Wen Che waiting not far away and smiled as she hurried towards him. "I'm here." Chapter 53. "Then I shall devote my life to you." It's settled. Slow down, slow down. Wen Che held something in his hand, and as Chu Ziqing approached him, he lifted the object, revealing 2 cups of milk tea. "I wasn't sure what you liked, so I just ordered one at random, less sugar." While Chu Ziqing busied herself with preparations, he took the opportunity to purchase beverages, feeling that he had made a small advancement, much better than his previous obliviousness. "As long as it's something you bought, I'll enjoy it." A subtle smile graced Chu Ziqing's lips. She seldom indulged in milk tea, yet she was touched by Wen Che's thoughtful gesture, which transcended the mere choice of drink. The two found a tranquil spot and settled on a bench. Chu Ziqing opened her meticulously prepared container, revealing a delightful array of shrimp, meat, and vegetables. Quite a sumptuous feast, albeit limited by the constraints of dormitory cooking. "Where did you get shrimp and meat? Does your dormitory have a refrigerator?" Wen Che observed the contents of the container, puzzled, pondering how Chu Ziqing had procured such items without visiting a market. Chu Ziqing explained, "In the girls' dormitory, someone posted advertisements selling various goods. You can scan a code to order, and before long, someone delivers it right to the dormitory." "What? The girls' dormitory is that advanced now?" Wen Che's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth twitching in disbelief. He suddenly recalled that this must be part of Sister Li's enterprise. After all, only someone like her could orchestrate such activities within the dormitory. Since the last incident, Wen Che had come to regard Sister Li with a newfound respect. Selling daily necessities in the dormitory was undoubtedly a trivial matter for her. Is this allowed by the dormitory supervisor? Do they not care? Wen Che inquired. Chu Ziqing blinked and replied, "The dorm supervisor told me it was permissible to buy from there. She even shops there herself. I heard they have food safety permits and business licenses." Well then, at this point, Wen Che found himself at a loss for words. He was now solely curious about whether Sister Li was an ordinary student. If she could acquire food safety permits and business licenses while gaining the school's approval. How was that even possible? Was it conceivable that Sister Li had some sort of system in place? At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Wen Che's mind. Could Sister Li's business be limited to the girls' dormitory? What if the boys' dormitory could also participate? He could act as an agent. This could potentially lead to his own financial gain. The speed at which Li Jie earns money makes me feel that my dreams are not so unattainable. Wen Che concealed this thought within himself, deciding to consult Du Lei upon his return, seeking his assistance in establishing a connection, and exploring the possibility of becoming Li Jie's representative in the boys' dormitory. "Here, give it a try," Chu Ziqing exclaimed, lifting a piece of shrimp with her chopsticks. Ready to feed Wen Che. Observing the shrimp, which had been meticulously prepared, Wen Che acknowledged the effort that must have gone into its swift preparation. "I shall not be polite then." Wen Che opened his mouth and took a bite. After chewing a few times, his eyes lit up. Quite delightful. This is truly well done, not at all tough, and certainly not fishy. You are indeed an excellent cook." Wen Che's praise was sincere. He found the dish to be exceptional. He knew he could never replicate such a result himself, as he worked in a restaurant with only 2 chefs. During busy hours, the priority is speed. Otherwise, the dishes pile up, and delays lead to chaos. Thus, a restaurant cannot afford such meticulousness. He had never encountered shrimp with this texture before. It was evident that care had been taken in its preparation. No wonder he was eagerly anticipating tasting more of Chu Ziqing's culinary creations, for it had been a long time since he had savored food made with such dedication. Whether prepared by himself, at a restaurant, or in a cafeteria, none could achieve this level of care. The taste might not differ much, but the texture and overall experience were truly unparalleled. "Really? Do you enjoy it?" Chu Ziqing's smile widened, her joy radiating. Unlike Wen Che, who served numerous customers and received mixed reviews, he had grown indifferent to external opinions. Yet for her, receiving Wen Che's approval was the greatest satisfaction. "I like it. I absolutely adore it." I could eat it for a lifetime. That sounds a bit greedy, doesn't it? A tad shameless. Wen Che blurted out instinctively, then realized his words might have been inappropriate, as if he were demanding Chu Ziqing to cook for him forever. In today's society, she might be labeled a servant or a free maid, and he dared not suggest such a thing. However, Chu Ziqing's expression brightened with surprise as she cheerfully replied, "Really? Then I shall cook for you for a lifetime. It's a promise." "Oh, come now, I can cook too. Perhaps I should take my turn," Wen Che said. Though he relished Chu Ziqing's dishes, he felt it best for him to cook as well. "How about we take turns in the kitchen? When you cook, I can assist you. Does that sound agreeable?" Chu Ziqing stepped back, eager to taste Wen Che's cooking, having thoroughly enjoyed her previous experience at his family's restaurant. "Yes, that sounds great." Wen Che nodded in agreement. However, upon further reflection, he sensed something was amiss. Were they not here to enjoy dinner? Why did it seem they were beginning to discuss life after marriage? How did this topic veer off course? Before Wen Che could ponder further, Chu Ziqing once again picked up a morsel and fed it to him. "I can do it myself," Wen Che stammered, feeling rather embarrassed about allowing Chu Ziqing to continue this act of feeding him. He believed that such treatment was something to be savored in moderation. If it persisted, he would begin to feel rather uncomfortable. Although they were dining together, the atmosphere was laced with an unmistakable air of flirtation, akin to a date. Suddenly, with a click, Cheng Ying, concealed behind a nearby tree, captured this scene with her phone. Her expression was grim, a sentiment she attributed entirely to Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. She believed that as long as the two remained together, her peace would be perpetually disrupted. "Just you wait, I shall have my revenge." Cheng Ying tucked her phone away, preparing to leave, when unexpectedly, a boy appeared behind her, startling her. "Goodness, are you out of your mind?" Cheng Ying furrowed her brow and couldn't help but curse. She recognized him. His name seemed to be Shuai or something similar. He had pursued her in the past, but she found him rather peculiar and unattractive, hence ignored his advances. Dressed sharply in an ostentatious suit, Shuai stood before Cheng Ying and earnestly declared, "Cheng Ying, I like you. Be with me." Chapter 54. Brothers, come back quickly. There is something fun in the dormitory. Are you out of your mind? Get lost. I have no time to play with you. Cheng Ying snapped, pushing him away as she prepared to leave. However, it was evident that Shuai was not willing to give up easily. He quickly blocked her path and insisted, "I'm serious. I know you've broken up with Wen Che. Just promise me. I'm 100 times better than him. Get lost." Cheng Ying exclaimed, raising her foot to kick him, thinking how ridiculous he was to bring that up when she was already troubled by it. "Really? Trust me. Give me a chance. I'm willing to do anything. Get out." "Wait, you said you're willing to do anything?" Cheng Ying suddenly lowered her voice, her brows furrowing in curiosity as she regarded him with a hint of interest. Seeing her hesitation, Shuai understood he had a chance. He nodded eagerly, of course. "I'm willing to do anything." He had to seize this opportunity. Being with Cheng Ying was all that mattered to him. He had harbored feelings for her for quite some time. Cheng Ying's eyes twinkled as a clever idea formed in her mind. Since she couldn't deal with Chu Ziqing in the dormitory, she would target Wen Che instead. She couldn't enter the boys' dormitory, so it would be best to have a puppet in there to do her bidding. "All right, you just need to help me with something, and I'll consider your confession." "Really? What do you need me to do?" "I want you to make things difficult for Wen Che in the dormitory. Make his life miserable." Cheng Ying's eyes were filled with hatred as she spoke. She no longer held any feelings for Wen Che, only a deep-seated animosity that wished for his downfall. How should I do that?" Shuai was perplexed by Cheng Ying's intense hatred for Wen Che, but he had long desired to retaliate against him. He had numerous grievances against Wen Che, and the chance to annoy him was something he welcomed wholeheartedly. "Do whatever you want, dump garbage on his bed or whatever. Just make sure he has a hard time." "Oh, that sounds quite interesting." Shuai nodded in realization. Although he had previously excelled at annoying Wen Che with minor pranks, like flicking boogers in his cup, he had never thought of dumping garbage on his bed. What a brilliant idea. "Don't worry, I'll head back right now. I passed by Wen Che's dormitory just before I came out, and nobody was there." Shuai could hardly contain his excitement. This was a simple task for him, and he was more than willing to do it. "Great, I'll await your good news." Cheng Ying nodded, surprised at how easily she had duped this fool. She had no intention of accepting his affections. She merely sought to utilize him, and he anticipated it would be this effortless. Then, Shuai dashed off, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Cheng furrowed her brow and inquired. Shuai retrieved his mobile phone, scratched his head, and said, I still don't have your contact information. Let's add each other, and once I finish, I'll send you some photos. Cheng was reluctant to add him, yet she took out her phone and exchanged contact details with Shuai. He departed joyously, skipping along as though acquiring her contact information was a triumph. Cheng promptly muted notifications from him. She had no desire for communication and wished to avoid any association with Shuai. Upon their first encounter, she had perceived him as unkempt and unpleasant. Not wishing to linger any longer, Cheng had her own plans. Observing Wen Che and Chu Ziqing on their date made her quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Shuai returned to the boys' dormitory, eager to reach his room. He retrieved his trash bin, which harbored his ancient treasures, leftover takeout from 3 days prior, a collection of cigarette butts, and the remnants of last night as hastily wrapped wontons. With great delight, he dumped the contents onto Wen Che's bed, relishing the act. Upon exiting his dorm room, he feigned nonchalance, concealing the trash bin behind him. Mindful of the surveillance cameras in the corridor, he had to evade the cameras to execute his plan flawlessly. His furtive demeanor rendered him rather peculiar, bending and twisting in an awkward manner that appeared quite sleazy. Soon, he arrived at Wen Che's dormitory door, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. In a flash, he darted into Wen Che's room. The lights were off, casting the space in darkness and silence. A mischievous grin spread across Shuai's face as he felt himself transform into the ultimate villain. He could already envision the chaos that would ensue upon Wen Che's return. He would surely erupt in fury and suspect him, yet there would be no evidence. He was prepared to deliver a masterful performance. Shuai climbed onto a ladder, ready to empty the trash bin onto Wen Che's bed. However, just as he was about to execute his plan, snap! The lights in the dormitory suddenly illuminated. Startled, Shuai's legs gave way, and he tumbled from the ladder. Thud! He fell to the ground, the trash bin tumbling onto him, and the contents scattered across his body. Oh dear! I forgot my headphones and returned to fetch them, only to catch a rat in the act. What luck! Chi Shirtao stood at the door, grinning as he gazed at Shuai sprawled on the floor. For reasons unknown, Shuai felt an eerie chill at the sight of Chi Shirtao's smile. They had all been instructed that the last person to leave the dormitory should lock the door. Why did they keep forgetting? It was truly exasperating. As the dormitory leader, he needed to have a serious talk with them upon his return. Chi Shirtao slowly entered, taking a seat on a nearby chair, and pulled out his phone. Brothers, hurry back. There's something amusing happening in the dorm. After sending the voice message, Shuai's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately attempted to flee. However, Chi Shirtao had no intention of allowing him to escape. He kicked the dormitory door shut and stood in front of it, blocking his path. I was wrong. Let me go. I didn't do anything. Can you spare me just this once? Chi Shirtao's eyes glimmered with a sharp light behind his glasses, revealing a hint of a cold smirk. Dream on. You sneaked into our dorm. Who knows what mischief you've been up to? You claim you did nothing? Then if something goes missing, who will be blamed? Chapter 55. So, has the mastermind been exposed? Impressive. What's going on? After a while, Du Lei and Yu Jianshu rushed back to their dormitory. Upon entering, they found Chi Shirtao and Shuai entangled in a struggle. Realizing that reasoning was futile, Shuai decided to force his way through. However, Chi Shirtao was not one to let him leave so easily, and thus the tussle continued. Upon seeing Du Lei and Yu Jianshu return, Shuai felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. The two of them, noticing the scattered debris on the floor and the sight of Shuai, immediately understood that he was the instigator of the chaos. Chi Shirtao, drenched in sweat, approached them and remarked, "This rascal attempted to secretly dump trash on Wenja's bed, and I caught him red-handed." Oh, dumping trash on a bed. What a peculiar tactic. How enigmatic. Yu Jianshu chuckled, recalling how Wenja had recounted an incident in the girls' dormitory just the previous night. Little did they know that today, the same mischief had unfolded in their own dormitory. It was clear who was behind this mischief, especially since the perpetrator was Kushui. There was no need for further speculation. Ah, I must say, you seem to be in dire need of a lesson. It has indeed been a while since I last dealt with you, Du Lei said, furrowing his brow and stepping forward, his expression radiating an air of intimidation. Lei Gu, I was wrong. Let us talk this over calmly. Kushui stammered, retreating until he found himself cornered against the wall. In this dormitory, he feared Du Lei the most, having faced his wrath on numerous occasions. Taozi Dashu, hold him down for me. I'll retrieve my treasure. Du Lei shouted before turning to head towards his cabinet. Here I come. Hearing Du Lei's call, Qi Shitao and Yu Jianshu exchanged knowing glances, their faces breaking into mischievous smiles. They slowly approached Kushui, each step imbued with mockery. Feeling the intensity of their gazes, Kushui was overtaken by fear, his body trembling slightly. Don't do that. Let us negotiate. We can discuss this, he pleaded. But Qi Shitao and Yu Jianshu showed no signs of halting their advance. They continued to approach him, cracking their knuckles, ready for action. Kushui's fear intensified, and his voice quivered as he exclaimed, It was Chang'ing who instructed me. Truly, she was the one who made me do this. Upon hearing this, Qi Shitao and Yu Jianshu paused, exchanging glances and unable to suppress their amusement. So, the mastermind has been revealed? Quite impressive. Nevertheless, you will still face the consequences. They did not relent. Instead, they charged forward, firmly restraining Kushui. He struggled desperately, but his strength was vastly inferior to that of Qi Shitao and Yu Jianshu. No matter how hard he tried, he could not escape their grasp. Just then, Du Lei emerged from his cabinet, clutching a hefty bag that appeared to be filled with numerous items. Du Lei cautiously approached Kushui, clutching a bag in his hand. What is this? Yu Jialin and Qi Shitao inquired, their expressions filled with curiosity. It's something fun, Du Lei replied. A shiver ran through Kushui, his body gradually stiffening as an unsettling chill seeped into his very bones. He was oblivious to the contents of the bag, yet a foreboding sense of dread welled up within him. With a swift motion, Du Lei opened the bag, revealing an array of peculiar items that caught the attention of his companions. Goodness! Both Yu Jialin and Qi Shitao exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. They had never encountered such objects, yet they could tell at a glance that these items were extraordinary beyond description. Stop. I surrender. Please, Kushui exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, his trembling voice betraying his fear upon seeing the contents. With a decisive slam, Du Lei shut the door to their dormitory and approached slowly, a smile playing on his lips. No. Kushui felt an icy dread wash over him and could not help but shout in panic. The next 10 minutes stretched out interminably for him, feeling like the slowest moments of his life. Qi Shitao and Yu Jialin, drained of strength, released their grip on Kushui. Oh, Brother Lei, I was wrong. Please spare me, I beg you. I truly regret it. I will do anything you ask. Kushui crawled to Du Lei's feet, pleading earnestly, clutching his ankle with tears streaming down his face, haunted by the horrors he had just endured. Du Lei quickly withdrew his foot, instructing, first, clean this up. He gestured towards the dormitory, with a garbage bin, toppled over by Kushui, lay scattered across the floor. All right, Kushui scrambled to gather the litter, his expression one of determination. Meanwhile, Yu Jialin and Qi Shitao leaned in to whisper to Du Lei, where did you acquire these items? What were you planning to do with them? They felt a twinge of apprehension, astonished that Du Lei possessed such intriguing things. Oh, I've gathered them from various places, some online, some from others. I just thought they seemed entertaining, so I kept them. Du Lei chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly. I've cleaned everything up, Brother Lei, Kushui announced, having tidied the floor, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at Du Lei, hoping he would reveal the mysteries of the bag. Du Lei nodded in satisfaction, settling into his seat, crossing his legs, and lighting a cigarette. You just said you would do anything, right? Let us see how you perform. If you don't impress us, don't blame us for being ruthless, he said, casting a glance at Yu Jialin and Qi Shitao. They nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, you should come to our dorm more often. After all, this is our dormitory. We have the final say. No, no, no. Ku Shuai is utterly distressed. He now deeply regrets provoking this dormitory. Look at my performance. Ku Shuai quickly realized, cradling his hands, and placed them next to Du Lei, indicating for him to flick the ash ear. Du Lei glanced at him, shook his head, and said, "That is not my intention. I want you to betray them. Do you understand? We require your assistance to gather evidence of Cheng Ying's mischief. Can you manage that? If you execute this well, we shall spare you." Chapter 56. The halo surrounding you exceeds the buffs you accumulated before facing the boss, alas. All right, I agree. Kiskiviko suai hastili ossented. For he wished to avoid the torment that awaited him. Do you have her as a friend? Yes. Just added her today. Ku Shuai nodded vigorously in response. Du Lei grunted affirmatively and then instructed him, when you return, dump the trash onto your own bed. Then photograph it and send it to Cheng Ying to gain her trust. Huh, what? Is this difficult to manage? Just lay down some old bed sheets, dispose of it afterward, and you're done, aren't you? Oh, all right. I shall do it at once. With that, Ku Shuai donned his shoes, seized the trash bin, and exited the dormitory, preparing to execute the plan. As he stepped out, he encountered Wen Che returning to the dormitory. Their gazes met briefly, and Ku Shuai quickly lowered his head and hurried away. Wen Che found it curious, pondering why Ku Shuai had emerged from his dorm. Upon returning, Wen Che discovered the other three laughing, unaware of the cause of their amusement. "What are you laughing at? What did that fool come here for?" he inquired, perplexed as he regarded them. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a friendly exchange. Nothing at all." Du Lei waved his hand dismissively, indicating the others should remain silent. He deemed it unnecessary for Wen Che to be privy to this matter. Let him concentrate on his romance. What else with the secrecy? Wen Che questioned, perplexed, yet he refrained from pressing further. After all, boys often share inexplicable laughter without revealing the cause. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ku Shuai suddenly rushed back in, seeking Du Lei. "Brother Lei, it's done. Look." He handed his phone to Du Lei, who observed the chat history between Ku Shuai and Cheng Ying. Ku Shuai had sent the photo, and Cheng Ying responded with an approving gesture. He then inquired about his next steps, to which Cheng Ying replied to continue seeking opportunities to annoy Wen Che with similar antics. "All right, excellent. Keep up the good work. Converse with her more, gather additional evidence, and send it to me when you have it." "Understood." Ku Shuai nodded and subsequently departed. Wen Che, looking bewildered, turned to Du Lei and asked, "What exactly are you having him do? Why does he listen to you so readily?" Having just witnessed that scene, he initially thought Ku Shuai was merely Du Lei's subordinate, obediently complying with his every word. His memory served him that Du Lei had not been particularly fond of Ku Shuai, often reprimanding him. "It's nothing serious, just a new recruit assisting me with a task." Du Lei waved his hand dismissively and muttered something vague, but Wen Che clearly did not buy it. He glanced at Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao, who appeared utterly unconcerned. It was evident that they were aware of the situation, while he remained in the dark. "What peculiar antics are you up to? This is quite abstract, indeed." As Wen Che pondered, a thought struck him, and he shifted his focus to Du Lei, asking earnestly, "By the way, I have a question. How is it possible to purchase a variety of items, even fresh produce, in the girls' dormitory? Is it that Sister Li who is selling them?" "Indeed, it is," Du Lei affirmed, casually tapping on his phone. "Sister Li has taken over an abandoned storage unit on campus, filled with goods. Whenever there is a need, delivery to the dormitory takes just a few minutes." "Hey, does she conduct business in the boys' dormitory as well? Is there an agent?" "She used to, but due to conflicts with the dormitory supervisor, she was prohibited from doing so." "Oh, I see." Wen Che's expression darkened. He should have anticipated that becoming an agent was not an original idea. Surely, many others were vying for the same opportunity, and he would be far down the list. To his surprise, the boys' dormitory had been banned from such dealings, complicating his plans. He had hoped to capitalize on this opportunity. Earning a bit over the weekend and potentially much more during the weekdays would have been ideal. Turning to Du Lei, he pressed further. "Is there no way to do it secretly? I could say I'm just helping a friend. Surely they wouldn't be so strict as to deny me?" Du Lei chuckled softly, leaning closer to Wen Che and whispering, "You really are bold." Many desire to partake, yet few dare. Do you know why? Is it because they fear being reported out of envy? Correct. As long as everyone remains compliant, it's fine. But the moment one individual dares to venture into the clandestine, they will be scrutinized, and a report could lead to severe consequences. Unless one possesses sufficient prestige, correct? When Che began to grasp the gravity of the situation, it seemed the waters were quite murky, and his desire to wade in might lead to peril. Yes, as far as I know, there are two individuals capable of navigating this realm: the student council president and the vice secretary of the youth league committee. If they were to engage, no one would dare object, but they would not stoop to such activities. The student council president, quite a significant figure. Are such individuals also involved in the dark web? Dule shook his head and replied, "What are you thinking? It is only people like us who dwell in that shadowy realm, akin to rats in the sewers. They occupy the main page of the university's official website, with a promising future ahead, possessing more prestige than the buffs one accumulates before battling a boss in a game. Their paths for the next 30 years are likely already paved." Very well. When Che temporarily relinquished this notion, realizing it was prudent to focus on more straightforward endeavors, such as cooking. What's wrong? Are you eager to make money? Is dating too costly? Dule slid his chair closer to Wen Che and inquired. Not exactly in a hurry, but would it be better to earn a bit more? Wen Che shrugged his shoulders, displaying a calm demeanor. Years of experience in earning a living had instilled in him a patient and methodical character. One cannot rush the pursuit of wealth. Sisterly has plenty of lucrative opportunities available. If you desire, I could facilitate an introduction for you. I'm not inclined to engage in the arduous task of tasting bitter tea. Certainly not. Is it truly so difficult to earn money? This school is brimming with opportunities. What is your area of expertise? Cooking. Precisely. Then you should pursue cooking. As long as you possess a skill, you will undoubtedly earn money through Sisterly. Just think, even the female students can make a profit. What is there to fear? When Che found the notion rather intriguing and inquired, "Can it truly be feasible?" "Absolutely. So what do you think? Would you like to give it a try?" "Sure. Then I kindly ask for your assistance in the introduction. That's a minor task, but I cannot do it without some form of compensation. Can I?" He chuckled, rubbing his fingers together, aware that this matter involved personal connections. When Che acknowledged the reasoning and pondered for a moment before responding, "If I could indeed earn money through cooking, would you be willing to forego your fee?" "All right." Chapter 57. What kind of enchantment have you cast upon her? Have you saved her life? At the break of dawn the following day, Wen Che opened his eyes, the first task on his agenda being to greet Chu Ziqing with a morning message. This ritual had gradually become a habit of his. Regardless of the hour, whenever Wen Che reached out to Chu Ziqing, he was met with a prompt response. "Good morning, my dear, don't you have class this morning? Why are you awake so early? You should sleep a bit longer." As he sent her a message, he hastily rose from bed to prepare for the day, even engaging in conversation with Chu Ziqing while brushing his teeth. "I've grown accustomed to rising early, and besides, this way I get to chat with you, hee." "All right then, how about we go out after my class?" "Absolutely." Thus, while conversing with Chu Ziqing, Wen Che wrapped up his morning preparations and prepared to leave. This time, the four of them from the dormitory set out together. Dule had initially been reluctant to attend class, but was persuaded by the others to join. After a while, Dule, phone in hand, looked up at Wen Che and said, "Xiao Che, I've been in touch with Sisterly. She mentioned that next week she'll have time to meet and discuss further." "Oh, splendid. Thank you." "It's nothing," he replied. Yu Jiashu interjected, "What's this? Are you planning to join that mysterious organization too?" Wen Che merely shrugged off the thought, simply wishing to earn some money while at school. Why not seize the opportunity if it presented itself? Otherwise, he would just be lingering around campus. Yu Jiashu appeared distressed as he said, "Oh, how I envy you, to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Oh wait, I mean exchange. You already have a fair amount of savings. And now you want to work hard to earn more money at school. Yours simply. Oh no, you must fail 2 subjects this term to balance my psyche. Get lost. I wouldn't dare list you on a second-hand trading platform." When Che exclaimed, playfully kicking Yu Jiashu. "So how about you two? Are you interested in this? Think of it as a part-time job. You could earn a fair sum in a month." Dule looked to Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao for their opinions, only to be met with a simultaneous shake of their heads. No, thank you. My allowance suffices. And I hardly spend anything, Chi Shirtao remarked. Yu Jiashu shook his head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. No, no, no. I feel that sisterly might be a bit dangerous. I'm not brave enough. What are you afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. Chi Shirtao continued. It can also be lost in danger. Wen Che shared this sentiment, realizing that finding a lucrative job while still in school was no simple feat. Most part-time jobs only provided a modest income, and he truly did not wish to squander his time. After the four of them exited the dormitory, Wen Che paused at the entrance, momentarily taken aback. Not far ahead, a familiar figure stood waiting. Chu Ziqing was adorned in a white sleeveless linen dress, the hem grazing her knees, cinched at the waist with a slender black belt, and a minimalist silver necklace graced her neck. Her hair was styled in a low ponytail. In her hand, she held a bag of items, patiently waiting. Upon seeing Wen Che emerge, her brow lifted slightly, and a hint of joy sparkled in her eyes. Wen Che was momentarily stunned, while the three companions beside him exchanged knowing glances. Oh, your girlfriend is downstairs waiting for you. How fortunate. One remarked. What kind of spell have you cast on her? Did you save her life or something? Another teased. All right, we three shall take our leave. We wouldn't want to interrupt, the last one chimed in, and with that, they turned and departed. Wen Che had not anticipated that Chu Ziqing would be waiting for him. Did she not have classes this morning? Approaching her, he quietly inquired, What brings you here? Here. Chu Ziqing extended the bag towards him. Wen Che accepted it, asking this wouldn't be. Indeed, I guess you might skip breakfast, so I prepared something for you. She replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. Wen Che was surprised that she had risen early to make breakfast for him. Attending university, waking up to find a beautiful girlfriend waiting to present him with a home-cooked meal felt surreal, almost like a dream. Yet, this was indeed happening to him. His emotions were indescribable. Basking in such treatment left him somewhat bewildered. Was this normal? Was this what a typical relationship entailed? He had never experienced such affection, and it seemed that few were fortunate enough to enjoy such a privilege. Noticing him lost in thought, Chu Ziqing tilted her head and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Nothing, just a bit taken aback. You are too kind to me. Wen Che replied candidly, his voice soft, and he struggled to meet her gaze. As long as you like it. The corners of Chu Ziqing's eyes curved slightly, seemingly imbued with mirth. She felt that her actions were indeed worthwhile. I'm at a loss as to how I might repay you. In comparison to you, I feel utterly inadequate. Just a clumsy, straightforward man, Wen Che murmured, lowering his head with a hint of embarrassment. He pondered how he could treat Chu Ziqing with greater kindness. Yet his mind was at a loss for how to proceed. In contrast, her gestures seemed instinctual. If, as she claimed, these instinctive actions stemmed from her deep affection for him, he wondered when he might also begin to treat her with such innate tenderness. You know, right? Huh? Wen Che lifted his head, gazing at Chu Ziqing in surprise. You know? Subsequently, Chu Ziqing stepped closer, turned her cheek, and playfully tapped it twice with her finger. Hee. It dawned on Wen Che what she meant. She had indeed been waiting for him. Taking a deep breath, he leaned in closer and gently pressed his lips against her cheek. Is that all right? All right. I'm satisfied. Chu Ziqing nodded vigorously, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. Well then, I must head to class. Okay. Wen Che walked away from Chu Ziqing, took a few steps, and turned back to see her still standing there, waving at him. He opened his bag to discover a breakfast prepared by Chu Ziqing, consisting of a fried egg, half a corn on the cob, toast, a can of still warm milk, and even a can of coffee. Chapter 58, I just want to gift it. Do you not like it? Upon witnessing Wen Che walk into the classroom, Yu Jiashu and Chi Shirtao could not help but exhale softly. They noticed the bag Wen Che carried, instantly recognizing it as a gift from Chu Ziqing. Wen Che, feeling somewhat helpless, chose to ignore their teasing and sat beside them, hastily unpacking the contents to satisfy his hunger. I am so famished. I didn't have time for breakfast this morning. Indeed, we are pitiful for lacking girlfriends who bring us breakfast. Yu Jiashu and Chi Shirtao quipped sarcastically, which elicited a faint smile from Wen Che. You two should not even entertain such thoughts. It is impossible for you to have any, but you may have some of this milk. I am somewhat lactose intolerant. Wen Che produced a can of milk and handed it to Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao, who eagerly accepted it and hastily took a sip. He was well aware that milk would upset his stomach, a fact unknown to Chu Ziqing. Yet she had taken it into consideration by also including coffee. They could blend the two or simply savor the coffee if the milk was intolerable. Wen Che admired the many qualities he could learn from Chu Ziqing. Her attentiveness was something he, as a boyfriend, ought to emulate. If this were indeed her first experience with romance, she possessed an extraordinary talent. After consuming the food, Wen Che felt considerably revitalized. Having skipped breakfast earlier, his body was now unaccustomed to the sudden intake of sustenance. During class, his focus wavered, and whenever his mind drifted, thoughts of Chu Ziqing would flood his consciousness. For reasons unknown, he often found himself thinking of her, and even wishing for class to end swiftly so he could see her. Whenever his mind blanked, her lively, cheerful visage would appear before him, radiant, warm, and considerate, a stark contrast to how others perceived her, almost as if she were an entirely different person. Finally, when class concluded, Wen Che gathered his belongings and stood up, addressing his three companions. "I'm taking my leave now." They raised their heads to glance at Wen Che, instantly comprehending that he intended to seek out Chu Ziqing again, implying that they would likely not see him for the rest of the day. "Wait, brother, could you occasionally participate in dormitory activities? At this rate, our dorm lacks any sense of cohesion," Yu Jiashu remarked, somewhat exasperated, not at all implying envy of Wen Che's dating life, due to his own lack of a girlfriend. Qi Shitao interjected, "In truth, our dorm is quite cohesive. During the last dormitory council meeting, they remarked that the four of us are complicit." Wen Che stood there, momentarily taken aback, then smirked and inquired, "What do you want me to do?" Dule waved his hand and remarked, "Let her join us for some fun. Involving your girlfriend in group activities can foster the development of your relationship. Even if you are close, it is essential to have moments of respite. There is no need to be inseparable at all times. But we have only been together for a few days. How can it be described as always? That is inconsequential. What truly matters is that she is your girlfriend, and we are your friends. You must find a balance. Do you not agree? Fine, I will ask her. If she is unwilling, please do not press me." Wen Che chose to compromise, though he felt there was some truth in their words. Deep down, he still leaned more towards Chu Ziqing's perspective and wished to respect her opinion. If she agreed, they would all enjoy the outing together. If not, he would have to make it up to his friends another day. "All right, we will wait for you in the dormitory. You two should have lunch together, and then head out for some fun in the afternoon." "Okay." After Wen Che concluded his response, he departed from the classroom. Although he verbally acquiesced, he remained uncertain about how to broach the subject with Chu Ziqing. They had only recently grown close, and now to suggest she join his roommates felt like an implication of not wanting to be alone with her, which might lead her to overthink. Upon exiting the teaching building, Wen Che retrieved his phone and messaged Chu Ziqing to inform her that he had finished his class. "Hi." A cheerful call startled Wen Che, nearly causing him to drop his phone. "Oh." Just as Wen Che sent his message, Chu Ziqing appeared before him, standing with a gentle smile. Her hands clasped behind her back as if concealing something. "You were waiting for me?" he asked, astonished. "Indeed." Chu Ziqing nodded, then revealed her hands, presenting a bouquet of delicate pink baby's breath, exquisite in its beauty. "For you." Wen Che found himself momentarily at a loss, his hands instinctively hovering in the air, while the floral fragrance enveloped him. Why the sudden gift of flowers? Today is not a special occasion, he questioned, bewildered. Receiving flowers for the first time on such a mundane day left him perplexed. It was neither his birthday nor any holiday. What prompted this unexpected gesture? What's wrong? Can't flowers be given on ordinary days? I simply wanted to give them to you. Do you not like them? Chu Ziqing playfully shook her head, her flowing, ebony hair cascading over her fair shoulders, softly brushing against her delicate skin. Her deep, luminous eyes sparkled with an abundance of warmth and cheer. "I like them. I truly do." Wen Che extended his hand to accept the bouquet, gazing at the scene before him. Chu Ziqing's radiant smile reflected in the baby's breath, blurring the line between the beauty of the flowers and that of the person, both equally enchanting. Wen Che carefully cradled the starry sky. the fragrant bouquet mingling with the faint scent of jasmine that clung to Chu Ziqing, nearly causing him to forget the matter at hand. Noticing Wen Che's unusual demeanor, Chu Ziqing inquired, "What is the matter? Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Wen Che's Adam's apple bobbed as he fixated on the pearl hairpin adorning the crown of Chu Ziqing's head, before finally articulating, "Well, my roommate would like me to take you along with us for an outing. They mentioned something about enhancing the camaraderie of our dormitory. However, if you would prefer not to join, it is perfectly fine for just the two of us to go instead." Chapter 59. Where are there children who cry daily? And where are gamblers who lose incessantly? Chu Ziqing extended her hand, linking it with Wen Che's arm, and chuckled softly, "I'll follow your lead. You can decide whatever you wish." Chu Ziqing was indifferent to where she and Wen Che would venture or what activities they would engage in. For her, a date simply meant being in Wen Che's company. Thus, whether they strolled through the streets, dined together, or attended classes, it all constituted a date in her eyes. Wen Che shared her sentiments. As long as he could be with Chu Ziqing, he felt utterly content. The longing he experienced during class, that agonizing sensation, was something he could not shake off until the moment he laid eyes on her, which brought him relief. Well then, let's join them for some fun this afternoon. I wonder what they have in store for us. Wen Che mused, hoping those companions wouldn't conjure up any embarrassing activities, such as foot baths. What do you usually do when you go out? Surf the internet, play billiards, I suppose. It's rare for us to gather 4 people for an outing. Wen Che recalled that previously, it was usually just 2 or 3 of them hanging out. Outings with a full quartet were infrequent, primarily revolving around drinking. As Wen Che and Chu Ziqing walked along the path, he held the bouquet of flowers, attracting the attention of passers-by. He paid no heed to their gazes, feeling a flicker of pride swell within him. After all, these flowers were a gift from Chu Ziqing. He secretly wished they were artificial, so he could keep them forever without the worry of them wilting. They enjoyed a meal together, after which Wen Che returned to his dormitory. Chu Ziqing had a class in the afternoon, and they had agreed to go out together once she finished. "Hey, is that a flower you received?" Upon entering, the baby's breath in Wen Che's hand drew attention. A smile crept onto his lips as he found a makeshift vase to place the flowers in, setting it upon his desk. Yu Jianshu inquired, "How did it go?" Did she agree? They had lingered in the dormitory for quite some time, uncertain of what to do. Even if a suggestion was presented, someone would inevitably disagree, whether it was playing billiards, which Yu Jianshu was reluctant to do, or going online, which Dulé wasn't keen on, or drinking, which Shi Shirtao opposed. Thus, a stalemate ensued, with the 3 of them sprawled on their beds, engrossed in their phones, while occasionally asking where to go. Wen Che, seated at his spot, remarked, "Well, she did agree, but where are you planning to go?" Yu Jianshu shook his head. "We haven't decided yet. Honestly, I have no clue where to go. Do you have any suggestions? For guys and one girl, how should I know where we can go? Just please, let us keep it normal. If it's not, I want to bring her along with you guys again. Come on, that is quite an insult to us. I assent it. Which of us is abnormal? Especially me. I'm as normal as they come." Dulé suddenly sat up, pointing at himself with a righteous expression. Wen Che cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "My friend, when I returned yesterday, your cabinet was ajar, and that black bag was left unzipped. Take a look at its contents, then ask yourself, is this normal? If you are indeed dead normal, then this world ought to perish. Adding to that, among us, I should be the most normal. Wouldn't you agree?" Shi Shirtao raised his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke with nonchalance. Yu Jianshu curled his lip, replying with a hint of sarcasm as the dormitory leader. "You bear the greatest responsibility for the state of our room. After all, the upper beams are crooked, and the lower ones follow suit. All right, just don't use me as your shield in the future." Clearing his throat, he continued, "Let's stick to the facts." Dulé turned to Wen Che and asked, "Why don't you consult your girlfriend? Whatever she wishes to do, we are agreeable. She claims to follow my lead, yet you all haven't decided where to go. Why must you drag us into it? Let us finalize our plans before venturing out together." Wen Che, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I truly do not comprehend why these 3 are so idle, insisting on involving me and Chu Ziqing. I had assumed they had already settled on a destination." Just then, Du Lei suddenly had an epiphany, sitting up with a spark of enthusiasm. Pointing his finger as if struck by inspiration, I know what we can do. Have we not played that in quite some time? Which one? The super secret, earth-shattering card game. Upon hearing this, the other three fell silent, the dormitory enveloped in an eerie stillness, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a moment, Wen Che slowly spoke. So, you mean playing cards? He had taken a moment to ponder what exactly he was referring to. Yu Jiashu retorted with irritation. Here we go again. We can never win against you in cards. You always walk away with 200 to 300 of our dollars. I'm not keen on playing anymore. I, on the other hand, have no objections, Chief Shirtao remarked, unfazed, for he rarely lost, yet seldom won much, often merely serving as participant, neither winning nor losing, treating it as mere entertainment. Oh, come now. Yu Jiashu, what are you afraid of? No child cries every day, nor does a gambler lose perpetually. Right? One must have dreams. Those with dreams are truly human, while those without are akin to salted fish. Salted fish is quite fine, very palatable. Just don't keep enticing me, all right? It's always like this. You lure me in, then walk away with my money. So, will you play or not? I shall play. Chi Shirtao chuckled, gazing at him and saying, you deserve to lose your money. At this juncture, all three turned their gazes toward Wen Che, eager to discern his thoughts. Wen Che had been contemplating whether taking his girlfriend to play cards was truly appropriate. However, this cannot truly be considered a romantic rendezvous. If I were to take Chu Ziqing alone to partake in such activities, it would certainly be inappropriate. Yet if it were a collective gathering, engaging in a card game would seem rather commonplace. At least for this group, it has already become a normal pastime. If the stakes are modest, I would partake, but I am uncertain whether she would acquiesce. When Che recalled the previous times spent playing cards with these individuals, winning was indeed exhilarating, with victories yielding a windfall of 1 or 200 yuan, which was quite substantial. Conversely, the losses were rather disheartening. However, these considerations are not the crux of the matter. The primary concern is whether Chu Ziqing would be amenable to this proposition. Initially, I had anticipated a more exhilarating activity, only to find it reduced to a mere card game, akin to the disillusionment of expecting a lavish feast, only to be served a hamburger. You should inquire with her. If she is truly disinclined, then you may simply go on a date, and that would relieve any pressure on you both. When Che found this to be a reasonable suggestion, nodding in agreement and replying, indeed, I shall ask her once she finishes her class. Chapter 60. May I call her mother? Once Chu Ziqing finished her class, she promptly sent a message to Wen Che. I am out of class, darling. Upon receiving her message, Wen Che inquired, they're going to play cards. Would you like to join them? If not, we can engage in some other activities together. Chu Ziqing's response was entirely anticipated by Wen Che. He had surmised she would reply, I'm fine with whatever you decide. All right, noted. Wen Che lifted his gaze to the others and asked, now that I have finished my questions, where shall we go to have fun? To the card room outside. Let us go. Du Lei leaped gracefully off his bed, landing elegantly while adjusting his shirt. Whoosh. Let us go. Chi Shirtao and Yu Jiashu mimicked Du Lei's stylish descent, jumping off their beds with flair. Whoosh. As Chi Shirtao landed, he nearly stumbled but fortuitously sat down in a chair, avoiding injury. However, Yu Jiashu was not as fortunate. When he leaped down, he either tripped or stumbled, collapsing directly before Chi Shirtao. Thud! What are you doing? It's not even the new year. There are no red envelopes. Get lost. Just help me up quickly. Thus, the four of them exited the dormitory, and as they stepped outside, Wen Che spotted Chu Ziqing still waiting at the dorm entrance. The moment she saw Wen Che, a radiant smile illuminated her face as she waved at him. Goodness. She smiled. It turns out she can smile. Chi Shirtao, eyes nearly popped out, astonished as if struck by thunder. This was the first time he had witnessed Chu Ziqing smile. He had thought she had lost the ability to express such warmth. After all, every previous interaction had been marked by her icy demeanor, indifferent to everyone. Seeing her smile now transformed her entire aura. It was as if she had become an entirely different person. The previously imposing air about her had vanished, replaced by a gentle and endearing charm. Yu Jiashu was equally astonished, his mouth agape as if he could swallow a fist whole, momentarily rendered speechless. He swallowed a couple of times, his throat feeling dry. How could he have known that Chu Ziqing possessed such a side? It was simply enchanting, though her earlier aloofness was also captivating. Exuding the allure of a distant flower, this gentle and charming demeanor was far more mesmerizing, elevating her to a level akin to a moonlight dream. Wen Che, may I ask you for a favor? Yu Jiashu approached Wen Che and whispered in his ear. What is it? Wen Che looked at him quizzically, uncertain of his intentions. Could you ask Chu Ziqing for me? May I call her mother? Please don't embarrass yourself here. If you scare her, I will not let you off easily. Wen Che furrowed his brows slightly and patted Yu Jiashu on the back. Although Du Lei did not appear particularly shocked, he was momentarily taken aback, then leaned closer to Wen Che and inquired with genuine curiosity, Isn't she a bit of contrast? I suppose so, Wen Che replied, uncertain of the situation. However, it was evident that Chu Ziqing presented herself differently when addressing him compared to her interactions with others, as if she reserved a special treatment solely for him. Well, you've done well, Du Lei teased. What nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, the three of them grasped the reality. They had previously wondered how Wen Che managed to interact with Chu Ziqing, considering the challenges of dating her. It turned out that she was not the same when she was with Wen Che. As they approached Chu Ziqing, she immediately moved to Wen Che's side, grasping his arm and softly asking, Did you miss me? The playful tone of her words reached Wen Che's ears, even though they had only been apart for a mere 2 hours. Wen Che hesitated to respond initially, instinctively glancing at the others nearby. They, understanding the situation, promptly averted their gazes and began discussing unrelated matters. What are your thoughts on the recent trends in gold prices? One of them coughed, I believe. Stop rambling. Does the fluctuation in gold prices truly concern us? Wen Che turned to Chu Ziqing, nodded, and replied, Yes, I missed you. I missed you too. Satisfied with his response, Chu Ziqing happily nestled closer to Wen Che's arm. The three behind them instantly quickened their pace, almost as if propelled by the wind. Qi Shitao mumbled under his breath, I've never been so eager to play cards. Indeed, neither have I. Let's hurry. I can hardly wait. Yu Jiashu chimed in, suddenly indifferent to winning or losing, simply wishing to depart from their current location. Wen Che, Wiringa bimuzid expression, then took Chu Ziqing's hand and said, Shall we also take our leave? Yes. The two trailed behind the others, strolling leisurely, maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 meters as if they were strangers. They arrived at a popular chess and card room outside the school, a favored spot among students. The downstairs area, bustling with billiards, was nearly filled with university students. The likelihood of encountering acquaintances here surpassed that of running into them on campus. The upstairs housed a plethora of board games and mahjong. Typically, one would need to wait for a table, but with Qi Shitao in their company, such concerns dissipated. Upon their arrival, they found a private room, just cleaned and ready for their immediate use. The private room, though modest in size, was impeccably clean. After a few individuals settled around the table, Du Lei brought forth 2 decks of cards, opened one, and began to shuffle. He glanced at the others and inquired, So, how shall we play? I'm open to anything, but let's steer clear of Nyonyo. You win far too quickly at that game. Qi Shitao replied as he took a seat, waving his hand dismissively. Let's also avoid Texas Hold'em. I still haven't grasped it, and I fear I might be taken advantage of. Yu Jiashu added, offering his own suggestion. Du Lei then turned his attention to Wen Che and Chu Ziqing, tilting his chin slightly to signal for their thoughts. Wen Che glanced at Chu Ziqing, who sat beside him. In a soft voice, she said, You all can play. I'll just keep you company. Wen Che blinked in surprise, exclaiming, Oh, so you just sit here? Won't you be bored? Chu Ziqing shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Not at all. I'm quite happy here. Chapter 61. I am truly exceptional. Please believe me. That works, after all. You two are practically family. It makes no difference who plays. It seems rather unfair for both of you to participate together, Du Lei remarked with a nod, his voice breaking the silence. Chu Ziqing turned her gaze towards Du Lei, a faint and polite smile gracing her lips. She had caught the essence of Du Lei's words about them being akin to family, while the rest barely registered in her mind. Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu exchanged knowing glances, Realizing how much she relished such affirmations, it was glaringly evident. Wen Che looked at Chu Ziqing, inquiring, "Is this truly acceptable?" "Of course it is. It's perfect since I'm not particularly adept at playing," she responded cheerfully. This was the crux of the matter. Chu Ziqing was not well-versed in card games, finding even do de jeu perplexing, which deterred her from playing altogether. Her presence here was solely to accompany Wen Che. His happiness was her own. "Then allow me to teach you. We can play together," Wen Che suggested, shifting his chair closer to Chu Ziqing, their proximity increasing. "Let us keep it simple with a game of Jia Jinhua. The one who wins the most treats us to dinner tonight. Sounds reasonable?" Dule initiated the game by shuffling the cards and dealing 3 to each player. They placed their initial bets, and, as was customary, they began with a round of concealed play. Dule refrained from peeking at his cards, tossing in more chips. Qi Shidao followed suit, and when it was Yu Jiashu's turn, he picked up his cards. "I'm not taking any risks. I'll play it straight," Yu Jiashu declared, glancing at his hand before discarding it, slumping back into his chair while muttering, "This hand raises my blood pressure." Qi Shidao shot him a sidelong glance. "Why did you toss it away without a glance? None of us have seen our cards yet. What are you afraid of? Aren't you brave enough to take a shot? The highest card is a 7. Can't you play that? You're throwing away a card that could have been yours. Forget it then. That card probably won to elevate your pressure as much as it did mine." As the first round concluded, Dule raised the stakes once more, with Wen Che mirroring his actions. When it was Qi Shitao's turn again, he scrutinized his hand, then doubled his bet. "Goodness, I must take a look now. I want to sit quietly while you gamble." "Your luck is just too good," Dule exclaimed, hastily glancing at his cards, lacking the courage to continue betting against Qi Shitao. Wen Che, too, revealed his hand for a brief moment. Chu Ziqing leaned in closer, eager to see. A pair of 6s. Wen Che mused, his brow furrowing slightly as he examined his cards. 2 6s and a 3. The hand was a conundrum, tasteless yet too valuable to discard. "Come on, who is afraid of whom?" Dule proclaimed confidently after inspecting his cards. Wen Che opted to relinquish his hand. "I'm done with this," he declared. Chu Ziqing whispered in his ear, "Are your cards not good?" Wen Che shook his head, "Mediocre at best. But I lack the confidence to go against the 2 of them." "Oh." Chu Ziqing nodded, as if comprehending, although she truly did not grasp the intricacies of the game. Seizing the moment, Wen Che began to explain the rules to her. As for Dule and Qi Shitao, they were continuously raising the stakes. "I refuse to believe you possess any formidable cards. This fellow has been deceiving us for too long." Qi Shitao kept raising, unable to accept that Dule held a strong hand, for in their previous games, Dule frequently bluffed, feigning strength with weak cards. "Brother, I assure you, I am not deceiving you this time. I truly have a strong hand. You must believe me. A slight smile graced Dule's lips." No matter how much Qi Shitao raised, he matched him, instilling a sense of uncertainty in Qi Shitao. "All right, you two, it's time to reveal your cards. This round has become quite substantial." Yu Jiashu urged them, as the pile of chips in the center had grown considerable, and further raises could lead to chaos. "Very well, let's reveal them. Come on." Dule unveiled his cards, 1 pair of aces. "See, I wasn't lying. I indeed have a hand. And is this not significant?" "Not significant at all, my friend." Upon seeing Dule's cards, Qi Shitao's smile broadened, and he revealed his own cards, promptly gathering all the chips in the center. Dule furrowed his brow, glancing at Qi Shitao's hand. A straight 7-8-9. "What the heck? I concede. I knew I shouldn't have gone head-to-head with you. I can never best you." Dule slapped the table and rolled in his seat, akin to a stranded fish. "Ha ha ha. You've played so well that you've instilled doubt in me. I almost surrendered." Qi Shitao erupted in laughter, radiating joy. Wen Che quietly remarked to Chu Ziqing, "This indicates that my guess was correct. Both of them hold stronger hands than I do." He surmised that either Qi Shitao or Dule had a formidable card, while his own hand was too weak to compete. "Oh, I see." Chu Ziqing nodded in realization. Having observed just 1 round, and with Wen Che's explanation, she had grasped the essence of the game. "Really? You understand?" "Yes. I more or less comprehend." "Then let's take turns playing. You shall go next, and I will teach you." Wen Che gestured for Chu Ziqing to play the next round. Recognizing that having her merely sit there would be dull, he aimed to enhance her sense of participation, knowing that any losses would not weigh on her. As he had resolved to shoulder them, her enjoyment was all that mattered. Excellent. The next round commenced. After everyone placed their bets, the cards were dealt. Yu Jiashu was the first to look at his hand, only to discard it immediately. What is happening here? I can't even see a playable hand. Can't even pass 10? He was quite frustrated, lamenting his abysmal luck in gambling, having drawn 2 consecutive dismal hands. Chu Ziqing did not take any risks. Glancing at her cards, 1 ace, 1 king, and 1 8. From her understanding, this hand was not strong, even weaker than Wen Che's hand from the previous round, so she prepared to fold. At that moment, Wen Che suddenly grasped her hand, stopping her. Do not rush. Wen Che whispered softly into Chu Ziqing's ear, urging her to retract her hand. Meanwhile, Qi Shitao and Du Lei remained oblivious to their cards, engrossed in a silent standoff, as if locked in a contest of wills. Du Lei, are you truly so bold as to ignore your cards? Isn't this how the game is played? Who's afraid? It's you who seems to have abandoned caution. I have just secured a significant win. What do I have to fear? The two continued to raise the stakes, while Chu Ziqing, having seen her cards, doubled her bets each time, causing her some trepidation. Shall we reveal the cards? Come on. Du Lei and Qi Shitao, sensing the moment was ripe, prepared to unveil their hands, knowing that with Chu Ziqing holding the most chips, whichever of them won would result in her greatest loss. After glancing at their cards, they could not help but furrow their brows. What now? Chapter 62. I shall reimburse you. Qi Shitao discarded the cards in his hand, the highest being merely a 10. Had he anticipated the outcome, he would have examined his hand sooner. It was absurd to play with such a hand until the end. Wen Che glanced at Du Lei and said, If it's a pair, take it. Chu Ziqing clutched her cards tightly, eager to see Du Lei's hand. A single card, a king. Du Lei revealed his cards, and the first one displayed was indeed a king. Did he win? Chu Ziqing looked at Wen Che with delight, her eyes seemingly sparkling with excitement. Indeed, you're amazing, darling. Wen Che smiled, nodded, and then gathered the chips, placing them before Chu Ziqing. Hooray! Hooray! The two exchanged a high five, appearing exceedingly joyful. TSK, TSK. Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu exchanged glances, thinking these two were not here merely for the game, but rather on a date. They were merely participants in the duo's playful affair. Du Lei observed the scene, a subtle smile gracing his lips, for beneath his king lay yet another king. Let us shuffle and deal again, shall we? As the game continued, Chu Ziqing opted out, recognizing that this was primarily Wen Che's game with his roommates. It was better for him to play more, as it would surely bring him joy. As his girlfriend, her presence beside him was sufficient. The game unfolded over the course of nearly 2 hours, culminating in Du Lei winning approximately 200 yuan, Qi Shitao also winning around 200 yuan, while Yu Jiashu lost over 300, and Wen Che suffered a loss of slightly more than 100. Oh my goodness. I must steer clear of gambling. Beginning with myself. Yu Jiashu leaned back in his chair, raising his hand in a gesture of solemnity, his head buzzing with regret. He wished he could slap himself for his lack of shame. Knowing well that luck was not on his side, he still chose to play. Having lost so much, he would have to scrimp and save for nearly half a month. He silently vowed never to partake again. If he did, he would be a fool. Wen Che's losses were not nearly as significant as Yu Jiashu's, yet losing was still disheartening, especially since it felt like a loss without any return, unlike spending money that could yield something in return. Thus, he experienced a tinge of disappointment. Let us go. Let us go. I'll treat you both to a meal, come on. Bashu, eat your fill. Du Lei patted Yu Jiashu on the back, attempting to console him. Yu Jiashu glanced at Du Lei and asked softly, I am a bit hungry. Can I have a whole roasted lamb? Qi Shitao interjected loudly, Get lost. You look more like a roasted lamb. How about I treat you to a lamb leg instead? Du Lei turned to Wen Che and Chu Ziqing, inquiring, What would you both like to eat? Wen Che looked at Chu Ziqing, whose expression conveyed a willingness to go along with whatever was decided. We can have anything. Whatever you wish to eat is fine with us. Subsequently, several individuals exited the gaming room, preparing to venture onto the streets in search of delectable fare. Ultimately, They settled on barbecue delights, as it is often a commendable choice when faced with uncertainty regarding dining options. Hello, shall we place our order now? Indeed. Yu Jianshu took the menu from the server's hands, perusing its contents before lifting his gaze earnestly towards the server, stating with utmost seriousness, "Let us begin with 30 chicken wings." "Are you out of your mind? Can you possibly finish that?" Chi Sherdao promptly snatched the menu away, casting an incredulous glance in Yu Jianshu's direction. "Mind your own business. If I cannot finish, I shall take it to go. Please do not create a ruckus. Allow me to place the order." Chi Sherdao proceeded to select the dishes and handed the menu to Wen Che and the others, inviting them to review it and suggest additional items. "Take a look. Is there anything you wish to indulge in?" Wen Che inquired as he presented the menu to Chu Ziqing, turning the pages slowly to afford her the opportunity to choose. Chu Ziqing, however, did not have any specific cravings, content to eat whatever was available. Yet, upon encountering a particular dish, her brow arched in interest, and she extended her finger towards it. It was a dish of cheese-baked corn. Wen Che glanced at Chu Ziqing and softly asked, "Do you enjoy cheese?" Chu Ziqing nodded, affirming her fondness for it. Wen Che ordered the dish while discreetly committing her preference to memory, recognizing the significance of understanding what Chu Ziqing relished. After finalizing their selections, the group engaged in conversation, though predominantly it was Wen Che and Chu Ziqing who conversed intimately, leaning closely together, while the other three maintained their discussions, mindful of their words. Particularly with Chu Ziqing present. Dulé ordered 2 bottles of beer, but upon inquiring among the group, found no one willing to join him. Thus he resorted to enjoying the drinks alone. During their meal, Wen Che and Chu Ziqing remained relatively quiet, while the 3 individuals across from them tactfully refrained from engaging in conversation, allowing the couple to immerse themselves in their own world. They still needed time to integrate into the group. For now, they were in the throes of romance, with only each other in their sights. After finishing their meal, the trio prepared to return to their dormitory, leaving Wen Che and Chu Ziqing with the intention of taking a leisurely stroll before heading back. Reluctant to part ways so soon, as they walked on campus, hand in hand, they were unsure of their destination, yet their steps never faltered. They understood that the location was inconsequential. What mattered was remaining beside one another. The evening air was a delightful blend of warmth and coolness, with gentle breezes caressing their faces like velvet. As the hour grew late, they decided to turn back, their pace slowing considerably, as if cherishing the fleeting moments they had left together. Though they would see each other again the following day, an inexplicable reluctance lingered. Wen Che accompanied Chu Ziqing to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, prepared to watch her depart. Chu Ziqing turned around, the warm glow of the street lamp outlining her soft features. She opened her arms, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, her eyes crescent-shaped, brimming with joy. "Let us hug." Wen Che's gaze flickered, his lips pressing together slightly as he stepped forward to embrace Chu Ziqing. There was a slight height difference between them. She stood on her toes while he rested his head on her shoulder. After a lingering moment in each other's arms, they reluctantly parted. "I'm heading back now," she said. "All right, we can chat on our phones later," he replied. "Okay." After their farewell, Chu Ziqing returned to her dormitory while Wen Che turned towards the boys' dorm. After walking for a while, he slipped his hands into his pockets and suddenly halted in his tracks. It seemed he had felt something unusual in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he was taken aback to discover 2 banknotes. Where did these 200 yuan come from? Wen Che suddenly recalled that during their embrace, Chu Ziqing had reached into his pocket. Did Chu Ziqing leave this for me? He unrolled the crumpled bills, finding a note tucked within. As he unfolded the note, it read, "I've reimbursed you." Chapter 63. Surely, there will be someone who loves you, perhaps even more than they love themselves. My heavens! Wen Che had never anticipated that Chu Ziqing would go to such lengths. It was quite extraordinary, leaving him at a loss for words. Was she not attempting to completely capture his heart? How could one possibly endure such an overwhelming sentiment? He found himself utterly defenseless against it. What a profound devotion it must be to reach such depths. Wen Che took out his phone, intending to transfer the money back to Chu Ziqing, reasoning that his losses in cards were his own fault and had nothing to do with her. He could not use her funds to fill his own void. However, as he was about to make the transfer, he suddenly realized that this was, in fact, a gesture of her affection. If he were to refuse it outright, she would surely feel disheartened. What, then, would be the best solution? He could not accept the money in good conscience. Yet he could not simply return it without a thought. Should he perhaps use this money to buy her a gift, presenting it as his own? Unless the value of his gift exceeded 200 yuan, that would not seem appropriate. In light of this, what should he do? With a troubled mind, Wen Che slowly made his way back to the dormitory. The three occupants noticed his glum demeanor and exchanged puzzled glances. What's wrong? Are you upset about losing money? Yu Jiashu inquired as he approached Wen Che. No, Wen Che produced the 200 yuan and recounted the recent events. Isn't that a good thing? She clearly adores you, so you should be happy about it. Wait, are you staging this just to make us envious? Qi Shitao, peeking out from his bed, chimed in. You don't want to feel indebted to her, so you wish to return the money, correct? Du Lei discerned the implication in Wen Che's words and asked. Wen Che nodded, acknowledging the truth of his feelings. He sought a solution that would resolve the matter perfectly. Yet Du Lei dismissed his concerns with a wave of his hand. You're overthinking it. Such matters should not weigh heavily on your mind. Why not? That would make your relationship with her seem too distant, as if you don't regard her as one of your own. If you return the money, she will undoubtedly be displeased. It is far better to accept it graciously. But I feel guilty about it. What is there to feel guilty about? The next time we go out together, just spend a little more on her. Eventually, that money will be spent on her anyway, won't it? That is true. Wen Che murmured softly, lowering his head. Therefore, you really needn't overthink it. This is not something that requires such contemplation. Instead, you should focus on what to do tomorrow, what to eat, and how to treat her well. Oh, all right. After Du Lei's counsel, Wen Che felt a significant lift in his spirits. As he had said, there was some merit in his reasoning. Ultimately, this money would indeed be spent on Chu Ziqing. Wen Che unlocked his phone, preparing to converse with Chu Ziqing, deciding to temporarily set aside other thoughts. His primary focus now was to engage in more conversations with her, as it would deepen their bond. The events of the past few days had indeed made him increasingly reliant on her presence, as he felt she was meant to be a part of his life, adding vibrancy to his existence. Seated on a chair, he gazed at the bouquet of baby-s breath on his desk, and as he did so, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Alas, you have fallen in love. Yu Jiashu appeared behind him, hands resting on his shoulders, his tone teasing. Wen Che glanced at him, opened his mouth, yet found no words to express. Ultimately managing to stammer, I do not deny it, oh, I do not deny it, Yu Jiashu echoed, a playful tone in his voice. Who was it that previously claimed not to prioritize romance and intended to focus on other pursuits? Yu Jiashu pulled a chair closer and sat beside Wen Che, chuckling as he spoke. I once thought the issue lay in romance, but I have come to realize it is a matter of individuals. The experience of love varies with each person. Really? Why is that? Because in your eyes, and in the eyes of the other, what you perceive as flaws or undesirable traits may not even matter to them, or they might even find them endearing. Indeed, it's quite different. How long have you been with Chu Ziqing, and you're already dispensing love philosophy? Yu Jiashu clapped his hands in astonishment, surprised to hear such insights from Wen Che, who had previously seemed so bewildered when with Chang'ing. Intrigued, Yu Jiashu turned to Wen Che and inquired, when will I encounter true love? What type do you think I should seek? Wen Che regarded him with a calm expression, replying, why the hurry? Just be yourself, and surely someone will love you. Perhaps even more than you love yourself, alas. Isn't that mere platitude? I have been myself for 19 years. Yet I haven't seen anyone love me except my parents at that moment. Qi Shitao, lying on the bed, chimed in well, at least you know your father loves you, good lad. Hey, wait, who is whose child here? Yu Jiashu sprang up, rushing to Qi Shitao's bed to engage in playful banter. Before retiring for the night, Wen Che lay in bed, chatting with Chu Ziqing on his phone. They both felt the same longing, eagerly anticipating the arrival of tomorrow to see each other, and even through the screen, they could sense each other's yearning. After exchanging good nights, Wen Che closed his eyes, preparing to succumb to slumber. However, sleep eluded him. His mind was incessantly occupied, unable to achieve tranquility, rendering him restless. Each time he shut his eyes, thoughts of Chu Ziqing flooded his mind. After what felt like an eternity, exhaustion finally overtook him, and he drifted into sleep, all the while wishing to dream of Chu Ziqing. In the realm of dreams, his thoughts transported him back in time, where he truly encountered the Chu Ziqing of yore, a version of her markedly different from the present. At that moment, a shadowy figure approached him, indistinct and unclear. The figure leaned in and murmured softly, "Do not get too close to Chu Ziqing." Abruptly, Wen Che jolted awake, greeted by the light of morning. It took him several moments to gather himself, emerging from the remnants of his dream. The memories of the dream had grown hazy, and he could not recall the latter part of that enigmatic phrase, though it felt eerily familiar, as if he had heard it before. Chapter 64, Trouble. Please give him a slap. Wen Che picked up his phone and noticed a message from Chu Ziqing sent just 10 minutes earlier. "Good morning, baby." "Good morning. I just woke up." He replied briefly and then prepared to rise. Today, like Chu Ziqing, he had no classes and could enjoy a whole day of leisure. As Wen Che got out of bed, the other three remained in deep slumber, showing no signs of waking up. He made sure to wash up quietly, so as not to disturb them. Once he was ready, he set out to meet Chu Ziqing. Upon exiting the dormitory, he found Chu Ziqing waiting at the door, exactly where she had stood the day before, still holding the breakfast she had prepared. Today, she donned a cream-colored oversized blazer over a short camisole that accentuated her slender waist. Her lower attire consisted of high-waisted flared jeans paired with chunky white sneakers. The blazer balanced the sweetness of the camisole, while the flared pants flattered her legs and the platform shoes elongated her silhouette. Adorned with pearl stud earrings and a chain bag, she exuded both gentleness and sophistication. Wen Che was momentarily entranced. He had often wished to capture Chu Ziqing's beauty with his phone, yet he always forgot, too engrossed in admiring her to bother with documentation. He was pleasantly surprised that she had prepared breakfast again. He had never maintained such a regular eating schedule before, and he felt that even his digestive health had improved remarkably. The moment Chu Ziqing spotted Wen Che, her face lit up with a sweet smile as she stepped forward. Wen Che also advanced eagerly, and upon seeing her, his spirits lifted instantly. He finally understood that there truly existed someone who could bring him joy at first sight. However, just as they were about to draw close, suddenly, an individual emerged from the side and stood before Wen Che. It was a girl of modest height with shoulder length, softly curled light brown hair that naturally framed her face. Her large eyes sparkled like a clear lake, with long, curled lashes, and her small, delicate nose turned up slightly, exuding a playful charm. Her petite, rosy lips resembled fresh cherries, the color naturally vibrant. She wore a white blouse with a doll collar, embellished with pink lace at the neckline and cuffs, adding a touch of sweetness. Over it, she donned a light blue knitted cardigan, soft and comfortable. Her lower half was clad in a pink pleated mini skirt that swayed gently with her movements, exuding youthful vitality. On her feet were white knee-high socks, adorned with pink bows at the cuffs, paired with light brown leather shoes, presenting a look that was both adorable and elegant. "Wen Che?" The girl stood before him, calling his name, though her tone carried a hint of uncertainty. "Ah." Wen Che and Chu Ziqing were both taken aback, with Chu Ziqing's eyes widening, her heart racing, and her lips trembling slightly. "Ah, you are." Wen Che stared at the girl for a moment, suddenly recalling who she was. "You are Qi Shitao's girlfriend, correct?" Previously, they had met once. He was also hesitant to confirm, his tone imbued with uncertainty, reminiscent of the moment when the girl had just called his name. "Ah, you are indeed Wen Che. How splendid. I did not mistake you. Otherwise, I would have been mortified. You've forgotten my name, haven't you? I am Qi Mingyan." "Ah." Wen Che quickly regained his composure, approaching and taking hold of Chu Ziqing's hand, introducing her. "This is my roommate Qi Shitao's girlfriend, named, Qi Mingyan. Truly, I just told you and you've already forgotten." Qi Mingyan crossed her arms, glancing at Chu Ziqing beside her, and offered a warm smile as she spoke. "Hello. You must be Wen Che's girlfriend, right? I've heard Qi Shitao mention you, saying Wen Che's girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful, and indeed you are." "Ah, thank you. I am Chu Ziqing." Chu Ziqing slightly inclined her body, awkwardly greeting her. At that moment, when Qi Mingyan was conversing with Wen Che, her heart nearly stopped. She couldn't quite comprehend why the sudden appearance of another girl calling Wen Che's name had such an overwhelming effect on her, almost causing her to drop what she was holding. "What brings you here?" Wen Che asked, somewhat surprised as he looked at Qi Mingyan. He recalled that although her school wasn't too far, it still required a commute, and today was not a weekend. "I have no classes today." Qi Shirtao mentioned he also had no classes, so I came to visit him, but this fellow, he isn't replying to messages, not answering calls. Qi Mingyan's expression reflected her irritation as she struggled to contain her frustration, tapping her foot repeatedly and gesturing at her phone. She had made the effort to come here intending to surprise Qi Shirtao, only to find herself unable to contact him. This deflated her expectations, and now she felt particularly vexed, especially as she couldn't enter the boys' dormitory. Fortuitously, she encountered Wen Che. Otherwise, she would have been left waiting indefinitely. He isn't awake yet. Let me go wake him for you." "Really? Thank you." Qi Mingyan's eyes lit up, and she inclined her body slightly towards Wen Che in appreciation. Wen Che turned to Chu Ziqing and softly said then, "Please wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." Chu Ziqing nodded in response. "All right." Wen Che turned and prepared to return to the dormitory when suddenly, Qi Mingyan called out to him, "Please give him a slap for me." "Okay." Wen Che gestured an okay with his hand before entering the dormitory. Upon his return, he found Qi Shirtao and Yu Jiashu still asleep, while Dulé had already risen and stepped out for his first morning cigarette. Wen Che approached Qi Shirtao's bedside, climbed up the ladder, and gazed at the peacefully slumbering Qi Shirtao. He extended his hand, gently tapping Qi Shirtao as he whispered, "Taozi, it's time to wake up. Don't mess with me. Allow me to indulge in a few more moments of slumber." Qi Shirtao furrowed his brow, dismissively swatting away Wen Che's hand with his arm, then turned over to continue sleeping. Ahem. Wen Che recalled the earlier conversation, and then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, readied himself, aiming for Qi Shirtao's cheek. Slap! A light yet impactful strike landed, causing Qi Shirtao to bolt upright, as if jolted by an electric shock. His expression was one of bewilderment, utterly dazed from head to toe. He slowly turned his head to gaze at Wen Che, his voice low and tinged with reproach, inquiring, "Bushijman, what on earth do you want? Can't I enjoy a little more rest without classes?" "Do not blame me, my friend. It was a lady named Qi Mingyan downstairs who urged me to do so." Chapter 65. I listened to Wen Che. He instructed me to go, and so I did. "What's the matter?" "Who?" Qi Shirtao instantly perked up, his powerful physique trembling, which roused Yu Jiashu from his slumber. "What are you all doing? Can't you be a bit quieter? It's still quite early." Yu Jiashu rubbed his eyes and glanced over at Wen Che and Qi Shirtao, bewildered by their intentions. After finally managing to get some decent sleep, he was disturbed yet again. "I mean, your girlfriend is here to see you. I came to call you. She seems rather upset." Wen Che calmly indicated towards the outside. Qi Shirtao hurriedly began to rummage through the area beside his bed, searching for his phone. At last, he discovered his device, which had been trapped beneath him and was now heated. Upon turning it on, he noticed the signal in the upper left corner indicating no service. "My phone is out of credit. Quickly, help me set up a hotspot. I need to top it up." Wen Che assisted Qi Shirtao in activating the mobile hotspot. Once connected, a deluge of messages flooded in. Beep, beep, beep. Countless unread messages erupted forth, leaving Qi Shirtao utterly bewildered, his head pounding as he scanned through the barrage of text from Qi Mingyan. They transitioned from cheerful to impatient, ultimately culminating in anger. Qi Shirtao felt overwhelmed. Soon after, he replenished his phone credit, only to be bombarded by a multitude of missed calls. "This is a disaster, a disaster." Qi Shirtao muttered as he threw off his covers and leapt from his bed, so frantic that he put his pants on inside out. While dressing, he implored Wen Che, "Brother, I beg you, say a few good words for me. Just tell her it was unintentional. It was an accident. How I phrase it, one T changed the outcome. Such misfortune, such misfortune." Meanwhile, outside the dormitory, several male students emerged, and upon spotting two beautiful girls standing at the entrance, they couldn't help but steal glances. Chu Ziqing stood quietly, awaiting Wen Che, remaining unfazed by the multitude of passers-by. Beside her, Qin Mingyan occasionally stole glances at her, her hands fidgeting restlessly in front of her, biting her lip as if she wished to converse with Chu Ziqing but lacked the courage to do so. She had long heard tales of Chu Ziqing, described as a girl of extraordinary poise. Her aloof yet graceful demeanor rendered her seemingly unattainable, let alone approachable. Initially, Qin Mingyan had found such descriptions hard to believe, considering them exaggerated. Yet, standing next to Chu Ziqing today, she recognized the truth in those sentiments. As a fellow woman, she couldn't help but feel an undeniable allure from Chu Ziqing. She appeared captivating, cool, and beautiful, drawing Qin Mingyan in, compelling her to engage in conversation. Would it be too strange for me to speak to her? Would she glare at me coldly? Though that might be quite exhilarating. Ahem, where are you all planning to go for fun? With a surge of courage, Qin Mingyan initiated a conversation with Chu Ziqing, believing that, regardless of the circumstances, she could at least elicit a response, especially since she was acquainted with her boyfriend. As her words faded, Chu Ziqing turned to glance at Qin Mingyan and softly replied, "I don't know." She spoke candidly, as she had not yet made any plans with Wen Che. Their outings were merely strolls, with no particular destination, simply enjoying each other's company. Qin Mingyan understood this sentiment all too well. Whenever she ventured out with Qi Shitao, she often found herself equally uncertain about what to do. However, since Chu Ziqing had responded, it indicated that there might be a chance for a normal conversation, and forging friendships among women was not insurmountable, provided the other party was amiable. You and Wen Che must have a wonderful relationship. It's evident that you hold him dear, Qin Mingyan observed. Noticing how eagerly Chu Ziqing awaited Wen Che's arrival, it was clear that her affection for him was genuine, a sentiment that could not be feigned. Curiosity bubbled within her. She pondered how Wen Che managed to captivate someone as seemingly flawless as Chu Ziqing. Chu Ziqing merely nodded in affirmation, responding with a soft Qin Mingyan refrained from probing further, but yearned to converse more with Chu Ziqing. She sensed that Chu Ziqing was not as unapproachable as she appeared, and since their boyfriends were roommates with a strong bond, their paths would undoubtedly cross again. It would be wise to cultivate their relationship now to avoid any future awkwardness. Do you have time tonight? I would like to invite my boyfriend's roommate for dinner, and, as Wen Che's girlfriend, you should join us. Qin Mingyan proposed. While her invitation seemed courteous, it was primarily a guise. Her main intention was to invite Chu Ziqing, while also bringing along Qi Shitao and the others. A little jealousy wrapped in her request. Should Chu Ziqing decline, her goal would remain unfulfilled, and the others would not need to attend. Chu Ziqing regarded Qin Mingyan thoughtfully, pausing in silence for a few seconds before turning her gaze forward and stating, "I'll go if Wen Che says so." Qin Mingyan was taken aback by Chu Ziqing's response. This seemingly poised and elegant beauty appeared to be so compliant with her boyfriend's wishes. She had assumed that in their relationship, it was Wen Che who was particularly obedient, afraid to provoke Chu Ziqing's ire. Yet, it seemed the reality was different. At that moment, Wen Che and Qi Shitao finally emerged from the boys' dormitory. When Qi Shitao locked eyes with Qin Mingyan, he caught a glimpse of her sorrowful expression, causing him to shudder as cold sweat broke out across his brow. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyan stood with her arms crossed, tilting her head and staring at him, making it increasingly difficult for him to take the next step. "Bro, I think I'm going to die today," he lamented. "Don't be so dramatic. It's not like you did it on purpose. Just explain things properly," came the reassuring reply. Wen Che gently patted Qi Shitao on the back, offering him words of solace. Subsequently, Qi Shitao approached Qin Mingyan, and before she could utter a word, he hastily lowered his head and explained, Darling, it was not my intention. My phone ran out of credit, and I did not receive the messages. Truly, I can show you my phone." Qi Shitao produced his device, eager to display the record of his recent payment, hoping to earn her trust. However, Qin Mingyan did not even glance at his phone. She waved her hand dismissively and said, "No need, I believe you. As long as it was not deliberate, I am not upset." Chapter 66. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Really? Qi Shitao gazed at Qin Mingyan with surprise. not expecting her to be so forgiving. He had assumed he would need to soothe her for quite some time. Of course it's true. Do you perceive me as the overly aggressive type? All I require is a clear explanation from you. Qin Mingyan turned slightly, casting a pointed glance at him, subtly expressing her discontent. All right, you are the best, my dear. Qi Shitao's face broke into a radiant smile, resembling a child as he opened his arms and embraced Qin Mingyan. A faint blush crept across Qin Mingyan's cheeks, especially with Wen Che and Chu Ziqing nearby. She gently patted Qi Shitao's back, whispering, Okay, enough with the mushiness, let go of me. Seeing that nothing was amiss, Wen Che took hold of Chu Ziqing's hand and suggested, Shall we go? Sure. Just as Wen Che prepared to lead Chu Ziqing away, Qin Mingyan suddenly interjected, Wait. Wen Che, I have something to ask you. Huh? Wen Che halted, looking at Qin Mingyan with curiosity, unsure of her inquiry. He cast a worried glance at Chu Ziqing, fearing she might misinterpret their relationship, as he was hardly acquainted with Qin Mingyan, having met her only once. Qi Shitao was equally puzzled, but chose to remain silent, while Chu Ziqing seemed to grasp what Qin Mingyan intended to ask, likely referencing the dinner invitation she had just mentioned. Tonight, I invite you and your dorm mates to dinner. Please bring your girlfriend along. What do you say? Qin Mingyan looked at Wen Che with anticipation, hoping he would accept her invitation. Upon hearing this, Qi Shitao felt relieved. They had spent ample time together, developing a mutual understanding. He recognized that Qin Mingyan likely devised this idea to invite Chu Ziqing along for dinner. With Wen Che's presence, Chu Ziqing would have no grounds to decline. His girlfriend was sociable and enjoyed meeting new friends, and given that Chu Ziqing was Wen Che's girlfriend and a stunning beauty, her acceptance seemed reasonable. Well, Wen Che hesitated, glancing at Qi Shitao, who merely tilted his chin slightly, indicating that Wen Che should decide for himself. I can go, my girlfriend. Wen Che glanced at Chu Ziqing again, seeking her opinion. She nodded in agreement, showing no signs of refusal. Wen Che was accustomed to this dynamic, knowing that Chu Ziqing would always support his decisions. All right then, if nothing else comes up, we shall attend. Excellent. We won't disturb you any longer. See you in the evening. With that, Qin Mingyan took Qi Shitao by the hand and exited, leaving him no time to bid farewell to Wen Che. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing stood in place, watching the departing figures of Qi Shitao and Qin Mingyan, pondering what thoughts occupied their minds. Had they been together for a long time? Approximately 6 months have passed, and their relationship remains quite delightful. Just a week ago, Wen Che admired Qi Shitao in the dormitory, a fortunate soul blessed not only with luck, but also with a remarkably close girlfriend. However, now he finds no need for envy, as he too possesses a girlfriend who incites profound admiration from others, one who is incomparable in his heart, already deemed the best. Can we as well? Chu Ziqing turned her face, casting a gentle smile at Wen Che. He turned to meet her gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, Of course, 6 months is but a fleeting moment. We can easily surpass that. He. Chu Ziqing leaned closer, her delicate form nestled against Wen Che's arm, her gentle allure sending a faint current of electricity coursing through him. Where shall we go, darling? Anywhere is fine. I will follow you wherever you lead. She whispered softly into his ear, her tone resolute and devoid of hesitation, as if she would accompany him to the ends of the earth. Then shall we explore the area near the train station? Wen Che suggested, uncertain of their destination, opting for the liveliest locale, the vicinity of the train station, known for its bustling atmosphere and vibrant shopping streets, a perfect place for a leisurely outing. Sounds wonderful. Chu Ziqing responded with enthusiasm, her heart brimming with joy at the thought of shopping alongside Wen Che. After finalizing their plans, they set off, hailing a cab that whisked them toward the pedestrian street near the station. Despite it not being the weekend, the streets were still bustling with activity, albeit with fewer young people. Hand in hand, Wen Che and Chu Ziqing meandered through the lively thoroughfare, the weather splendid, a warm sun casting its glow, accompanied by a gentle breeze that provided a refreshing coolness, ideal for strolling. Do you often visit this area? Wen Che inquired. Not at all. I rarely come here because I had no one to accompany me. There was little to enjoy with the boys from the dorm, she replied. I see. But now you have someone to accompany you. It's me. She beamed playfully. Indeed, I'm truly fortunate. Thank you so much. Ha ha, it is my pleasure. Accompanying you is my honor. As sunlight filtered through the streets, casting dappled shadows, a soft breeze tousled their hair, bringing with it a hint of coolness. They strolled leisurely along the bustling avenue, engaging in light-hearted conversation, their spirits lifted. Wen Che's gaze often lingered on Chu Ziqing. Her smile blossomed like spring flowers. Her long hair danced in the wind, occasionally brushing against his cheek, leaving behind a trace of delicate fragrance. They ambled through the lively streets, completely immersed in each other's company, savoring this cherished moment of solitude together. The surrounding clamor and throngs gradually faded into oblivion, leaving only the two of them, as if the entire universe existed solely for one another. When Che gazed at Chu Ziqing's silhouette beneath the sun, a wave of warmth surged within him. Her presence illuminated his world like a brilliant ray of light. In that moment, he found her utterly radiant, impossible to overlook. As evening approached, around 5:30, the sun descended beyond the hills, leaving behind a splendid crimson glow on the horizon. Chi Sherdao returned to the dormitory, where he found Yu Jiashu and Du Lei present. Yu Jiashu lay on the bed, engrossed in a video game, while Du Lei sat below, smoking a cigarette and scrolling through videos on his phone. Hey guys, my girlfriend has invited our entire dormitory to dinner, and I'm treating. Would you do me the honor? Chi Sherdao inquired, looking at the two of them. Yu Jiashu sat up from his bed, still playing his game, and replied, Sure, just let me finish this round. Du Lei extinguished his cigarette, turned off his phone, and said nonchalantly, Sounds good. If someone asks treating, I'm definitely in. Chapter 67, I possess the ability to make a commitment, and only then shall I contemplate such matters. At that moment, when Che walked in from outside, despite having spent the entire day out, he appeared quite well, his demeanor radiating a palpable sense of joy. Du Lei propped his legs up, shaking them lightly, and with a smirk, remarked, Oh, what a bright countenance. So, what is the verdict? Did she oblige? Before Wen Che could respond, Yu Jiasu, lounging on his bed with arms crossed, twisted his body slightly and quipped in a teasing tone, What if she didn't tea? Wen Che is insistent. Laughter erupted throughout the room, and Wen Che, exasperated, rolled his eyes and waved his hand, saying, I am truly at a loss with you all. Can we not think so lewdly? Du Lei tilted his head and retorted, Is that lewd? Is it not a perfectly normal thought? What is the matter? Are you and she engaged in that? What do they call it? A Dolly Garden kind of romance? I would liken it more to a holy friend-style romance. What are you on about? You must be referring to a platonic love, right? We are not that refined. I merely believe we ought to approach such matters with caution. If one cannot make an accurate commitment, one should refrain from being so casual. As soon as Wen Che finished speaking, Du Lei suddenly raised his hand and exclaimed loudly, All right, new topic. Listen up, everyone. The other three regarded Du Lei with quiet anticipation, and he lowered his head, speaking deliberately. If your girlfriend were to tell you that she would not accept that before marriage, what are your thoughts? Bang! The moment Du Lei finished his sentence, the other three dramatically slapped their thighs and exclaimed in unison, What? Their eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions akin to having encountered an utterly unacceptable truth. Observing their synchronized reaction, Du Lei chuckled softly and shook his head. Well, I knew I found the right dormitory. Wen Che was the first to settle down, saying, All right, let us not jest. I believe this perspective is quite reasonable, as there are many considerations for a woman, foremost among them being her health and safety. After all, what if she were to fall ill or become pregnant? One must also ponder whether the partner would take responsibility. Who knows if the other would cherish what they received? Hence, I maintain that I must be capable of making a commitment before engaging in such matters. Chi Sherdao nodded in agreement, adding, Furthermore, it depends on one's perspective. If your sole purpose in being with someone is to engage in that kind of activity, then certainly one would be unable to accept it. There is no right or wrong in mutual affection. I believe maintaining one's integrity is quite commendable. After Chi Sherdao spoke, all three turned their gazes toward Yu Jiasu. Du Lei extended his hand and casually stated, All right, let us hear from our esteemed virgin. What? Wen Che is in the same boat. Why am I the only one being singled out? Yu Jiasu spread his hands, pointing to Wen Che. Wen Che shrugged and replied, I never claimed otherwise. My situation does not impede yours, so what is there to deny? TSK. I have no particular opinion. I simply respect others. They have expressed their views, and I shall endure. Oomph. The other three waved their hands dismissively, finding Jiashu's response exceedingly dull, as if it were the very answer one would expect from him. Subsequently, they turned their attention to Du Lei, fully aware that his reply would surely differ. Du Lei lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply before stating, I would end the relationship. What a scoundrel. Chi Shirtao muttered under his breath. Du Lei shot him a glance and retorted, I haven't even touched her. How could I be a scoundrel? He flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, My family is filled with such individuals. We are quite traditional. In my household, women are not permitted to cohabitate before marriage. It's an ironclad rule. Anyone who defies it is labeled a promiscuous woman. Yet, I choose to rebel against such norms. I wish to shatter these conventions. Therefore, I refuse to accept such a notion. She maintains her virtue, which is commendable, and my desires are not inherently wrong. Are they? As you just mentioned, mutual affection is devoid of right or wrong. It's merely a matter of differing perspectives. I wouldn't want to harm her, would I? Individuals like myself ought to seek others who share similar sentiments. Fish seek fish, shrimp seek shrimp. This is beneficial for both parties, is it not? After Du Lei finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the group. No one uttered a word. At that moment, Yu Jiashu leaped off the bed, approached Du Lei, and patted his shoulder earnestly, saying, at that point she would say, Ha, are you getting anxious because you can't have me? Was that your only intention from the start? All your declarations of love are mere fabrications. You scoundrel, perish. Go away, go away. Du Lei chuckled, playfully kicking Yu Jiashu in the backside. Ha ha, as laughter erupted among them. Wen Che also stood up and walked over to deliver a similar kick to Yu Jiashu's rear. Hey, why did you kick me too? Yu Jiashu exclaimed, clutching his backside and glaring at Wen Che. Wen Che raised a finger, saying, You saying that reminds me of Chang'ing. It sounds just like something she would say. Ha ha. Du Lei clapped his hands and declared, All right, the discussion is concluded. The worst contribution this time is still from Yu Jiashu. Damn it, again it's me. Can we discuss something I'm proficient in next time? What are you proficient in? Chi Shirtao asked with a smile. Yu Jiashu spread his arms wide, striking an elegant pose, lifted his gaze to the ceiling, and proudly proclaimed, Pretentiousness, you could never outdo me in pretentiousness. I can outdo even a sack, Du Lei retorted with a smirk. Just then, Chi Shirtao's phone rang. He glanced at it and his eyes widened. He stood up, smacking his thigh, and exclaimed, Oh no, we've been discussing here all this time. My girlfriend is urging me. I came to invite you all to dinner. All right, it seems that was indeed the case. At this moment, Wen Che recalled and hastily took out his phone to contact Chu Ziqing. This was a familiar pattern for them. In the dormitory, one would initiate a conversation, and as they delved into discussions, they often forgot their initial intentions. Du Lei and Yu Jiashu were also gathering their belongings, preparing to dine together. Let us be off. It is time for a meal. Chapter 68. An ordinary man. After the four of them exited the dormitory, they spotted Qin Mengyan and Chu Ziqing waiting for them outside. The reactions of the two young women were markedly different. Chu Ziqing immediately made her way towards Wen Che, while Qin Mengyan waved her hand and greeted everyone with a warm smile, saying, Hello everyone. Greetings, replied Yu Jiashu and Du Lei, who were meeting Qin Mengyan for the first time. Their initial impression of her was that she was a cheerful and amiable girl. Subsequently, the group decided to head out for a meal. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing walked hand in hand, while Chi Shirtao paired with Qin Mengyan, and Yu Jiashu and Du Lei trailed behind, following the four of them. Yu Jiashu shook his head and muttered, It's so frustrating. Why don't I have a girlfriend? Am I really that inadequate? I don't really care about having a girlfriend. I think being single is quite nice. Du Lei shrugged, indifferent to the fact that others were in relationships while he was not, as he felt no need for one. That's easy for you to say. If you wanted to date, you could change partners weekly. On the other hand, Yu Jiashu shot him a glare, fully aware that Du Lei's situation stemmed from a lack of desire rather than inability, unlike himself, who simply could not engage. While others had their phones filled with girls, he had not even one person to chat with. Du Lei patted Yu Jiashu on the shoulder and said, "Brother, this is like instant noodles. If you don't have them for a while, you crave them, but if you eat them every day, you'll get tired of it. It's the same principle. When you're not in a relationship, you long for one, but when you are, you realize it can be bothersome." What do you mean by that? Well, I mean is there's no rush to buy a car. If you can take a taxi, then do so. No need for fuel or maintenance. In the end, you still reach your destination, right? Jeshu silently regarded him for a few seconds before replying. Is this how you usually compare relationships? Well, weren't you all the ones who pressure me about being too blunt? Yu Jiashu glanced ahead at the two couples in front of them, chatting and laughing, and fell silent for several moments. Finally, he spoke softly. "No. What matters to me isn't just reaching the destination, but enjoying the scenery along the way. The joy of listening to my favorite music and the important person sitting in the passenger seat." Du Lei looked at Yu Jiashu's profile and chuckled. "Oh, look who's getting all philosophical. I'd say pretending is my forte, huh?" Yu Jiashu playfully slapped Du Lei on the back, laughing heartily. However, as the smile faded, he murmured in a tone only he could hear, "But I truly mean what I say." The group chose a hot pot restaurant, a popular spot in the vicinity, and, finding it bustling with patrons, requested a private room for a quieter dining experience. In the private room, a circular table was set, and a few individuals took their seats, commencing the order of the hot pot basin dishes. Among them were those who relished spicy food and those who did not, leading to the choice of a dual-flavor hot pot. Once the orders were placed, conversation ensued, with Qin Mengyan guiding the flow of dialogue. "Ah, I know Wen Che, and you two are. This is Yu Jiashu, and this is Du Lei, right?" Qin Mengyan accurately identified Yu Jiashu and Du Lei, prompting a mixture of surprise and intrigue from the two, who had not anticipated her precise recognition, as if she were well acquainted with them. Yu Jiashu, puzzled, inquired, "Did you guess? How could you be so accurate?" Qin Mengyan shook her head, replying, "Not at all. Qi Shitao had mentioned your distinguishing characteristics to me, making you quite recognizable. Is that so?" "What did he say?" Du Lei asked, his interest piqued as he glanced at Qi Shitao. Coughing violently, Qi Shitao, who had been drinking water, suddenly choked, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding wash over him. Well, he described Du Lei as a buzz-cut fellow who appears somewhat unruly. Yet in this nation where psychedelic drugs and ecstasy are prohibited, he often utters words that seem out of this world. Quickly, Qi Shitao covered Qin Mengyan's mouth, his eyes wide with alarm as he whispered, all right, that's enough. Stop talking." Du Lei, upon hearing this, froze for several seconds, leaning forward as if turned to stone. Yu Jiashu, stifling laughter, began to pound the table. "Du Lei, I can only sum it up in one word. Right on the mark." Having said this, Yu Jiashu suddenly realized and turned to Qin Mengyan, asking, "By the way, how did he describe me?" Qi Shitao, let her speak. "I said nothing." "Really? You can ask her." Qi Shitao released his grip, conceding. Qin Mengyan nodded and said, "Indeed, I asked him how Yu Jiashu was described. And he said, you didn't know how to characterize you." "Huh." Just as Yu Jiashu was feeling perplexed, Du Lei turned to him and explained, "Brother, that means you lack distinguishing features, just a rather ordinary guy." Good grief. As Yu Jiashu and Du Lei confronted Qi Shitao, Qin Mengyan approached Chu Ziqing and Wen Che. Holding her phone, she turned to Chu Ziqing with a smile and asked, "May I have your contact information? I believe we could become friends." Chu Ziqing hesitated momentarily, not reaching for her phone, but instead glancing at Wen Che. Wen Che, meeting her gaze, softly encouraged, "If you wish to add her, then do so." After a brief moment, Chu Ziqing took out her phone and added Qin Mengyan as a friend. Her initial impression of Qin Mengyan was quite favorable, and she had no reservations about forming a connection. "Thank you." After successfully adding her as a friend, Qin Mengyan nodded in gratitude and returned to her seat. Upon returning, Qin Mengyan promptly opened her phone and sent her name to Chu Ziqing for her to save as a contact. Subsequently, she perused Chu Ziqing's moments, curious to discover its contents. However, to her dismay, there was little to behold. She had anticipated a plethora of affectionate displays. Thus, Qin Mengyan leaned closer to Qi Shitao and whispered, "Why is it that I cannot find Wen Che in Chu Ziqing's moments?" Chi Shirtao cast a glance at Wen Che's moments as well, only to find a similar lack of substance. There were no shared photographs to be seen. Perhaps, he mused, they have not been together long enough to post anything yet. Chapter 69, perfectly suited for sharing on social media. Isn't it? During the meal, the atmosphere remained harmonious, with laughter and conversation flowing freely among the group. Everyone was in high spirits. Wen Che occasionally served food to Chu Ziqing, bringing her immense joy. Even if her exterior remained composed, internally, she was overjoyed. Wen Che picked up a piece of shrimp paste, gently blowing on it before slowly bringing the chopsticks to Chu Ziqing's lips, softly murmuring, "Ah." His voice was tender and deep, laced with a hint of affection. Chu Ziqing felt her cheeks warm as she had anticipated Wen Che would feed her directly. This unexpected gesture filled her with both surprise and delight, prompting her to slightly part her lips and take a bite. A smile unconsciously crept onto her face as she gazed at Wen Che, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of happiness. At some point, Wen Che had taken a tissue, holding it near her mouth to gently dab at the corner, asking, "Is it tasty?" "Delicious," Wen Che replied, his lips curving into a slight smile, while Chu Ziqing's grin blossomed, her dimples deepening, and her cheeks flushed like clouds kissed by the evening glow. In this moment, the voices of those around them faded into a blurred background, their gazes intertwined, silent yet fervent, as if their eyes held 1,000 unspoken words. Buzz, at that moment, a message arrived on Chu Ziqing's phone. Typically, she seldom received messages, leaving her puzzled. Upon opening it, she discovered a message from Qin Mingyan, whom she had just added. It contained 2 photos, one capturing the moment when Che had just fed her, and the other showing them sharing a joyful smile, radiating happiness. Surprised, Chu Ziqing looked up at Qin Mingyan, who was holding her phone and smiling. "I caught these candid shots. Aren't they lovely? Perfect for posting." Wen Che, intrigued, leaned over to glimpse the recently snapped photos on Chu Ziqing's phone, and indeed, they were beautiful. He then recalled that they had yet to share any photos together on social media. When together, they were so engrossed in one another that they seldom thought to capture every moment. Moments like the one just shared were rarely remembered unless posed for, making it astonishing that Qin Mingyan had managed to capture it. The candid shots felt remarkably genuine, evoking the emotions within the frame, distinct from staged photographs. A subtle smile graced Wen Che's lips as he looked up at Qin Mingyan and softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Chu Ziqing mirrored his action, gazing at Qin Mingyan, a slight smile gracing her lips as she nodded in appreciation. "You're too kind." Qin Mingyan beamed, delighted that they cherished the photos she had taken. Chi Shirtao leaned in to whisper to Qin Mingyan, "Nice work. Did you take those specifically for them?" "Certainly. It would be rather peculiar to have no photographs in one social circle, wouldn't it?" "Well, it has indeed been a while since we last captured a moment." As Qin Mingyan spoke, she pulled Chi Shirtao closer and raised her phone, ready to snap a selfie with him. Meanwhile, Wen Che and Chu Ziqing were about to share their first display of affection on social media. Wen Che's phone was filled with numerous high school acquaintances who, upon witnessing this post, erupted in a flurry of comments. "What? No way. Are you really with Chu Ziqing? What is happening? Is that Chu Ziqing? Huh? Oh my. Em utterly envious. What you two up to? Can I have a bite? This can't be real. When did you two get together?" They could hardly believe that these 2 former high school classmates had somehow ended up together. It was utterly bewildering. As Chu Ziqing perused these comments, a multitude of thoughts flooded her mind. Soon, she recalled that Cheng Ying would also be able to see her post, right? Thus, Chu Ziqing opened Cheng Ying's chat interface, only to discover that she could no longer view her friend's updates. Cheng Ying had removed her from her social circle. This was not unexpected. Cheng Ying likely wished to avoid witnessing the evidence of her happiness with Wen Che, so she had hastily deleted her, and perhaps even Wen Che as well. After the dinner gathering concluded, it was around 8 o'clock in the evening. The group departed from the restaurant, preparing to head home. Chi Shirtao was to escort Qin Mingyan back to school, thus temporarily parting ways with the others. As Qin Mingyan bid farewell to Chu Ziqing, she offered a gentle smile. Her impression of Qin Mingyan having significantly improved today. It seemed that she was indeed a delightful person. For Chu Ziqing, anyone who supported, endorsed, or facilitated her romance with Wen Che was inherently admirable. Yu Jiashu and Du Lei returned to their dormitory first, while Wen Che prepared to accompany Chu Ziqing back to the girls' dormitory. They strolled leisurely beneath the streetlights, their shadows stretching along the pavement, observing the overlapping silhouettes. Chu Ziqing felt as though love was unfurling amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Suddenly, a soft laugh escaped her lips. Wen Che turned his head, his gaze as gentle as water. "What's the matter?" "Look, our shadows seem to be dancing." Chu Ziqing tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Following her gaze, Wen Che noticed that under the warm glow of the streetlight, their shadows swayed lightly with their steps, truly resembling a graceful dance. In the next moment, Wen Che grasped Chu Ziqing's hand, their fingers intertwining. "Shall we coordinate with these shadow dancers?" he stated earnestly, even stepping into a dance move. Chu Ziqing was thoroughly amused by his antics, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in the night. Thus, the two of them meandered along the tranquil campus path, laughing and sharing stories, while a gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves along the roadside, lifting their joyous laughter into the evening air. As they approached the girls' dormitory, Wen Che paused, casting a reluctant glance at Chu Ziqing. Wen Che gently squeezed her hand and encouraged her to go, bidding her farewell until tomorrow. Chu Ziqing nodded, took a few steps, then abruptly turned back, rising on her tiptoes to plant a swift kiss on Wen Che's cheek. Flushing like a startled little rabbit, she dashed towards the dormitory. Wen Che remained rooted in place, an involuntary smile spreading across his face as his fingertips lightly grazed the spot where she had kissed him, as if he could still feel the softness of her touch. He watched as Chu Ziqing disappeared through the dormitory door before finally turning to leave. As he walked, he took out his phone to gaze at the photograph taken by Qi Mingyan earlier that day, finding himself increasingly enamored with it. Subsequently, he set the image as his phone wallpaper. Upon returning to his dormitory, he received a message from Chu Ziqing. "I had a wonderful time today," to which he replied, "Indeed, I too find joy in seeing you each day." Chapter 70. Otherwise, one might resemble a mere chicken skeleton. How unsightly. Soon Friday arrived, and the week was drawing to a close. The students' moods were entirely different from those on Monday. Wen Che felt that this week was the happiest he had experienced since entering university. His romantic involvement with Chu Ziqing left him utterly enchanted, with nearly every day filled with joy. Upon waking in the morning, Wen Che noticed several of his dorm mates beginning to pack their belongings. "Taozi, how about you this week? Still going on dates?" Yu Jiashu inquired as he observed Qi Shidao organizing his luggage. Qi Shidao shook his head and replied, "No. I return home every 2 weeks, and this week it's time to go back. I bought my ticket yesterday." Wen Che turned to Yu Jiashu, smiling as he asked, "What about you? Are you coming back with me this week? It would be great to earn some extra money over the weekend." Yu Jiashu quickly shook his head bobbing like a rattle drum as he unequivocally declined. "Forget it. Your weekend lifestyle is something us ordinary folk cannot endure. I truly admire you. Oh, so I will have your company this week. Let us go have some fun together." Du Lei stood up, looking at Yu Jiashu with a cheerful expression. No. Your weekend escapades are far too intense for me to handle." Yu Jiashu rejected once more, feeling that their weekend lives were beyond his tolerance. Perhaps a person like him was better suited to casually find an internet CAF, rent a room, and then return to the dormitory to sleep during the day, enjoying takeout. Wen Che took out his phone, preparing to send a message to Chu Ziqing. "Today is Friday. I'll be going home this afternoon. How about you?" "I'm going home too. Will you still be working at the restaurant after returning?" "That sounds tough." "Yes, it's fine, no worries." Wen Che hesitated after typing, as he genuinely wished to invite Chu Ziqing to dine at his family's restaurant. Last week, he hadn't felt this way, but now he truly hoped she would come, allowing him to see her over the weekend. Otherwise, he would go 2 whole days without seeing her. But how should he extend the invitation? Even if Chu Ziqing did not mind the trouble, he had to consider her circumstances. A girl traveling so far to his family's restaurant, and he would need to work, unable to accompany her the whole time. It truly felt inappropriate to invite her. Just as Wen Che was lost in thought, a message from Chu Ziqing arrived. Can I still come eat this week? Excited, excited, excited. In truth, there was no need for Wen Che to invite her. Chu Ziqing had already contemplated this. Her thoughts mirrored his, desiring to meet over the weekend. Upon reading her message, this sudden understanding filled Wen Che's heart with sweetness, his fingertips trembling slightly above the phone's keyboard. Of course. I'll be waiting for you. Hee. Great. Wen Che turned off his phone and continued tidying up. The sunlight outside had unexpectedly become particularly gentle, and he suddenly felt that returning home was equally something to look forward to. After class at noon, Wen Che prepared to head home, as his father, Wen Jianhua, had already sent him a message urging him to return as swiftly as possible. Several large private rooms had been reserved for the evening, all in anticipation of his arrival. Upon boarding the bus home, he continued to chat with Chu Ziqing. Although their homes were not far apart, both situated within the same city, their routes home differed, preventing them from sharing the same bus. Upon arriving home, Wen Che noticed that the restaurant was already bustling, with several tables occupied. He ascended to his room, organized his belongings, donned his freshly laundered work uniform, and prepared for his shift. During work, Wen Che found it nearly impossible to check his phone due to the demands of his tasks. Chu Ziqing understood this and refrained from bothering him excessively, merely informing him of what she was doing and waiting quietly for his reply. Friday nights were particularly hectic, and Wen Che found himself drenched in sweat. Constantly occupied in the kitchen, he hardly had time to eat during dinner. Despite the fatigue, Wen Che deemed the effort worthwhile, as he received compensation far exceeding that of others. Here you go. You did well today. You seem to be in good spirits. Your work reflects it, Wen Jianhua remarked, handing a stack of cash to Wen Che with a light chuckle. Me? I'm all right, Wen Che replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head, unable to articulate the extent of his mood. The mere thought of Chu Ziqing visiting the next day or the day after brought him genuine joy, providing a small glimmer of hope in his life. What about that little girlfriend of yours? Has it fizzled out? Wen Jianhua teased. No. Can you wish me some good fortune? Wen Che retorted, casting a sidelong glance at his father. Hey, I noticed you've gained a bit of weight, Wen Jianhua observed, having seen his son just a week prior. It seemed that Wen Che had filled out slightly during that time. Really? Is that so? Wen Che responded, unaware of any changes in his appearance, though it seemed reasonable that his father, having not seen him for a week, would notice subtle differences. Yes, it's good. A little extra weight looks better than resembling a chicken skeleton. It's nice to see you looking more robust. Eating well at school, I presume? Yes. The food has been quite good, Wen Che acknowledged, recalling the numerous meals prepared by Chu Ziqing, which truly suited his palate. Eating with her had ensured a more regular schedule, and perhaps he'd gained a bit of weight as a result. All right, go grab something to eat and then rest. Tomorrow holds many tasks ahead. Sure, Wen Che nodded, and then returned to the kitchen to tidy up. As the end of the workday approached, and only a few tables of customers remained, I have finished my tasks. What are you up to? Wen Che sent a message to Chu Ziqing, having not been in contact for 2 hours, and at that moment, he found himself missing her. In the kitchen, the head chef was busy writing a requisition list to ensure that any shortages were promptly addressed. Suddenly, an idea struck Wen Che, and he approached the chef, saying, "Brother, could you do me a favor?" "Of course, what do you need?" The chef picked up a pen, ready to jot it down. "Please bring me 2 bags of cheese." Chapter 71. Perhaps around noon, I shall go, for I yearn to see you sooner. In the evening, Wen Che took a bath at the neighboring spa, returned to his room, and laid down to rest. He took out his phone to chat with Chu Ziqing. After a busy afternoon and evening, he had not had the chance to converse meaningfully with her, and he wondered if she might be upset. In the past, when he was with Chang Ying, if he neglected to reply to her messages for too long, she would surely have used that as an excuse to be angry, resulting in frequent quarrels that left Wen Che quite perplexed, unsure of how to placate her. I've settled down, finally done with work. You're amazing. Thank you for your hard work. I miss you so much. Chu Ziqing's response came almost instantaneously, as if she had been staring at her screen, poised to reply at a moment's notice. Upon reading her message, Wen Che felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he ought to forget the past. His current life was incomparable to what it had been before. I miss you too. Will you come tomorrow? Sorry, I need to help my family tomorrow, so I'll probably be able to come the day after. Is that all right? Of course. That's perfectly fine. I'm just glad you can come. Wen Che did not feel disheartened. As long as Chu Ziqing could come, he was already quite content. Tomorrow would be busy for him, but the day after, he had fewer work commitments, allowing him to focus on preparing delicious meals for her. Yes, I will definitely come. After chatting for a while longer, they bid each other good night and drifted off to sleep. Wen Che was exceedingly tired, and he fell asleep quickly, turning off his phone and dozing off within minutes. The next day, Saturday, Wen Che awoke early. The first thing he did was pick up his phone and send Chu Ziqing a morning greeting. Following that, he began to prepare for his work. Good morning, darling. Chu Ziqing had also risen early and sent a photo to Wen Che. In the image, she was already awake and getting ready. He enlarged the photo, captivated by her side profile, which was softly veiled in steam. And he noticed a few stray hairs clinging behind her ear. The condensation on the bathroom mirror reflected the gentle curve of her fluttering eyelashes. Wen Che suddenly realized that this ordinary yet intimate sharing of daily moments was far more touching than any meticulously planned date. With Chu Ziqing's message, he felt invigorated from the very start of the day, more so than if he had indulged in a cup of coffee. Remember to have breakfast. You must eat breakfast. Chu Ziqing's message continued to remind him to ensure he had a meal. As he gazed at the screen, reading her admonition, a smile crept across his face, and he felt as though a warm piece of candy had been tucked into his heart. As you wish. I promise to complete the task. Wen Che's response caused a faint blush to grace Chu Ziqing's cheeks, her fingers unconsciously caressing the edge of her phone. Even though they were apart, they could feel that their hearts belonged to one another, their souls seemingly drifting towards each other. Wen Che had toiled throughout the day, with only brief moments during meals to converse with Chu Ziqing. It appeared that she was also quite busy, as the frequency of her messages to him had diminished compared to usual. Occasionally, she would send photos to update him on her activities, which reassured Wen Che greatly. Having a girlfriend who kept him informed alleviated any worries he might have harbored. The busy hours sped by swiftly, and before he knew it, an entire day had elapsed. The most hectic phase now behind him. At last, the end is in sight. Wen Che texted Chu Ziqing, sinking into his chair, feeling an immense sense of ease wash over him. Thank you for your hard work. It's the same on my end. I'm almost done. I'll finally get to see you tomorrow. How wonderful. Indeed, I'm super excited. I can't wait to savor your delicious cooking again. Ha ha. Chu Ziqing's words made Wen Che feel that she was genuinely happy, which in turn filled him with joy, providing ample emotional value. I'm also looking forward to it. What time will you arrive? How many people are coming? I'll prepare in advance. Just me. My sister is unavailable tomorrow. I plan to come around noon because I want to see you as early as possible. All right. Message received. Wen Che gazed at the messages on his phone, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile that refused to fade. He never anticipated that he would have a day like this, where a simple conversation with someone could bring forth an uncontrollable smile. Such emotions, it seemed, could only be fully understood by Chu Ziqing. Okay, I need to prepare to take a shower. Remember to have dinner. Sure thing. Wen Che turned off his phone, ready to wrap up his work. Once he finished, he could comfortably lie in bed and chat with Chu Ziqing. The colorful fruit store, a large fruit market with an excellent reputation in the vicinity, attracted customers from the surrounding streets seeking fresh produce. At this moment, numerous patrons were entering and exiting, while many employees busily attended to various stalls. Chu Ziqing approached a woman engrossed in checking accounts and said, "Mom, I'm going to take a break." The woman looked up, her brow softened by the passage of time, revealing a gentle curve. Her hazel eyes glimmered with a misty warmth, and her chestnut curls were loosely gathered into a low bun, with a few stray strands cascading by her ears. A tortoiseshell hairpin adorned her hair, and as she brushed it aside, the jade bracelet on her wrist chimed softly. All right, go ahead. She is Sun Ruiji, the mother of Chu Ziqing. This is the fruit shop owned by the Chu family, thriving with a steady clientele. In addition to fresh fruits, the shop offers a variety of products, such as fruit salads and freshly squeezed juices. Sun Ruiji is busy managing various affairs, appearing quite occupied. After Chu Ziqing ascends the stairs within mere moments, a young woman enters the shop. Instead of perusing the array of fresh fruits, she heads directly towards Sun Rueji, her intentions evidently clear. Approaching Sun Rueji, she greets, "Hello. Andy, you are Chu Ziqing's mother, correct?" Sun Rueji looks up, momentarily taken aback, sets down the ledger in her hands, and softly replies, "Yes, I am. And you are?" Observing the young woman before her, who seems to be of a similar age to her daughter, she wonders if she might be a friend of Chu Ziqing. The girl's lips curl into a peculiar smile as she slowly introduces herself. "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chung Ying, and I am a close friend of Chu Ziqing. I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 72. What's wrong? I miss you so much. I've just settled in. Haha, it feels so comfortable. What are you up to? Wen Che lay on his bed, sending a message to Chu Ziqing. It had been over an hour since their last conversation. Surely she must have finished her shower by now. At this hour, she should be lying down as well. After scrolling through videos for a while, he began to feel a sense of unease. Chu Ziqing had yet to reply. Such a prolonged silence was unprecedented. Perhaps she had succumbed to sleep? Wen Che speculated that she must have drifted off immediately after a shower, too tired to message him. He recalled moments when he had done the same, finishing a shower only to fall asleep as soon as he lay down, only to awaken the next day. Oh, wait, he seemed to remember fainting due to low blood sugar after a shower. Then I shall sleep too. Good night. See you tomorrow. After sending the message, Wen Che turned off his phone and closed his eyes, preparing for slumber. Yet he found it impossible to replicate the ease he had felt the night before. He turned over, burying his face in the pillow, muttering, "It shouldn't be like this." He listened to the hum of the air conditioning unit outside, as if his thoughts were being whisked away. Ultimately, the dual fatigue of body and mind triumphed over his restless musings, and he slipped into a deep sleep. Morning light pierced through the gaps in the curtains, casting delicate golden flecks upon Wen Che's eyelashes. He jolted awake, reaching for his phone on the bedside table, his nail tracing an urgent arc across the screen as he unlocked it. The chat with Chu Ziqing remained silent, the conversation frozen on his farewell message. "Good morning. I'm up first." Wen Che sent another message to Chu Ziqing, reasoning that she likely had not yet awakened. He decided to wait until she was up to continue their conversation, especially since they had planned to meet for lunch. He needed to rise promptly to prepare the culinary delights he had planned for her. After getting out of bed, Wen Che descended the stairs and began his preparations. It was just past 7 in the morning, and according to their arrangement, Chu Ziqing would come by at noon, leaving him ample time to prepare. He first attended to other tasks before focusing on the meal he intended to create for her. By midday, Wen Che had crafted a splendid feast, including cheese, one of Chu Ziqing's favorites, and other dishes he had learned she particularly enjoyed. This entire spread was meticulously prepared for her. "Wow, what's all this?" A server approached, eyes widening in surprise at the lavish array of food Wen Che had laid out, smiling as they inquired. Feeling a bit sheepish, Wen Che scratched his head and replied, "I'm treating a friend to a meal." "A friend? More like a girlfriend." "Indeed, you are correct." Wen Che did not deny his apprehension. Fearing his carefully prepared meal might cool, he covered it with something to maintain its warmth, albeit only for about an hour. Glancing at the clock, it was already noon. Chu Ziqing should be arriving within the hour, but he checked the chat window again, and still no reply from Chu Ziqing. "Are you awake? How are you? Will you be coming? If there's anything, please let me know. Don't frighten me." Various possibilities crossed his mind. Firstly, it was conceivable that Chu Ziqing was simply enjoying a late slumber, still lost in dreams. However, Wen Che found this hard to believe, as Chu Ziqing had never been one to oversleep, especially when they had made plans to dine together today. Secondly, perhaps Chu Ziqing was preparing a surprise for him, intentionally withholding a response, only to appear unexpectedly and delight him. While there was a hint of plausibility in this notion, it seemed rather unnecessary. One need not ignore someone to orchestrate a surprise. Thirdly, the most dreadful thought crept in. What if something unfortunate had befallen Chu Ziqing? An illness? A hospitalization? Such scenarios filled Wen Che with dread, and he fervently hoped that nothing untoward had occurred. As the hour hand gradually moved to 1 o'clock, patrons at the restaurant ebbed and flowed. Wen Che reheated the now cold dishes, the steam fogging his phone screen, yet he remained oblivious. fixated on the device as if that alone could summon a notification from Chu Ziqing. He began to refresh his phone obsessively, turning it off and on repeatedly. Each activation brought a surge of internal conflict, akin to a needle pricking at his heart. Outside, dark clouds had gathered, casting a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Wen Che occasionally stood to peer through the glass window, eagerly searching for that familiar silhouette, only to retreat back to the kitchen, busying himself. His thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, countless speculations flashing through his mind, yet none could assuage his anxiety. Just then, the head chef's voice broke through his reverie, jolting him back to reality. Wen Che started, quickly shutting off the stove, realizing the pot had turned red hot and was emitting smoke. "My apologies, chef. I just need a moment." He waved dismissively and exited the kitchen. He settled into the seat he had reserved for Chu Ziqing, resting his chin on his hand, staring blankly out the window. The food had grown cold, the cheese congealed, rendering it unappetizing. Wen Che had no desire to reheat it. He only wished for Chu Ziqing to arrive swiftly or at least respond to his messages. At 2 o'clock, large raindrops began to pelt against the glass, the rain forming spiderweb-like cracks as it trickled down. Wen Che's fingertips unconsciously traced the water stains, lost in thought. The mobile screen had long since dimmed, casting a shadow beneath his eyes that resembled two parched trails of tears. Chu Ziqing had not responded to his messages for over 10 hours, leaving him with the sensation that his heart had been hollowed out. He had attempted to call her. The call connected, yet no one answered. He had never experienced such a state of disarray, consumed by thoughts of someone to the extent that it felt as if a part of his very being was gradually withdrawing. What emotion was this? Had he truly succumbed to the pangs of unrequited love? "What is wrong? I miss you dearly." As dinner time approached, Wen Che rushed into the kitchen, preoccupied with his thoughts, hastily preparing food, only to discard what he had prepared after a few cursory bites. Once finished, he ascended the stairs, tidied up his belongings, and slung his bag over his shoulder before descending once more. With a feeble tone, he informed his father, "Wen Jianhua, Dad, I'm heading back to school." "All right, be safe. It's raining outside. Take an umbrella," Wen Jianhua replied without looking up, offering a casual remark. Moments later, as Wen Che exited the restaurant, Wen Jianhua suddenly recalled something. Abruptly lifting his head in surprise to gaze at the doorway, muttering to himself, "This kid, left without asking for money today? What on earth is going on?" Chapter 73. "I forgot to bring something important. Going back to get it, I won't be back tonight." Wen Che sat on the bus, returning to school, leaning against the window, gazing at the torrential rain outside. The sound of the bus tires grinding through puddles was muffled. He pressed his forehead against the glass, the coolness mingling with the rain's meandering trails. He watched the blurred street trees in the rain curtain, their dark green branches twisted by the wind into spirals, mirroring the turmoil swirling within him at that moment. Raindrops pelted against the window, bursting open, while the distant traffic lights bled into vague halos amidst the mist. The cries of children from the back of the bus mingled with the monotonous swish of the windshield wipers, causing his temples to throb painfully. Wen Che lowered his eyes, observing his reflection in the glass, overlapping with the rain curtain, his outline fragmented by the downpour. He opened his phone, and the once warm and affectionate chat window now felt desolate, with Chu Ziqing's last message from last night still lingering. "All right, I'm going to prepare for a shower. Remember to have dinner following." There were dozens of messages he had sent, all unanswered. He was about to reach the 24-hour mark without a word from Chu Ziqing. "Please, just acknowledge me, would you? What is wrong with you? Don't scare me. I'm so worried. As long as you respond, tell me what's wrong. I'll do anything, just don't leave me like this. I feel so miserable right now." Wen Che's messages were met with silence, and he felt suffocated, as if he could hardly breathe. Upon returning to school, it was around 8 in the evening, and the rain showed no signs of letting up. He trudged along the path back to the dormitory, the umbrella frame creaking under the wind, and he was oblivious to the splashes soaking his pant legs. The streetlights diffused a hazy glow through the rain curtain, casting a long shadow that was shattered into tiny specks by the rain. Each step felt as though he were treading on air, the muddy ground resonating oddly with the emptiness in his heart. He stared at his phone screen, hoping for the familiar notification sound, Yet the night deepened, and the silence persisted. Upon entering the dormitory, he found the other 3 roommates present, seemingly engaged in conversation. Seeing Wen Che, Dule immediately spoke up. "You're back, Xiao Che? Hurry, we're discussing something." Which is more authoritative, leftover garlic shoots, stir-fried with meat over rice. Or di xian over rice. Chi Shirtao stroked his chin and remarked, "I can only say that leftover garlic shoots stir-fried with meat leans more towards a sporty vibe, while di xian is somewhat businesslike. Not so. Quite the contrary." At this moment, Yu Jiashu slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "I cannot agree with your opinions. I believe that tomato and egg over rice is the true champion, starting with 3 bowls of rice." Wen Che returned to his seat, sitting down with a faint tone. "They're all good. It doesn't seem matter whether they are authoritative or not. If no one eats them, they will still be thrown away." Wen Che's response left the other 3 momentarily stunned, their eyes widening as they exchanged glances, falling into a deep silence. Wen Che gazed upon his desk, where a simple vase he had crafted stood. Within it, the baby's breath gifted to him by Chu Ziqing once flourished. But now the once buoyant branches, adorned with delicate white blossoms, drooped lifelessly at the rim of the vase. The petals, once ethereal, had grown parched and brittle, resembling fragments of paper stripped of vitality. Some curled into shades of brown, and with the slightest touch, they crumbled and fell away. The water in the vase had turned murky, floating along a few decaying leaves. Wen Che reached out, and, as his fingertips grazed the stem, the dried branch snapped with a sharp crack, tumbling onto the tabletop. "Yu Jiashu." "Ah, what is wrong, Wen Ge?" Yu Jiashu promptly responded, hurrying to Wen Che's side, inquiring softly. The others could sense that something was amiss with Wen Che and refrained from continuing their previous conversation, the atmosphere growing particularly quiet. "Could you please ask your friend Song Chioi if Chu Ziqing has returned to her dorm?" "Of course." Yu Jiashu nodded without hesitation, agreeing as he produced his phone to contact Song Chioi. Meanwhile, Chi Shirtao and Du Lei exchanged solemn glances, realizing that matters were seemingly more complex than they appeared. After a few minutes, Yu Jiashu gradually lowered his phone, hesitating as he stammered, "It seems she hasn't returned yet." "I see, thank you." Wen Che replied softly, returning his gaze to the front, lost in thought, staring blankly into space. Yu Jiashu took a couple of steps back, astonished that Wen Che had actually thanked him. What was going on today? Who had returned? Was it a false version of Wen Che? What had transpired between him and Chu Ziqing? The other 3 were filled with questions, yet none dared to voice them. Suddenly, Wen Che's phone on the table buzzed, jolting him from his reverie. He tapped the screen twice, illuminating it, and, upon glancing at the message, his pupils constricted in shock, as if struck by lightning. He froze in place, his breath momentarily halted. A message had arrived, sent from Chu Ziqing's number. "Let us break up." These 3 short words pierced through Wen Che's heart like poison nails. His lips trembled uncontrollably, a muffled sob escaped his throat, and his knuckles turned white from gripping the phone too tightly. The cold light of the screen rendered his complexion pale as a sheet, blood vessels in his eyes bulging in an instant. He felt as though his very soul had been wrenched away, leaving behind only an empty shell. At that moment, Wen Che's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, all thoughts scattered. What did this mean? A breakup? Was this truly sent by Chu Ziqing? It was indeed her number. And after 24 hours of silence, she responded with just these 3 words? What had he done wrong? Why did she wish to part ways? What was happening? The most pressing question flooding Wen Che's mind was whether this message truly came from Chu Ziqing herself. Perhaps it is indeed the case. Maybe she has grown weary of the game? She has treated herself so well. Initially, I truly believed that she possessed a wealth of emotional experiences, that she had traversed these paths before. Perhaps she was merely indulging in a playful exploration, curious to see how long she could linger in this descent. Now that I find myself enmeshed in it, has she had her fill and decided to withdraw? If that is so, then she has played her cards remarkably well, leaving me utterly bewildered. Upon reflection, it makes sense. I have often questioned myself countless times. What merit do I possess that would inspire such affection from Chu Ziqing? I lack the ability to retain someone of her caliber. She is so exceptional, so striking, with an enviable figure and commendable intellect. She seems to be devoid of any flaws. Why would such a girl be drawn to someone like me? In truth, the outcome we face now reflects the most authentic scenario I once envisioned. This result aligns perfectly with the thoughts that reside within my heart. Well, it is quite satisfactory. Let us consider it a fleeting dream. Indeed, so be it. After all, the duration was brief, and perhaps the feelings were not profound. Knock, knock. Wen Che's knuckles struck the table with a heavy thud, causing the withered baby's breath to tremble and shed its fragments. With a sudden motion, he rose abruptly, the metallic legs of the chair screeching against the floor, startling the other three inhabitants of the dormitory. The dazed Wen Che, mere moments ago, now bore an intensity in his eyes that blazed fiercely, like dark clouds before a tempest suddenly rent by a flash of lightning. He seized the black jacket from the back of the chair, deftly shaking it out and donning it, the corners of the fabric snapping in the wind. How dare you attempt to dismiss me in such a manner? He grasped the rain-drenched umbrella, twirling the handle skillfully in his palm, the metallic ribs producing a crisp, melodious sound as they clashed. As Wen Che turned, the gust of air lifted the wisps of hair from his forehead, revealing his sharply defined brow, transforming him into a figure radiating the brilliance of a disruptor, shedding the earlier gloom surrounding him. "Hey, where are you going?" Chi Shidao's voice called after him, halting Wen Che at the threshold. In that fleeting moment when he glanced back, the rain outside was illuminated by a bolt of lightning, casting his silhouette in a stark, chiseled relief. "I forgot to retrieve something important. I'm going back. I want to be returning tonight." Chapter 74. The first encounter with such a fruit addiction. The moment Wen Che burst through the dormitory doors. A tempestuous wind, accompanied by torrential rain, surged towards him like a ferocious beast. Raindrops, as large as beans, pounded against his umbrella, creating a cacophony of sound, while the umbrella's ribs twisted violently in the wind, threatening to be uprooted. Puddles formed on the asphalt, transforming the ground into a flowing mirror that reflected the fragmented neon lights. Wen Che splashed through the water, his pant legs thoroughly soaked, clinging to his calves and spraying mist behind him. The deluge washed over his eyelashes, yet could not dispel the frenzied thoughts swirling in his mind. Upon exiting the school, he stood outside and retrieved his phone. In that moment, the words of Chu Ziqing echoed in his head. "Wow, it's only a little over 20 kilometers from here. That's quite close. Because my family owns a fruit store, we have everything you like. 20 kilometers from my home, a fruit store." Wen Che opened the navigation app, centering it on his family's restaurant, searching for all the fruit stores within approximately 20 kilometers. Fresh Fruit Warehouse, Mu Guo Xian Zong, Colorful Fruit Pavilion, Guayu Time. Which one? Which one? Think. Come on, brain. Wen Che tapped his head, trying to dredge up useful clues from his memories. Oh, forget it. I'll just visit them all. Without hesitation, Wen Che hailed a taxi by the roadside, hopped in, and provided the driver with the destination. The driver, momentarily taken aback, looked up at Wen Che and remarked, "Young man, this is quite far, isn't it? It'll cost at least 200 yuan to get there." "All right, just go," Wen Che replied, undeterred by the cost. His singular focus was on reaching her swiftly. "Are you sure? If I go, you'll need to cover the highway tolls." "Absolutely. Let's go." The driver, without further ado, pressed the accelerator, splashing a wave of water behind them. Within 20 minutes, they were on the highway, speeding towards their destination. Wen Che ceased to glance at his phone, nor did he allow his mind to wander into doubt or anxiety. For reasons unknown, at that moment, all his worries and uncertainties evaporated. His heart had never felt more resolute. After about an hour, Wen Che arrived at his first destination, Fresh Fruit Warehouse. He did not exit the vehicle, but peered through the window at the small fruit shop, which had a single entrance and no second floor. It was clear to him that he had come to the wrong place. "All right, cash or QR code." The driver had already pulled out the QR code, ready for payment, while Wen Che navigated to another fruit store, stating, "Now let's go to this location." "Huh? Young man, are you joking? That's completely in the opposite direction. It'll take at least another 20 minutes to get there." Ding, without a word, Wen Che scanned the QR code and transferred 200 yuan. "Here's the payment. Now, let's hurry to this place." "Understood." The driver remained silent, for he had caught one fare this evening, and given the torrential rain, there were hardly any passengers around. It was a modest profit. Subsequently, he took Wen Che to their next destination. Upon arriving, Wen Che gazed at the fruit shop before him, which was already closed. It was named Mu Guo Xianzong, and its facade appeared dilapidated. The driver lit a cigarette, took a puff, then produced another and offered it to Wen Che, saying, "Little brother, with such heavy rain and the hour approaching 11, no fruit shop would be open. Do you really need fruit that desperately? We have a couple of peaches at home. Why not come over and have some?" For the next stop, Wen Che navigated to Bin Feng Guizhan and showed the driver, who confirmed that it was not the right place either, thus they had to move on. The driver took a glance, placed the cigarette in his mouth, shifted gears, and set off, exclaiming, "Let us go. Tonight, I shall risk it all to ensure you have your fruit." This destination was in the opposite direction, requiring an additional 20 minutes of travel. Wen Che clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, and his knuckles turning pale from the exertion. The torrential rain formed twisted trails on the car window, yet it could not obscure his unwavering gaze fixed on the shop signs outside. Each time they passed a fruit shop, he held his breath, his cracked lips whispering silent prayers. The jolting of the taxi over speed bumps sent his heart racing. As the navigation system indicated they were 500 meters away, he suddenly unbuckled his seatbelt, eyes locked ahead. There stood a large fruit shop, also closed, with its roll-up door tightly shut and only a few small spotlights illuminating the entrance. However, unlike the previous two, this shop boasted 2 stories, and an air conditioning unit hung outside the second-floor window. Wen Che squinted, noticing what appeared to be a sticker on the window, suggesting that someone might reside there. He recalled the time he mentioned his fondness for apples, and Chu Ziqing promptly brought him one, taking a photo to show him that her family owned a fruit shop. It had been late then as well, indicating they had returned home. The swiftness of her bringing the apple suggested that she lived above the shop, much like living above a restaurant. "Well, it's closed too. Shall we head out? Are you hungry? If not, we could grab a bowl of noodles first, then continue our search," the driver suggested, lighting another cigarette. "No need. Just how much is it?" "I'll get out here," Wen Che replied, pulling out his phone to scan the payment. "Really? All right then, give me 100 more. As we seem to have a good connection, I should have charged you 120. Wen Che, having paid 100 yuan, stepped out with an umbrella in hand. The driver, watching Wen Che's departing figure, shook his head in resignation, murmuring, "I've never seen such an insatiable craving for fruit." He then drove away. Wen Che stood still, the relentless rain cascading around him like a torrential river, while the fierce wind roared through the expanse like a wild beast, tearing the rain curtain into disordered fragments. The large raindrops, accompanied by a piercing howl, struck the ground like a barrage of arrows. The water pooled on the asphalt road was lifted by the tempest, transforming into surging waves that intertwined with the raging curtain of rain, creating a chaotic web of water. The neon lights, distorted by the downpour, bled into fragmented patches of light, as if the city itself had lost its essence under the onslaught of wind and rain. Wen Che strained to hold the umbrella, which struggled violently against the fierce gusts, the ribs creaking under the strain. Suddenly, a ferocious gust struck, like invisible giant hands seizing the umbrella's canopy, violently yanking it upwards. Wen Che felt a powerful force wrenching the umbrella from his grasp. The ribs twisted and contorted in an instant, and with a resounding pop, the canopy was completely torn apart, disintegrating into several tattered pieces that danced in the air. The rain poured down like a breached dam, instantly drenching him, the icy water coursing down his neck and soaking his clothes, clinging to him, heavy and cold. Yet, Wen Che remained oblivious to his plight, his eyes ablaze with fervent determination as he pressed onward. Chapter 75. Chu Ziqing, I love you. A tempestuous wind lashed against the torrential rain, assaulting Wen Che like arrows. Yet, he stood at the entrance like a statue, his shirt clinging to his back, droplets cascading from the tips of his hair along his sharply defined jawline. He gazed upward at the window, towering 8 meters above, its view obscured by the rain. Yet his resolve grew ever more pronounced in his eyes. However, there were no footholds or anchor points on this wall. Scaling it would be an endeavor destined for failure. The only potential means of ascent lay in a nearby drainage pipe. Without hesitation, Wen Che removed his coat and threaded it through the pipe, tying the sleeves around himself securely. Thus, a rudimentary protective measure was fashioned. He lifted his foot, pressed against the wall, and gripped the pipe firmly, his body straining with effort. As his fingers brushed the icy metal, a chilling sensation coursed up his spine. He cautiously stepped onto the first fixed bracket of the pipe, the corroded metal groaning under his weight. Gritting his teeth, he shifted his weight upward, only for his knee to suddenly slip, sending him plummeting downward and tightening the coat around him. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself as he pressed his forehead against the damp pipe, his labored breaths mingling with the rainwater that invaded his throat. Upon reaching the third bracket, a searing pain coursed through his arms, and the drainage pipe began to sway violently. When Che bit down on his lip, the metallic tang of blood spreading across his tongue. In the moment the rain obscured his vision, he imagined a figure flickering behind the window, this phantom fueling his last reserves of strength, propelling him inch by inch beyond his limits. When his fingertips finally grazed the edge of the windowsill, he threw his entire body upward. The rough concrete scraped against his abdomen, yet he paid no heed to the pain, landing a foot upon the adjacent air conditioning unit. In that instant, he had successfully ascended. He loosened his coat, now misshapen, and looked down to see his palms stained a dark crimson by rust. A fleeting haze enveloped him. He had never imagined himself capable of such actions. In nearly 20 years of life, he had never contemplated such reckless abandon. At that moment, the fervor of youth surged within him. Raising his gaze to the window, he felt a flicker of trepidation overshadowing his previously resolute heart. Had he truly come this far? Was this truly the residence of Chu Ziqing? Was she present? Would she be alone, or in the company of another? He had no certainty, yet he had climbed up here. Even if, hypothetically, this were indeed Chu Ziqing's home, simply opening this window would not guarantee a meeting with her. But what of it? His actions were undeniably intrusive, trespassing into someone else's abode without permission. If those words, "let's break up," had indeed been spoken by Chu Ziqing, then his actions could only serve to exacerbate her distress. Would she even wish to see him? The moment one catches a glimpse of themselves, adorned with an expression of utter disdain, it would perhaps be more prudent to leap into the abyss. Surely, one might even provoke the authorities to intervene. Thus, one would truly become the greatest fool of this century, a subject of ridicule. Curiously enough, despite spending considerable time with Chang'ing, I felt no sense of loss upon our separation. Rather, it was a liberation, a longing for her to utter those 3 fateful words of farewell. Yet, with Chu Ziqing, after merely 10 days of companionship, the sight of those very words twisted my heart like a dagger and propelled me into a frenzy of reckless actions. This experience taught me that the depth of emotion is not necessarily tethered to the duration of the relationship. Some endure a lackluster connection for 7 or 8 months, parting without hesitation, while others, having been together for but 10 fleeting days, cherish every moment, yearning for eternity together. Wen Chang stood outside for approximately 2 minutes, lost in contemplation. Eventually, he mustered the courage to raise his hand, placing it gently against the window. After all the effort he had expended to arrive here, he knocked softly, tap, tap, summoning his resolve. Inside the dimly lit room lay Chu Ziqing, enveloped in shadows. She was curled upon the bed, her hands tightly gripping the sheets, her nails turning pale from the pressure. Silent tears cascaded down her cheeks, soaking the pillow beneath her. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she wept quietly, each sob piercing her heart like a dull knife. When the gentle tap on the window reached her ears, her sobs ceased abruptly, and an eerie silence descended upon the room. Stiffly, she turned her head to gaze at the fog glass, where raindrops trickled down, distorting the figure outside into fragmented patterns of light. The remnants of her earlier whimpering lingered in her throat, now transforming into a sharp quiver. Who is it? Upon hearing her voice, Wen Chang felt a rush of warmth flood his eyes, his heart igniting like a burst of fireworks. The rain streamed down his lashes, yet it could not wash away the brilliance that erupted within him. His voice trembled, infused with an unbidden exhilaration. It's me, Wen Che. Chu Ziqing's sobs halted, her entire being frozen in place, like a painting captured in time. Her tear-stained eyes widened, akin to stars suddenly ignited in the cold night, fixated on the indistinct silhouette beyond the glass. Her lips quivered slightly, her throat constricting as she struggled to articulate a single word. The hands that had once clutched the sheets gradually relaxed, fingers still curled as if in disbelief of the voice that had pierced through her despair. "Can we talk?" This inquiry struck her like a hammer, abruptly rousing her from her stupor. Chu Ziqing shot upright in bed, her knees colliding heavily with the edge. Yet she felt nothing. Stumbling towards the window, droplets of water flung from her hair, her pallid face nearly pressed against the glass. Through the distorted curtain of rain and mist, she discerned the familiar visage, washed by the rain, yet undeniably known. Her pupils contracted violently, and her eyelashes trembled wildly, resembling butterfly wings on the verge of flight. After several attempts to articulate her astonishment, she finally managed to whisper, "How? How did you come here?" She could hardly believe her eyes as she gazed at the person before her, her face a portrait of shock. It was truly astonishing that Wen Che could be here. Upon seeing Chu Ziqing, Wen Che's eyes sparkled with delight. In that moment, a sense of relief washed over him, for he knew that Chu Ziqing was safe and unharmed, without any unforeseen peril. He then steered the conversation towards the matter at hand, eager to uncover the truth. Wen Che slowly began, "Was that text message serious?" Chu Ziqing paused momentarily, blinking in confusion as she murmured, What message?" This utterance illuminated Wen Che's heart, for it became evident that Chu Ziqing was indeed unaware of the situation. That message had not originated from her. This indicated that Chu Ziqing was entangled in a dilemma of her own. A gentle smile crept upon Wen Che's face, and his tone shifted to one of ease. "I understand now. I came here to tell you something." "What is it?" A surge of anxiety gripped Chu Ziqing. She was utterly perplexed, not only by Wen Che's sudden appearance, but also by the nature of the text message and what experiences he had endured during her own period of unawareness. Wiping the rain from his face, Wen Che spoke softly, "You once made a promise to me, saying that you would surely make me fall for you. And now, you have kept that promise. In return, allow me to make you a vow. As long as you remain steadfast, I will never part ways with you. I desire to be with you always." As he finished speaking, his gaze locked onto Chu Ziqing with fervent intensity, rain cascading from his hair, tracing rivulets down his cheeks. In that moment, he seemed oblivious to his own fatigue, utterly captivated by the girl who occupied his every thought. Chu Ziqing stared blankly at Wen Che, her eyes welling up with tears once more. Just moments before, she had been silently weeping, and now her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless. She parted her lips, only to emit a few broken sobs. Outside, the rain continued to pour relentlessly, fine droplets seeping into the room, mingling with her tears upon her cheeks. Chu Ziqing, I love you. Chapter 76. You may leave. Do not concern yourself with them. If they Haven T submitted. They Haven T submitted. A year ago, at the 3rd High School of Anqing City, in Class 7 of the senior year. Chu Ziqing, please collect the assignments. The teacher instructed. Certainly, teacher, she replied. Stepping out of the office, Chu Ziqing fastened the navy blue school jacket neatly to the top button, its loose fit enveloping her slender shoulders. Her ponytail, not particularly meticulously arranged, had a few stray strands that gently curled at the tips, enhancing the softness of her profile. Though her complexion was not exceedingly fair, it radiated health, and her appearance, while not strikingly beautiful, possessed a charm that drew the eye. Whenever classmates greeted her in the hallway, her brows would instantly lift in a smile. Dimples would surface on either side of her cheeks, revealing a pair of neat canine teeth, causing her lashes to flutter softly. As the class representative for English, she was soon to return to her classroom to collect the English assignments. Upon her return, she commenced gathering the submissions, and while most students complied dutifully, a few would occasionally admit to being incomplete or having not written at all. Is that acceptable? Of course. Chu Ziqing is particularly easygoing. Just speak to her nicely. After all, the teacher would not scrutinize the assignments closely, merely noting who had failed to submit. At this moment, two boys were whispering among themselves. As Chu Ziqing approached them to collect their assignments, they suddenly donned amiable smiles. "Where are your assignments?" she inquired, extending her hand towards them. One of the boys replied, "Oh, Chu Ziqing, we forgot to bring ours, but we definitely completed them. We promise. Can you just assume we submitted them? Indeed, we beg you. We assure you we will submit next time, along with the previous work. Just this once, could you do us a favor?" The two boys continued to plead, and Chu Ziqing stood there, displaying a conflicted expression, biting her lip as her nails left faint marks on the list. The boys were fidgeting nervously, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their voices trembling. "Qingjie, truly just this once, we implore you." Her lashes quivered slightly, and her dimples appeared and vanished. Internally, it felt as if two little figures were at odds. One insisted, "We are all classmates. Occasionally making concessions is acceptable." The other countered, "If this precedent is set, how will assignments be collected in the future? How will tasks assigned by the teacher be fulfilled? Moreover, if the teacher discovers this, the fault lies solely with you." This is not aiding them, it is harming them. She opened her mouth, intending to refuse, but the words caught in her throat. If she turned them down, how would she maintain camaraderie with her classmates? Would they resent her, view her as an adversary, speak ill of her to others? Perhaps. Just this once? Well, if you two haven't tea written, then you haven't tea written. Please do not make it difficult for others, all right? At that moment, a voice from in front of them interrupted, and all three turned their attention forward. The boy seated in front of the two slowly turned around, regarding them with a furrowed brow, his expression marked by impatience. "What business is it of yours? Wen Che, could you refrain from meddling in others' affairs?" The two boys exhibited expressions of annoyance, casting unfriendly glances at Wen Che. However, Wen Che paid them no heed. Instead, he turned to Chu Ziqing and said, "You may leave. Do not concern yourself with them. A lack of engagement is simply that." Oh, then, Chu Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, a warm current surging within her. This undoubtedly provided her with an escape. Yet, it also successfully redirected the animosity of the two boys entirely onto him. Before Chu Ziqing could express her gratitude, Wen Che had already engaged in a heated argument with the two boys, gesturing for her to make her exit swiftly. As Chu Ziqing walked forward, her gaze lingered on Wen Che. During class, her attention was consistently diverted, frequently glancing towards his direction, lost in thought. Perhaps it was her inner appreciation for Wen Che. She was not adept at managing such situations. Without his intervention, she truly would have been at a loss. But she ought to thank Wen Che properly, lest he misconstrue her as ungrateful. How could she repay him, though? That posed quite the conundrum. After class, a girl approached and stood beside Chu Ziqing. "Qingqing, come on, accompany me to the restroom." Chu Ziqing looked up. The girl's features were not striking, yet she possessed a charming, neighborly warmth. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with a smile. Her eyelashes, though not thick, were distinctly defined, fluttering with her gaze. Beneath a petite nose lay a pair of naturally rosy lips, untouched by makeup. Her name was Lin Jixia, a close friend of Chu Ziqing, arguably her best companion in class. "Sure." Chu Ziqing nodded, rising to leave the classroom with Lin Jixia, stealing a discreet glance at Wen Che as they passed his desk. Once outside, they headed to the restroom, engaging in light conversation along the way. Suddenly, Lin Jixia exclaimed, "By the way, Qingqing, let us go karaoke this weekend? There'll be 4 or 5 of us. We'll split the cost. What do you say?" "Ah." Chu Ziqing's lips twitched slightly, and she fell silent for a moment. She had no desire to go, as singing was not to her liking. Previously, she had attended such gatherings merely to sit in a corner, waiting until their performances concluded before she could leave. Her phone battery would often be drained. Moreover, having to split the cost while doing nothing was unappealing. Yet, Lin Jixia was her good friend. How could she refuse? It was rather awkward for her to decline. Her circle of friends was not extensive, and she had made considerable efforts to maintain her friendship with Lin Jixia. Perhaps she should just go? All right then. Chapter 77. Just be yourself. Life is quite comfortable. As Chu Ziqing returned to the classroom from the restroom, she noticed Wen Che chatting with a boy. The distance was close enough for her to overhear their conversation. Wen Che, are you going online this weekend? We're just one support short for our 5-man team. Why not join us? Wen Che shook his head and responded decisively, no, I want to go. Come on, we're just missing you. Show us some courtesy. No means no. I have no desire to go. TSK. All right, you're really not a team player. The boy relinquished his invitation and walked away, while Wen Che remained unfazed by the boy's remarks. Engrossed in her own activities, Chu Ziqing observed the entire scene, feeling a long-suppressed emotion stirring within her. At the same time, she envied Wen Che for her apparent disregard for others' opinions, her ability to refuse without hesitation. Why couldn't she emulate that? After school, as Chu Ziqing packed her belongings to leave the classroom, a boy suddenly called out to her. Hey, wait a moment, Chu Ziqing. Could you do me a favor? Chu Ziqing halted and turned to the boy, softly asking, what is it? The boy was organizing his things and handed her a full garbage bag, saying, could you throw this away for me? Ah. Chu Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching out to accept the bag. After all, helping a classmate with such a small task shouldn't be a big deal, right? However, just as she was about to take it, another hand appeared out of nowhere, snatching the bag before she could grasp it and placing it back on the boy's desk. Wen Che's profile came into view as she asserted, you can throw it yourself. The boy looked up, frowning at Wen Che. TSK. So stingy. It's not like I asked you to do it. What a petty person. Can't even help throw away some trash? No one owes you anything. So what's wrong with not helping you? If you can't even throw away your own garbage, maybe you should reconsider. Wen Che rolled her eyes and, after her retort, exited the classroom without a second glance. Chu Ziqing followed Wen Che with her gaze, her mouth slightly agape, feeling an urge to speak, yet the words remained unvoiced. The boyish expression was filled with disdain as he muttered, such an annoyance. People like that Wen Che get far in society. Just ignore her. Can you help me throw this away? Thanks. Yet this time, Chu Ziqing chose to disregard the boy's request. Instead, she quickened her pace, determined to chase after Wen Che. The young man gazed at Chu Ziqing's unhesitating departure, momentarily taken aback, his expression a portrait of awkwardness. After exiting the classroom, Chu Ziqing trailed after Wen Che until she finally caught up with him outside the school. Wait, Chu Ziqing called out, halting Wen Che in his tracks. He turned, casting a puzzled glance her way, and inquired, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Thank you. Chu Ziqing finally articulated her gratitude, recalling how Wen Che had aided her during the day, preventing unnecessary trouble. It's nothing. I merely found them displeasing. They have grown accustomed to ordering others around. Wen Che waved his hand dismissively, considering the matter trivial, akin to a simple act of kindness. Although discarding trash was a minor favor, he understood that the boy in question lacked appreciation and would only become more brazen. He could not let it be known that others were easily bullied. As Wen Che prepared to leave, Chu Ziqing called out to him once more. Hold on, I have another question for you. What is it? She approached him, asking, aren't you afraid of your classmates speaking ill of you behind your back? Accusing you of being unsociable or petty? Not at all. I don't concern myself with them. Their opinions do not matter to me. Why? Chu Ziqing struggled to comprehend this perspective, prompting her inquiry. Wen Che shrugged nonchalantly and replied, for no particular reason. I do not live for their approval. So why should I care about their views? This statement seemed to unlock a new realm of understanding for Chu Ziqing. She had never contemplated it in such a manner. Wen Che chuckled softly and continued, the way I choose to live my life is not dictated by others. I do not require their acknowledgement, nor do I need to be overly obedient, overly accommodating, or overly diplomatic. I shouldn't force myself to conform to others' preferences or fear being disliked to the point of never refusing. It is sufficient to simply be oneself. How comfortable life becomes. Just be yourself? She echoed, pondering the notion. Indeed, those individuals are not your superiors, and you do not rely on their salaries for your livelihood. Why heed their words? No one can please everyone. Friends who require you to compromise your comfort to fit their standards are not worth keeping. As Wen Che's words hung in the air, Chu Ziqing felt a tremor in her pupils, as if struck by a blinding light. She opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. as the hesitations that had long been trapped within her heart surged forth like a tidal wave. It dawned on her that there truly existed individuals capable of living so freely. The night breeze stirred the withered leaves by the roadside, brushing against her ankles. In that moment, she suddenly gained clarity. The burdens of social obligations she had accumulated were nothing more than a cocoon she had woven for herself. I understand. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, and her eyes glimmered softly beneath the streetlight. Wen Che turned his gaze back to her for a fleeting moment, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet he uttered no further words and strode purposefully into the night. His silhouette gradually melded with the darkness, the crisp sound of his canvas shoes against the cobbled path resonating in Chu Ziqing's ears long after he had vanished. She remained rooted in place, gazing at the desolate street, and suddenly felt a significant weight lift from her chest, as if someone had opened a long-closed window, allowing the refreshing breeze of freedom to sweep into her soul. That evening, upon returning home, Chu Ziqing found herself reflecting on Wen Che's words. She felt as though she had been reborn, enlightenment dawning upon her, and never had her heart felt so unburdened. The following day, as students resumed their usual school routine, Chu Ziqing was no exception. However, her mindset had undergone a profound transformation since yesterday. She realized there was something imperative she must do. "Good morning, Qingqing." Lin Jixia greeted her with a wave as Chu Ziqing entered the classroom. Chu Ziqing nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Good morning. I have something I wish to discuss with you." Lin Jixia chuckled, inquiring, "What is it? You seem all mysterious. You all should go sing this weekend. I won't be joining. I'm not particularly fond of singing, and I would just be sitting there. If there are other activities, I might reconsider participating." Chapter 78. She had quite the time, causing quite the chaos. Do you not realize? Huh? You agreed to go. How can you simply say you're not going anymore? Lin Jixia asked, a look of confusion crossing her face. "I just don't want to go," replied Chu Ziqing, and then returned to her seat. As she passed Wen Che, she glanced at him and offered a slight smile, saying, "Good morning." Wen Che looked up surprised, thinking to himself that Chu Ziqing had never wished him a good morning before. What prompted her to do so today? Could it be due to the words he had spoken last night? "Yes, good morning," Wen Che nodded, responding succinctly without further contemplation. Lin Jixia observed this exchange with a frown, her face etched with curiosity. "Chu Ziqing, may I borrow your English homework to copy?" "No, you must complete your own assignment." "Chu Ziqing, could I borrow some tissue?" "I'm sorry, I only brought one pack, and I need it too. Perhaps you could ask someone else." "Chu Ziqing, could you help me wipe the blackboard? You are the duty student. It's your responsibility to clean it." I want to intervene. Throughout the morning, many classmates, as usual, sought Chu Ziqing's assistance, knowing she was the most accommodating. However, for reasons unknown, she declined all requests today. This was unprecedented. What was wrong with Chu Ziqing today? A wave of discussion erupted among the classmates, speculating on her unusual demeanor, noting how her temperament seemed reminiscent of Wen Che. Yet, Chu Ziqing remained unfazed by their chatter. Her spirits were exceptionally high today. She had never anticipated that the power of saying no could feel so liberating. Wen Che was indeed correct. She felt considerably more at ease now, far better than the previous feelings of frustration and resentment. There were still some tasks she was willing to assist with, as she was inherently kind-hearted. However, she resolutely rejected requests that involved doing someone else's work while neglecting her own responsibilities. Likewise, she politely turned down others seeking to borrow her belongings, as lending would leave her without, a sacrifice she was unwilling to make. Perhaps this was a sign of her naivety in social matters, but her mood had improved significantly, and her inner peace was greatly restored. At noon, in the hallway corner, Lin Jixia stood conversing with a boy. "What? Chu Ziqing isn't going? Why not?" The boy's face registered surprise upon hearing Lin Jixia reveal that Chu Ziqing had declined the invitation to join in karaoke over the weekend. Lin Jixia shook her head, saying, "I don't know. I have no idea what has gotten into her today. What should we do then?" "You promised you would help me bring Chu Ziqing and me together. You accepted payment for it. You inquire, yet I find myself without answers. Who can truly comprehend her situation? It appears rather peculiar." Lin Zhixia began to reflect on the events of that morning. Chu Ziqing seemed to have undergone a significant transformation, no longer the accommodating individual she once was, unyielding in her responses. Moreover, she seemed to glance towards Wen Che from time to time. She even greeted Wen Che with a good morning that very morning, a gesture she had never extended to any male classmate before. Lin Zhixia furrowed her brow and murmured, "Could it be that she has developed feelings for Wen Che? Why him? What is it that attracts her to that scrawny fellow?" It was unclear, but there was an unmistakable sense that she harbored an interest in Wen Che. The entire class was abuzz with discussions, suggesting that Chu Ziqing's demeanor today bore an uncanny resemblance to Wen Che's. Suddenly, the boys grew agitated, stamping their feet in distress, exclaiming, "No, that cannot be. What am I to do? Perhaps you should just refund my money." Upon hearing the mention of a refund, Lin Zhixia tightened her brows, retorting, "What for? I never said I wouldn't assist you. And how do you intend to help? Simply make Wen Che lose interest in her. A little rumor will suffice. It's quite straightforward." "Rumor? Is that feasible? Won't Chu Ziqing be upset?" "Not at all. Chu Ziqing appears to be a rather innocent soul, always smiling. She won't take offense." In the afternoon, during the break, Chu Ziqing rose from her seat, intending to head to the restroom. However, upon discovering a long queue, she decided to return later. Yet, as she turned the corner of the corridor, she unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures. She instinctively stepped back, refraining from proceeding further. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Was that not Wen Che and Lin Zhixia? What could they possibly be doing together? Wait, don't leave just yet. I mentioned I had something to discuss with you." Lin Zhixia's voice rang out, seemingly attempting to stop Wen Che to convey something of importance. "I'm not interested in what you have to say. Oh, come now. It concerns Chu Ziqing. At least allow her to finish." Ultimately, Lin Zhixia managed to detain Wen Che, determined to share her thoughts. He stood there, exuding an air of helplessness as he regarded Lin Zhixia, perplexed by her intentions. Meanwhile, Chu Ziqing, hidden behind the corner, could hear their conversation clearly. Upon realizing that Lin Zhixia intended to speak about her, she felt a surge of confusion. "I must insist. Do not get too close to Chu Ziqing. She is not a good person." Lin Zhixia deliberately lowered her voice, addressing Wen Che. "What?" Wen Che's brows furrowed in disbelief as he looked at Lin Zhixia, astonished. Chu Ziqing's expression mirrored his, her brows knitting together as her demeanor shifted drastically. "She is quite the troublemaker. Do you have any idea how chaotic she can be? Numerous boys in our class are enamored with her. How else could she maintain that cheerful demeanor while engaging with them daily?" In that instant, Chu Ziqing felt a buzzing in her ears. Clenching the fabric of her clothing tightly, her nails dug into her palms as her body trembled uncontrollably. Malicious words slithered into her ears like venomous serpents, instantly igniting the flames of anger that consumed her heart. The kindness and assistance she had once extended to Lin Zhixia now felt like a resounding slap across her face. She had believed herself to be a true friend, only to discover that Lin Zhixia spoke ill of her behind her back. Clenching her teeth, her eyes brimmed with tears, as an overwhelming sense of injustice and resentment surged within her. The camaraderie she had cherished was met with such despicable slander, inciting both fury and hatred within her. It felt as though a raging inferno burned in her chest, urging her to confront Lin Zhixia immediately and demand an explanation for such baseless rumors. Yet, reason compelled her to suppress her impulsive urge, her nails digging deeply into her palm, leaving crescent-shaped imprints. "What are you saying?" Wen Che tilted his head, his gaze towards Lin Zhixia tinged with impatience. "I'm merely trying to warn you. I've noticed her attempting to get closer to you lately. She must be trying to seduce you. Don't fall for it." Chapter 79, I simply feel that some individuals offer their smiles too readily. Why do you share this with me? Are you not a close friend of Chu Ziqing? Why speak ill of her? Lin Zhixia found herself momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I perceive you as quite a decent person, and I cannot bear to see you harmed by Chu Ziqing. Please, do not disclose this to anyone else. I have confided in you alone. You understand." As she spoke, Lin Zhixia cast a flirtatious glance towards Wen Che. However, it seemed as though he did not receive the message, as he shook his head and said, "No, I do not understand. Please refrain from discussing this with me. It is of no concern to me." With that, Wen Che began to walk away, preparing to leave. Just before departing, he suddenly halted and remarked, "Moreover, before betraying your good friend, craft a more convincing narrative. Are you attempting to slander Chu Ziqing? She is truly a good person, and you do not deserve to be her friend. You." Lin Zhixia turned around, pointing an accusing finger at Wen Che, her expression darkening, clearly displeased. Yet, Wen Che had already departed. Chu Ziqing concealed herself in the corner, listening to Wen Che's unrelenting rebuttal of Lin Zhixia, and her chest surged with a mixture of anger and grievance, momentarily freezing. She suddenly recalled the surprised yet earnest response Wen Che had given her when she greeted him that morning. She remembered the sincerity that sparkled in his eyes as he spoke the previous night. At this moment, those fragmented images replayed in her mind, gradually merging with the figure who stood up for her now, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. The lump in her throat had transformed into the tremor of her heartbeat, and she could distinctly hear the drumming of her heart, as if it were gently grasped by an invisible hand, only to be released, its rhythm completely disrupted. It dawned on her that the feeling of being steadfastly trusted by another could evoke such profound emotions. The following morning, Chu Ziqing entered the school, walking down the corridor on her way to class. "Hey, Chu Ziqing, good morning." A classmate, upon spotting her, attempted to greet her, but the smile that had been raised abruptly froze. When Chu Ziqing's obsidian-like eyes swept toward her, it felt like a frosted blade, sending chills down her spine. With a mechanical nod, she uttered a flat "good morning," as if it were emanating from a recording device, and then directly proceeded into the classroom, leaving her classmate bewildered. Mouth agape, standing motionless. She began to question herself. Had she said something wrong? Surely not. It was merely a simple greeting. Yet, Chu Ziqing's demeanor, that expression, the state she was in, made it feel as though she had committed some grave error. Chu Ziqing seemed to carry an invisible barrier around her, standing tall, her hair cascading smoothly like ink. When her cold gaze swept over her, it left her feeling that the Chu Ziqing before her was an utter stranger. The morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting a mosaic of light and shadow across the classroom floor. Lin Zhixia clutched the strawberry milk she had just purchased that morning, skipping joyfully to Chu Ziqing's side, and greeted her with a bright smile. "Good morning, Qingqing." Chu Ziqing's curt response rendered Lin Zhixia momentarily speechless. She didn't even spare her a glance. What was happening? This was even more peculiar than yesterday. However, Lin Zhixia's intent in approaching was not to probe into Chu Ziqing's state, but rather to invite her out for some fun. Thus, she feigned ignorance of the unsettling mood and cheerfully suggested, "Qingqing, let us hang out this weekend. What do you say? It's on me. You don't need to spend a dime." The sound of turning pages abruptly ceased as Chu Ziqing lifted her gaze, casting a stark shadow beneath her lashes. She closed her book, her fingers tapping the cover with a crisp thud. Not interested. Lin Zhixia was utterly stunned, standing frozen in place, the bottle of strawberry milk in her grasp crumpling slightly under her tension. She opened her mouth, intending to inquire about the reason, but when her eyes met Chu Ziqing's chilling gaze, it felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around her throat, rendering her speechless. Throughout the day, scarcely any classmates dared to approach Chu Ziqing, puzzled by her sudden aloofness that made her seem almost unapproachable. It felt as though just getting close would invite the lethal sting of her frigid stare. As the school bell rang, students heaved sighs of relief, hastily packing their bags in preparation to head home. Yet, Lin Zhixia's heart felt unusually heavy, for she had noticed Chu Ziqing's complete disregard for her throughout the day, leaving her in a state of confusion. At last, unable to bear the turmoil within her, Lin Zhixia hurriedly stepped in front of Chu Ziqing, who was about to leave, and urgently asked, "Qingqing, what's wrong? I don't think I've upset you, have I? You've been so cold all day, as if everyone owes you money. What on earth happened?" In the face of Lin Zhixia's inquiries, Chu Ziqing remained utterly unmoved, not even glancing up as she continued to pack her bag. Seeing this, Lin Zhixia's anxiety intensified. She couldn't help but raise her voice. "Qingqing, please say something. I truly don't know where I went wrong." Your silence is painful for me. However, it seemed Chu Ziqing did not hear Lin Jixia at all, methodically arranging the contents of her bag, then leisurely zipping it up, preparing to turn and leave. As Chu Ziqing stood beside Lin Jixia, her expression remained void of emotion, her gaze fixed coldly ahead. In a chilling whisper that sent shivers down Lin Jixia's spine, she slowly articulated, "I just feel that some people have offered too many smiles." With that, Chu Ziqing walked out of the classroom without a backward glance. Lin Jixia turned to watch Chu Ziqing's retreating figure, her face falling instantly, taut as if coated in a layer of glue. She could not comprehend what had transpired. In just 2 days, it seemed as though Chu Ziqing had transformed entirely. After departing from the classroom, Chu Ziqing could not help but quicken her pace, her gaze fixed firmly ahead. The surrounding figures blurred into the background, while the silhouette she sought remained vividly clear. Wen Che. She pursued Wen Che's figure until she had reached the school gates, finally calling out to him. "Ah!" Wen Che halted, glancing back, and upon recognizing Chu Ziqing, he was momentarily taken aback. "What's the matter? What is it?" Chu Ziqing hurriedly stepped forward, nearly sprinting to stand before Wen Che. Her chest rose and fell dramatically. Her ears flushed crimson as though they might bleed, yet she steadfastly held his gaze. In that moment, the icy demeanor she usually portrayed melted away, revealing a glimpse of her former self. After a brief pause, she spoke softly, "Wen Che, I like you. Would you be my boyfriend?" In an instant, Wen Che's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Ziqing, nearly rendered speechless. "Could you grant me this opportunity?" Chu Ziqing repeated her inquiry, lowering her head, unable to meet his eyes. It took Wen Che a considerable time to regain his composure. He averted his gaze, stammering, "Well, I'm not looking to date right now. Thank you for your affection." "Ah." Chu Ziqing lifted her head, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment passing through her eyes, but it vanished almost instantly, replaced by a slight upward curve of her lips. "It's all right. I will wait for you. I will wait as long as it takes. I want to give up." With that, she turned and dashed into the darkness, the small bell on her backpack jingling as she ran. Wen Che stood watching the direction in which she vanished, the evening breeze swirling fallen leaves at his feet. At that moment, Chu Ziqing found herself hiding around a corner, gasping for breath, her cheeks ablaze, yet her heart ignited with a fire that only grew stronger. It turned out that although the taste of rejection was bitter, the courage to step forward for the one she cherished was far sweeter. Chapter 80. I fear I may never see you again. I dread our separation. Chu Ziqing, I love you. Wen Che's voice echoed within the room. The moment his words left his lips, both Wen Che and Chu Ziqing were suddenly transported back in time, to a year prior, during their high school days. In that moment, memories flooded back. Wen Che recalled what he had expressed to Chu Ziqing and how she had transformed, while Chu Ziqing reminisced about how she had come to cherish Wen Che. Abruptly, Chu Ziqing snapped back to reality. This was not the time for such thoughts. Wen Che was precariously perched atop the air conditioning unit outside. It was far too dangerous, especially in the rain. "Hurry, come inside." Chu Ziqing extended her hand, yearning to pull Wen Che in. Upon seeing this, Wen Che beamed with delight. It appeared that Chu Ziqing was still willing to accept him. His decision to come here had been fortuitous. Thus, Wen Che cautiously maneuvered over the windowsill, preparing to enter the room. He was drenched, and as he stepped inside, droplets cascaded from him onto the floor. "Wait a moment. I will fetch you a towel and some dry clothes. Do not catch a chill." Chu Ziqing called out before quietly exiting her room, leaving Wen Che alone, paralyzed in place. The room was now devoid of wind, yet his soaked clothes clung to him, rendering him acutely cold. His body involuntarily trembled, his teeth chattering. He began to survey Chu Ziqing's room, which was impeccably tidy and exuded a subtle fragrance. Wen Che recognized this scent as her delicate perfume, one he had occasionally caught a whiff of before. As he glanced toward the other side of the room, he was suddenly taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. There on the desk lay a multitude of books, alongside several neatly arranged photographs. Among them were pictures he had previously shared on social media, astonishingly printed out by Chu Ziqing and displayed there. One photo was their graduation picture from high school, albeit with the extraneous portions torn away, leaving only her and him. When his gaze shifted to the bookshelf, where various volumes were arranged, his heart swelled with astonishment. The art of romantic conquest. Confronting the depths of one's heart, from confessions to passionate love. The secrets to romantic success, mastering the art of love. An enchanting guide to capturing the heart. The psychology of love. Unlocking the code to a blissful relationship. The dating Bible. Techniques for creating breathtaking moments. My goodness. Wen Che stood in disbelief. His mouth agape, unable to comprehend the sight before him. A bookshelf brimming with tomes dedicated to the art of romance. No wonder Chu Ziqing was so adept at it. He had mistakenly believed her to possess an abundance of romantic experience. It turns out these were the essentials. Who is born with an innate understanding of love? It is only those willing to learn and earnestly endeavor to bring you joy who truly comprehend its nuances. After a while, Chu Ziqing returned, her hands occupied with clothing and 2 dry towels. Quick! Dry off and change into something warm. She approached Wen Che, gently drying his damp hair, cheeks, and neck with a towel. As he looked at her, diligently tending to him, he felt a warmth within, despite his chilled body. Hurry, put this on. She handed him a plush pajama set that appeared exceedingly cozy. Oh! Wen Che nodded, accepting the garment, stealing a shy glance at Chu Ziqing. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She pressed her lips together and turned away, presenting her back to him. It felt somewhat awkward to change clothes in front of her. Once she had turned, Wen Che began to change, shedding his wet attire and setting it aside, drying his body with the towel before donning the warm pajamas. All set. Hearing his voice, Chu Ziqing turned back to face him. In the dimly lit room, they locked eyes, their gazes conveying a multitude of unspoken words. Yet for some inexplicable reason, they found themselves at a loss for speech. After a moment, they sat on the bed, close enough that their shoulders brushed against one another. At that moment, their connection transcended verbal communication. It was a mutual solace of heart and spirit. Simply leaning against one another brought immense comfort to their souls. After a brief pause, Wen Che slowly inquired, what actually happened? Last night, you mentioned taking a shower, then you never replied to me. He deliberately omitted mentioning the text messages, eager to unravel the events that had transpired. Chu Ziqing's voice, tinged with the raspy remnants of tears, replied, it was Cheng-Ying. Cheng-Ying? She found her way here, located my mother, and fabricated an array of false evidence, claiming that I'd been deceived by you, labeling you as a scoundrel, simultaneously entangled with both her and me, straddling 2 boats. As Chu Ziqing's words faded, a palpable rage enveloped Wen Che, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles protruding ominously. Veins bulged on his neck, and his temples throbbed, seemingly on the verge of breaking through his skin. His eyes burned like raging flames, fixated on the void. Damn it! He spat those words through gritted teeth, his voice deep and hoarse, laden with an intensity of suppressed fury, his chest heaving violently, breath coming in heavy gasps akin to a beast. He could no longer bear it. That wretched Cheng-Ying. He must seek vengeance. It was inconceivable for her to escape unscathed. She must pay the price. Then, I had a fierce argument with my mother, the first in my life. My mother, fearful of my making a grave mistake, took away my phone, forbidding me from leaving the house, even from attending school, until I could come to a resolution. At this point, Chu Ziqing's voice faltered, her throat constricted as if choked by a saturated cotton ball, a sudden wave of bitterness surging within her. She lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling violently, tears forming into droplets that splashed on her knee, dampening the light fabric. Soon after, more scalding tears burst forth, cascading down her reddened eyes, carving glistening trails upon her cheeks. I am so afraid. She choked, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, her voice fragmented into incoherence. I am so afraid I may never see you again. I'm so afraid of being apart from you. Chapter 81. No matter what you look like, I adore you. Wen Che gazed at Chu Ziqing's trembling shoulders, unable to suppress the pang of heartache within him any longer. He abruptly extended his arms, drawing her tightly into his embrace, resting his chin gently atop her head, feeling her tears seep into the freshly donned fabric of his sleepwear. Do not fear, do not fear. I am here. I will never part from you. His voice was laced with fervent tenderness, as his palm caressed her back repeatedly, as if attempting to smooth away all her grievances. Chu Ziqing's sobs, mingled with intermittent gasps, tugged at Wen Che's heart in the quiet room. He tightened his hold around her, his nose filled with her delicate fragrance intertwined with the saltiness of her tears. Is it really true? Chu Ziqing lifted her gaze to meet Wen Che's eyes, her expression brimming with anticipation, her voice quivering slightly. Wen Che's Adam's apple bobbed as he responded with a nasal certainty. Of course it is true. I have already made you a promise. Rest assured, I will certainly fulfill it. His deliberately softened tone carried a clumsy attempt at comfort, his fingers discreetly entwining with her fingertips that hung by her side. Recalling the words Wen Che had spoken to her just moments before, particularly the declaration of love, an overwhelming wave of warmth washed over her, soothing the anxiety and grievance that had surged within her chest. Outside, the sound of rain gradually diminished, transforming into a gentle rustle. The rain had ceased. By the way, you have yet to explain why you came here. What have you been through? Chu Ziqing noticed a fresh abrasion on Wen Che's palm, glimmering with a red hue under the moonlight. Upon first seeing him, she felt not only shock but also a profound sorrow. Seeing him in such a disheveled state, she could scarcely fathom how he had managed to come here, especially having climbed from below. How perilous that must have been. Wen Che's mind replayed the events of the day, rising early, preparing delectable dishes for Chu Ziqing at noon, only to discard them later and arriving back at school in a distracted haze. He had taken a taxi to 3 different locations, constantly on edge, and while scaling the water pipe, he had nearly fallen. Ultimately, he chose not to share these details, feeling that there was no longer a necessity to do so. It's nothing. I simply missed you. Wen Che tightened his embrace around Chu Ziqing as if wishing to merge her into his very being. His arms encircled her like unyielding shackles, the warmth of his palms seeping through the thin fabric, continuously enveloping her. Chu Ziqing pressed her face against Wen Che's neck, her breath brushing against his delicate skin, slightly trembling. Their hearts nearly beat against each other through the barrier of ribs, the rhythm of their intense pulses intertwining. In that moment, their embrace transcended mere physical contact. It became a silent vow, a steadfast commitment to one another, forged through trials, never to be separated again. Chu Ziqing felt breathless in his hold, yet she experienced an unprecedented sense of security. She could distinctly perceive the tension and fear radiating from Wen Che, as if the mere act of releasing her grip would render him invisible. Thus she extended her arms, encircling his back, gently patting him. How I long for you. The entire day had been an excruciating ordeal for her, her eyes swollen and red from weeping, and even under the covers. Warmth eluded her. With her eyes closed, Wen Che's face occupied her thoughts, leaving no room for anything else. She had finally managed to be with Wen Che, to feel him gradually accepting her, and their bond blossoming. How could such trivial matters stifle this affection? Wen Che sensed that at this moment, Chu Ziqing had yet to reveal her true self. The books on the shelf illuminated his understanding. Chu Ziqing was merely playing a role, striving to be the person he adored. This knowledge gleaned from books was merely applied to her own existence. Yet, such pretense was exhausting. She was not her authentic self, failing to embrace her true identity. Wen Che yearned for Chu Ziqing to shed this facade. He desired only for her to joyfully be herself. His fingers delicately combed through her tousled hair, bestowing a warm kiss upon the crown of her head. He leaned back slightly, maintaining a gaze-able distance, his thumb gently caressing the reddened corner of her eye, wiping away the remnants of her tears. Wen Che enveloped Chu Ziqing's hand within his own, exuding an undeniable resolve. Here, by my side, you need not wear any disguise. You can share all your insecurities, fears, and grievances with me. What I seek is your unreserved sincerity. Do you remember? Do not force yourself to conform to the preferences of others. Do not fear being disliked to the extent of never refusing. Do not deplete yourself through excessive giving. Simply be yourself. He gently pressed Chu Ziqing's head against his shoulder, resting his chin atop her crown, his voice imbued with tenderness and concern. Rest assured, no matter who you are, I will always cherish you. Wen Che's words acted like a delicate key, softly unlocking the tightly shut door deep within Chu Ziqing's heart. Her eyelashes trembled violently, and the tears she had managed to hold back surged forth once more, each scalding droplet splattering against Wen Che's hand, leaving darkened traces. I. She stammered, her voice fragmented like whispers scattered by the wind, her trembling fingers grasping his collar tightly. She buried herself in the crook of his shoulder, crying more fervently than before, no longer merely stifled sobs, but a cathartic outpouring of long-accumulated grievances, insecurities, and a profound yearning for her true self, all transforming into torrential tears. Wen Che simply tightened his embrace, gently patting her back with his palm, allowing her to release all her emotions within his arms. After a moment, Chu Ziqing slowly began to speak, her voice trembling as she confessed. I actually feel quite insecure. I know, you have done exceedingly well, but I cannot help but desire to possess all of your love greedily. My possessiveness runs deep. I want you to belong solely to me. I am particularly jealous, a tad petty. I do not wish for you to interact with other girls. I do not even want other girls to glance your way. I wish to be by your side always, to cling to you. I want every aspect of your life to bear my imprint. When you mention me in your social circle, it fills me with joy. So much joy. I dare not express these feelings, nor confess them to you. I fear you may not accept this part of me. I understand that being with someone like me can feel suffocating, can strip you of your freedom, and be exhausting. I'm terrified of losing you. Chapter 82. Just be yourself, and I will take care of loving you. Wen Che felt a sudden tightness in his throat, as Chu Ziqing's tearful words pierced his heart like a delicate needle. He had not anticipated that she had concealed so much, completely shielding her inner self. It was impossible for anyone but her to uncover the depths of her soul. This girl had wrapped herself in layers of disguise, and only now did he catch a glimpse of the true spirit curled within. All right, I understand. I will remember everything. You need not worry. Wen Che gently reassured Chu Ziqing, his tone imbued with tenderness as he softly caressed her head, as if fearful of causing her any pain. Chu Ziqing lifted her gaze, tears lingering on her eyelashes, while the warmth of his palm glided from her hair down to her trembling shoulders. This gesture, which she had envisioned countless times in her heart, felt so real at this moment that her eyes brimmed with warmth once more. Chu Ziqing bit her lower lip, her voice quivering with fragility. Do you mind? My many flaws. These words, which she had never dared to utter before, flowed forth today under Wen Che's encouragement. Yet, she remained anxious, fearing that her revelations might trouble him or put him in an awkward position. She would endure a lifetime of pretense if it meant that Wen Che would not despise her. How could I? To me, these are not flaws. On the contrary, I find them endearing. Wen Che smiled, a warm and ambiguous expression gracing his face. If only he had known Chu Ziqing's thoughts sooner, he would have understood how to approach her, avoiding the previous confusion he had felt. Endearing? Chu Ziqing was taken aback, as Wen Che gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, his fingertips imbuing her skin with a lingering warmth. Endearing, he reiterated, sincerity almost spilling from his gaze. I cherish every facet of you. I appreciate your possessiveness, for I am the same. I delight in your clinginess, as I wish for you to remain by my side. I adore the way you become jealous, for it reveals how much you care for me. And that brings me immense joy. As Chu Ziqing gazed at him, she suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. For so long, she had grown accustomed to concealing her true self, presenting a fade to the world. At school, she portrayed herself as amiable and kind-hearted, embodying the image of someone always ready to assist others. Through such displays, she garnered the affection of many, cultivating an enviable social circle. Yet, when those individuals took her kindness for granted and betrayed her trust, she transformed once more, enveloping herself in a prickly exterior that kept everyone at bay. For she believed that by distancing herself, She could shield her heart from harm. However, the most authentic version of her was not this hardened persona. She was merely an ordinary girl, harboring the same emotions as anyone else, devoid of anything exceptional. Now, she had encountered someone with whom she could truly reveal her essence, Wen Che. For him, she was willing to shed her thorns and remove her mask, embracing him with her softest self and kissing him with her most genuine soul. Chu Ziqing clutched tightly to Wen Che's clothing. The grievances, anxieties, and precociousness of years melted away into happiness and warmth in that moment. It was a comforting and heartwarming sensation to be accepted unconditionally. I'd always feared that if you discovered the real me, you would leave. She gazed into Wen Che's eyes, her pupils quivering slightly. You won't leave, Wen Che whispered in her ear. No matter what happens in the future, I will be here. Just be yourself, and I will take care of loving you. The love surging within Chu Ziqing was nearly overwhelming, threatening to spill from her throat. Each of Wen Che's promises ignited a fire within her, incinerating her last vestiges of restraint. In a sudden rush, she leaned in, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, tilting her head back, and pressed her trembling lips against his. This kiss was a reckless gamble, the sound of their teeth meeting creating a soft echo. As their soft lips met with resolute fervor, Wen Che's pupils dilated in shock. His fingers, which had been poised at her hair's end, froze. His eyes wide with astonishment, and a muffled groan escaped his throat. Chu Ziqing's trembling fingertips clutched the front of his shirt. The scent of jasmine mingled with her salty tears, filling the air. Wen Che's rationality crumbled beneath her fervent kiss, now tinged with a hint of weeping. His hand tightened around her nape, pressing her against the wall behind them. The coolness of the wall contrasted with the heat of their bodies, creating sparks as his tongue pried open her quivering lips, tasting the remnants of her unshed tears. Chu Ziqing's nails dug into the back of his neck, her fingertips brushing against the fine beads of sweat. Wen Che's kiss was an undeniable force, entwining and claiming her. In the mingling breaths, there was a flurry of gasps and stifled moans. Chu Ziqing felt as though she might drown in this overwhelming tide of love. Her legs weakened, and her heartbeat raced beyond control. One hand cradled her head, preventing any chance of escape, while the other slid down her spine, drawing her closer into his embrace, as if they were destined to meld into one. The rustle of their clothing and the wet sounds of their lips mingling echoed within the confined space. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the breath of the two grew shallow, their inhalations becoming heavy and labored. Wen Che reluctantly released her, yet still enveloped her in his embrace, their foreheads touching tenderly. Their lips, tinged with a rosy hue, were mere centimeters apart, their humid breaths intertwining and weaving delicate silver threads in the air. Chu Ziqing, with her eyes half open and misty, gazed into Wen Che's equally lustrous eyes, leaning in once more to gently nibble on his lower lip. Her tongue traced the imprint of her teeth, eliciting a fresh wave of fervent kisses from him. The night outside seemed to be enveloped by their ardor, transforming into an alluring and ethereal haze. Wen Che's Adam's apple bobbed heavily as Chu Ziqing's fingertips ventured down his nape, slipping beneath his collar, igniting a fervent desire that rendered him utterly powerless. As Wen Che laid Chu Ziqing back, her back pressed against the cool sheets, he descended upon her with kisses that bore an almost predatory heat. She trembled as she fumbled to unfasten his belt, the metallic clink resonating sharply in the stillness. However, Wen Che was quicker, tearing open the fabric of her shoulder, revealing the ivory-like smoothness of her bare skin, which seemed to quiver ever so slightly. Their minds had become a blank canvas, every action driven by instinct, devoid of rational thought. Chapter 83. I helped you steal back your phone. You should explain to your little boyfriend. Wen Che's kiss brushed against Chu Ziqing's flushed cheek like a feather, lingering momentarily on her heated earlobe. As his tongue gently curled around her earlobe, he sensed a slight tremor from the person in his embrace. His warm breath cascaded over her neck, the movement of his Adam's apple palpable, as his lips began to glide down the graceful line of her swan-like neck. His kiss paused at the hollow of her collarbone, while Chu Ziqing's fingers sank deeply into his hair, muffled whimpers escaping her throat. Wen Che's scorching lips found their way to Chu Ziqing's heart, and when his fingertips brushed against her sensitive skin at the waist, she felt an electric jolt surge through her body, causing her to involuntarily shudder. In her moment of distraction, she accidentally knocked over a picture frame on the table, the wooden frame crashing onto the floor, shattering the intimate atmosphere. The sharp sound of breaking glass reverberated like a heavy hammer, striking the clouded consciousness of the two. Both Chu Ziqing and Wen Che jolted in unison. Their lingering confusion abruptly shattered. They lifted their gazes to the floor where the broken frame lay, momentarily stunned. It was their most recent photograph, printed by Chu Ziqing herself. Ah! Wen Che's mouth fell open in surprise as he quickly sat up, an awkward expression crossing his face. Chu Ziqing hastily picked up the shattered frame. A look of regret etched upon her features. In that instant, Wen Che realized he had lost a bit of control. The preceding atmosphere had been overwhelmingly suggestive, drawing them both into a near culmination of passion. Climbing through a window in the middle of the night to engage in such intimacy. He couldn't help but feel somewhat beastly. "Be careful, don't cut yourself," Wen Che said, gently grasping Chu Ziqing's wrist to prevent her from picking up the shards of glass. However, Chu Ziqing still felt a twinge of regret. This was her favorite photograph, now ruined by the broken frame, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. "It's all right. We can take more pictures in the future." Wen Che comforted her softly as he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Chu Ziqing glanced at him, a smile slowly blossoming on her lips, and she nodded vigorously. Just then, they heard footsteps echoing from the ceiling above. Chu Ziqing's expression shifted to one of surprise, her delicate brows arching high like willow leaves. "It sounds like my mother." "Wah, your mother lives upstairs?" Wen Che's eyes widened in shock, his face reflecting sheer terror. "Our building has 5 floors. The first and second are stores, the third is my room, and the upstairs is where my mother and the others stay." "Oh no." Wen Che's lips twitched as he thought to himself how fortunate he was to have chosen the correct floor. What luck! If he had ended up at Chu Ziqing's mother's place, it would have been disastrous. But what do I do now? She must have heard the noise just now. Wen Che jumped off the bed, frantically darting around, realizing that she would soon be cornered in this room by Chu Ziqing's mother. If she were to catch a glimpse of her, the mildest consequence would be a scolding and being chased out, while the worst could lead to the police being called to apprehend her. "Quick, hide under the bed." Chu Ziqing pointed to the space beneath her bed, which could accommodate a person lying down. Without hesitation, Wen Che hurriedly lifted the bed, and Chu Ziqing lent a hand, slightly raising it to allow Wen Che to slip in, then gently lowered the bed back down. At that moment, footsteps drew ever closer, coming right to the door. "Knock, knock, daughter. Are you asleep? What was that sound just now?" The voice of Chu Ziqing's mother, Sun Ruiji, echoed from outside. "No, nothing. I'm coming in to take a look," Sun Ruiji announced before slowly opening the door to the room. She peered inside, the room still somewhat dim, yet she could discern the shattered picture frame on the floor. Sun Ruiji stepped inside, picked up the frame, glanced at the photograph within, and frowned involuntarily. She turned to Chu Ziqing, who sat quietly on the bed, motionless and silent, her red-rimmed eyes betraying her distress. Meanwhile, Wen Che lay beneath the bed, able to see their ankles, holding his breath, inhaling and exhaling slowly through his nose, careful not to let his chest rise too much. "We'll clean up in the morning. Just sleep now, understood? We can talk about it tomorrow, or I'd be obedient." At that moment, Chu Ziqing had no desire to argue with her mother, especially with Wen Che hiding beneath the bed. She simply wished for her mother to leave quickly. Thus, she refrained from retorting and nodded in agreement. Sun Ruiji, suspecting nothing, placed a frame on the table and exited the room, closing the door behind her. Upon hearing the door click shut, Wen Che exhaled in relief, stretching out his hand to pat Chu Ziqing's ankle, signaling her to come out. But suddenly, Chu Ziqing pressed his hand down, gripping his wrist tightly, rendering him immobile. Wen Che was startled, yet remained silent, refraining from making any sudden movements. After a few seconds, they heard the footsteps recede into the distance, and only then did Chu Ziqing release Wen Che's hand, rising to lift the bed. Wen Che slowly crawled out from beneath, murmuring softly, "Phew, close call, that scared me to death. Are you all right?" Chu Ziqing wheatspa, quickly brushing off the dust from Wen Che's clothes. "No." Before Wen Che could finish his sentence, there was a sudden knock at the door, without any accompanying footsteps. Knock, knock. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing were startled, their bodies trembling in fright. Quickly, Chu Ziqing whispered urgently, gesturing towards beneath the bed. Wen Che, who had just straightened his back, bent down once more and, with Chu Ziqing's assistance, retreated back under the bed. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from outside the door. "Ching Ching, it's me. Open the door." Chu Ziqing froze. The voice was faint, but it was not her mother, rather her sister. "Chu Wen." Chu Ziqing rose to her feet and approached the door, cautiously opening it. Standing at the threshold was her sister. Chu Wen glanced around the corridor before swiftly entering Chu Ziqing's room. "Sister, what brings you here?" "I thought it was Mom." Chu Ziqing's demeanor was markedly different in front of Chu Wen. She appeared much more at ease compared to her earlier anxiety before their mother. After all, Chu Wen was aware of her relationship with Wen Che and was acquainted with him, never having uttered any words of disapproval. At that moment, Chu Wen retrieved a mobile phone from her pocket and handed it to Chu Ziqing. "Here, I managed to sneak your phone back. You should explain things to your little boyfriend." Chapter 80, for you're not going to stop us, right, Mom? A phone. Chu Ziqing's face instantly lit up with surprise as she beheld her own phone in Chu Wen's hand. "Ah, you're the best, sister." Chu Ziqing exclaimed joyfully, embracing Chu Wen, almost bursting with excitement. Chu Wen quickly raised a finger to her lips, signaling her to lower her voice. "Keep it down. We don't want Mom to hear. Sit down quickly. I'll explain everything to you and how to handle it." Chu Wen assisted Chu Ziqing to sit on the bed, and the space beneath them felt increasingly cramped. The bedboard pressed closely against Wen Che's chest. Sitting beside Chu Wen, Chu Ziqing was uncertain about what her sister was about to say and how long it might take. She was especially anxious about Wen Che being under the bed. She needed to get him out quickly. "Listen, once Mom found out, she didn't exactly argue with you. I spoke to her and defended you and your little boyfriend. Mom's not foolish. She only wants what's best for you, worried you might get deceived. So I suggested a test." "A test?" Chu Ziqing frowned, gazing at Chu Wen with confusion in her eyes. "I sent him a breakup message from your phone." "What? How could you?" Before Chu Wen could finish her sentence, Chu Ziqing abruptly stood up, her voice rising several notches, prompting Chu Wen to hurriedly cover her mouth. "Chu, keep it down. Let me finish." At that moment, Wen Che, still beneath the bed, was taken aback, finally identifying the source of the trouble. Thankfully, he had never suspected that the message had come from Chu Ziqing. Realizing that Wen Che's earlier mention of the message was related to this incident, Chu Ziqing began to understand. "Don't panic. I had to do it, otherwise Mom would worry." "Here's what I told her. I sent him a breakup message to see if he would give up or come looking for you. If he gives up and accepts the breakup, then it proves he doesn't truly love you. In that case, you should also come to terms with the breakup. But if he doesn't give up and comes to find you, that would mean he truly loves you. Then Mom will see clearly that he hasn't deceived you, and the rumors will be dispelled. She'll be at ease with your relationship." After hearing Chu Wen's words, Chu Ziqing gradually calmed down, realizing the situation was not as she had initially thought. She had believed her sister had betrayed her, siding with their mother. Since her mother couldn't unlock her phone, it was a testament to the trust she placed in her sister, who could unlock it with her fingerprint. "Oh, I see." Chu Ziqing's tone softened as she sighed in relief. Simultaneously, she felt the undeniable truth that Wen Che genuinely cared for her. That message had likely been sent just a few hours ago. Wen Che had already located her home and rushed over, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Instead of succumbing to an inexplicable message that suggested a breakup, he braved the elements, defying the storm to ascertain her true feelings. Chu Ziqing lowered her gaze, biting her lip, while her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. The anxieties concealed deep within her heart were instantaneously shattered into stardust, transforming into an irrepressible smile at the corners of her lips. At that moment, beneath the bed, Wen Che realized the origin of the message. Having arrived, he believed he had passed some sort of test. Just then, Chu Wen continued in a hushed tone, I secretly retrieve your phone. Quickly explain everything to him and send him our address so he can come tomorrow. Ah, so that was the matter. Thank you, sister. Chu Ziqing finally comprehended the situation. Her sister had interceded on her behalf, ostensibly conducting a test with their mother to see if Wen Che would come. However, this was fraught with risk. Considering Wen Che was unaware of the circumstances, what if he simply accepted it? Now, with her sister having stealthily returned her phone and enabling her to reveal the truth to Wen Che, the risk had dissipated. How fortunate she was to have her sister. Otherwise, she might still be at an impasse with her mother. Moreover, she was relieved that Wen Che had not misunderstood her. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang, startling both Chu Ziqing and Chu Wen. The moment the door was flung open, Sun Ruizhi appeared in the doorway, her brow furrowed, her expression tinged with inquiry and dissatisfaction. Frozen in place, Chu Ziqing and Chu Wen's faces turned pale. So, you two sisters have conspired to deceive me, have you? Sun Ruizhi's countenance darkened like storm clouds, suffocating and oppressive, her voice low yet powerful. Mom Chu Wen stood up, offering an awkward smile, instinctively positioning herself in front of Chu Ziqing. Sun Ruizhi approached, grasping Chu Wen by the ear. Ouch, that hurts. Chu Wen, how old are you? Still leading your sister into mischief. I trusted you because I did not want to see Qingqing heartbroken. And this is how you repay me? You lack confidence in that boy. Yet you assured me so firmly? Sun Ruizhi began to reprimand Chu Wen, and seeing this, Chu Ziqing rushed forward, gently grasping Sun Ruizhi's arm, and softly implored, Mom, please don't blame my sister. Sun Ruizhi glanced at Chu Ziqing, then released her grip, letting out a weary sigh. Oh, my daughter, it's not that I wish to prevent you from dating, but there are no smoke without fire. Even if, as you say, that girl is his ex-girlfriend, intentionally causing trouble to disrupt your relationship, I still need to understand what kind of person he is. I'm merely considering that if he truly comes, I can have a proper conversation with him. If that goes well, I won't stand in your way, right? But look at your sister. What a terrible idea this is. What significance remains if you have already forewarned that young man? Surely, my mother has never uttered a single disparaging word about him. My intentions are not malevolent. I merely wish for both of you, my cherished daughters, to steer clear of ill-fated individuals. As Sun Ruizhi earnestly articulated her concerns, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the interior of the room. At that moment, Sun Ruizhi abruptly illuminated the lights within the chamber. As the brightness enveloped the space, every detail became vividly discernible. Shattered glass, rainwater by the window, a towel that had been wiped clean, and several damp articles of men's clothing strewn across the floor. Chapter 85. Well, you can hit me, but could you refrain from calling the police? At that moment, both Chu Ziqing and Chu Wen were rendered speechless, watching their mother approach slowly and retrieve the drenched garment from the ground. Chu Wen, puzzled by the scene, turned to glance at Chu Ziqing, whose face had gone pale, seemingly stunned into silence. Sun Ruizhi turned around, holding the wet clothing, and strode back to stand before Chu Ziqing, inquiring, what is going on here? I. Chu Ziqing stammered at a loss for words, her mind overwhelmed and her body frozen in place like a statue. Sun Ruizhi set the clothing down and returned to the window, noticing rainwater still pooling there. She drew back the curtains and opened the window, gazing outside. She spotted mud and sand atop the air conditioning unit, and footprints along the window ledge. Chu Ziqing felt her heart halt, her breath caught in her throat, as her limbs began to stiffen at a visible pace. As if a realization dawned upon her, Sun Ruizhi turned around, crossing her arms and tilting her head, exclaiming, you might as well come out. Don't make me hunt you down. Boom! In the next instant, the bed shifted suddenly, startling Chu Wen, who leaped aside and hid behind Chu Ziqing. Chu Ziqing stood rigidly, eyes shut tight, teeth clenched on her lower lip, clearly in torment. Then, Wen Che's head emerged laboriously from beneath the bed, casting a glance at Sun Ruizhi, offering an exceedingly awkward smile. Hello, Auntie? That. You can hit me, but could you please not call the police? 10 minutes later, in the brightly lit living room, around a table, Sun Ruizhi sat with her legs crossed and arms folded, while Chu Wen occupied her left and Chu Ziqing her right. Wen Che stood across from them, resembling a suspect under interrogation. Chu Ziqing's face was flushed crimson as she bowed her head, supporting her upper body with her arms to prevent herself from collapsing onto the table. Chu Wen scrutinized Wen Che from head to toe, occasionally nodding and stroking her chin in contemplation. Sun Ruiji lifted her chin and gestured to the chair across from her, stating, "Please take a seat." "Oh, no. I'll just stand," Wen Che replied, obediently remaining upright, hands clasped in front of him, slightly leaning forward, exuding an air of profound awkwardness and discomfort from every angle. "Oh, just sit down," Wen asked. "What are you afraid of?" Chu Wen approached, grasped Wen Che's arm, and guided him to the chair, pushing him down into it. Then, returning to her own seat, she looked at Sun Ruiji and said, "Hey, Mom, why didn't he give him a heads up? He came straight over after receiving the text. It's nearly 100 kilometers from school," demonstrating remarkable perseverance and an unwavering spirit. He managed to locate the address without any prior hints. This speaks to his sufficient intelligence, scaling the 7 or 8 meters with sheer determination and courage. He truly is an admirable child. Exclaimed Sun Ruiji, taking a sharp breath and shooting her a glance, prompting her to immediately silence herself. With a shrug, she stood up and announced, "I will fetch you some water." Subsequently, she turned to Wen Che and inquired, "What is your name?" "Auntie, I am Wen Che, the one from literature." "And the Che meaning clear," he replied, feeling an overwhelming sense of nervousness that was even more intense than facing an enemy in a game. He nearly addressed her as Auntie out of anxiety, which would have made him feel utterly awkward. "Oh, your surname is Wen?" Sun Ruiji raised her eyebrows, a hint of surprise crossing her face upon hearing his name. "Yes, indeed. Are you classmates with Qingqing?" "Yes, that is correct." Wen Che responded robotically, his nod slightly stiff. Sun Ruiji chuckled lightly, easing the tense atmosphere. "Do not be anxious, and he does not blame you or judge you. I understand your feelings at your age. Such actions are quite normal." Sun Ruiji wore a gentle smile, yet her gaze remained fixed on Wen Che. "However, climbing through windows is something you must refrain from in the future. It's exceedingly dangerous. Imagine how many would grieve if you were to fall." She glanced at Chu Ziqing, who also nodded gently, sharing her concern for Wen Che's safety. Wen Che quickly nodded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Auntie, I promise I will never do that again. I was just too anxious this time." "Anxious about what?" Sun Ruiji squinted slightly, taking a deep breath and summoning his courage. Wen Che confessed, "Auntie, my time with Chu Ziqing has been brief, but I genuinely care for her. She means a lot to me, which is why I hurried here. I have vowed never to give up on her." At this moment, Chu Ziqing's face flushed crimson. Her gaze lowered as her fingers nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes. She was astonished that Wen Che would express such sentiments to her mother, leaving her utterly embarrassed. Sun Ruiji observed Wen Che with keen interest before finally speaking. "It is commendable to have feelings for someone, but one must approach matters with a sense of propriety. Passion for someone should be coupled with maturity and composure. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Wen Che nodded earnestly. He did not regret his actions, but recognized the need for greater maturity in the future. A few reckless moments were sufficient. "Very well. I will prepare a room for you. It is getting late. You may stay here tonight. Tomorrow morning, you both shall return to school together." As she spoke, Sun Ruiji rose from her seat, preparing to depart from the premises. Chu Ziqing and Wen Che exchanged astonished glances, their expressions mirroring disbelief as they watched Sun Ruiji exit. Is this truly the conclusion? Wen Che could hardly fathom it. He had anticipated reprimands, perhaps even physical reprimands or being forcibly expelled from the gathering. Yet, it appeared to have culminated so abruptly, even allowing him to remain here. Just then, Chu Wen returned, carrying several cups and a pitcher of water. Chu Ziqing lifted her gaze, incredulously observing Chu Wen, before a look of delight illuminated her face. "Sister, has mother consented to our plans?" She didn't voice any objections earlier. She even permitted Wen Che to stay and suggested we return to school together tomorrow. Chu Wen poured herself a glass of water and replied, "Of course. Given that matters have reached this juncture, what could she possibly disagree with? Rest assured, our mother is quite progressive in her views." Chapter 86, however, It seems that this dog food is far sweeter than milk. Well, I shall retire for the night. Alas, I have been quite restless. Chu Wen stretched languidly and ascended the stairs to prepare for sleep. At this moment, only Wen Che and Chu Ziqing remained in the living room, quietly seated, relishing the joy that followed their victory. Wen Che slowly raised his gaze towards Chu Ziqing, who, coincidentally, also lifted her head at that moment. Their eyes met briefly. Wen Che was the first to falter, a suppressed chuckle escaping his throat, his lips curving uncontrollably into a smile. Chu Ziqing's ears turned faintly red as she averted her gaze from his intense stare, yet she could not resist stealing a glance at him. Upon their eyes colliding once more, they both burst into laughter. Chu Ziqing pressed her fingertip to her lips, laughter causing her shoulders to tremble. In the stillness of the living room, their delicate laughter scattered like dandelion seeds in the wind, light and joyous, filling the air with a honeyed sweetness. By the way, darling, may I borrow your phone? Wen Che suddenly recalled something, extending his hand towards Chu Ziqing for her phone. Without hesitation, she nodded, of course. She then handed her phone to Wen Che. Upon receiving it, he opened the phone case, revealing a small note tucked inside. Chu Ziqing Zembet. It was a note she had placed there during their classes together, containing a question she had posed to Wen Che. The note read, "Will we always be together?" Along with Wen Che's response, "We should." At that time, he hesitated to promise, fearing the myriad circumstances that might lead to their separation. Hence his choice of the word should. Now, Wen Che discovered a pen and placed the note on the table. With a decisive stroke, he crossed out the phrase should be and boldly inscribed, "We definitely will." Chu Ziqing's fingertips trembled slightly. Her gaze fixated on the note that was once again nestled in the phone case. In the next moment, she suddenly leaped into Wen Che's embrace. Wrapping her arms around his neck, her nose nuzzling against his warm neck, her voice muffled yet brimming with excitement. "You are the best. I will never part from you." Wen Che chuckled softly, encircling her waist, his chin brushing against the top of her head. "Neither will I." Before his words could fully escape, Chu Ziqing abruptly lifted her head, her sparkling eyes shimmering with fragments of light, and suddenly pressed her lips against his. A seal of affirmation. Hee ha, absolutely, certainly. Ahem, suddenly, a clear cough shattered the sweet atmosphere. Chu Ziqing, like a startled rabbit, sprang from Wen Che's embrace, turning to find Chu when leaning against the staircase railing. Her fingers twirling an unopened carton of milk, a teasing smile playing on her lips. I wondered why it was so noisy downstairs. Turns out, you two are staging a romantic drama? Wen Che's ears turned crimson, and he instinctively adjusted his disheveled collar. Chu Ziqing's face was similarly flushed, resembling a ripe chili pepper, as her feet shuffled awkwardly on the floor. "Sister, were you not supposed to be asleep? I came down to find some milk." Chu Wen shrugged, deliberately elongating her tone. "But it seems that this dog food is far sweeter than milk." At that moment, Sun Reiji also descended, addressing the two. "All right, it's tidied up. You two should hurry back to bed. It's quite late." With that, the two sprang to their feet, hastily escaping as if fleeing from further teasing by Chu Wen. Wen Che resided in a small room, sparsely furnished with only a bed and a set of tables and chairs. However, he was indifferent to the lack of decor, for he knew he would be too exhilarated to sleep that night. Finally, the issue had been resolved, and he had earned the approval of Chu Ziqing's mother. They could finally be together, couldn't they? Not quite. As Wen Che lay in bed, an important thought struck him. The perpetrator of this situation had yet to be dealt with. This time, it was imperative to eradicate the problem once and for all, ensuring that she could not cause any more trouble in the shadows. Wen Che felt no trace of mercy this time. He vowed to make Chung Ying pay the price, even if it meant sacrificing something himself. Buzz! Wen Che's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from Chu Ziqing. At that moment, she too was lying in bed, finally able to look at her phone. The numerous messages from Wen Che revealed his anxious state. Chu Ziqing could easily empathize with how frantic Wen Che must have been at that moment. "Are you able to sleep?" Wen Che smirked and replied, "I can't sleep. I'm too happy." "Ha, me too. Should I come keep you company?" Teasing, though I would love to say come quickly. My reason tells me that it isn't permissible. If your mother finds out, I would be in deep trouble. Fear, Wen Che dare not take the risk. He had only just gained approval. And if her mother discovered them sneaking around together, who knew what might be said? Moreover, it would render him even less capable of sleeping, and he would undoubtedly struggle to rise in the morning. He felt that Chu Ziqing needed ample rest, and he himself required a moment of respite. After such a tumultuous night, he felt utterly drained, lacking the energy for any further endeavors. All right, then I shall reluctantly endure a little longer. Thank you for your patience. Let us sleep quickly. We return to school tomorrow morning. Okay, good night, darling. I love you, I love you, I love you. As Wen Che gazed at the lengthy message filled with declarations of love, his heart felt as if it were harboring a jubilant little bunny, unable to calm down. After replying, he lingered over his phone screen for a while before reluctantly setting it down and forcing himself to close his eyes. His mind was filled with the radiant smile of Chu Ziqing, and it was only after a considerable time that he drifted into a hazy slumber. He set an alarm and managed to sleep for approximately 5 or 6 hours before rising. Wen Che's clothes had been washed by Sun Ruizhi the previous night and were already dry in the morning. After donning his attire, he prepared to return to school with Chu Ziqing. However, before stepping out, he eagerly took out his phone to contact someone. Du Lei. Hey Lei, are you in the dorm? I'll be back shortly. Could you do me a favor and get in touch with Sister Lee? There's a business opportunity I'm uncertain if she can handle. If she can, I'm prepared to pay any amount. Chapter 87. How should these pieces of evidence be utilized? Should we report it? Wen Che and Chu Ziqing found themselves seated together on the bus returning school, their fingers intertwined, reluctant to part from one another. The shadows of the phoenix trees outside danced across the glass, casting fleeting, fragmented movements upon Chu Ziqing's eyelashes. Her fingertips grazed the prominent knuckles of Wen Che's hand. And suddenly, she pressed her thumb gently against the pulse on the inner side of his wrist, feeling the rhythmic tremors synchronize with her own heartbeat. Turning her head to face Wen Che, her smile resembled cherry blossoms quietly blooming in spring, tender yet tinged with a hint of shyness. Sunlight streamed through the bus window, enveloping her face in a soft halo, and the affection swirling in her eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. Wen Che gazed at Chu Ziqing, his throat involuntarily tightening. He raised his hand, delicately tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his fingertips brushing against her warm earlobe. What are you thinking about? Wen Che's voice was low and gentle, laced with a touch of allure. Chu Ziqing blinked, resting her head on Wen Che's shoulder as she softly replied, I was thinking I'm so happy right now. Wen Che's heart raced, a tingling sensation blossoming in his chest. So am I, he said, tightening his grip on her fingers, leaning closer to savor the tranquility they shared. Upon their return to school, the hour was still early, allowing them time to return to their dormitory. Particularly, since Chu Ziqing had belongings in tow, Wen Che escorted her to the entrance of her dormitory before heading back to his own. As Wen Che entered his dormitory, each step in the corridor felt imbued with a weighty significance. The air around him seemed to thicken, and amidst the oppressive silence, he could almost hear the subtle beating of his own heart. Upon opening the door to his dorm, he glanced around. Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu were still asleep, while Du Lei was awake, sitting below and smoking. Du Lei looked up at Wen Che and inquired, I received your message. What is going on? He had seen Wen Che's text that morning, but refrained from elaborating, merely responding that he was in the dorm. What do you think? There are some people I can no longer tolerate. Wen Che sat down across from Du Lei, his brow furrowed, annoyance evident in his tone. Du Lei quickly deduced the matter at hand and asked casually, Chungying? Yes. Wen Che nodded. Just in time, I have some things to show you. Du Lei nodded in understanding, then pulled out his phone. After a few moments of fiddling, he handed it over to Wen Che. What is this? Wen Che asked, puzzled. As he accepted the phone, his pupils widened in surprise as he processed the contents. This is, Du Lei chuckled, rising to place a hand on Wen Che's shoulder. These are all the pieces of evidence regarding Chungying's mischief. She had that fool Kashu do quite a few things, like dumping trash on your bed, stealing your student ID, and smearing glue on your chair. Thank goodness for that idiot. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to gather so much evidence. All right, Why does that fool keep coming to our dormitory? I've had to lock my belongings away, Wen Che remarked with a gentle pat on Du Lei's back, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He felt a twinge of curiosity, but refrained from probing further due to Du Lei's unique circumstances. It was surprising to discover that Du Lei had been orchestrating such schemes behind the scenes, managing to outsmart that fool Keshui. So, do we have enough evidence now? Along with what happened last night. Though I'm unaware of the details, it must have been quite outrageous, otherwise, you wouldn't be so furious. My grudge with Cheng Ying also plays a part. That girl nearly caused my demise last time. Du Lei rubbed the back of his head. Recalling the incident during their game of Temple Run, a chill racing down his spine at the thought of a stone striking him. What should we do with this evidence? Call the police? Leave that to Sister Lee. She can handle it, Du Lei said, retrieving his phone to contact her and relay the information. Wen Che waited silently, his emotions calming. If this incident led to a separation from Chu Ziqing, he vowed he would not let Cheng Ying off lightly. All right, I understand. I'll inform him, Du Lei said after sending a voice message, returning to Wen Che's side with a serious expression. What did Sister Lee say? Du Lei nodded. She mentioned that having this evidence makes things easier. It depends on what level of action you desire. What options do we have? For 200 yuan, we could teach her a lesson. It includes aftercare, so she could be reprimanded again if she misbehaves, but it's not a long-term solution, is it? She clearly doesn't learn, he replied. Exactly. That's far too lenient for her. Wen Che shook his head. They had endured so much hardship. He was unwilling to let Cheng Ying off so easily. She was like a rubber ball. Insufficient pressure would only result in a stronger rebound. To deal with her effectively, they needed to apply substantial pressure, ideally to burst that ball, leaving her unable to bounce back. For 300 yuan, we could arrange for a public reprimand at school, which would certainly isolate her. After Sister Lee's intervention, she would face social ostracism, and even vendors would hesitate to sell to her. Her dormitory life would become unbearable, and her school experience would be filled with torment. For 700 yuan, we could pursue detention for disturbances, along with a fine. However, she advised against this, as she might find ways to maneuver within the school. Once outside, her control would diminish, and we'd have to rely on her assistance. 41000 yuan. We could push for expulsion, which she strongly recommends to eliminate future issues. At least within the school, she would no longer be able to harass you. She is well-versed in the student management rules and has many connections, having handled similar cases before, especially with sufficient evidence like yours. After Du Lei finished speaking, he fixed his gaze upon Wen Che's eyes and said, Sister Lee is primarily reliable for handling matters. You could actually manage this yourself with the evidence at hand. Although the process can be quite tedious and straightforward, success is not guaranteed. Nevertheless, you could save a considerable amount of money. The choice is yours. However, I would like to offer my suggestion. What? Du Lei lowered his voice, gently tapping Wen Che's chest, and continued. Aren't you looking to find a profitable opportunity with Sister Lee? I recommend that you let her facilitate this matter, allowing her to earn a bit of money. In return, it would make future dealings much more favorable. Chapter 88. Has she won the lottery? She seems in such high spirits. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chu Ziqing stepped inside to find the other three girls engaged in conversation. The moment they laid eyes on her, their chatter ceased abruptly, replaced by expressions of astonishment. Song Qiui quickly rose and approached her, concern etched on her face as she inquired, What happened last night? You didn't come back, and you didn't respond to any messages. Wen Che even asked if you were in the dorm. Throughout the previous evening, Song Qiui had sent numerous messages to Chu Ziqing, seeking to ascertain her well-being, but received no replies. This lack of communication had left her deeply anxious, fearing something untoward had befallen her friend. Now, witnessing Chu Ziqing's return, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It appeared that no harm had come to her. In fact, Chu Ziqing's complexion was radiant and vibrant, suggesting she was in excellent spirits. Chu Ziqing shook her head gently, replying softly, I'm fine. I just didn't come back late last night. Is that so? Song Qiui felt an inexplicable sense that the situation was more complex than it seemed. However, given Chu Ziqing's assurance, she refrained from pressing further. Sorry for causing you concern. Chu Ziqing added before sitting down to organize her belongings. Song Qiuyi stood there momentarily stunned, her mouth slightly agape. Disbelief written all over her face. Did she just hear Chu Ziqing apologize? Ah, it's nothing, she stammered in response, still grappling with the incredulity of the moment. She sensed that Chu Ziqing had undergone a subtle transformation, though she couldn't quite articulate what had changed. It seemed that the aloof and unapproachable aura that usually surrounded her had softened considerably, losing some of its sharpness. What could have transpired to bring about such a change? Raising her gaze, Chu Ziqing noticed Song Qiuyi still beside her. She appraised her friend briefly before a faint smile graced her lips as she remarked, "You seem to have lost weight." An eerie silence enveloped the dormitory. The other two girls, who had been seated at their desks, hurried over, their eyes fixed on the barely perceptible smile dancing at Chu Ziqing's lips, their throats involuntarily constricting in astonishment. It was well known that this ice princess rarely lifted her gaze, yet now she radiated a gentleness akin to the thaw of spring. Thank you. Thank you." Song Qiuyi stuttered, her hands fidgeting awkwardly, clearly at a loss. Chu Ziqing then stood and made her way to the restroom, prompting the other two girls to shake Song Qiuyi eagerly, whispering, "Hey, what's going on? What has happened to Chu Ziqing? Has she won the lottery?" She seems so cheerful. For them, this was an extraordinary display of joy from Chu Ziqing, akin to a jubilant dance. Song Qiuyi, equally perplexed, could only speculate that this newfound demeanor likely stemmed from one possibility. Perhaps it had something to do with her boyfriend? She felt certain that it had something to do with Wen Che, for otherwise, it would be inconceivable that Chu Ziqing could be so elated. Emerging from the restroom, Chu Ziqing turned to the others and inquired, "Shall we go to class together?" "Ah, of course. Absolutely. I'll get ready right away," they replied hastily, scrambling to prepare themselves, their makeup only half complete. Seated on a chair, Chu Ziqing took out her phone to chat with Wen Che. They had shared breakfast that morning, and he mentioned he had some matters to attend to back home. As a result, she extended the invitation to her friends to accompany her to class. Otherwise, she would have gone straight to wait for Wen Che downstairs at the boys' dormitory. Meanwhile, Wen Che was in his dormitory chatting with Du Lei, preparing to head to class. Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu had just woken up. "Wow, when did you get back?" Qi Shitao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wen Che. He quickly donned his glasses and jumped out of bed. They had been discussing all night what could have caused Wen Che to suddenly leave, especially in such torrential rain. He had sent messages but received no replies, as if he had vanished into thin air. To their surprise, he reappeared in the dormitory early that morning. Wen Che glanced at him and replied, "I just got back." At that moment, Yu Jiashu finally noticed Wen Che, having just sat up and dazedly roused from sleep. "Hey, bro, where were you last night?" he exclaimed, throwing off his blanket and rushing to Wen Che's side, his hair in disarray. Before Wen Che could respond, Du Lei interjected. "He was framed by someone last night." "Who was it?" "Chengying." "See, you can guess without me even mentioning a name. It seems her reputation precedes her." "Du de remarque." Yu Jiashu chuckled. "Well, she is the only one who could pull something like that on Wen Che. Who else would have the time?" Qi Shitao furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Is she ever going to stop? It's a wonder she has managed to live this long." Du Lei waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Don't worry. After today, she won't have the energy to bounce back." Turning to Wen Che with a slight smile, Wen Che closed his eyes and slowly said, "I hope so." Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the secretive conversation between the two. Nevertheless, they genuinely felt for Wen Che. If they were in his shoes, having such an ex-girlfriend would indeed be quite unfortunate. As he dressed, Qi Shitao mentioned, "My girlfriend said yesterday that she hopes to invite both of you to join us for a trip this weekend. I told her Wen Che probably wouldn't be available." "Yeah, that is true." Wen Che was about to say something, but hesitated. He intended to express that he truly had no time, as he needed to earn money over the weekend. Yet, he reconsidered. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to spend time with Chu Ziqing during the weekend. After all, he deserved a break. He had been consistently working at the restaurant without fail each week. However, if I were to take a leave of absence, it would pose a challenge for the restaurant. Every weekend, numerous patrons come specifically for him, and some even make reservations several days in advance. Perhaps I shall decide in a few days. I may or may not be available this weekend. Subsequently, Wen Che could only provide this tentative response, as he needed time to deliberate. He could earn approximately 1,000 on the weekend. If he were to go out and have fun, he would forfeit that income. Yet the thought of spending time with Chu Ziqing stirred a sense of excitement within him. Chi Shirtao nodded and remarked, "It's quite all right. We can manage either way. If you are unavailable, it's no trouble at all." Chapter 89. Incitement to Murder, What a Madman. Before long, the four of them exited their dormitory, preparing to attend class together. Wen Che turned to Yu Jianshu and inquired, "What did you do this weekend? Did you just stay in the dormitory the whole time?" I. Before Yu Jianshu could respond, Du Lei interjected, "This fellow went running with that. You know, your girlfriend's roommate, that chubby girl." Yu Jianshu smacked Du Lei lightly and exclaimed, "Who are you calling a chubby girl? She's not fat, all right. I feel just fine. I don't even know her name. I ask you, and you one T tell me." Du Lei looked at him helplessly. "Who is it? Song Xioi?" Wen Che asked, a curious smile gracing his lips as he looked at Yu Jianshu. "What's going on? Is there something between you two?" "No, not at all. I was just bored staying in the dormitory, so I reached out to her for a chat. Then she mentioned going for a run, and I thought, why not join her? I had nothing else to do." Yu Jianshu recalled how dreadfully boring the weekend had been, lying in the dormitory playing on his phone, charging it when it ran out of battery, and sleeping in between. With no one around, he ultimately sought out friends on his phone to see if anyone was free to hang out, but to no avail. Finally, he mustered the courage to chat with Song Xioi, as it had been a long time since they last spoke. Typically, they didn't converse much since she was busy with her fitness routine, and he simply needed some company. "That's great. You should lose a little weight too, or you might turn into a chubby lad," Wen Che remarked, pinching Yu Jianshu's pudgy chin. Yu Jianshu shot him a glance and retorted, "You should take some of my weight. That way, we would both be normal." He was slightly shorter than Wen Che, around 178 centimeters, and weighed a bit more at approximately 80 kilograms. Although this weight was not excessive, the lack of muscle made him appear a bit flabby, his skin lacking firmness, giving him a slightly puffy look. "Don't worry, being chubby is a blessing. You should keep that blessing to yourself." Wen Che waved his hand dismissively, rejecting Yu Jianshu's suggestion. Chi Shirtao also pinched Yu Jianshu's belly and said, "You've got dampness. You need to expel it. Regularly using air conditioning and drinking cold drinks will ruin your health." "How do I expel dampness?" Du Lei's eyes lit up as he chimed in, "Hey, I have experience. Foot baths and cupping work wonders. I can take you. I have a membership card and can recommend a good therapist." Yu Jianshu grimaced, furrowing his brows. "Is that really a proper place to expel dampness? It can't be that they also do other things, can they?" The four of them arrived at the classroom and took their seats together. They formed the most united group in their class, and were also the closest dormitory among the boys. They typically acted in unison, indulging in drinks and various amusements, which led other dormitories to label them as morally compromised. Just then, a figure suddenly dashed over. Wen Che and his three companions simultaneously lifted their gazes to the side, discovering that the approaching individual was Shuai. Initially, Wen Che harbored a strong aversion towards Shuai, who had previously made his life unpleasant. Although not to the extent of Cheng-Ying, his presence was still quite bothersome. However, after hearing Du Lei's remarks, which indicated that the evidence against Cheng-Ying was provided by Shuai, Wen Che found himself developing a more favorable impression of him. Upon reaching Du Lei's side, it was evident that Shuai intended to convey something, but upon noticing Wen Che seated nearby, he abruptly fell silent. Du Lei tilted his chin slightly and urged, "Go ahead. It's fine. Wen Che understands the situation." "Ah, then I shall speak," Shuai replied, producing his phone and placing it before Du Lei. "I spoke with Cheng-Ying yesterday, intending to extract some evidence from her, but instead I stumbled upon something significant." Du Lei glanced at Shuai's phone, and Wen Che and the others hastily leaned in to see. On the screen was a conversation with Cheng-Ying. "Shuai, I've taken care of everything you instructed. Hehe, can you be with me now?" "Cheng-Ying, get lost. You're annoying me. I'm busy." "Shuai, what are you busy with?" "I've done everything you said. Is Wen Che the one making you angry again? Cheng, can't you understand? Get lost. If you have nothing better to do, go bother Wen Che instead of pestering me. Kushwai, you can always talk to me. I'd do anything for you. Cheng, then go kill Wen Che. Wen Che's jaw dropped in disbelief as he read the exchange, his expression contorting in shock. Du Lei's eyes widened, staring incredulously at the phone. Chi Shirtao, pointing at the screen, shook his head in disbelief after sitting down. Yu Jiasu, equally astonished, turned to Wen Che and inquired, "Why does she hate you so much? You merely broke up with her, didn't you? You haven't wronged her in any way. Is she unwell?" Wen Che shrugged and explained, "That's just how she is. She can break up with others, but she cannot bear to be the one discarded. It diminishes her pride. She seeks to prove herself right while deeming others wrong. She will persist in her antics until you feel you've erred and find yourself kneeling in regret, begging for her return. Only then will she be satisfied." He understood Cheng Ying's character all too well. While normal individuals might feel heartbroken after a breakup and shed tears, eventually healing over time, Cheng Ying was entirely different. She could not tolerate any perceived loss. She had to emerge victorious. If she faced a breakup, she would relentlessly retaliate against her ex until they felt remorse, wishing they had never crossed her. That feeling of triumph brought her immense satisfaction. When Wen Che and she first came together, it was not in this manner. Otherwise, Wen Che would never have united with her. This is the outcome of being indulged by those boys who merely seek fleeting pleasures, without any intention of commitment or matrimony, simply to amuse themselves. Once they tire of the game, they walk away. However, Cheng Ying took it seriously, believing she truly deserved such indulgence. At this moment, Du Lei raised his hand and remarked, "This is somewhat my fault as well." He recalled the earlier incident when he had angered Cheng Ying to the brink of explosion. Though venting his frustrations felt satisfying, he had inadvertently poured a bucket of fuel onto the already raging fire, igniting Cheng Ying, who was like a bomb ready to detonate. From the day she hurled a stone at him, it was evident that she harbored a genuine desire for vengeance. Kushwai pointed at his phone and said, "She is just venting. She seems quite furious, though I'm unsure why." Du Lei waved his hand dismissively, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he chuckled. "Who cares? Send me a screenshot. Ha ha. This is getting interesting. It's time to teach this princess with a princess complex a lesson. Chapter 90 at least. I am not like you, a wretched creature. What is happening? What has gotten into Chu Ziqing? Is it really her? I do not know. Ever since I learned that she started dating, she seems somewhat different. The classmates in the class are bustling with discussions about Chu Ziqing's transformation. It appears they all notice her uplifted spirits. At times, she sits there unconsciously swaying her head, adorably so. Only Chu Ziqing knows how truly happy she is. Previously, when she was with Wen Che, she felt a sense of joy, but back then, Wen Che's feelings were not so clearly defined. Now, however, it is evident that Wen Che has a fondness for her, and the sweet words he has spoken are etched in her heart. She genuinely feels blissful. Merely contemplating the happiness of her future life with Wen Che fills her with exuberance. After the midday class, Chu Ziqing eagerly rose, ready to leave the classroom, for she had arranged to dine with Wen Che. She gathered her belongings and stepped out of the classroom. Just as she crossed the threshold, she unexpectedly spotted a figure standing ahead, seemingly waiting for her for a while. Cheng Ying. In an instant, the crescent-shaped smile in Chu Ziqing's eyes froze into two sharp glimmers. The lingering joy at her lips shattered like glass, leaving only a cold, hard curve. The veins at her neck throbbed slightly, her breath momentarily stilled in her chest, and when she exhaled, it was laced with a frosty chill. Her right hand, clutching the bag strap, trembled violently, the knuckles turning an unhealthy pale, as if they might twist the leather strap into two pieces at any moment. The surrounding air seemed to drain of warmth, startling her classmates who had emerged with her. Just moments ago, Chu Ziqing was in a state of joyous exuberance. How could her mood shift so abruptly? Standing before her, Cheng Ying exuded an aura that rivaled Chu Ziqing's, yet her demeanor appeared distressing, as if she had endured some torment. Her half-lidded eyes were veined with a web of blood, her pupils fluctuating between dilated and constricted, her lips a shade of deep purple. She resembled a drunken wretch. The look she directed at Chu Ziqing was one of murderous intent, as if she blamed all her misfortunes on Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. Even a stumble over a stone would provoke her to curse their names. Chu Ziqing, Chu Ziqing. Cheng Ying muttered through clenched teeth, slowly advancing towards her, her steps unsteady, as if walking on clouds. Chu Ziqing stood her ground, unperturbed by Cheng Ying's zombie-like approach, as if she were fully prepared for whatever might transpire. Just then, a figure suddenly interposed itself before Chu Ziqing. Cheng Ying halted abruptly, astonished at the person blocking her path. Song Qiui? Chu Ziqing was taken aback. She did not expect that the one standing in front of her would be Song Qiui. Song Qiui fixed her gaze on Cheng Ying, whispering, "What do you intend to do? It's none of your business. Get out of the way. You fat pig." Cheng Ying's furious outburst struck Song Qiui's heart like a sharp sword. If one were to pinpoint the most painful words for Song Qiui, it would undoubtedly be the phrase fat pig. As a young woman with a desire for beauty, hearing such a phrase felt like a thunderclap, leaving her frozen in place. Her palms marked with crescent-shaped imprints from her nails. Known for her gentle temperament, she rarely experienced anger, and many described her as an exceptionally tender-hearted girl. Yet, in this moment, she was consumed by a fierce rage. Her body trembled slightly, and then, with trembling lips, she uttered, "At least, I'm not like you." A slut. This was the harshest statement she had ever voiced in her life. It was a term she had heard from Yu Jiashu during their previous conversation, and at the time, it had startled her. She could never have imagined that one day she would utter it herself. Cheng Ying's pupils constricted suddenly, as if a powder keg had ignited and exploded. The veins on her neck throbbed violently with each harsh breath, her nails digging deeply into her palms without her noticing. "What did you say?" Her hoarse scream shattered the quiet of the corridor as she staggered towards Song Qiui, her disheveled hair obscuring half of her contorted face, resembling a wild beast in a state of frenzy. Instinctively, Song Qiui took a step back, and at that critical moment, Chu Ziqing swiftly grasped Song Qiui's arm, pulling her aside. Cheng Ying lunged forward but collided heavily with the classroom doorframe. Bang! Cheng Ying fell to the ground, her body striking the hard-tiled floor with a chilling thud. She lay there, her hair sprawled like a spider's web beside her pale cheeks, releasing intermittent whimpers from her throat, indistinguishable between pain and hatred. Song Qiui's hand remained in the position of being pulled away, her fingertips trembling slightly. Cheng Ying's earlier display had genuinely frightened her. She had not anticipated encountering such madness. Suddenly, a male voice called from a distance. Chu Ziqing and Song Qiui turned to see several figures approaching. Chu Ziqing's gaze immediately fixed on the person she cherished most, Wen Che. Among them were Du Lei, Qi Shitao, Yu Jiashu, and Ke Shui. Upon witnessing the earlier scene, Wen Che hurried over, transforming 3 steps into 2, arriving at Chu Ziqing's side with concern etched on his face. "Baby, are you all right?" He reached out, gently clasping her arm, his expression fraught with worry as he scrutinized her, fearful that she had been harmed by Cheng Ying. Chu Ziqing smiled faintly and shook her head. "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Yu Jiashu approached Song Qiui, gazing at her with concern. "How are you? Did she hurt you?" Song Qiui was momentarily taken aback, then gazed into Yu Jiashu's eyes and softly shook her head, murmuring, "No. It's all thanks to Chu Ziqing." Meanwhile, Qi Shitao, Du Lei, and Ke Shui had gathered around the reclining Cheng Ying, leaning in with expressions of morbid curiosity. "Goodness, how did she end up like this? Behaving like a madwoman?" Du Lei shook his head, though his words conveyed a sense of regret. His tone was laced with mockery. Ke Shui promptly interjected. "I heard she was on drugs last night. A roommate from our dorm told me." Qi Shitao adjusted his glasses and addressed the other two, saying, "All right, enough chatter. Aren't we here to escort her to the student affairs office? Let us attend to business." Chapter 91. Training others requires skill. One must wield a whip and offer sugar the moment Cheng Ying laid eyes on Du Lei. She resembled a cat spotting a mouse, her eyes widening in astonishment as she lunged fiercely at him. "Oh!" Du Lei instinctively recoiled, narrowly escaping her claws. Otherwise, he would have surely sustained a disfiguring scratch across his face. "Oh! Oh!" Cheng Ying, In a frenzied state, clawed and kicked on the ground, spinning like a top in a fit of rage. What's she doing? Is this some sort of ground fighting technique? How can one engage in close combat like this? Chi Shirtao and his companions hastily retreated several paces, eager to avoid being inadvertently harmed by Cheng Ying. A crowd of students gathered, some recording the spectacle on their phones, while others murmured among themselves. This is untenable. We must call security. We cannot handle this situation ourselves. If she bites us, we would have to get rabies shots. Du Lei quickly shook his head and waved his hands in refusal. With Cheng Ying thrashing about like a pig being slaughtered during the New Year festivities, it would take at least 4 or 5 people to restrain her. Moreover, pigs do not scratch. With those long nails, a swipe across the face would undoubtedly leave a scar. It is not worth the risk. Upon noticing Ku Shui standing nearby, Cheng Ying immediately pointed at him, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Come help me." Ku Shui took a few steps back, positioning himself beside Du Lei, his face contorted in disdain as he replied, "Who would help you? Have you lost your mind? Just look at yourself. You are truly terrifying." Cheng Ying's eyes bulged, her eyelids twitching, and her mouth quivering uncontrollably. "Did you not say you liked me? Were you lying?" "As expected, there is not a single good man. They all bully me." Ku Shui wore a conflicted expression and said, "That was true in the past. But consider it as me having been inexperienced. Brother Lei has shown me a different world, and frankly, assessing you now, it's challenging. Besides, you've fallen so far. Who would still like you?" Chi Shirtao leaned closer to Du Lei and whispered, "What did you do to him?" Du Lei shrugged and quietly replied, "I didn't do anything. I merely took him out for some fun over the weekend. Training others requires skill. One must wield a whip and offer sugar, you know." Before long, security arrived and forcibly removed the now irrational Cheng Ying, who screamed and shouted as she left, entirely devoid of her former composure. Chi Shirtao smirked slightly and remarked, "Why is this so terrifying? What on earth happened to her?" Everyone present watched as Cheng Ying was taken away, aware that her fate would likely be dire. This might very well be the last time they laid eyes on her. "I know what happened." At that moment, a voice from a girl broke through the crowd, prompting everyone to turn their heads. Wen Che recognized her immediately as Cheng Ying's roommate. She bit her lower lip, appearing hesitant to speak, her expression fraught with difficulty. What on earth is going on? Wen Che and the others were curious about Cheng Ying's drastic transformation. It seemed her mental state had somewhat deteriorated. A girl hesitantly spoke, saying she went out drinking in Anqing City the night before last and met a few boys, enjoying their company. It appears she was drugged. The next day, those individuals vanished without a trace. When she returned yesterday, she seemed utterly shattered, having slept the entire day, only to indulge in drugs and alcohol again that night. A group of people nodded in sudden understanding, realizing why she had fallen so rapidly. It was due to such experiences. She deserves it. Her fate is indeed a consequence of her own actions. Yu Jiashu scoffed, feeling no sympathy for someone like her. It was all self-inflicted. The girl continued. When she came back yesterday, she was yelling in the dormitory, claiming it was all Wen Che's betrayal that led to her suffering. Does she truly think I am a fool? How can she blame me for this? Wen Che was equally perplexed, never expecting to be implicated in her misfortune. If I had not separated from her, would I have been stuck enduring her infidelity, foolishly remaining by her side while she continued her reckless behavior? Chu Ziqing gently caressed Wen Che's chest, soothing him and urging him not to be angry. It's all right. No need to get upset with someone like her. She brought this upon herself. If Cheng Ying hadn't insisted on going to Anqing City, and if Chu Ziqing's family had not interfered, how could she have encountered such trouble? It can only be said that she faced her just deserts. Then, Chu Ziqing turned to the side, acknowledging Song Qiuyi with a gentle nod. "Thank you for standing up for me just now. I didn't expect you to come to my aid. I thought our relationship wasn't that close. Or perhaps you're simply a kind-hearted person." "Not all. It was the least I could do," Song Qiuyi replied, her heart swelling with joy at the acknowledgement, a smile gracing her face as she waved her hand dismissively. Du Lei took out his phone, bringing it to his lips as he sent a voice message. "Li Jia, it's done. I've sent them to the student office. You can handle the rest." "All right, let's go. Time to eat." He tucked his phone away, sweeping his hand in a grand gesture. Finally, it's over. It felt like defeating a boss, It was exhausting. Chi Shirtao stretched his neck, astonished that a girl could resort to such measures. It was truly unbelievable. Her targeting Wen Che was a grave mistake. It's no different from provoking anyone in our dorm. Yu Jiashu concurred. Song Shui walked beside Yu Jiashu, remarking she probably felt she had no way out. Yu Jiashu turned to glance at her, saying, "You are too kind-hearted, always wanting to see the best in others. What do you mean by having no way out? Haven't you heard the saying, a child who knows their mistakes and corrects them is a good child? One who knows their mistakes yet persists is doomed." Very well, she acquiesced. Song Shui nodded in agreement with Yu Jiashu's sentiment, feeling that she deserved her fate and was unworthy of sympathy, especially since that individual had just insulted her by calling her a fat pig. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing walked side by side at the rear, their fingers intertwined, sharing a warmth that radiated from their clasped hands, their shadows mingling on the ground in a tender embrace. Chu Ziqing gently rested her cheek against Wen Che's shoulder, her hair caressed by the gentle breeze as it brushed against his arm. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting his gentle outline, her voice tinged with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Now, there should be no obstacles left, right? Wen Che nodded, affirming, "Yes, indeed. Even if there are challenges ahead, I will protect you. I will not allow you to suffer any harm again." Chu Ziqing tightened her hold on Wen Che's arm, declaring, "I know that as long as you are by my side, I fear nothing." Chapter 92. Otherwise, little Chingching will come and deal with you. The announcement has been made. Du Lei entered the dormitory, exclaiming loudly. At that moment, Wen Che and his two companions were present. Upon hearing Du Lei's voice, they immediately lifted their heads. The incident involving Cheng Ying had transpired the day before, and they all understood that she would undoubtedly face the consequences she deserved. Let me see. Chi Shirtao and Yu Jiashu hurriedly descended from their beds, crowding around Du Lei to glimpse at his phone, which displayed the captured content. Meanwhile, Wen Che remained seated at his desk, refraining from joining them, as he was already well aware of the outcome. Subsequently, Du Lei, holding his phone, began to read aloud, "Ahem. In order to uphold school rules and regulations, and to maintain the normal educational order on campus, the school has decided to announce the disciplinary actions taken regarding Cheng Ying's violations. Upon investigation, it has been determined that Cheng Ying, during her time at school, repeatedly breached both school regulations and national laws, resulting in a detrimental impact. Firstly, she violated laws and school policies concerning drug prohibition, engaging in the illicit abuse of addictive substances, thereby severely endangering her own and others' mental and physical well-being. Secondly, she intentionally disrupted the living environment of others, infringing upon her classmates' legitimate rights. Thirdly, she incited others to engage in undesirable behaviors, disturbing the campus atmosphere. Fourthly, she maliciously obstructed normal interpersonal relationships among her peers, causing significant discord. Cheng Ying's actions have gravely contravened the relevant provisions of our school's student disciplinary measures. The school has decided to expel Cheng Ying from her studies, effective immediately upon the release of this announcement. We hope all students will take this as a warning, strictly adhere to laws, regulations, and school rules, cultivate a correct value system and code of conduct, and collectively preserve a positive campus environment for learning and living. A collective sigh of relief followed Du Lei's reading as he switched off his phone and continued, "I have heard that she has been taken to a mental hospital, and it seems her mental state is genuinely concerning. When her parents arrived, she was both hitting and cursing. Chi Shirtao, now seated, remarked, 'She has gone mad. She would kick even a passing dog.'" Yu Jiashu approached Wen Che, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered, "It's impressive that you managed to endure such a person for so long, my brother. Your resilience is truly remarkable." Wen Che shot him a glare and retorted, "Get lost. Most of the time, I was merely chatting with her. We hardly spent time together. In the end, her vanity got the better of her, and she was brainwashed by the sweet nothings of those boys. Don't make it sound like I'm a masochist." Du Lei then ambled over, draping an arm around Yu Jiashu's shoulders, adopting a strange tone. "Indeed, now is not the time to speak of him. Otherwise, little Chingching will come to settle the score." Wen Che playfully punched Du Lei's waist and quipped, "You also call her little Ching Ching? Look at you. Quite the protector of your wife. Ha ha, enough of this banter. I'm off for a date." Wen Che decided not to linger any longer and stood up, exiting the dormitory. After leaving her dormitory, Wen Che arrived at the designated meeting place with Chu Ziqing. She stood beneath a tree, the warm sunlight of early summer filtering through the phoenix tree leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her. Adorned in a light blue denim jacket, the most distinctive feature was the draping tassels at the hem, swaying gently in the breeze and occasionally brushing against the edge of her white lace camisole dress. This high-waisted white lace gown, its intricate patterns reminiscent of blooming moonlight, shimmered softly under the sun, cascading from the neckline to the voluminous skirt. The tailored high waist naturally elevated her silhouette, accentuating Chu Ziqing's delicately slender waist, while the skirt billowed gracefully in the wind, resembling a blooming white rose, exuding an ethereal charm. Her feet were adorned with white cross-strap sandals, delicately wrapping around her ankles and tied into elegant bows, cleverly elongating her leg lines and further highlighting her slender ankles. Silver geometric earrings swayed at her temples, and a matching bracelet chimed softly with her movements. Standing beneath the agreed-upon tree, Chu Ziqing occasionally rose onto her toes, glancing eagerly in the direction of Wen Che. When that familiar figure came into view, her eyes sparkled with astonishment, and her lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. "Darling, you're here." Her melodious voice rang out, brimming with uncontainable joy and excitement. As soon as she finished speaking, she eagerly took a step forward, her skirt fluttering like a joyful fawn as she dashed toward Wen Che. Upon reaching him, Chu Ziqing opened her arms wide and leaped into his embrace with all her might. Wen Che was momentarily taken aback by her enthusiastic approach, leaning slightly backward before quickly regaining his composure. A gentle smile graced his lips as he securely wrapped his arms around her slender waist. As he lowered his head, his nose brushed against her soft hair, and the familiar light fragrance enveloped him, softening his heart. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Did you miss me?" Wen Che inquired softly, even though they had only been apart for about 2 hours. Chu Ziqing rose on her toes and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, declaring, "I missed you so much." A radiant smile blossomed on Wen Che's face as he replied, "So did I. Let us go have some fun." "Okay." As the two individuals strolled along the bustling commercial street, their moods had markedly shifted from those of previous days. Wen Che, with an air of confidence, unveiled his affection, viewing Chu Ziqing through a unique lens of admiration. For reasons unknown, her appearance, attire, and every subtle movement seemed irresistibly enchanting to him. Previously, he had yearned to capture moments with her through photographs for posterity. Yet in her presence, he found himself so captivated that the thought of recording memories slipped away entirely. Chu Ziqing, too, had undergone a transformation. Since revealing her concealed emotions before Wen Che, she gradually relinquished her pretense, choosing instead to authentically present her true self. As they passed an ice cream parlor, she suddenly halted, her gaze seemingly magnetized by the transparent glass door. Gently tugging at the hem of Wen Che's shirt, he sensed her gesture and paused, following her line of sight to the ice cream shop. Noticing the eager sparkle in her eyes, a smile crept upon his lips. "Come on, let's buy some ice cream," Wen Che said gently, his voice laced with affection. "Yay!" Chu Ziqing's eyes lit up, excitement radiating from her as she bounced slightly before taking his hand and hurriedly entering the shop. Ultimately, Chu Ziqing opted for a strawberry-flavored ice cream, while Wen Che chose a creamy milk variant. Holding her ice cream, she did not rush to indulge. Instead, she delicately offered it to Wen Che's lips, whispering, "Here, you try first." Wen Che, taken aback yet smiling, opened his mouth to take a small taste. Observing his reaction, Chu Ziqing couldn't help but chuckle and inquired, "Is it delicious?" Nodding, with ice cream still in his mouth, he mumbled, "Very good. You should try it too." Suddenly, a thought seemed to dawn on Chu Ziqing, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She rose onto her toes, leaning closer to Wen Che, and with a soft, rosy tongue, gently licked the corner of his mouth, where a trace of ice cream lingered from his earlier taste. Wen Che froze, his ears flushing crimson, his eyelashes fluttering like startled butterflies as he swallowed hard. Chu Ziqing tilted her head slightly, gazing at his face with a teasing smile. It truly is delicious. Chapter 93. What are your thoughts on Yu Jiashu? Wen Che and Chu Ziqing had been reveling in each other's company until dusk before deciding to return, though they both longed to remain together. They understood that a comfortable romance requires moments of respite. Thus, while their hearts were reluctant, they maintained a facade of composure, knowing that time was abundant in the future. As they strolled through the campus, Wen Che contemplated escorting Chu Ziqing back to her dormitory. The twilight bathed the campus in a honeyed hue, elongating Wen Che's shadow, which inadvertently intertwined with Chu Ziqing's to form an irregular heart shape. Upon hearing Wen Che's voice, Chu Ziqing turned her head to face him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. If I were to seek a job on campus, do you think that would be feasible? Of course. But would that be too strenuous for you? Chu Ziqing nodded, yet her concern for Wen Che's potential exhaustion lingered. Having witnessed his tireless efforts in a large restaurant over the weekend, she felt a pang of sympathy for his fatigue. While she recognized his desire to earn money, she also feared it would lead to greater weariness, and she couldn't bear to see him overworked. I think it would be manageable. Working on campus surely isn't as taxing as in a restaurant, and I wouldn't be doing any of the grueling tasks like sorting deliveries. He believed that campus work would be far less demanding, noting that he was only part-time, thus the fatigue would not be overwhelming. Moreover, this was merely a fleeting thought. He had mentioned last week that he might arrange something this week, yet no updates had surfaced. However, if I do take on a job, our time for dates would undoubtedly diminish. The crux of Wen Che's discussion with Chu Ziqing lay in this very concern. They were currently in the throes of romance, deeply connected, desiring to be in each other's presence at all times. The prospect of working during their leisure hours would significantly curtail their dating opportunities, which would likely displease Chu Ziqing. Well, Chu Ziqing lifted her gaze slightly, pondering earnestly for a moment. Then, with a gentle smile curling at the corners of her eyes, she proposed, "Then I shall join you in working. That should suffice, right?" You wish to work too? Isn't that rather inappropriate? We don't even know what the job entails. Wen Che was taken aback, particularly since he was uncertain about the nature of the work. If it were excessively taxing, it would indeed be unsuitable for Chu Ziqing. What is inappropriate about it? As long as I can be with you, that is sufficient. For me, savoring the time spent together is the essence of a date, and that resolves the issue. Doesn't it? Chu Ziqing declared, playfully poking Wen Che's arm, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous yet hopeful light. Wen Che gazed at Chu Ziqing's earnest expression, a warm current surging within him. He reached out to gently tousle her hair, saying, "You're truly clever, my dear. However, should we engage and work together? I would feel quite distressed if it would tire you." "Do not fret. I am not so delicate," Chu Ziqing replied, her voice filled with determination. "I often assist with chores at home. When I sold peaches, I was the most successful. They all call me the Peach Fairy." With a hint of pride, she patted her chest, causing the corners of Wen Che's mouth to quiver, as if he were on the verge of a smile. That title certainly rivals that of the famous tofu maiden. But what would his title be? The culinary lad? All right, you are the best," Wen Che exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Chu Ziqing's waist and drawing her close, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Chu Ziqing laughed joyfully, raising her hand and declaring earnestly, "Then it's settled. I will accompany you." "Very well. I shall heed your wishes," Wen Che nodded, choosing to acquiesce, for her happiness was all that mattered to him. He had no extravagant demands. The pair meandered towards the lakeside, where numerous individuals strolled in the evening, and the road was spacious enough for many to jog. Wen Che cast a casual glance and unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Yu Jiashu? He squinted, observing that Yu Jiashu seemed to be jogging, accompanied by a girl whose identity was evident. Song Chioi. Were they running together? Were these two perhaps a couple? Chu Ziqing also found it somewhat peculiar. Although she did not concern herself with matters beyond Wen Che, she sensed that her roommate, Song Chioi, had grown rather close to Wen Che's roommate, Yu Jiashu. "I doubt it," she remarked. Yu Jiashu has denied it numerous times. From the way he looks at Song Qiui, there seems to be no romantic inclination, merely a good friendship between the sexes. Is that so? The two unconsciously stood there, observing Yu Jiashu and Song Qiui as they jogged by. Yu Jiashu still had some stamina, but Song Qiui appeared to be slightly exhausted, running at a slow pace. Yu Jiashu intentionally slowed down, matching her pace. As they approached Wen Che and Chu Ziqing, Yu Jiashu cast a glance and immediately locked eyes with Wen Che. Oh! Yu Jiashu halted, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, cheeks, and neck. Upon noticing Yu Jiashu's pause, Song Qiui also came to a stop, finally noticing Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. Hey! Song Qiui waved enthusiastically, smiling as she greeted both Chu Ziqing and Wen Che, despite her evident fatigue and heavy breathing. Yu Jiashu walked over slowly and inquired, "You're back from your date? Have you eaten? We've already had dinner. And are you running with a companion?" Wen Che teased with a mischievous grin, lifting his chin slightly. Yu Jiashu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's just a casual jog. I'm a running date. You understand, right? The kind of date involving running." I did not say anything, so why the explanation? Chu Ziqing scrutinized Song Qiui. She could truly discern that Song Qiui had lost weight, a testament to her diligent efforts that her roommates could all observe. Her diet consisted of exceedingly healthy choices, low in oil, sugar, salt, and fat. With a well-structured meal plan and appropriate exercise, her weight loss appeared remarkably effective. At that moment, Yu Jiashu turned to the side where Song Qiui stood and softly inquired, "I'm going to buy some water. What would you like?" "Just mineral water will suffice." "All right." Yu Jiashu nodded and departed to procure the water. Once he had distanced himself, Wen Che suddenly asked Song Qiui, "What is your impression of Yu Jiashu?" Chapter 94. Just now, I overheard Wen Che mention that you were particularly eager to experience romance. Ah! Song Qiui was momentarily taken aback by the question, her lips parting slightly as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. After a brief pause, she finally murmured, "I think it's quite wonderful." Indeed, it seems that this individual possesses many admirable qualities. Yet, one cannot help but wonder why he remains unattached. What could be the reason? Wen Che stroked his chin, wearing a concerned expression as if deeply pondering Yu Jiashu's predicament. Chu Ziqing, perceptive of Wen Che's subtle intentions, suppressed a smile, casting her gaze elsewhere as though to avoid betraying her amusement. Meanwhile, Song Qiui felt a flush creeping on her cheeks, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to embarrassment or the fatigue from running. In any case, he often confided in me within the confines of our dormitory about his desire for a relationship. Perhaps you could lend a hand? Upon hearing this, Song Qiui's eyes widened in surprise, and she stammered, "Ah, how could I possibly assist?" I'm not sure that would be appropriate." Wen Che, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied with a reassuring smile, "What is wrong with that? You are a girl, after all, with numerous friends. Why not introduce him to a few?" Song Qiui suddenly paused, realization dawning upon her. "Introduce? Oh, I see. That could work." Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, she added, "I thought at that moment." Yu Jiashu returned, 2 bottles of water in hand. He handed one to Song Qiui and glanced at Wen Che and the others, saying, "I didn't bring any for you, so don't hold it against me. I couldn't carry them all by myself." Wen Che waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, we're not thirsty." Yu Jiashu noticed something amiss with Song Qiui. After she accepted the water, she kept her head down, avoiding his gaze. He wondered if they had discussed something while he was away. "All right, let us head out," he said, and with that, Wen Che took hold of Chu Ziqing's hand, bidding farewell to them before departing. Though Yu Jiashu found the situation somewhat peculiar, he brushed it off and turned to Song Qiui, suggesting, "Let us take another lap." It was important to walk a bit after running. Resting immediately was not advisable. He extended the invitation for her to join him, to which she nodded in agreement, walking alongside him as they strolled beneath the setting sun. In truth, I believe acquiring a gym membership at school could be quite beneficial. At least at 1T go under, and the business seems quite thriving. Over the past few days, I've been eating healthily, having sworn off takeout. Perhaps I should invest in a small electric cooker to prepare my own meals in the dormitory. Additionally, I ought to incorporate some strength training into my routine while reducing aerobic exercises, as that would be more suitable for me. What do you think? Yu Jiashu continued to speak animatedly, yet Song Qiuyi appeared lost in her own thoughts, seemingly preoccupied with something else. Despite his lengthy discourse, she absorbed none of it, merely responding with vague affirmations and gentle nods, her mind elsewhere. Yu Jiashu sensed something amiss with Song Qiuyi and suddenly positioned himself in front of her, startling her. Song Qiuyi halted, raising her head to gaze blankly at Yu Jiashu, her eyes instantly filled with trepidation. What is the matter? Are you exhausted from running? Yu Jiashu inquired. Somewhat perplexed, he perceived that Song Qiuyi seemed overly fatigued. He had received no response to his previous remarks, and she appeared rather dazed now. He assumed she was simply too weary to engage in conversation after her run. I'm fine, Song Qiuyi responded softly, shaking her head, as if harboring a secret she wished to keep from Yu Jiashu, turning her head away. Yu Jiashu grew even more bewildered. Had he perhaps uttered something inappropriate? Why did she seem so disinclined to engage with him? What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shall I escort you home? No, I was just lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Song Qiuyi hadn't anticipated Yu Jiashu's relentless inquiries. How could she articulate her thoughts? You seem rather strange, hesitant to speak. What's going on? Is it something you cannot share with me? Not really. It's just nothing of great importance. It's up to me whether I say it or not. Then do share. It's merely casual conversation. Otherwise, the silence might render the atmosphere rather awkward. Don't you think? Yu Jiashu continued to encourage her, primarily because he had been the one speaking all along. And Song Qiuyi's silence left him feeling a tad uncomfortable. All right, they resumed walking, and after a few moments of silence, Song Qiuyi bowed her head and slowly inquired, Do you consider me a friend? Huh, of course. What else could we be? Yu Jiashu was baffled by the peculiar nature of her question. Surely, they were friends. Otherwise, how could they chat or run together? That is true. Song Qiuyi bit her lip, pressing on with her inquiry then. Why did you take the initiative to chat with me and invite me to run together? Because. Yu Jiashu scratched his head, displaying an awkward expression. After a moment as contemplation, he finally articulated, I don't really have many friends. Besides my roommate and a few classmates, I don't have anyone else. They often seem busy and lack the time to spend with me. However, whenever I reach out to you, you always respond, and when I invite you to run, you agree. I find you to be quite a wonderful person. He shyly expressed his thoughts, speaking candidly, for those in his dormitory were preoccupied with their own affairs, unlike him, who found himself devoid of any pressing engagements, relegated to spending weekends in solitude within the confines of his room. At such times, he would reminisce about Song Qiuyi. Each time he reached out to her for a conversation, she would invariably respond, contrasting sharply with his prior experiences with others, where discussions would abruptly fade into silence, leaving him in perplexity regarding their whereabouts. Yet, Song Qiuyi was different. Every message he sent was met with a thoughtful reply. Thus, it became evident Song Qiuyi understood the underlying reason. In essence, it was simply her amiable nature. Indeed, her disposition made her quite approachable, and her social connections were commendable. In other words, he had bestowed upon her the accolade of a good person. Just moments ago, I overheard Wen Che remarking that you have a particular yearning for romance. Is that so? Chapter 95. Who truly resembles a homebody? Yu Jiashu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering why Wen Che felt compelled to say everything. No wonder upon his return, he sensed an odd atmosphere. It turned out to be Wen Che's revelations that caused it. How embarrassing to voice such matters. It was as if he had become a foolish boy, eagerly awaiting love's arrival before Song Qiuyi. Yet, he had to concede that whenever he spotted couples strolling hand in hand around the campus, the flicker of yearning for romance within him blazed fiercely. I'm actually fine. There's no need to rush, right? Being too hasty could lead to a farce. I recall before Wen Che and Chu Ziqing became an item. I even asked Wen Che to deliver a love letter to Chu Ziqing for me. How foolish that was. Song Qiuyi, unaware of this incident, was not particularly surprised. After all, It was entirely normal to send love letters to someone like Chu Ziqing. Such letters were far too common. Even if Yu Jiashu had sent one, she could understand. However, she was baffled by Yu Jiashu's words. Foolish? Why so? Isn't it foolish to send a love letter knowing it could never lead to anything? Yu Jiashu shrugged, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Foolish? Song Qiui murmured to herself, unconsciously picking at the hem of her shirt. As they walked back, lost in thought, they prepared to return to their respective dormitories. Shall we check out the gym at school tomorrow? Yu Jiashu suggested before Song Qiui departed. He believed that if she was serious about fitness, the gym would be a good option, offering a variety of equipment for convenient exercise. Without hesitation, Song Qiui nodded, replying, sure. In truth, she had wanted to go before, but had hesitated due to her insecurities. She felt intimidated by the fit individuals that frequented the gym, causing her to abandon the idea. However, with Yu Jiashu accompanying her, it should be manageable. At least she would have a companion to alleviate the awkwardness. All right, let us go after class tomorrow afternoon. Bye. Bye. Song Qiui waved slowly, watching Yu Jiashu's retreating figure, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Only when he was out of sight did she turn and enter the girls' dormitory, returning to her room. The dormitory was quiet, with only the sound of water echoing from the bathroom. Chu Ziqing was showering, her alluring silhouette faintly visible through the frosted glass. Song Qiui gazed at that perfect curve, her throat tightening. She pulled a weight scale from beneath her desk. Its display emitted an eerie blue glow, reminiscent of a malicious eye. Taking a deep breath, Song Qiui covered her eyes with her hands and trembled as she stepped onto the scale. The numbers danced wildly before finally settling at a moment of stillness. She cautiously released her 2 fingers, revealing one eye. 130. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she let go of her anxiety. Fortunately, her weight had not increased. In comparison to her weight before embarking on her weight loss journey, she had shed a considerable amount, at least over 10 pounds. Yet, she was acutely aware that this path would be a long and arduous one. She reached out, pinching the flesh on her abdomen and the soft contours of her jawline, feeling a deep sense of worry about when she might attain a physique akin to that of others. Although it is said that slenderness does not equate to beauty, she had never witnessed what she looked like when she was slim, leaving her with a lingering sense of regret. Thus, she felt compelled to strive for a glimpse of what it truly meant to be slender, to discover the essence of her ideal figure. Moreover, with an enviable physique, confidence would surely follow. At the very least, she would undoubtedly feel more self-assured than she did now. With newfound confidence, her life would undoubtedly transform. She would no longer be timid and hesitant to converse with Chu Ziqing. She would no longer feel embarrassed to visit the gym, and perhaps she could even boldly pursue the one she admired. Therefore, she was in urgent need of confidence. A confidence that would enable her to embrace the gazes of others upon her figure without shame, no longer feeling inferior, and to silence the taunts of being called a fat pig. With this thought, Song Qiui suddenly felt invigorated, her energy rekindled. She placed the scale back and retrieved a kettlebell from beneath, preparing to continue her workout. In her dormitory, her collection of fitness equipment was extensive. While others might fill their cabinets with fashionable attire, hers brimmed with workout gear, yoga mats, kettlebells, dumbbells, resistance bands, and the like. Beautiful clothing was nearly non-existent, and her daily wear was often simpler than that of the boys. She had little interest in pretty garments at present, for she yearned to first attain her desired weight and then adorn herself in those exquisite clothes. Chu Ziqing emerged from the bathroom, the steam enveloping her in a sweet citrus aroma. Water dripped from the ends of her hair, a loose white towel casually wrapped around her head, with a few strands of dark hair cascading down her neck like unintentional ink strokes in an ink wash painting. Water droplets glided along the graceful curve of her swan-like neck, trickling into the neckline of her bathrobe, leaving a serpentine trail on her fair skin. The gentle dip of her collarbone cradled glistening droplets, swaying softly with her every movement. She noticed Song Qiui still diligently exercising, her cheeks flushed and her clothes damp with perspiration. Moderate exercise is sufficient. Overexertion can lead to injury. One should not rush. Chu Ziqing kindly reminded, having sensed that Song Qiuyi was a bit overly enthusiastic, and such fervor, if unchecked, could result in harm. Song Qiuyi was taken aback when Chu Ziqing offered her such a reminder, compelling her to pause and obediently heed Chu Ziqing's words. She nodded demurely, responding, "Yes, I understand." Lowering her gaze to her hands, she pondered when she might muster the confidence to engage Chu Ziqing in more conversation, to invite her to attend classes together, to explore, shop, and dine in each other's company. In her heart, she had inadvertently placed Chu Ziqing on a pedestal, which fueled her motivation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yu Jiashu stepped inside and was greeted by the sight of his three companions sprawled across their beds, engrossed in their phones, their postures eerily synchronized, elbows propped up, heads resting on their shoulders. With a sigh, he stood at the doorway and remarked, "You three look like true homebodies. Why not get up and engage in some exercise?" Du Lei chuckled and retorted, "Oh, have you become a fitness guru after a few days of running? Now you're here to lecture us?" Qi Shitao shot him a glance, coolly responding, "You're the heaviest in this dorm. You really shouldn't be the one pointing fingers at us." Wen Che chimed in last, "It's hard to tell who resembles a homebody the most." These remarks left Yu Jiashu momentarily speechless, prompting him to clear his throat awkwardly before adopting a more amiable tone. "Hey, I'm planning to hit the gym tomorrow. Would you all care to join me? Let us go together." Chapter 96, "That's all right. I accept that." "The gym? I have no time." Qi Shitao shook his head, resolutely declining the invitation. He would never squander his time in a place like a gym. There were far more significant pursuits awaiting him. Upon witnessing Qi Shitao's firm rejection, Yu Jiashu refrained from extending further invitations, understanding the futility of altering Qi Shitao's decision. He then turned his attention to the other two, Wen Che and Du Lei. "Wen go, Lei go. Shall we go together? Standing around is pointless. I truly have no time for frivolities. I have a date, and there is no time to accompany you to the gym." Wen Che shook his head, disinterested in the idea. Although he had previously entertained the notion of visiting a gym, he was now preoccupied with plans to meet Chu Ziqing. This was a period of emotional ascent, the most intimate phase of their budding romance. Naturally, he prioritized their date. What do you two even do on your dates? Just eating and shopping every day is rather monotonous. Occasionally, you should switch things up, right? You could even consider the gym as a dating venue. Yu Jiashu remarked, half jokingly. "I'm at loose ends here. Do I need to get a gym membership just to go on a date? The first experience is free. I'll think about it." Upon hearing free, Wen Che waved his hand dismissively and turned away, opting not to respond. However, Yu Jiashu understood that Wen Che's silence indicated interest. No further persuasion was necessary, and he would let him ponder the idea. Subsequently, Yu Jiashu turned to Du Lei and inquired, "Are you going or not?" Du Lei shook his head, outright refusing. "No, what is the point? It's a waste of time." Yu Jiashu pouted, but did not relent. Instead, he climbed to the edge of Du Lei's bed and whispered, "I've heard there are quite a few girls there. It's a perfect spot for flirting." Du Lei furrowed his brow, looking at him quizzically. "Why must I go there to flirt with girls? The quality is excellent. You've never tried flirting at a gym, have you? Trust me, just go once, and you'll surely have a good time." Du Lei fell silent for a few seconds before turning away from Yu Jiashu. "I'll think about it. You're pulling this tactic again." The group fell into silence, and, as the night deepened, Wen Che bid goodnight to Chu Ziqing before preparing to sleep. Ever since his relationship with Chu Ziqing had blossomed, Wen Che felt his sleep quality had improved. He awoke each morning refreshed, his complexion markedly different from before, contrasting sharply with the fatigue and restlessness that had plagued him in the past. For Chu Ziqing, the situation was no different. After all, Wen Che had previously been with Chang'ying, and she often found it difficult to sleep. Though she outwardly appeared indifferent and showed no signs of distress, the truth was far from that. She frequently succumbed to restless thoughts in the dead of night, imagining what Wen Che and Chang'ying might have done together. The mere thought of them sharing laughter, playing, or engaging in intimate gestures turned her nights into a torment of sleeplessness, often culminating in quiet tears shed in the darkness. Fortunately, after she began her relationship with Wen Che, she discovered that his connection with Chang'ying was rather superficial, lacking the depth of a normal couple's bond. This revelation brought her considerable relief, and now, she no longer spiraled into anxious thoughts. Instead, she slept soundly, her lips occasionally curling into an involuntary smile as she eagerly anticipated their meetings each day. As the morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, Chu Ziqing rose quietly before the alarm could sound. After freshening up and applying a simple touch of makeup, she gathered her pre-prepared items and stepped out of her dormitory towards the dormitory manager's office. The manager, a woman nearing 50, smiled wryly upon seeing the contents in Chu Ziqing's hands. "Making breakfast for your boyfriend again?" she inquired. "Indeed." Chu Ziqing noted that, promptly plugging in the small electric cooker and arranging the ingredients to commence her culinary endeavor. The dormitory manager ambled over, hands clasped behind her back, and stood beside Chu Ziqing. Adjusting her glasses, she remarked, "Oh dear, it's rare to see a girl like you who treats her boyfriend so well. You must really adore him to go to such lengths." "Absolutely," Chu Ziqing responded, her lips curling upwards, her eyes sparkling at the mere mention of Wen Che, as if his name alone could elevate her spirits. "And what does he do for you?" "Relationships should be reciprocal. You shouldn't be the only one giving," the manager cautioned. "My kindness towards him isn't contingent on what he does for me. I simply follow my heart. My affection for him compels me to act this way," Chu Ziqing explained. She understood the significance of Wen Che in her life and the depth of his love for her, which made her feel that her gestures were merely natural expressions of her feelings. The dormitory manager clicked her tongue and shook her head. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. What do they call it?" "Ah yes, love-struck. You must be cautious, dear. Otherwise, you might end up hurting yourself." Chu Ziqing lifted her gaze to meet the manager's eyes, offering a gentle smile. "That is all right. I accept that." Alas, it seems futile to persuade her. The young lady is so exceptionally beautiful, yet so obstinate. "I truly wish your boyfriend shared your sentiments. If he did, your relationship would flourish. However, should he not think along these lines, it would undoubtedly be you who suffers the consequences." The dormitory supervisor, having witnessed Chu Ziqing's current state, recognized the impossibility of changing her mind and could only sigh before returning to her post. After years of overseeing dormitory life, she had encountered numerous love-stricken girls. Yet none had been as deeply ensnared as Chu Ziqing. She felt compelled to remain vigilant regarding Chu Ziqing's romantic affairs, fully aware that any turmoil in her relationship, be it quarrels or breakups, could lead to dire consequences. After navigating through a series of meticulous steps, Chu Ziqing prepared breakfast for Wen Che. Once everything was arranged, she departed from her room. The supervisor observed Chu Ziqing's exit, clutching a newspaper in her hands, perplexed by the words that flowed from the girl's lips. Following her departure from the dormitory, Chu Ziqing made her way to the boys' dormitory, awaiting Wen Che. They had previously conversed over the phone and agreed that he would come down at this time. As Wen Che emerged from the dormitory and spotted Chu Ziqing standing there, he immediately quickened his pace, hurrying towards her. "I'm here, my darling." Chapter 97. Your worth is not determined by you, but by me. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing sat together on a bench, enjoying breakfast. Wen Che had been eagerly anticipating this moment since last night. He had developed a particular fondness for the dishes prepared by Chu Ziqing, even believing that her culinary skills surpassed his own. After all, she cooked with genuine care, while his own cooking for guests lacked such heartfelt devotion. Merely aiming for cleanliness and hygiene was sufficient. As Wen Che took a bite of the sandwich made by Chu Ziqing, his eyes lit up. He gazed at her, who was gently shaking her head, an expression of pure enjoyment on her face. "Incredible. I am truly addicted to your cooking. It is simply delightful." Hearing such praise from Wen Che filled Chu Ziqing's heart with sweetness, surpassing even the finest honey. A smile, difficult to conceal, graced her face. "I'm glad you like it. I was worried that my cooking might not suit your taste. Impossible. Your skills are worthy of a restaurant. Though please do not actually open one. I would want you to cook for anyone else." "Not at all. I'll only cook for you," Chu Ziqing replied, her lips curling into a gentle smile as she reached out to tenderly caress Wen Che's cheek. As her fingers withdrew, they brushed away the crumbs from the corner of his mouth, her eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. "By the way, last night, Yu Jiasu asked me if I wanted to go to the gym, as he and Song Qiui seemed to be going. Chu Ziqing tilted her head, looking at Wen Che, and inquired, "Do you want to go?" I had indeed considered it before, especially because of my physique. Wen Che glanced at his body, noticing he had gained a bit of weight compared to earlier. Though it wasn't too drastic, he realized that without exercise, he would inevitably become a soft, plump figure. Those who are lean wish to gain muscle and weight. It requires both diet and exercise. His appetite had certainly increased, but he had yet to begin training. It seemed reasonable to give it a try and see if he could improve, or at the very least, avoid becoming overly heavy. After all, standing beside Chu Ziqing, others might say he was unworthy of her. What if she were to see him as a plump figure and grow disdainful? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chu Ziqing spoke up unexpectedly. "It's all right. I like you no matter your appearance. I'm not with you because of your looks or physique, nor will I part ways with you for those reasons. In fact, I think it would be even better if you gained some weight. That way, no one would compete with me for you." Wen Che waved his hand and said, "You flatter me. Otherwise, no one would be vying for my attention. I'm not that sought after, haha." Despite his words, he felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart from Chu Ziqing's declaration. He relished the moments when Chu Ziqing displayed her possessiveness. On the contrary, "You are the most desirable one. I worry about others competing for your affection." Wen Che harbored concerns. He believed Chu Ziqing would not leave. Yet he knew she would inevitably attract unwanted attention from other boys. As a male, he understood the nature of those individuals all too well. Any man who knew she had a boyfriend would respect that boundary. He would commend the man for his integrity. Yet, there were far too many who, despite knowing she was taken, would still shamelessly pursue her, often catching one off guard. Chu Ziqing's possessiveness was strong, and Wen Che felt the same way. So the mere presence of such individuals would certainly irritate him. Just then, Chu Ziqing leaned over and unexpectedly kissed Wen Che on the cheek. He was taken aback, covering his face with his hand, staring at her in bewilderment. "I will forever love only you. I won't give anyone else a chance to approach me. You can use my phone freely. The password is your birthday." A faint smile graced Chu Ziqing's lips as her gaze locked onto Wen Che's, her phone in hand, which she extended towards him. Wen Che was momentarily stunned by the scene before him, then lowered his head and softly replied, "There's no need. I trust you. You can also look at my phone whenever you wish. The password is your birthday." "You know my birthday?" Chu Ziqing exclaimed in surprise. She had never mentioned it to Wen Che before. She herself had never cared much for her birthday, as it fell on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the Ghost Festival. Her family, fearing it was inauspicious, did not celebrate it. Having grown up without much emphasis on birthdays, she was indifferent to such matters. However, her sister, Chu Wen, would buy her a cake and gifts every year on her solar birthday, as it was a fixed date, avoiding any such superstitious concerns. She never anticipated that Wen Che would know her birthday. Wen Che nodded affirmatively. "Of course. How could I not pay attention to my girlfriend's birthday? You're so wonderful." Chu Ziqing immediately wrapped her arms around Wen Che's neck, beaming with joy, and then showered him with several playful kisses on the cheek, resembling a child seeking affection. "You are once again praising me, but I wonder what merits I possess. This is merely what I ought to do. I'm simply striving to catch up to you. When will I achieve a level comparable to yours? That would truly signify excellence." Wen Che longed to contribute more, believing that only then could he approach the extent to which Chu Ziqing had devoted herself to him, alleviating the profound sense of guilt within his heart. Otherwise, if Chu Ziqing exerted herself so much while he accomplished nothing, he would undoubtedly become the subject of gossip. Chu Ziqing extended her hand, gently tapping the tip of Wen Che's nose, and with a smile, remarked, "Your worth is not for you to determine, but rather for me to decide." Wen Che stared at her in bewilderment and inquired, "What do you mean?" "It hinges upon how much I cherish you. If my feelings for you were less fervent, then even if you were to pluck stars from the sky or the moon, I would still find it lacking. However, if my affection for you is profound, then even if you do nothing at all, a simple utterance that brings me joy would make you seem exceedingly wonderful in my eyes. Is that so?" "Indeed, there is no definitive standard for such matters. Everyone possesses their own criteria. In my heart, you are truly remarkable. Therefore, you need not do anything." As Chu Ziqing continued speaking, Wen Che suddenly reached out with both hands, cradling her face, causing her cheeks to puff slightly and her lips to pucker adorably. While Chu Ziqing remained in a state of confusion, Wen Che leaned in abruptly and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips, asserting, "You have your standards, and I possess mine. I must strive to achieve what I deem to be the best. Only then will it be sufficient. Do you understand?" Chapter 98. Please don't abandon me. As Wen Che entered the classroom and settled beside his roommates, the other three turned their gazes upon him. "What's the matter? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Wen Che inquired, brushing his hand across his visage, but finding nothing amiss. Chi Shirtao then produced a tissue, offering it to Wen Che with the words, "Wipe your mouth." "Oh!" After dabbing his lips with the tissue, Wen Che glanced at it, only to discover an unmistakable mark of lipstick upon the pristine paper. "Ah! Ha ha!" By the time Wen Che grasped the situation, the other three had already erupted into hearty laughter, slapping the table in amusement. Dule, with a teasing glint in his eye, posed a soulful inquiry. "Did you go out for breakfast this morning? Or did you indulge in Chu Ziqing instead?" Embarrassed, Wen Che lowered his head. He had forgotten to wipe his mouth before entering. After uttering that phrase earlier, Chu Ziqing had succumbed to a fervent assault on him, and they had shared a brief kiss. Given their public setting, they had restrained themselves somewhat, limiting their encounter to a mere 10 seconds. After a fit of laughter, the trio gradually composed themselves. Then, Yu Jiashu wiped away the tears of mirth from the corners of his eyes and asked, "So, did you ask her? Are you two planning to hit the gym together this afternoon?" "Sure, why not? We have no particular plans, just a stroll," Wen Che replied, nodding. Truth be told, he knew without asking that Chu Ziqing would follow his lead. If he wished to go, she would certainly accompany him. Since they had not prearranged any specific activities, having such an option was rather pleasant. "All right." Upon receiving Wen Che's response, Yu Jiashu turned to Dule, encouraging him. "Well, since Wen Che is going, you should join as well, king of flirting." Dule furrowed his brows and retorted, "What do you mean by king of flirting?" "Making women happy is simply my duty. I cannot bring myself to harm them." Chi Shirtao rolled his eyes at him, saying, "You harm women quite effortlessly. To be precise, does it come as easily to you as it does to other parts of your anatomy?" Chi Shirtao reached out, ruffling Du Lei's hair, feigning confusion as he murmured, "How can there be so much chaos within the human mind?" Du Lei swatted Chi Shirtao's hand away, declaring, "Are you implying that my thoughts are impure? Survival and reproduction are innate biological instincts. Some animals may only be in heat for a few days each year, but humans lack a fixed mating season. We can be in heat throughout the entire year, which is simply unavoidable. I can only say that I adhere more closely to biological instincts. Biological instincts, my foot. You're merely a small head controlling a larger one. Which aspect of survival and reproduction pertains to you? You have not even reproduced. You are merely indulging in the process of reproduction. You truly ought to accompany them to the gym to find something constructive to do, which would help divert your thoughts from such matters." Fine, I won't argue with you. I'll go, all right?" Du Lei found himself exasperated by Chi Shirtao's incessant retorts. It seemed that anything he uttered would be met with resistance. Thus, he resolved not to engage in a protracted dispute. After attending their afternoon classes, Yu Jiashu, Wen Che, and Du Lei departed from their dormitory and made their way to the girls' dormitory, eagerly awaiting the appearance of Chu Ziqing and Song Qiui. To put it bluntly, "You two are headed to the gym for a rendezvous, aren't you? Why do you need me to tag along?" Du Lei remarked, casting a bemused glance at Yu Jiashu and Wen Che. Yu Jiashu fixed him with a serious gaze and retorted, "What are you talking about? Am I going on a date? I am genuinely going to work out. Am I not serious enough?" He displayed his athletic gear, revealing a shoulder bag filled with various items: workout clothes, sneakers, hydration supplies, and toiletries for after a shower. "Exactly. Am I not earnest in my intentions?" Wen Che chimed in, gesturing to his own attire. He deemed his sleeveless tank top a suitable indication of his commitment to the gym. Subsequently, Wen Che and Yu Jiashu pointed at Du Lei, teasing, "You clearly have no intention of serious exercise, given your attire." Du Lei's outfit resembled that of someone heading to a bar rather than a gym. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You all carry on with your activities. I'll just saunter about, perhaps admire some yoga pants, and strike up a conversation with a lovely personal trainer. At that moment, Chu Ziqing and Song Chioi emerged together. As Chu Ziqing appeared from the dormitory in her pink dad sneakers, the pearl hair tie in her ponytail swayed gently with her movements. She wore a misty blue cropped athletic tank top that accentuated her slender waist, paired with off-white cargo joggers adorned with subtle camouflage patches along the sides, while the knee area featured tailored cuts for added flair. The high-waisted design, complemented by adjustable drawstrings, allowed the pant legs to sway slightly as she walked. Song Chioi donned a simple black loose-fitting quick-dry t-shirt, casually tucked into her dark gray shorts. To facilitate her workout, she had hastily gathered her hair into a low ponytail, the only accessory being a sports watch on her wrist. "Hey!" Chu Ziqing exclaimed as she bounded toward Wen Che, enveloping him in a warm embrace, the faint scent of jasmine wafting from her hair. "Careful, careful!" Wen Che quickly wrapped his arms around her waist to prevent her from stumbling, stepping back to regain his balance. Let us go. Let us go. Disregard them," Du Lei declared with a flourish of his hand, urging Yu Jiashu and Song Chioi to depart first. He surmised that the two would linger for a while longer, and he had no desire to witness their intimate exchange. Wen Che chuckled helplessly, then grasped Chu Ziqing's hand, and together they followed suit. The gym, located on the northern campus, was not far away and was quite popular among students, making it a bustling hub of activity. As they stood at the entrance, a staff member wearing a name badge approached them. "Hello, are you members?" Yu Jiashu shook his head and said, No, this is our first visit. Allow me to introduce you all. Please follow me." At that moment, Song Chioi observed that although the space inside was quite expansive, it was also filled with numerous individuals, several of whom were casting glances in their direction. She felt a surge of trepidation, pondering whether it might be better to practice in her dormitory or perhaps go for a run instead. Did she truly need to come to the gym? A glance around revealed many individuals with well-defined physiques, clad in form-fitting attire, which contrasted sharply with her own loose-fitting clothing and less-than-ideal figure, further dampening her confidence. Just then, as she nervously clutched the hem of her garment, Yu Jiashu subtly nudged her with his elbow and whispered in her ear, "Hey, I'm feeling a bit anxious. I'll be relying on you to accompany me through this, so please don't abandon me." Chapter 99. I consider lifting 95 kilograms as bullying you. Let us first try 95 pounds to taste the waters. Song Chioi lifted her head and met Yu Jiashu's smiling gaze, who winked at her as if sharing a secret. For a brief moment, Song Chioi was taken aback, her cheeks suddenly flushed with a delicate hue. That seemingly casual glance from Yu Jiashu left a profound impression on her. The staff had already begun enthusiastically introducing the equipment area, the course zone, the personal training section, and so forth. Yet amidst the clamor of voices, she could hear nothing at all. "All right, sound good," she hurriedly responded, only to discover that Yu Jiashu had quietly slipped a bottle of mineral water into her hand. The cool sensation brought her back to reality. They were here to experience the facilities, so they did not require extensive introductions from staff. After completing the experience form, they ventured inside. The interior was bustling with people, mostly university students, with only a handful of working professionals who had chosen to sign up here due to its proximity and affordability. Standing there, Song Chioi felt somewhat lost, unsure of what to do, while Yu Jiashu gently patted her shoulder and pointed towards the treadmill, suggesting, "Shall we start with a warm-up?" Yes, of course." Song Chioi nodded eagerly, following Yu Jiashu, for she would not have dared to act independently. Du Lei patted Wen Che on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Let us go. I'll guide you." To be honest, I used to frequent the gym quite often. Wen Che shot him a glance and inquired, "Is that so? What are your numbers for the 3 main lifts?" Du Lei hesitated for a moment, looking up and muttering, I believe it's 95, 73, 95. "You mean those are your measurements?" Wen Che corrected him. "Aren't they the same? If you can bench press 95 kilograms now, I'll call you Dad. Come on, let us go." Du Lei and Wen Che immediately advanced, with Chu Ziqing trailing behind them. They arrived at the bench press area, fortuitously unoccupied, prompting Du Lei to dash over and take a seat. He turned to Wen Che, exclaiming loudly, "Come on, add some weights." Reluctantly, Wen Che approached and asked, "Are you lifting 95 kilograms or 95 pounds?" Du Lei furrowed his brow, turning to glare at Wen Che. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much. It's just that whichever you choose, it's likely you won't be able to lift either." Du Lei, stretching his limbs and snorting, retorted, "Who do you look down upon? If I can lift 95 kilograms, that would be unfair to you. Let us start with 95 pounds and see how that feels." "Fine." Wen Che proceeded to add weight for Du Lei until the total reached 95 pounds. "Here we go." Du Lei reclined on the bench, extending his arms to grip the barbell, taking a deep breath. His fingers turned pale as he clutched the bar, his arm muscles contorting into unusual shapes, and a sound reminiscent of a bull's roar escaped his throat. Oomph! With all his might, Du Lei gradually pushed the barbell upward. Approximately 3 centimeters away from the support, he gently shifted the barbell slightly away from the rack, allowing it to descend slowly towards his chest. Ultimately, it reached the lowest point, resting against his sternum, rendering Du Lei in a position akin to that of shrimp, with his entire waist suspended in midair. However, as he attempted to exert force to raise the barbell, he sensed something amiss. Whether it was due to the barbell being lowered too far or the weight being excessively heavy for him, he found himself unable to muster the strength. Soon, Du Lei's face flushed crimson from the exertion, yet he couldn't lift it, and his strength waned further. Wen Che stood nearby, arms crossed, blinking quietly as he observed. Was he all right? Chu Ziqing noticed that Du Lei seemed somewhat off. Why had he not managed to push it up after such a long time? Wen Che slowly spoke. "Brother, if you can't do it, just say so. Don't make me watch helplessly as the barbell crushes you. Get lost. Who can't do it? A man must never admit defeat." Du Lei retorted, "It's just this weight. Just help." Wen Che chuckled softly, bent down, and extended his hands to lift the barbell back onto the rack. Du Lei immediately sat up, resembling a boiled crab, his face flushed and gasping for air. He abruptly turned to Wen Che and demanded, "What happened? Did you secretly add weight? Is this really 95 kilograms? Of course not. Why would I do that? If I let you get crushed, I'd be the one squatting in the corner," Wen Che replied. "Then why can't I lift it? Because you've never trained before? You smoke, drink, and stay up late. Why would you expect to lift it on your first try?" Wen Che shrugged, rolling his eyes. "Then you do it." Du Lei challenged, stepping aside to give Wen Che room to try. Seeing Wen Che's nonchalant attitude made Du Lei feel somewhat humiliated. Wen Che nodded and sat down, saying, "All right, I'll give it a go." Chu Ziqing immediately exhibited a concerned expression, stepping forward and reaching out as if to stop him. But fearing it would seem too abrupt, she could only awkwardly say, "Be careful." Wen Che waved her off, assuring, "It's fine. Lie back down." His well-defined fingers grasped the barbell. Du Lei stood behind him, saying, "All right, I'm ready. If you can't do it, just shout." Before his words had fully escaped, with a short exhalation, Wen Che effortlessly lifted the barbell, touching it to his chest, and then pushed it up with ease, so swiftly that Du Lei barely finished speaking. Du Lei appeared utterly dazed, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg, his eyes fixated on Wen Che's fluid movements. His Adam's apple bobbed silently until Wen Che completed 6 or 7 repetitions. He then returned the barbell to its rack, sat up, and regarded Du Lei with a question. "Is that all right?" Chu Ziqing, standing nearby, brightened at the moment, her gaze brimming with admiration as she gently applauded, her face radiating joy. "Incredible. How is it possible? You look even slimmer than I do, yet you possess such strength." Du Lei, unable to fathom what he had witnessed, could not suppress his skepticism. "No matter how you put it, I work quite a bit in the kitchen every week, wielding heavy ladles and such. Isn't it only natural that I'm stronger than you? What does your ladle lifting have to do with bench pressing? Isn't that an exercise for the chest? Are you suggesting you push it up with your arms? That's not what I meant. I simply intended to convey that, regardless, my muscle mass should certainly exceed yours. While I may not surpass others, I should have no trouble being stronger than you." Chapter 100. What have you been up to? Will you return for dinner this evening? Your words are rather harsh. Du Lei's lips twitched in surprise. He never anticipated that one day he would be subjected to such remarks from Wen Che, and it was indeed quite distressing. They had all presumed that Wen Che was the most physically frail among them due to his slender frame. Yet he turned out to be far more resilient than Du Lei himself. Wen Che shook his head and remarked, "My friend, you have been excessively indulgent. Your health is deteriorating. Smoking, drinking, staying up late, and neglecting your meals. I believe it would be wise for you to consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Clearly, there are issues with your body, lower back pain, fatigue. You should pay closer attention to your cardiovascular health as well." Wen Che could visibly discern Du Lei's poor condition. The bloodshot eyes were a telling sign. It was indeed a wonder that he still had any energy at all. "Wait, are you implying this is about me?" Du Lei asked incredulously. "Indeed," Wen Che whispered, leaning closer to Du Lei. His voice low yet clear enough to be understood. "You must be somewhat depleted. You need to replenish." Du Lei stood there, frozen in thought for several seconds. Then, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, he exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely not." His face was etched with disbelief, as if the matter did not warrant any contemplation and could be dismissed entirely. Wen Che pouted, but chose not to press further. After all, it was likely unbearable for a man to hear such things. Thus, he spared Du Lei his dignity by speaking softly rather than loudly in public. Although it was not particularly pleasant to hear, it was the truth, and a kind reminder was in order. "Come, let's engage in other activities," Wen Che urged, pulling Chu Ziqing away, intending to spend time with her without further disturbing Du Lei. Remaining in the vicinity would only exacerbate Du Lei's discomfort. Seated alone on the bench, Du Lei hung his head, lost in contemplation. His heart was a battleground of contradictions. On one hand, he was reluctant to accept Wen Che's observations, while on the other, the various ailments he experienced compelled him to confront the truth. "Hey, how many sets do you have left?" At that moment, someone approached Du Lei, inquiring about his workout. He quickly rose and replied, "You go ahead." What sets was he even referring to? He hadn't commenced any sets. He was utterly incapable of proceeding. Sitting idly was more of an obstruction than anything, so he decided to move aside. Glancing over at the treadmills, he noticed Yu Jiaxu and Song Qiui jogging together, prompting him to approach them. Surely, he could grasp the operation of a treadmill better than the other equipment. Stepping onto a treadmill beside Yu Jiaxu, who glanced at him with curiosity, he asked, "Oh, are you here for some cardio?" Yu Jiaxu reduced the treadmill's speed and began to walk leisurely. "Ah, since I cannot comprehend those machines, I might as well jog for a while," Du Lei responded. Du Lei refrained from addressing the recent events and instead activated the treadmill, preparing for a leisurely jog. The speed was set to 6, an appropriate pace for a gentle run. Yu Jiaxu cast a sidelong glance at Du Lei's treadmill and silently adjusted his own to a speed of 8. Huffing and puffing, Yu Jiaxu's pace exceeded Du Lei's slightly, causing his breath to quicken. This drew Du Lei's attention. He furrowed his brow and pressed the button to increase his treadmill speed. Beep, beep, beep. His pace surged to 10. His legs moved with fervor, racing forward without a hint of respite. Yu Jiaxu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Du Lei's intentions. Was he challenging him? Unwilling to concede, Yu Jiaxu matched the speed, mirroring the rhythm of Du Lei's strides. Curse it! Du Lei had hardly been on the treadmill for long before fatigue set in. His thighs felt heavy, and his calves ached. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, having realized that Yu Jiaxu was engaging in a competition of sorts. Although he was perplexed by Yu Jiaxu's motives, they often found themselves inexplicably pitted against each other. Meanwhile, Song Qiui, who was maintaining a steady jog, sensed something amiss. She gradually slowed her pace, casting a puzzled glance at the two beside her. While she continued her leisurely run, it appeared that they had entered a race. Sweat trickled down Yu Jiaxu's forehead, splattering onto the treadmill's console. His breath became increasingly labored, each step feeling as if he were treading on clouds. Du Lei's temples throbbed, perspiration dripped from his lashes into his eyes, stinging painfully. Mechanically, he continued to propel his legs forward, the soles of his shoes creating a jarring sound as they scraped against the treadmill's belt. Each step felt like a tug of war against gravity itself. Beside him, Yu Jiaxu's heavy gasps filled the air, and in a casual tone, he remarked, "Not fast enough." He then escalated his speed to 14. Now that was truly swift, causing Du Lei's eyes to widen in shock as the treadmill shook violently, emitting creaking noises. Who could argue otherwise? Wasn't this merely a warm-up? Observing this, Yu Jiashu's gaze flickered with determination, and he too set his speed to 14. The rhythm of their breaths intertwined, creating an oppressive tempo within the gym. Du Lei felt his throat grow parched, his lungs constricted as if filled with burning cotton, and the muscles in his thighs began to spasm uncontrollably. The two individuals raced as if in competition, their pace swift and unyielding. Yu Jiashu had already engaged in a brief jog to warm up, rendering his current run less taxing than Du Lei's. At this moment, Du Lei felt as though his legs were no longer his own, sweat trickling down his back, and his footwear ill-suited for running, adding to his discomfort. A tingling sensation crept across his scalp, and an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped him. Suddenly, Du Lei experienced a disorienting heaviness in his head. Darkness clouded his vision, and for reasons unknown, his legs ceased to function. With a swift whoosh, he was propelled off the treadmill, inertia causing him to stumble backward several paces. Meanwhile, Yu Jiashu continued his run, catching a glimpse of the empty treadmill in his peripheral vision, still whirring in place. Turning his head, he called out to the retreating Du Lei, "What are you doing? Are you coming back for dinner tonight?" Ultimately, Du Lei's legs gave way beneath him, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed onto the floor. Blinking vigorously, he endeavored to regain his clarity, scratching his head in confusion as he murmured, "What on earth? Why am I feeling so dazed?"